This guy is a real god slayer, and right now he's fighting the god of battle and rage. This god is convinced he'll crush him like a worm, but Lee Chang-Sun just laughs in his face. He easily blocks the god's strongest punch and slices straight through the fist of this massive Hulk. Then he simply activates his fiery aura. The god of battle can't believe his eyes. Such incredible power is radiating from our guy, but he keeps fighting anyway, even though he knows he doesn't stand much of a chance. Suddenly, Chang-Sun dodges his attack and strikes him in the back with both blades at once. Then he just slices the god of battle to pieces. His body crashes into the water, but he's still alive. After all, killing a god isn't that easy. But Chang-Sun knows exactly how to finish the job and simply ends him with a single stomp. For him, it was just way too easy. These gods are just pathetic evil brats. When this god's daughter learns what happened, she tracks down our guy to take revenge. She's much stronger than her father, but that doesn't help her even a bit. Chang-Sun destroys her just as easily. She's just another one of the thousands he has already wiped out to protect Earth from greedy gods. Lee Chang-Sun was once an ordinary guy from Earth until he passed through a portal to the planet Arcadia. There, he became incredibly powerful and started hunting gods one after another. But after killing millions of them, he was eventually captured and put on trial. The gods sentenced him to complete annihilation. However, because he was human, he ended up in Hell, the domain of the god Thanatos. Thanatos offered him a deal: hunt down and kill the gods from Arcadia who had invaded Earth and were opening dungeons across the planet as part of their plan to conquer it. There's only one catch: he would have to start all over again in his original weak human body. As he wakes up, lying on the grass, the system begins regression by restoring the memories of his past life and boosting all his stats by 5 points. Just then, a commotion breaks out around him as a woman screams about a gate suddenly appearing out of nowhere, which makes no sense. Everyone nearby is panicking like crazy. He notices the black eyes, black hair, and Korean language, and feels a wave of relief. He's really back. Standing up, he takes a look around and sees a crowd gathering in the center. That's when he remembers something Thanatos mentioned, that the place where he opens his eyes may look like Earth, but isn't quite Earth either. After all, linking with another world without drawing the attention of the gods from that world isn't easy. Chang-Sun had asked where he would wake up, and Thanatos told him it would be inside a dungeon during a random break. Around him, people are bawling their eyes out, begging to get out, while others are freaking out about having no network. A voice suddenly echoes, announcing a total of 431 attendees and welcoming them to the instant dungeon, Rosewood Forest. But then the system picks up an omitted attendee, recalculates, and updates the number to 432. Right after that, it announces the first mission, with a difficulty level tailored to test the attendee's strength. The task is to defeat the monsters hiding in Rosewood Forest and make it to the hill on the other side. The mission type is labeled as Reclamation. The Rosewood Forest is divided into 5 sections, each with different types of monsters and unique methods of reclamation. To help with the mission, all participants are granted access to the inventory, status window, and skill window, with instructions provided below. As the first section opens, a message wishes them good luck. Suddenly, a girl yells at Chang-Sun, who's already charging straight into dangerous territory. Some people start to notice him, saying he looks familiar and wondering if he's a player or maybe even a tyrant. Meanwhile, Chang-Sun is panting heavily, annoyed that he's already out of breath. When wanting to get a clear idea of his body's condition, he opens up the status window. When the window doesn't open, the system explains that it was only partially updated, since the status window had previously opened using administrator privileges. It turns out that the others can't view Lee's accomplishments or skills. The lad realizes this whole thing is a mess. Chang-Sun starts wondering where the gift from the king of the underworld is, the one he was promised. The window finally updates with new data. Lee Chang-Sun's divine name, Twilight of the Gods, is now unusable, and he has no title. At level 0, his stats are pretty low. Strength is 1, dexterity is 3, stamina is 2, and magic power is 0. As for his abilities, he possesses 2 authorities: Soul Extortion at level 1 and Executioner's Sword at level 1. Soul Extortion allows him to store the souls of enemies he's slain and burn them with the flames of purgatory to extort karma. It's classified as an authority-type skill at level 1, with effects that include wound recovery and strengthening of the physical body. Thanks to his power over souls, the king of the underworld is held in high regard. Among those abilities, Soul Extortion grants a portion of that power to Chang-Sun, letting him use the flames of purgatory. When he defeats monsters, he can extort their souls to gain extra experience. In battles with multiple enemies, it helps him avoid draining stamina and prevents injuries from piling up. If he needs information, he can even summon the souls and torture them for answers. The Executioner's Sword gives Chang-Sun the ability to carry out divine punishment on those who've broken the covenant. As the Executioner, he gains the right to claim a portion of the criminal's authority. It's an authority-type skill at level 1, with effects like Execution of Divine Punishment, Punisher of Evil, and Extortion of Authority. Since authority is the strength of the divine, Chang-Sion realizes that by using the executioner's sword to seal gods, he can steal their powers. In theory, he could keep collecting authority endlessly, and even become omniscient and omnipotent. He's honestly just relieved to know he hasn't been scammed. Chang-Sun knows this couldn't have been an easy move, even for the king of the underworld. He figures Thanatos must be seriously fed up with the gods from other worlds. Still, the executioner's sword is a tough weapon to use right now. In terms of power, it's stronger than soul extortion, but the conditions are strict. His target must be a criminal who's clearly broken the covenant. If they are, and he doesn't finish them off properly, he'll take damage himself. For now, he decides to keep it sealed until the right moment comes. Just then, a black mamba detects his presence and moves in to attack. Chang-Sun, armed with only a rusted dagger for beginners, plans to get stronger fast. With a single slash, he cuts the mamba clean in half, taking it down in one hit. The system rewards him by registering a low-grade dagger technique and boosting his stats as he levels up. From a distance, the divine being, good season for hunting, takes an interest in this rising being. Chang-Sion, now fired up, is ready to become the kind of rookie that'll make even the gods drool. Chang-Sion sees dungeons as both natural disasters for humans and a doorway to new opportunities. The same goes for gods and stars. Those beings use dungeon missions to scout potential priests or clerics to spread their gospel. From there, they choose apostles who act on their behalf. Countless humans have entered these dungeons, chasing after the power of gods and stars. Many have met their end, while those arrogant deities barely even noticed, seeing mortals as nothing more than fleeting creatures unworthy of attention. Only a few have the luck or talent to meet the strict requirements and stand out. Now, the divine being known as the good season to hunt has taken an interest in Chang-Sion, and to him, that feels like hitting the jackpot. Good season to hunt, her true name is Pabalsag, is a well-known goddess of war who wields every kind of weapon just for the thrill of the hunt. But the real jackpot is that her mother is none other than the primordial evil dragon, Tiamat. Chang-Sion, still holding a rusted dagger, can't believe someone that high up is already interested in him. He figures his dagger technique must have caught her attention. Now Pabalsag is curious to see what kind of hunting skills he'll show her next. The cocky brat is more than ready to give her a good show. As Chang-Sion moves deeper into the forest, he notices the first half is filled with poisonous air, which means the monsters are also poisoned. After considering his options, he goes with Plan C. Out of nowhere, black snakes ambush him from behind, but he's ready and switches to his snake hunter approach. With his rusted dagger, he leaps into the air, using a technique specifically meant for taking down snakes. One swift blow is all it takes to drop a black mamba, earning him experience points. With every slash, he levels up, cutting through the swarm with growing speed and precision. While he's busy clearing them out, the system notes how quickly he's exterminating the black mambas, which dominate the front territory of Rosewood Forest. His senses sharpen and his focus ability levels up. And through it all, this god slayer in training knows one thing for sure. Those beings on the pillars were afraid because they sensed a mortal who might one day surpass them all. Chang-Sion had no intention like that at first. However, if that's what scares those scumbags, then he'll just do that. Just like that, Thanatos' errand boy clears the area free of black mambas. His low-grade dagger technique has achieved the highest level, making the skill go from low to intermediate grade. Now Pabalsag, the divine being, is bursting out in awe at Chang-Sion's exceptional dagger techniques. Still, the lad thinks it's too early for him to be surprised. With his stamina depleted, Chang-Sion enters an exhausted state, and the system advises him to move to a safe zone to rest. Instead, he activates soul extortion, storing the souls of all the monsters he's slain. This triggers the flames of purgatory, and he successfully extracts the ashes of the black mambas, recovering 5% of his stamina. The system now confirms he's no longer exhausted. Meanwhile, Pabalsag, the good season to hunt, can't seem to categorize Chang-Sion's abilities, leaving her genuinely puzzled. But this godslayer in training is sure she hasn't figured out yet that he landed here with the blessing of the king of the underworld. It's also likely she's curious about what kind of abilities and attributes this novice will show once he goes through his first awakening. Aside from her intense curiosity, Chang-Sion knows that Pabalsag wouldn't dare make a direct move on someone as ambiguous as him, thanks to the restraints of the principle of causality. No one in their right mind would risk breaking that rule just to peek at a novice's data. And even if someone did, he couldn't care less. As he continues wiping out the black mambas while pushing forward, he's confident the protection system granted by the underworld is solid. Otherwise, his status window would have been leaked by now. After taking down the final black mamba, he earns a new achievement for hunting 444 of them. The reward boosts his strength stat by 5 points and grants him low-grade poison resistance. Afterward, Chang-Sun opens up the status window. He looks at his level, stats, and skills that are steadily increasing. Thanks to his achievement, the lad has gained magic power, so he should be able to begin using her skills. Also, he achieved the title of Black Mamba Slaughterer at level 6, possessing the skill of intermediate grade dagger technique. Other than that, the system informs this brat that there's a god interested in him right now. On the other hand, this misfit smirks at the thought that Pabalsag's curiosity about him has only grown stronger. After taking down a bunch of black mambas, he wonders if the red mambas or even the bloody mambas are next. He's already gained poison tolerance, even if it's low grade, which should make things a bit easier moving forward. Besides, he's convinced the bloody mambas are boss mobs that command the others. Normally, it'd be insane for a novice to go after something like that without even reaching level 10, but Chang-Seon's planning to take it down solo. He sees it as the perfect way to grab the attention of other gods too. Plus, the bloody mamba's poisonous fang is a shortcut to gaining full poison immunity. After all, being outnumbered wasn't the only reason the Twilight of the Gods lost the war. It was also because he was weakened by curses and poison. Still, Chang-Seon feels a wave of disgust at the thought of the curse of Gaia, knowing he'll need the poisonous fang if he wants any chance of beating it. Suddenly, his dagger shatters as the system announces that the durability of the rusted dagger for beginners has reached its limit. Even so, he's impressed it lasted this long. Out of nowhere, a sword crashes down and stabs into the ground right in front of him, catching him off guard. With dragon scale patterns etched along the blade, Chang-Seon instantly recognizes it as a weapon from Tiamat. Turns out, Pabilsag has thrown down this gift as part of a bet. If he turns out to be a waste of her time and fails to meet expectations, she'll kill him herself. Now the divine being Pabilsag has made a clear bet. If Chang-Seon turns out to be a total failure, she'll kill him. That makes things a whole lot more interesting for this godslayer in training, knowing she meant from the very start that failure equals death. He knows how these higher beings love feeling important while treating others like entertainment, and that's exactly why he despises the gods and stars. But things have started to turn in his favor. He's confident that if he plays his cards right, he can gain a lot from this. On top of that, Tiamat's dagger could be a huge asset if he manages to claim it. Now that he's accepted the bet, Chang-Seon is ready to move forward. The system notes that Pabilsag is laughing out loud, clearly enjoying his fearless spirit. This officially triggers a new quest, Hunter's Certification. Everyone is called to gather around, and a few people start whispering, wondering if this guy is trying to act like their boss. The man steps forward and shows his ID, introducing himself as 2nd Lieutenant Park Ha-seon, a C-rank player from the Awakened Force under the Military Defense Support Command. He explains that this is an emergency operation, and they're expected to follow his lead from here on out. Some feel a bit relieved knowing there's at least one player among them in this dungeon. Still, others can't help but worry about the guy who ran straight into the forest the moment the mission started. They're confused, thinking maybe that weirdo got overconfident and hoped to make a fortune from a reckless stunt. Then the gray guy speaks up, saying that the dude probably has more money than anyone here. When asked who he is, the answer drops. He's the Tyrant, the leader of the ST band. That's when it clicks for everyone. They knew the guy looked familiar. Even if he had a lousy personality, his face alone landed him a ton of ads, and he was raised with a golden spoon. Still, it doesn't make any sense for someone like him to be here. The gray guy claims he heard the former pro gamer became an alcoholic after retiring. He's not sure what happened after that, but says the guy might have tried to take his own life just from being tired of it all. Another person snaps at him, telling him to shut up and asking if he's still drunk. Suddenly, the system makes an announcement. All the black mambas in the dungeon have been killed. The crowd is stunned. Everyone's still huddled in the safe zone, yet somehow all the monsters have been wiped out. Then Park Hazen sees that the white worm has also been eliminated, along with the blue crows, and now even the red mambas are being taken down at an insane pace. Right then, the system announces that player Lee Chang-Sun is on a rampage. Everyone is completely stunned to learn it's that guy going berserk all on his own, while Chang-Sun is calmly absorbing the souls of the monsters he's taken down. The Hunter's Certification has been triggered as a sudden quest due to the stagnation in the divine status growth of good season to hunt. Pabilsag's interest is rapidly increasing as she actively seeks an apostle and priests to help boost the faith directed toward her. Besides, all the promising talents have already been sponsored by other patrons, leaving Pabilsag with few options. While monitoring the novices, she came across Chang-Seon and saw potential in his hunting instincts. Now, she seriously considers him a strong candidate to become her apostle, but first, he has to be verified. For now, his task is to defeat the bloody mamba within 24 hours using the temporary dagger she provided. There are two conditions. If he fails, he dies. If he succeeds, he'll receive the evil dragon Snaggletooth and be officially considered for apostle selection. At this point, Chang-Seon starts to understand why Pabilsag took an interest in him so early on. Her situation must be urgent. He even begins to wonder if it might be connected to the recent major conflict between Tiamat and Bel-Marduk. As is known, Tiamat is the primordial evil dragon and the mother of good season to hunt, while Bel-Marduk is the most powerful among the 12 zodiacs known as Taurus. Chang-Seon figures there might be much more to gain from this whole situation. On top of that, the evil dragon Snaggletooth isn't just any ordinary weapon. Apparently, Tiamat tore out her own tooth for her child and forged it into a sacred dagger that carries its own personality. Although its original abilities are currently sealed due to unmet requirements, since it's only on loan, Chang-Sun is already aiming for something greater. Thinking big, he tosses out an idea for an extra bet. Pablsag tilts her head, intrigued. He boldly declares a new challenge. He'll kill the bloody mamba within 30 minutes for her entertainment, but in exchange, he wants a bigger reward. Pablsag smiles wide, clearly amused by his guts, and accepts right away. Still, she warns that if he fails, his death won't be a peaceful one. With that, Chang-Sun thanks her and charges straight ahead, only to be stopped by a white worm. He leaps high to dodge, then slashes through its entire body in a single blow, instantly leveling up and gaining 3 points in strength. Suddenly, a blue crow swoops in from behind to attack, but he reacts fast, stabbing it through the head and killing it in one strike. That brings another level up and adds 2 points to his stamina. At the same time, the system reveals that his bet with Pablsag has spread like wildfire across the heavens. Some gods are now watching his performance with suspicion, while others are stroking their chins in interest, curious about his battle instincts. Chang-Sun likes where this is going. After all, the more attention, the better. Just then, he comes face to face with the bloody mamba, fully aware that this is his shot to raise the stakes even higher. Meanwhile, Pablsag is clearly rattled by the unexpected divine spectators, firmly warning them that she's already claimed Chang-Sun. At the same time, Mr. Doom seems eager to lock in a strong god from this chaotic spectacle as he continues leveling up. Just like that, Chang-Sun finally hits level 10, breaking out of the novice stage in record time. As a reward for his rapid growth, all his stats get a boost of 5 points, and a secret class unlocks. In his previous life, he walked the path of a spearman, but this time, he knows an ordinary class won't cut it. Becoming something like a Dragon King or King of Darkness would be ideal, though that's a tall order. Still, if this is the direction he's headed, maybe going the Berserker route wouldn't be so bad either. He knows that Berserkers come with massive attack power, but at the cost of losing their sanity. Still, he figures that drawback can be handled with the right countermeasures. So, in order to complete this insane bet, Chang-Sun plans to choose the Berserker class. After all, the Bloody Mamba is a monster that even level 20 players struggle to defeat. Just then, the system displays the available class options: Swordsman, Spearman, Martial Artist, Child of Dragon, Wanderer of the Darkness, and Runekeeper. The list alone feels overwhelming, but things get worse when he realizes Berserker isn't even there. Now, he's got only 6 minutes left to make a choice, and the pressure's on. As Lee Chang-Sun hides behind a tree, staring down the bloody mamba, he feels completely thrown off. He had started the bet with good season to hunt, thinking he'd get the Berserker class, but it never even showed up as an option. Now, with time ticking, the divine being demands to know how he plans to finish the bet. On top of that, 3 curious gods are watching closely, eager to see what he'll choose. With no Berserker in sight, Chang-Sun is forced to pick Runekeeper, even though drawing runes sounds like a major hassle. Still, when it comes to raw destructive power, it actually surpasses Berserker, and can help offset his lack of close combat ability. As soon as he selects Runekeeper as his primary class, his dexterity and magic power increase by 5, and 2 new stats, Intelligence and Will, are unlocked. The system also grants him 2 class skills: lowest grade rune production and rune engraving. Pablsag is visibly stunned by his unexpected decision, while some anonymous god bursts into laughter, clearly amused by Chang-Sun's bold move. Chang-Sun couldn't care less as he checks out the rune production skill, which creates rune letters, with the success rate rising and production time dropping as the skill level goes up. Rune engraving lets him apply those runes to a target, and as the skill improves, that target shifts from objects to living beings, with the effect called Magic Grant. Then, Chang-Sun knows it's exactly what he needs, and he still has 4 minutes to spare. Without wasting a second, he dumps 30 extra stat points into Intelligence and 25 into Will. Right then, the bloody mamba senses his presence and charges in to devour him. Chang-Sun, caught off guard, dodges like a pro as rune production activates, and his boosted stats push the success rate even higher. As he leaps through the air and slashes at the bloody mamba, he can't help but think how that skill his gramps forced on him is turning out to be a total game changer right when he needs it most. Then, the lower grade rune engraving skill kicks in as Chang-Sun writes on his dagger using the bloody mamba's blood. With that, the rune of explosion activates and gets engraved. Pablsag instantly catches on to what he's about to do and bursts out laughing. Once it's all done, Chang-Sun's snaggletooth dagger ignites, and Pablsag can't help but wonder how a rookie like him even knows about rune letters. Turns out, he hasn't failed a single rune production or engraving attempt so far, all thanks to his razor-sharp focus and iron will. As a result, his skill level rises, and he's rewarded with the rune of explosion becoming 5 times more effective for 1 minute. With his magic power drained, he slips into a state of hunger. Still, with only 3 minutes left, Chang-Sun charges at the bloody mamba. For him, that's more than enough. Meanwhile, back in the safe zone, everyone knows Chang-Sun is going wild, hearing the non-stop explosions echoing from deep within the forest. Haesun notes that the last one was louder than the rest, which makes him and a few others uneasy. Suddenly, a system window pops up, announcing that Lee Chang-Sun has initiated a boss raid against the Bloody Mamba. Everyone's stunned, unable to believe that guy reached the boss so fast. The gray guy angrily claims that Lunatic is trying to get them all killed, saying he pulled the same reckless stunts during matches, always doing whatever he wanted. He urges Haseon to stop the guy, saying they're all doomed at this rate. But Haseon firmly tells them to stay put, warning that even a small shift in their formation could get them all killed. The guy starts trembling, clearly shaken, while Haseon quietly thinks to himself that if he's right, then Changxion's critical hit must have activated a skill effect that even surpasses logic. Whatever's going on out there, it's way beyond what any of them imagined. On the other hand, Changxeon is fully locked in battle with the Bloody Mamba, going absolutely berserk. He launches himself into the air, ready to finish off the massive snake. Right after, the system announces that Changxeon has cleared the quest hunt the first boss monster, Bloody Mamba. With that, he successfully completes the first section required for the dungeon mission of Reclamation. Temporary rankings are now being tallied, and the lad has earned 5,000 points, putting him at the top of the board, just 1 point ahead of Park Haitian, who holds second place. No one has made it to third yet. Rewards will be distributed based on achievements and current rankings. As all this sinks in, Changxion can't help but feel like he might be witnessing the rise of a new member of the Ten Kings. Something strange happens when everyone suddenly spots the Bloody Mamba heading their way. Jaws drop and chills run down their spines as the massive snake crashes into the safe zone. Screams erupt as panic spreads until they realize the creature is already dead. Turns out, Changxion is the one who threw it there. The second lieutenant is stunned, trying to make sense of the look in this big shot's eyes. Changxion glances over the group, recognizing them as players, and casually announces that he's taken care of the boss monster. Then, without missing a beat, he tells them to handle the remaining small fry. No, actually, he orders them to. Haseon, still stunned, considers offering Changxion a place to rest, but the lad quickly picks up on the mood and brushes it off, saying he'll find a spot on his own since everyone clearly feels uneasy around him. After he walks off, whispers ripple through the group. Some wonder if he's the tyrant, while others say he felt more like a demon. Still, they figure if he truly was the tyrant, none of them would be alive right now. Meanwhile, the gray guy stands off to the side, grinding his teeth in silent fury. Changxion hears the gossip, catching bits about how the others think he's some kind of demon, but he doesn't find it all that strange. For now, the players are given a 1-hour break before the second section of the dungeon opens up. Out of the way, Changxion carves the rune of obstruction into a torn tree, forming a barrier around himself and the Bloody Mamba's corpse. The action boosts his skill level, and with that, lowest grade rune creation hits max level, unlocking a higher ranked skill. He, deciding to organize his rewards first, checks the system prompt. 2 rewards appear, granted based on his achievements, one for spoils, and the other for ranking. Additionally, 3 more rewards from the Hunter's Certification quest are currently on standby. The achievement reward is automatically confirmed, but for the spoil reward, the system lets him choose between skills, effects, items, or achievement points. Since he's still at a low level, picking spoils now feels pointless, and he figures the evil dragon Snaggletooth is more than enough for the time being. Changxion selects achievement points as his spoil reward, earning 10,000 karma right off the bat. For the ranking reward, he goes with achievement points again, gaining another 5,000 karma, bringing his total to 15,000. He figures one thing the human world and the realm of gods have in common is that the rich always win, so he had better be ready once the shop opens up later. After that, he checks his current stats. Now titled the Black Mamba Slaughterer, he's sitting at level 15 as a runekeeper. His stats have received a solid boost, his skills have leveled up, and his poison tolerance has reached level 5. He still holds the authorities of Soul Extortion and Executioner's Sword, and on top of that, a bunch of gods have started paying attention to him. Thanks to that, he also gained 50 additional stat points. Changxion's convinced that taking down the Bloody Mamba solo was totally worth it. After winning the bet, the evil dragon Snaggletooth officially becomes his, marking the first of 3 rewards. Meanwhile, Pabilsag is eyeing him with growing covetousness, and several gods are starting to take real interest in him. Even a few stars seem amused by his actions. Then, a red window pops up showing Pabilsag issuing a clear threat to all other gods, warning them not to touch what belongs to her unless they want to face the wrath of a dragon. After that, the divine being boldly asks Changxion what he desires for his additional reward from the bet. For his second reward, the Draconic Treasury opens up, displaying a list that includes the Anatazan Gold Bar, Heavenly Chalice, and Omnipotent Stone. The variety throws Changxion off, thinking maybe this overwhelming lineup is because it's from the Draconic Treasury. Pebblesag confidently tells him to speak his wish, saying no treasure would be too much to satisfy him. This stuns the other gods, while a few stars begin showing interest in the treasury itself. Still, Changxion isn't completely satisfied, knowing that choosing a reward from here might put him under Pebblesag's leash. In a few moments, the list disappears as the time runs out, and Pabilsag is left confused, not understanding what this weirdo is trying to pull. Some gods begin to question his hidden motives, but since he didn't make a selection, the final reward is converted into achievement points. As a result, he gains 1 million karma. Chang-Sun knows that letting the reward system stack up like this will be incredibly useful later on. That's exactly how he plans to take advantage of it. Meanwhile, Pabilsag pulls a dissatisfied face and asks Chang-Sun to officially accept his candidacy as her apostle. But this hotshot lets her know he's after more than just a title. He wants real experience, and he never planned to stay a mere candidate. All in all, his karma points now total 2,015,000, and he's clearly come out on top from betting against the gods. Suddenly, Pabilsag bursts out in rage, accusing him of mocking her and warning that he'll regret it. Still, the guy doesn't give a damn. He sees no reason to play weak, especially when some gods are already grabbing popcorn to enjoy the drama. Others are intrigued, noticing Chang-Sun isn't content with just being an apostle candidate. Even the gods who had written him off are now showing amusement and interest. As multiple system windows pop up all around, Chang-Sun knows that after proving his unmatched value, most of these divine beings are bound to flock to his side. Also, the lad figures that if the conflict with Bel Marduk is the real deal, then Tiamat's side will definitely be in need of more talented people. Meanwhile, Chang-Sun throws on his goofy look just as Pabilsag turns her head away, glaring at him with fiery eyes. He's pleased to see that everything's going exactly the way he planned, and now he's ready to move forward with the next phase. With his personal dagger in hand, he's set to begin. On top of that, nothing from the bloody mamba is going to waste. He's collected its blood, 5 tendons, 2 eyes, and more. A handful of gods are keeping a close eye on him, curious to see what he'll pull off next. His bold rejection of Pabilsag and the ambition he's shown have already spread all across the heavens. As a result, more gods have started tuning in to the dungeon channel KR9721, and the number of viewers connected at the moment is completely unknown. Meanwhile, back at the safe zone, the gray dude wonders if he can actually pull this off as a player, especially after seeing some drunkard make it happen. The redhead thinks the guy's lost his mind, but Gray is convinced that this place is meant for people to awaken their talents, so he's sure he can do it too. The lad even asks to be watched. Suddenly, a divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, takes interest in the talents of the player John Chung-jae. His buddy is completely shocked to see a god paying attention to him when he hasn't even taken the awakening test. Just then, the system announces that an administrator has surfaced, and a bunny-looking creature drops down from the sky. The thing introduces himself as Harold, the administrator of the KR channel, cheerfully greeting everyone. Harold, the bunny man who calls himself the administrator of the Korean channel, happily greets everyone with a bright smile. Out of nowhere, he bursts into laughter, spinning a golden clock in his hand like it's some kind of toy. The other players stare at him, completely confused about why this odd creature suddenly showed up. Harold, still cheerful, admits that he probably interrupted their break without meaning to. He, seeing how curious they all are, goes on to say that something unusual is about to happen, and he hopes everyone can be understanding about it. Hae-san is left stunned, unsure what to make of the situation. Not only that, Harold goes on to explain that while the Administrator Bureau follows a non-interference policy with a high degree of freedom, they're doing their best to stay out of everyone's business. However, he drops a bomb on them, saying the transmission rates in this dungeon channel have spiked so much that upper management is getting seriously irritated. Apologetically, he announces that the difficulty will now be adjusted. Everyone is horrified as Harold shatters the safe zone, declaring that it no longer exists. From now on, the difficulty level will be based on the achievements acquired so far. Not only that, but the monster's aggression, attack, and defense levels will all be ramped up. The whole crowd starts screaming at Harold for ruining the dungeon experience, while Hae-sun realizes this is exactly like last time. They're filtering people out again, only keeping the strong ones alive, and it pisses him off. This triggers a memory flashback where Hae-sun remembers being the last one standing while everyone else lay dead on the ground. Back then, the gods and stars had sent an administrator to crank up the difficulty in order to pinpoint which exceptional novices could become promising apostles. Now, he wonders if he's supposed to watch people die all over again just because some god thinks Chang-Sun has potential. Meanwhile, Harold hasn't just robbed them of their resting time, the safe zone is gone too, and now all the monsters have been granted a high degree of freedom. The system declares that players must survive the attacks of hungry predators. They're allowed to form parties of up to 10 members and will receive various equipment rewards based on their individual contributions. Hunting monsters will earn them orbs of fire, and they must collect 99 of these crystals in order to clear the second stage. The players are stunned, none of them having ever heard of this before. Then, Harold casually announces that a monster wave is incoming in 5 seconds. Out of nowhere, Harold spots Park Hae-sun and calls him out, recognizing him as the sole survivor of the evil dragon's den. He reveals that the Administrator Bureau keeps close tabs on him, saying there's no way they wouldn't know who he is, then finishes with a chilling prayer for him to stay safe. After 5 seconds, the second stage kicks off as monsters flood into what used to be the safe zone, which clearly isn't safe anymore. While most players are frozen in fear or practically pissing themselves at the sight of the terrifying wolves, Chungjae bolts forward, seeing this as his chance to rise above the rest. The divine being, owl that pierces through the twilight, declares his blessing is with him. Meanwhile, Chang-Sun calmly takes in the black mamba's poisonous fang, satisfied that he's getting closer to achieving full poison immunity. All of a sudden, the second stage kicks off, with curious gods keeping their eyes on Lee Chang-Sun and placing bets on whether he'll survive. In an instant, Chang-Sun realizes this is the filtering process, even though he thought he had more time before it began. He figures the bet with Pabalsag might have pushed things forward, drawing too much attention and causing a massive traffic of gods tuning into his progress. After checking his stats, he's clearly bothered by how low his stamina is and considers grabbing some rest. But it's obvious things are no longer going his way. Just then, he spots a fire lizard nearby and immediately picks up that the first stage focused on organic poison, which means this stage must be all about fire poison. Chang-Sun wonders if the next rounds will throw ice poison, metal poison, or even corpse poison at him. Something weird like that. The fire lizard matches his pace, and as Chang-Sun starts absorbing the fire energy, he grips his dagger tightly, ready to end it. With that, the battle erupts as he goes all in against the fiery beast. Just like that, Mr. Doom slashes through the snake's flesh with the evil dragon's snaggletooth dagger, slicing the fire lizard clean in half. With the creature down, Chang-Sun finally defeats it, but he quickly realizes that hunting these things in packs would be real trouble, since their stamina is nothing like the black mambas. Soon after, he discovers an orb of fire and wastes no time devouring it. After swallowing the orb, Chang-Sun gains low-grade fire resistance and collects 20,000 units of fire energy. He even ends up breathing fire like a circus freak, feeling the urge to consume more orbs. On top of that, there's a second requirement for achieving full poison immunity. The 8 trigram earns heat energy. Now that he's finally secured the embers needed for it, the lad charges downtown, launching attacks on more fire lizards. Poison immunity is one of the unique abilities of Chang-Sun's old foe, Antares, the Scorpio among the 12 zodiacs. It grants Antares not only resistance to all poisons, but also the deadly trait of creating blood-based toxins. Even when Chang-Sun had enough power to go toe-to-toe with him, he eventually fell victim to the curse of Gaia. That curse severely drained his divine status, leading to his ultimate defeat. Still, despite all that, Lee Chang-Sun somehow caught the attention of Thanatos, the king of the underworld, through some twist of fate. Thanks to that encounter, Chang-Sun began learning parts of the secret arts of the fallen stars. Thanatos even let him know that he would be able to study as many of these forbidden techniques as possible here. No doubt about it, these arts are powerful enough to take down most of the 12 zodiacs, and that's exactly what makes them all the more valuable to Chang-Sun. Aside from that, Thanatos told him that the fallen stars were once tried as criminals and cast into the underworld. The 12 zodiacs, in their climb to power, made countless enemies along the way, and many of those fallen stars still hold deep grudges against them. The ones known as the 10 Elders each passed down their teachings to Chang-Sun, and among them, the very first was a shortcut to gaining poison immunity. That first elder, a fallen star who lost his daughter to Antares, was the one who offered Chang-Sun his knowledge out of pure hatred and vengeance. Meanwhile, Chang-Sun's busy stuffing his mouth with orbs of fire, breathing out flames like some circus freak. Still, he knows this fire energy isn't enough to light up the 8 trigrams urn. He makes up his mind to find the source and devour the orbs of even stronger and more tenacious creatures. On the other hand, Chungjae is fired up, determined to match Chang-Sun's pace. Without wasting a second, he charges forward, running wild and taking down a fire lizard of his own. He's so fired up that he desires to leave the so-called tyrant in the dust. Then the results pop up. Chang-Sun is sitting comfortably at the top with 7,500 points. Chungjae takes second place with 565 points, and Hasten trails behind with 150 points. Chungjae is completely stunned, convinced that Chang-Sun must be using some kind of cheat or shortcut to pull ahead like that. Right then, the divine being whispers to him that it's okay to take shortcuts too. With that in mind, Chungjae grows desperate, begging for more power to climb faster. Luckily, the divine being is more than willing to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Haesun remains on his feet while most of the players lie on the ground, completely out of breath, thinking this world really is made only for the talented. Haesun glances around and sees how drained everyone looks after 3 brutal days of non-stop monster waves. The jealousy among them is thick, and it's only growing stronger now that 2 players have powered up beyond belief. Just then, Chungjae shouts that he's unlocked a new skill, thrilled that the gods have finally answered his prayers. This way, all the players gathered here might actually have a shot at surviving the dungeon. But the Grey Dude is certain that if things keep heading in this direction, especially with something like the Queen of the Mountain lurking, everyone's going to end up dead. Chungjae mutters that the guy isn't even human, clearly talking about Chang-Sun, who at that moment slices off a mountain deer's head and swallows another orb of fire without hesitation. Just as he's leaving the cave, something catches his eye. It's a girl being chased by a red-eyed bear, screaming like she's seconds away from being torn apart. Chang-Sun steps in and decapitates the bear with a clean strike, saving her just in time. Calmly, he asks if she's okay, reminding her that they came into the dungeon together, so there's no reason for her to be afraid of him. Then he bluntly asks where the others are. Tearfully, she reveals that all her friends are dead, abandoned by someone named John Chungjae. While the bimbo is filling him in about that piece of jerk, John Chungjae, who tricked them all, she mentions how the guy lured them in with promises of sharing the power of a goddess and then carved an owl symbol onto their hands. That's enough for Chang-Sun to confirm they were seriously scammed. He figures it's the brand of a demon, not a divine being, recognizing right away that the real seal of the owl that pierces through the twilight doesn't look like that. He explains that anyone marked with that fake brand when they die ends up having both their vitality and soul taken. Vitality goes straight to the host, and the soul gets devoured by the demon. So yeah, that means Chungjae must have gotten stronger through all this. Even so, Chang-Sun finds the brand too high grade to be something a low-tier demon pulled off, thinking it's probably the work of a greater demon, someone who even surpasses a demon king in rank. Still, he's confident it won't amount to much against him. Meanwhile, the bimbo keeps clinging to him, asking for his help without letting up. The lad is clearly annoyed by the girl tagging along, stating flatly that saving her from the firework bear should have been enough. But she's all fired up, boldly claiming she'll do anything, from cleaning to cooking, as long as it helps her grow stronger. That's when Chang-Sun spots something different in her eyes and figures she's dead set on avenging her friends. She even offers her favorite chocolate in exchange for buying his help. He's weirded out by that but decides to test her resolve anyway. So first thing he does, he moves in to edit that brand. On the other hand, John Chungjae is getting energized all over again. The system announces that the cursed player, Shin Jingwan, has died, and according to the brand contract, Chungjae inherits all of his remaining vitality. Then Kim Mina dies too, and her vitality also flows into this jerk. He can feel his body growing stronger, rising fast. The divine being seems pleased with how much his family has grown so far. When Chungjae looks half-possessed, his buddy tries to check on him but quickly backs off. Even he's got that owl symbol carved into his hand, and it's giving off a seriously bad vibe. That seal is clearly limiting their actions. He knows something's off with Chungjae, and he can't even speak up about it. Meanwhile, Chungjae's busy yelling at the others for being too slow, though they claim to have found what he asked for. The redhead clenches his teeth, fully aware this guy has turned them all into his slaves. It's a walking prison now, and they're all chained to him. Chungjae is fired up after finding what he's been searching for and immediately declares the start of the boss raid. This scumbag is itching to throw Lee Chang-Sun into the gutter, just like what was done to him. Meanwhile, the divine being watches his brooding rage with keen, observant eyes. On the other side, the little girl curiously asks what's going on, as the system announces that an unknown number of people are currently connected to the dungeon channel, with many gods showing deep interest in keeping tabs on those clearing the dungeon with fascination. Amid all that, the girl is carefully dodging mini tornadoes like her life depends on it. Suddenly, he activates the skill Gale Sprint. The zombies are instantly smitten with her, and the rune of captivation successfully charms the rotten zombies and breaking ghouls. Just like that, Chang-Sun swoops in and decapitates all the rotten monsters. Back then, he tells her she's definitely got a talent for running away, and so he decides to engrave the rune of captivation on her, making sure the monsters lock their focus on her. With that done, he instructs her to sprint right through the enemies, ordering her not to worry one bit about what's happening behind her. In the present, Chang-Sun wipes out all the rotten zombies, leaving a trail of corpses behind him, then casually asks the girl if that was the last one so far. That's when the little chipmunk pops up behind him, proudly announcing that she lured in every monster within a 300-meter radius. As for the preparations he asked for, she declares that everything's done and working just fine. When he tells her to get as far away as possible, he makes it clear she won't be able to do much against what's about to show up. Besides, he finds the way she looks at him with total trust kind of burdensome. Meanwhile, the lad knows if things go the way he planned, it'll trigger some serious trauma, because now, standing before him, is the final boss of Poison. A massive decomposing plague spider crawls into view, and things suddenly get real. The girl's face turns pale when she sees the monster behind him, but Chang-Sun's already locked in, eyes glowing golden yellow as he prepares to face this giant spider alone. A horde of demonic undead with glowing red eyes and twisted faces screams in agony, their tangled bodies radiating darkness and rage. Nearby, a massive spider-like monster lets out a roar, its body crawling with clinging undead. Lee Chang-Sun steps forward, calm and focused, as the snake that wraps around the world grants him a temporary skill boost. His snake eyes evolve into viper eyes, giving him the precision of a hunting serpent. The skill, now at level 1, falls under the active category and enhances his ability to spot weaknesses and sharpen his senses. Lee figures the divine being is testing him by giving all these benefits without asking for anything in return. Determined to prove himself, he locks onto the spider's leg, His low-grade poison resistance kicks in on its own and even levels up right after. The fire energy gathered in his body purges the poison, earning him a strengthened fire attribute and a 5-point stamina boost for completing the Root of Fire Extinguishing, which collected 666 orbs of fire. Moving quickly, Lee slashes at his target with clean, precise force. As he fights, he thinks about how he needs something flammable to grow the fire in the 8 trigrams urn, and he knows that venom burns best. His mind races through different types of venom, settling on the venom glands of the plague spider as the best possible fuel. Lee charges toward the spider, aiming to strike right in front of its heart. As he stabs it, he thinks about how tough the monster is, while undead figures with glowing red eyes hurl acid at him from all directions. He keeps running, feeling the pressure, and realizes that the level he gained in just 3 days isn't enough. Admitting that this challenge is too much for a starter, he decides to retreat and begins to leave the area. Not far away, a guy with light-colored hair and a blue jacket is breathing heavily, frozen in shock at the sight of countless demonic corpses scattered around. He briefly thinks of Lee Chang-Sun but quickly shakes the thought off, convinced there's no way Lee could have pulled this off. It had to be something else. Suddenly, the system announces that a major accomplishment is taking place. In the dungeon ranking, Lee Chang-Sun is first with 29,550 points, John Chung-jae is second with 1,230, and Park Hae-sung is third with 550. The man in the blue jacket stares, dumbfounded. The system then issues another message, warning him that the divine being will not forgive him if he keeps dishonoring his name, despite being his chosen representative. It declares that this is his final warning. Now genuinely scared and panicking, he begins to suspect that something is seriously off. No ordinary person could rise that fast. Then a twisted thought enters his mind. Whether it's through cleverness or outright cheating, he'll do whatever it takes to be acknowledged by the goddess again. Just then, the system chimes again, announcing that player Lee Chang-Sun is currently engaged in combat with the decomposing plague spider. The guy with light-colored hair and a blue jacket grows furious after hearing the update and starts thinking about killing Lee Chang-Sun. Meanwhile, Lee is sprinting from the spider as the system informs him that the decomposing plague spider is now in a highly agitated state. As he moves, Lee recalls the conversation he had with the little girl who told him she had gathered all the monsters within a 300-meter radius. She said she had made all the preparations and asked if there was anything else he needed her to do. Just then, the spider falls into the trap, and a wave of relief washes over Lee as he sees that his plan worked. The rune of explosion activates, igniting the decomposing plague spider in a fiery blast, and the divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world bursts into laughter at the terrifying trap Lee has set. Right after, the rune of penetration kicks in, and the deity laughs even harder at the pitiful spider caught so perfectly. As a reward for completing the task titled Rat That Is in Poison, Lee earns 5 intelligence points and a low-grade trap setup skill. Grabbing the rope to climb out, Lee thinks to himself that this is only the beginning of the traps he plans to set. The spider bleeds heavily, and as Lee Chang-Sun clings to the rope, he thinks to himself that this thing really is the final boss, bleeding like crazy. Suddenly the rope snaps, and Lee is caught off guard when he sees the spider trying to flee. Shouting that he won't let it escape, he launches himself after it. Meanwhile, another man arrives with a group of people and is stunned to witness Lee battling the monstrous spider. Realizing how dangerous the situation is, he decides not to interfere yet, thinking they'd all end up dead if they jumped in now. Instead, he chooses to wait for the perfect moment, hoping Lee and the spider will wear each other down. With a twisted grin, the man in the blue jacket schemes to use the ordinary people around him as pawns, figuring he could push them toward Lee to weaken him further. He also knows Lee avoids hurting innocent people, which would make things much easier. He even considers keeping someone as leverage or a hostage, just to make sure he comes out on top. But then he freezes when he sees the little girl he thought was dead. A wave of shock hits him as he wonders if Lee Chang-Sun had saved her. The girl, wide-eyed, watches Ajusi's fight in awe, unaware of the danger creeping her way. The guy in the blue jacket turns even more twisted inside, now thinking of making the little girl his prey, believing it'll simplify everything. Meanwhile, Lee charges toward the spider, cutting through a swarm of undead with glowing red eyes. He leaps onto the spider and stabs it hard. The system calls it a critical hit and notifies him that his strikes are now infused with the law of increase. The system announces that Lee Chang-Sun has completely wiped out the decomposing plague spider's remaining health with his devastating critical hits, officially defeating it. Holding a chunk of the spider with pride, Lee bites into it, then spits out the acid like a stream of water. The system notifies him that he has leveled up and reached level 20, and that he has reclaimed the 5th section, the final area needed to complete the dungeon mission. As the final scores are calculated, the system declares the dungeon ranking with a maximum of 100,000 points. Lee Chang-Sun secures first place with 97,450 points. John Chung-jae comes in second with 2,000 points, and Park Hae-sung lands in third with 550 points. The Administrative Bureau promises to award Lee with bonus achievement points for his extraordinary contribution, and many gods express a strong interest in him, eager to make him theirs. The system also warns that the dungeon will soon begin to close. The divine being, known as the snake that wraps around the world, scoffs at the gods and stars now scrambling to claim Lee, reminding him that he was the first to show interest. Meanwhile, the man in the blue jacket sees Lee sitting down and assumes he's too drained to even stand. Believing this is his chance, he tries to blend into the crowd and orders the people with him to attack Lee. But to his shock, Lee suddenly bursts into laughter. At that moment, the system chimes in once more, reporting that the divine being has also broken into laughter, sensing that something truly entertaining is about to begin. The system announces that player John Chung-jae and the others around him have fallen into a trap, leaving the guy in the blue jacket and the people with him both shocked and unsure of what just happened. With a bright, wicked smile curling on his lips, Lee Chang-Sun calmly says it's over for them. The people with John Chung-jae rush toward Lee Chang-Sun, determined to kill him, but Lee stands his ground, eyes locked on them, and then moves with astonishing speed, his sword flashing as it cuts down anyone in his path. Everyone is stunned by how fast and clean his strikes are. Just then, a quest notification appears, "Escape the ambush," and the divine being watches with sharp interest. As Lee cuts his way through the chaos, he zeroes in on John Chung-jae, who is paralyzed with fear, yet somehow manages to block an attack and barely dodge the next. Terrified and completely outmatched, John screams for help, demanding everyone stop Lee, but his voice shakes with fear. Park observes the unfolding chaos from a distance, scoffing to himself that John is nothing but a toy of the gods, a puppet they use just to pass the time, while Lee has clearly been the real focus all along. The people who are dying at Lee's hands start begging John to save them, but Park still sees John as nothing more than decoration in Lee's brutal tutorial round. Suddenly, the system announces the death of the cursed player Woo Jong-woon. As per the contract of Stigma, his life force should have transferred to John Chung-jae, but it fails. John stares in horror, unable to comprehend why. Meanwhile, Lee closes the gap with terrifying speed, his blades slicing through the air. John raises his sword in desperation, but Lee drives his weapon straight into John's hand, and blood pours out as John lets out a scream. John Chung-jae screams in pain, only to suddenly freeze in shock as he watches the life force of the cursed player flow not into him, but into Lee Chang-sun. Confused and horrified, John can't believe what he's seeing. At the same moment, Lee calmly tilts his head, trying to remember who John even is. John's eyes widen with rage, and he yells that he was dropped from the team because of Lee. Pretending to be surprised, Lee then smiles casually and says he remembers now. John was that guy who whined about getting kicked out and embarrassed himself in front of everyone. Still grinning, Lee remarks that John hasn't changed at all. Furious, John begins crying and screams that he's not the same anymore, shouting that a goddess is backing him now. He charges at Lee in a rage, but the system coldly announces that the divine being looks down at this pathetic servant, viewing him as nothing but a worthless existence. John breaks down, sobbing in denial, wondering if he's just a side character after all. Meanwhile, the system notifies Lee that he failed the sudden quest to escape the ambush. Unbothered, Lee calmly draws his sword. John trembles, screaming through tears as panic takes over. He flashes back to the day Lee won the trophy, crowned as the victor, and realizes he should never have followed him out of envy. Cursing himself and Lee with every breath, Jian doesn't even notice the moment Lee's sword slices through his neck. With that, the cursed player John Chung-jae receives the penalty of death and dies. Based on the contract of Stigma, the remaining life force of John Chung-jae begins transferring to the host. The people standing around his corpse are stunned as a wave of raw power pours out of him and flows directly into Lee Chang-sun. The system announces that it will take some time to fully absorb the transfer. While this is happening, Lee recalls the moment he carved a stigma onto a little girl's arm using a knife made from a monster's bone, turning her into a host, just like John. Back then, he warned her that taking in all that power at once would kill her, so he added a rune of path beside it to help her absorb the energy safely. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world advises Lee to take his time, reminding him that this energy is unlike what he's used to and that he shouldn't be greedy. Sometimes, he says, it's smarter to discard certain power depending on the situation. The snake god is impressed by how Lee hacked the stigma, calling his use of a low-level rune as a conduit absolutely brilliant. Meanwhile, Lee grimaces in disappointment, thinking the power tastes awful, like drinking a cheap elixir pretending to be aged for 100 years. Still, the divine being is amazed that the tutorial is playing out exactly as hoped. Lee realizes that all of this is part of a greater test. The system then announces that the divine being is selecting a gift for Lee in appreciation for such an entertaining performance, and that it will be revealed in 5 seconds. At the same time, the life force of those nearby starts draining away, and they begin screaming, panicking, and demanding help. 2 options, yes and no, appear before Lee. Watching this unfold, Park instantly understands what's happening. He thinks back to the past and realizes that if Lee Chang-Sun had failed to meet their expectations, or had been even a little boring, they would have erased him without hesitation. Park looks into Lee Chang-Sun's eyes and senses nothing but emptiness, assuming Lee has already decided to take the life forces of the people without a second thought. To him, there's no reason to turn down a gift from the gods, especially since Lee doesn't even seem to hesitate. But then, Lee unexpectedly chooses no, and the countdown comes to a stop. The system announces that the divine being is confused by his decision, pointing out that he was offering Lee the magic power he needed as a reward. The divine being then advises that a human life, in many ways, is a convenient tool for gaining massive amounts of magic power. But Lee simply replies that he doesn't trust anyone who hides their name. At that, the system reports the divine being's initial confusion before he bursts into laughter upon realizing his name was still hidden. The system then announces that the divine being has revealed his name, the great demon who chases after the abyss, and stares at Lee Chang-Sun with a wily grin. Lee freezes in place, stunned as he realizes it's Mephistopheles. That's when it hits him. He's made a huge mistake. The system follows up by informing him that the divine being is asking whether Lee knows who he truly is. Trying to recover, Lee denies it and says he was just surprised by the mention of Great Demon in the title. Mephistopheles is one of the strongest demons, feared even among the great demons, so powerful that even Tiamat has to make elaborate preparations just to go against him. Known for his love of solitude, he rarely appears in public and keeps a low profile. The great demon who chases after the abyss senses that Lee isn't being completely honest, but doesn't seem to mind at all. Lee Chang-Sun starts wondering why someone like Mephistopheles would even show up here, trying to figure out the deeper purpose behind it all. The system then informs him that the divine being known as the great demon who chases after the abyss is now asking about his desire. At the same time, another system message pops up, reporting that the divine being called a good season to hunt is strongly protesting against the great demon and warning him not to set his sights on Lee Chang-Sun. Hearing that, Lee smiles, realizing that Pilbasag hasn't left after all. He had assumed she was gone since he couldn't see her anywhere, but now it's clear she's been keeping her guard up against Mephistopheles like a protective mother. Lee feels a wave of relief, glad that she's still watching over him because truthfully, he has no idea what to do next. The system suddenly announces that the dungeon closure, which had been paused, is now resuming, and tells everyone to brace for impact. The countdown starts at 10. Just then, the little girl yells, "Ajusi, stop!" and Lee turns around. The system reports that the target of the Rune of Captivation has been successfully captivated. She shouts at him to give her his contact number. Without a word, Lee drops the knife made from a monster's bone and she catches it. He tells her that if she takes that knife to the address written on its back, she'll be able to remove the stigma. He admits he's not the best at dealing with stigmas himself, but promises they'll meet again if fate allows it. The countdown hits 2. Lee tells her to stay safe and sound while she keeps screaming for him not to go. As the countdown hits 1, a bright light fills the air, and the system announces that the dungeon has been completely destroyed, praising everyone for their efforts. The little girl slowly opens her eyes and sees people gathered around her, murmuring that there were survivors and that it wasn't an outbreak after all. Confusion spreads as they wonder how the dungeon mission was completed with only one player involved, and someone quickly mentions contacting headquarters. The girl's eyes search until she spots her parents, and the moment they reunite, they embrace tightly, overwhelmed with tears and joy that she survived. But even as people cry with relief, there's a lingering sadness, because Ajusi is nowhere to be seen. The little girl, heart-heavy, clutches the knife he gave her. Somewhere far from the noise, Lee Chang-Sun stands under the night sky, quietly watching the moon. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world gently remarks that while living an intense life has its thrill, there's something just as beautiful about spending the night beneath peaceful skies. At the same time, the system notifies Lee that the great demon who chases after the abyss is still waiting for his answer. Lee reflects that even though things unfolded differently than he expected, he has returned. The system reports that the divine being known as the good season to hunt is clearly showing aggression toward the gods who've taken an interest in Lee Chang-Sun. At the same time, the divine being called the snake that wraps around the world bursts into laughter while licking its tongue, clearly entertained by the situation. The great devil that chases after the abyss completely ignores the tension and continues waiting patiently for Lee Chang-Sun's answer. The good season to hunt keeps urging Lee to focus on what she's saying, while the great devil watches him with silent anticipation. Lee thinks that, in the beginning, he believed getting the attention of just 2 or 3 gods would be enough for him to make it, but after completing the tutorial this perfectly, it seems like an unusual number of divine beings are drawn to him. This might even be the first time so many gods have shown this kind of interest in someone. Then the system announces that a scenario quest called Protection God Choice has now been established. It explains the protection star system, where the player must choose one divine being as their protection god who will grant them blessings and powers, but warns that this choice is permanent, as the protection god will remain with the player until the end of their life. The divine being called Good Season to Hunt shows her interest and confidently claims she's the best choice, promising Lee Chang-Sun incredible hunting and dagger skills, along with the role of First Arrow. The snake that wraps around the world argues that it's the best fit for Lee's personality, calling him insidious and power-hungry, and offers him the role of Wise Enlightened. Meanwhile, the great devil that chases after the abyss stays quiet, still waiting for an answer, offering the mysterious and powerful role of the final observer. Lee quietly watches everything unfold, thinking that the best candidates among them are Pabilsag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles, deciding there's no need to consider the others since they're not as well known or influential. 4 minutes pass when he suddenly remembers another god who had shown him deep favor, Owl that Pierces the Dusk. Lee then recalls that this divine being is actually the true owner of Minerva, the same one Mephistopheles had falsely claimed for himself. Lee Chang-Sun grows curious when he notices that the divine being who always fights for justice has taken an interest in him. He figures it must have happened when he resisted the temptation of the seal and saved others, and he feels glad about that moment, as the scale that was tilted toward evil now finds some balance. The system reports that the righteous scale stands at 40%, while the evil scale is at 60%. All the divine beings, Good Season to Hunt, Owl that Pierces the Dusk, the great devil that chases after the abyss, and snake that wraps around the world, are eagerly waiting to hear Lee Chang-Sun's answer. 9 gods are on edge, watching closely to see who he will choose as his protection star. The system informs him that without a protection star, he won't receive any blessings or powers, which will cause him to fall behind other players of the same level, and it urges him to make a decision soon. But Lee Chang-Sun stays silent. In the end, the system reports that his time has run out and he hasn't chosen anyone. Lee Chang-Sun receives an achievement titled An Enchanting Man for rejecting all the offers from the gods. The divine beings that had shown interest in him grow aggressive and disgusted by his never-ending greed. The system then reports that Lee Chang-Sun's fame has increased, and the achievement has earned him 100,000 karmas. As he looks up at the World Player Council for Freedom Association building, he thinks this might be even harder than the time he spent in the dungeon. It's an organization under the UN Safety Management Bureau that was established decades ago to manage the dungeons and gates that suddenly appeared and completely flipped the Earth's ecosystem. At times, it holds immense power, even operating with transnational status and investigative authority, especially when it comes to the higher-ups running the association. Cha Yayun, a third-class agent of the association, is shouting at the weirdo about something she saw on her phone, and he replies while working on his computer, saying it must have been the work of those reporters who kept snapping shots of them. The weirdo is reading articles on his screen. One covers the Jamsil break, which had been the center of attention for the past 5 days, finally coming to a close. Another quotes an association staff member saying the issue occurred despite extreme precautions and that it wasn't a big deal. One article questions whether the broken dungeon should just be left as is, and another reports that experts believe the association's excessive display of power has only added to the public's anxiety. Cha Yayun tells the weirdo that she had been suffering non-stop for the past 5 days as the one in charge on site. The weirdo is stunned when, after reading the articles, she tells him she evacuated residents, set up a barrier with the police and military, and even secured emergency support from nearby countries by grabbing executives by the collar. She asks him what about it then. The weirdo simply points to the bottommost article that reads, "Who is L in Vale?" and asks her to take a look. Cha Yayun wondered where this had leaked from, and when the weirdo reminded her it was a no-smoking zone, she flared up, told him to read the room, and threatened to shut his mouth for him. The weirdo just shrugged and gave a half-hearted apology, clearly not caring. She reminded him that she had ordered him to block all outside contact, and he replied that it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Still, he was glad the press was treating it like just another tabloid story, and wasn't even paying attention to L, since the rookie who had just shown up had closed a 2-star dungeon all by himself and then vanished without a trace. The weirdo was in disbelief after hearing that. Cha Yayun was wondering if that citizen might be demonic and thought they needed to reach him before the clans did, but she was tense because, despite all their efforts, they still hadn't found him. There wasn't even a single trace of him on the surveillance cameras. Just then, a boy suddenly shouted that he had found him, which shocked Cha Yayun. She quickly asked where he was, and the boy casually replied, "At his home." At that moment, Lee Chang-Sun stepped inside and said, "I'm back." His dog got all excited seeing him. Lee Chang-Sun smelled something amazing and walked into the kitchen where his mom was cooking. She asked if he had eaten, and he said no. His mom was shocked to see how terrible he looked, while Lee Chang-Sun was thinking about kimchi soup, the smell hitting him for the first time in 100 years. The delicious aroma made him feel like his consciousness was slipping away, even though he used to hate kimchi jjigae. Lee Chang-Sun picked up Kokosuna and told him to stop licking him, saying it felt just as good for him to meet Kokosuna too. His mom mentioned that the kimchi jjigae was almost ready and suggested he take a bath while she set the table. Hugging Kosuna tightly, Lee Chang-Sun felt truly happy, thinking to himself that after 100 years, he was finally home. The kimchi jjigae is all set on the table, and the whole family, including Lee Chang-Sun, sits down to eat quietly while he thinks to himself that this is exactly why he started avoiding getting attached. His father, along with his sister and brother, gets ready to head out. It crosses his mind that his father's side of the family runs a kind of conglomerate, with his dad inheriting a big hospital, while his mom comes from a line of scholars known for their work in law and diplomacy. His mother asks his siblings if they'll be late again today, and his older brother replies that he might be since he has a surgery scheduled in the evening. Lee Chang-Sun thinks about how his older brother followed in their father's footsteps and went to medical school, while his older sister majored in music and won a bunch of awards in different competitions. She heads out after telling their mom she's not sure if she'll be home early since she has a performance in the countryside. Lee Chang-Sun compares himself to his siblings, thinking that he's always been super competitive since he was a kid and completely obsessed with games. He was always treated like an outsider. While eating, he thinks about how no one even seems concerned, even though he came back home looking like a beggar after being gone for days. He realizes they're just trying to hold on to the good memories, and maybe that's why this house doesn't feel like home anymore. As he focuses on the kimchi stew, he wonders if it always tasted this good. Out of nowhere, his father shouts at him for staying so quiet. His mother, clearly worried, tries to calm him down, but his father tells her to stay out of it. His father starts scolding him, saying his mother fainted when the Jamsil gate opened and that people came looking for him, thinking he might have been swept into the gate. He tells him that his older brother was so worried he called every single hospital in Seoul to check if he had ended up in an emergency ward. Still furious, his father says that his older sister searched everywhere with their mother and even canceled her overseas work trip. He's clearly disappointed that after being gone for a few days, Lee Chang-Sun just shows up to eat, looking like a beggar. He says it makes him angry just seeing him still able to eat and scolds him, saying even beasts act better than he does. Then he tells him to go live somewhere else if he's going to keep acting like this and causing trouble for his mother and siblings. His mother tries to stop him and says maybe Lee is acting like this because he feels sorry for what he did. She gently tells Lee Chang-Sun to say something, reminding him that his father had really been worried about him. But his father, still fuming, stands up and leaves the house, slamming the door behind him. His mother consoles him, telling him not to take his father's words to heart since he just says whatever comes to mind when he's angry. Lee Chang-Sun notices the wrinkles on her face before he even realizes it, and in that moment, he understands just how neglectful he has been. He realizes that he has always been waiting for his family to worry about him, but he never once thought about reaching out to them first. His mom gently tells him to go get some rest in his room, and when Lee Chang-Sun apologizes to her, it completely catches her off guard. Lee Chang-Sun then tells her that he'll be more careful from now on. He walks into his room and sees a bunch of empty bottles scattered everywhere. Grabbing them and tossing them into the trash, he's shocked that he had been living in such a mess. Deciding it's time to clean things up, he starts with his room. Meanwhile, the weirdo and Cha Ya-yoon are driving in the car. The weirdo is stunned when he sees the new model she's driving, knowing there are only 100 units of it in the entire country. He can't believe she got her hands on it, and even more, how she managed to afford it with their low salaries. She casually reminds him that she's been taking on a lot of contract jobs. The weirdo asks if those jobs are even legal. Cha Ya-yoon, on the other hand, is eagerly waiting for Elle to show up. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun finally lies down on his bed after cleaning his room and lets out a deep breath. Just then, the system notifies him that a divine being called Good Season to Hunt is interested in what he'll do next and has offered to help him improve his hunting skills. Another divine being, known as the snake that wraps around the world, says that getting some rest is important too. Lee Chang-Sun finds it strange that even divine beings are paying attention to stuff like this. He remembers the worried faces of his family and decides he needs to show them that he's changed, that he's no longer an alcoholic, and that he can finally do his part as an adult. He realizes that if he focuses on becoming a proper player, his family will slowly begin to open their hearts to him again. This new beginning feels way better than he expected, and it gives him the push to move forward with his second plan sooner than he had originally thought. As he settles in, Lee Chang-Sun starts thinking about the monarch guy he has to deal with in the mundane world, and wonders if that guy is going to show up here too. Someone said the ruler residing in this world would undoubtedly be him. Lee Chang-Sun was confused and asked who that person was. The voice replied that he knew him very well, calling him the tiger trapped in hardships. Lee Chang-Sun gave an evil smile as he thought about one of his arch-nemeses, the same man who had been present at his divine punishment trial. He could still vividly remember how that man had laughed so heartily right in front of him, but getting to him wouldn't be easy. He was clever, brutal like a tiger, quick to catch on, and surrounded by a large number of loyal underlings. Lee Chang-Sun saw on his phone that the White Tiger clan would be recruiting new players in a month. He realized that with the gates opening, gods and stars were starting to appear on Earth, and new groups blessed and baptized by them were rising fast. He came to understand that the Void Monarch was the divine patron of the White Tiger clan. Lee couldn't help but think the guy was terrible at naming things. He even called his followers White Tigers, just because he himself was one. The clan was huge and ranked first in all of Korea. Lee Chang-Sun knew he didn't have the power to start a war right away, so he decided to slowly cut the guy's limbs one by one without letting him even realize it. He had to finish all his preparations within a month for that plan to work. Lee Chang-Sun heads out to the park near the Han River and tells his mom not to worry since he'll be back early. The driver asks if he's sure about the location, pointing out that it's a pretty remote spot. Once dropped off, Lee figures it's the perfect place. No humans, no animals, no distractions for what he's about to try. But then his stomach starts acting up, probably because he ate way too much kimchi stew after starving for so long. He thinks about handling it like he used to in the dungeons, but changes his mind and decides to just use a normal toilet this time, since it's been literally 100 years. Feeling refreshed, he moves on. He runs off and reaches a more secluded spot, then cuts his hand with a knife and writes on a tree using his own blood. The system notifies him that the rune of stealth has been deployed. He takes off his clothes and places them somewhere safe since he'll need them again before heading back. Then he calls to open the inventory. The system displays the contents: 13 bone spears carved from the ribs of a firework mountain goat, 21 small shields made by crushing a fire salamander's skull, 1 poisonous fang of a bloody mamba, 9 burned toenails of a firework tiger, 1 ice poison beak from an ice kite, 2 stingers of a burrowing scorpion, and 1 poisonous gland of a plague spider, all floating in water. He grabs the plague spider's poisonous gland and eats it. As he does, he recalls a conversation among the cloaked purples where one of them had said there was nothing better than venom as a fire starter to ignite a massive blaze. Another had explained that the pure fire energy stored within Lee's body was known for pushing back poison and destroying evil. Since it was a purifying flame made to cleanse, the old man had told him that any foreign substance trying to harm his body would instantly be detected and burned to a crisp. The stronger the foreign substance, the stronger the fire would burn. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that only then will the fire truly become the flame of the 8 trigrams urn. The old man had explained that as the fire of the 8 trigrams urn burns, all foreign substances and built-up waste inside the body are incinerated and purified. There's no better way to completely cleanse the body. With enough fire built up inside him, Lee starts the process, beginning from his heart. The system notifies him that the bloody mamba's poisonous fang has infiltrated his heart, and the venom is spreading fast. It reports that his low-grade poison resistance has been activated but isn't enough to hold out. A warning pops up, urging him to get rid of the bloody mamba's fang immediately and detoxify. But then the system updates again, saying he has completely absorbed the fang and discovered a hidden piece. Lee has successfully acquired the snake venom's gene and can now produce a small amount of the bloody mamba's poison himself. The system notifies him that 50,000 karma has been added to his achievement points. At the same time, it warns that he's in a critical state, as the firework tiger's burned toenail has invaded his liver and intestines. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is alarmed and completely at a loss, trying to figure out what Lee is attempting to do, and wondering if he has any item that could help him survive this. Meanwhile, the divine being called Snake that wraps around the world is both impressed and shocked that Lee Chang-Sun managed to uncover the hidden piece. He praises Chang-Sun for having a trick up his sleeve and watches with curiosity, wondering what will happen next. The divine being known as the great demon that chases after the abyss is still waiting for his reply, while the divine being called Owl that pierces through the twilight is cheering him on. The system reports that the burrowing scorpion's stinger has infiltrated his spleen and that he's on the brink of death. It also says that the plague spider's poisonous gland has spread into his lungs and that he has discovered another hidden piece. All 5 of his major internal organs are now filled with venom, and the 5 different poisons are clashing with each other. Lee Chang-Sun's poisoned state becomes severely intensified. His low-grade poison resistance activates but has no effect. The system warns him to complete the treatment quickly or risk death if it continues, but Lee Chang-Sun refuses. The system urges him again to begin detoxification immediately, warning that if the poisoned state persists, he could start developing serious disabilities. It reports that all of his body functions have become paralyzed. Then it notifies that mana is now flowing into the dormant fire inside Lee Chang-Sun. All of a sudden, he releases a massive wave of fire from his mouth, and the system reports that the fire has awakened and is now raging wildly. It adds that he has uncovered a hidden piece, causing the fire to grow even stronger. The system congratulates him for successfully igniting the legendary ancient sacred fire known as the Fire of the 8 Trigrams Urn, and confirms that he now has the ability to use it. As the fire keeps burning, his body starts to recover and regenerate. The poison energy inside him is being cleansed, and all the impurities are wiped out. His blood vessels, energy paths, and meridians fully open up. Even his magical power organs begin to regenerate, and he gains a magic power brazier along with the fire attribute. He completes the achievement titled Phoenix that Rose from the Ashes, earning 15 points to all his stats and a reward of continuous purification. The system also grants him the trait of immunity to 10 poisons and a new skill called Blood Poison. With a wicked smile, Lee Chang-Sun thinks to himself that he's finally become immune to 10 poisons. He tells the system window to open, and it displays his profile: Divine Name, Twilights of the Gods, currently unavailable. Nickname, Natural Enemy of Snakes. Affiliation, Underworld. Patron, None. Class, Runekeeper. Level, 20. Strength, 50. Dexterity, 48.4. Stamina, 45. Magic Power, 30.9. Intelligence, 47. And Will, 45.1. His skills include intermediate-grade dagger technique at level 7, low-grade rune production at level 2, low-grade rune engraving at level 1, Viper Eye at level 2, low-grade trap deployment at level 6, and blood poison at level 1. The effects he possesses are the 8 trigrams earns fire at level 1, and immunity to 10 poisons at level 1. His authorities include soul extortion at level 1 and executioner's sword at level 1. As for unique details, his body has started changing rapidly due to the newly acquired traits, and his additional stat points total 75. Lee Chang-Sun figures the next step is getting his hands on some weapons. Just then, the weirdo and Cha Yayun show up at his place. Seo Jungkwon casually comments that the association really lives up to its reputation for being slow, which clearly gets under Cha Yayun's skin. But before she can say anything, Seo adds that she still managed to arrive earlier than he expected. What really catches Cha Yayun off guard, though, is seeing Wu Youngan, head of human resources for the Sword of Wisdom clan, also known as Black Shamshir, standing there alongside Seo Jungkwon himself, the leader of the White Tiger clan's raiding team 2, better known as the Saber-Toothed Tiger. Cha Yayun feels a little disappointed in herself for being so careless. Meanwhile, over in the Shoemaker's Alley of the Sungsu neighborhood, Lee Chang-Sun is casually munching on sugar-coated cheese corn dogs, thinking to himself that there's really no comparison between refilling magic power and refueling with food. Based on what he's heard, he realizes that Twilight of the Gods is known as the King of Weapons. He remembers a conversation where someone told him that when he returned, he'd need a wide variety of weapons, and wouldn't he need a blacksmith who could meet those demands? Lee Chang-Sun had responded by wondering if such a person even existed. The man had confidently said absolutely. While Lee is wandering around looking for the place, the same guy asks if he needs anything and tells him to come find him. Lee replies that he's looking for Uyezi. The guy responds that they've been closed for more than 5 years. Lee Chang-Sun stares at the padlock, thinking it really has been closed for 5 years. But then he catches the scent of divine fire, which means someone is using a pretty decent brazier inside the market. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt perks up, clearly excited by the smell of good steel coming from within. Without hesitation, Lee breaks the padlock and pulls up the market shutter, revealing a huge collection of weapons inside. The divine being is overjoyed, practically buzzing with happiness from the fragrant scent of high-quality metal. She says this place is amazing, and that there's no better spot to call heaven. She looks around with wide, excited eyes, clearly thrilled by all the weapons, even crinkling her nose in pure delight. Bursting with excitement, she suddenly yells at Lee Chang-Sun, scolding him for paying attention to that odd-looking weapon instead of checking out all the great ones around him. She tells him to toss those weird weapons aside and focus on the good stuff instead. Lee Chang-Sun is holding and checking out the strange weapons when a blind man appears with his dog and asks who he is. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun's mother offers fruits to the guests, and everyone is struck by the graceful air she carries. Cha Yayun is thinking about how the value of rookies has gone completely crazy these days, while Seo Jungkwon is wondering if it really makes sense for things to escalate all the way from team leaders to department heads. It feels off to Cha Yayun, since these aren't the type of people who would personally show up just to recruit a rookie, unless they're talking about a true super rookie. Cha Yayun finds it odd that the representative of the White Tiger clan, known for having the strongest battle power in all of Korea, is none other than raiding team leader Seo Jungkwon, a guy who wears a fake mustache just because he believes every powerful warrior should have one. She also thinks about how the 5-Star Sword clan, which originally was just an affiliate of the major conglomerate 5-Star Group, has shot up in status and become a major clan in such a short time. Their head of human resources, Wu Youngan, is also the uncle of Wu Hyebin, one of the survivors of the recent gate incident. Cha Yayun can't help but wonder if all this attention is really just for a so-called super rookie and starts to feel like there's something different about Lee Chang-Sun. He's just one person after all. But even so, it seems like they're determined to make sure that if they can't recruit him, no one else can either. She looks at Seo Jungkwon and half-joking says he's such a busy person, then asks what brought him there. Seo Jungkwon says that if he doesn't show up, people will think he's just riding along for free. He asks Cha Yayun if she's not the one trying to meddle in their business, but she fires back that they were the ones who interfered first, and even stole their information. The two of them start arguing, with Seo Jungkwon accusing her of abusing government authority, which she quickly denies and fires back that he's the one getting in the way of official government work. In the middle of all this, Lee Chang-seon's mother calmly asks if they're there to recruit her son. They agree and start explaining their clans and associations. Lee Chang-seon's mother sits quietly and says she has heard them both. She tells them the decision is up to her youngest son, so they should ask him directly instead of her. She then politely asks if it's true that her son spent days in the Jamsil dungeon and requests that they tell her exactly what he did in that place. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon is sitting with the blind man and tells him he wants to create weapons. The blind man mocks him, asking how he could possibly believe he can do such a thing, especially in his current state. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt agrees with the blind man, saying his words are true and that the weapons there definitely weren't made by Lee Chang-seon. The divine being called Snake, that wraps around the world, scolds her for being too noisy and tells her to keep her mouth shut. As the blind man is leaving with his dog, Wilson, he says that if Lee Chang-seon came just to mock him, then he has done more than enough, and that the blacksmith shop has been closed for a long time. However, Lee Chang-seon points out that despite everything, the brazier is still warm and clearly being used, and the calluses on the man's right hand look fresh. That comment seems to hit a nerve. Lee Chang-seon then tells him not to let his loyal companion, the one who has become his eyes, go hungry just because times are tough. He offers the blind man 10 million won for each completed request and promises an extra 50 million won if he finishes all of them, no matter the quality. However, if the craftsmanship goes beyond his expectations, Lee Chang-seon promises a generous bonus. He asks for the man's account number and transfers 10 million won to his W bank account, which the blind man confirms on his phone. Lee Chang-seon tells him it's a down payment, not an advance, and asks if the amount is enough. The blind man says to send 5 million won more since he needs to pay off his overdue rent. Lee Chang-seon deposits the extra 5 million won into his W bank account and tells him to start calling him boss. The blind man says he's the promisee, but Lee Chang-seon corrects him, saying he's the promiser, then adds that once he takes his money, he's working only for him. The blind man repeats the request, listing off what Lee Chang-seon wants: 5 large axes, a small hand axe, 4 different types of swords, and a shield. Then, like he's confirming, he asks if that's everything. Lee Chang-seon adds that he'd also like a bow and some arrows, and mentions he's thinking about making armor in the future. He then deposits 100 million won into W Bank, but the blind man refuses, saying he can't take on the task. Lee Chang-seon explains that the money he sent is only to cover the material costs, and asks if the blind man needs more. He firmly tells him not to say things like he can't do it, warning that if the contract is broken, he'll have to pay back 3 times the amount he received. Hearing that, the blind man gets genuinely angry and disgusted, throwing a few insults his way, insults Lee Chang-seon clearly hears. The blind man then asks how Lee could place so much trust in him, especially when they've just met. Lee Chang-seon calmly agrees and says that he too is someone at a disadvantage, someone living with a disability. Still, he adds that there's no need for him to question those who make requests because he's the one who fulfills them. He reminds the blind man that he'll be the one making the items, and he'll be the one paying for them. The blind man accepts the request, but complains that it's hard to make everything since there isn't enough time. He also explains that he hasn't worked with iron in a long while, isn't used to it anymore, and it'll take him some time to figure out how to make those items since they're difficult to craft. Then the blind man brings up the biggest problem: he needs a special hammer to work with his brazier, but he doesn't have it. Lee Chang-seon asks if someone stole it or if something else happened. The blind man tells him that his senior brother took it. He explains that his brother used to be their father's disciple, but after their father died, his brother joined a big clan and took the hammer their father used. Lee Chang-seon looks disappointed and asks which clan his senior brother joined. The blind man replies that the clan is called High-Off. Lee Chang-seon looks completely clueless. The blind man is surprised he hasn't heard of High-Off, since they're one of the top 10 clans. Lee Chang-seon asks where the place is so he can go and bring the hammer back. The blind man warns him that it's a dangerous place, but Lee just shrugs and says it's not a problem. He'll wipe everyone out so there's no evidence left behind. The blind man agrees, feeling like he's being pulled deeper into Lee Chang-seon's strange gravity. He tells him the location is a grave in Seoul, Jungrang-gu, Bonghwa Mountain. Lee Chang-seon makes his way there, thinking there's only one reason why High-Off recruited his senior Jin Dae-won to open the grave. High-Off has long been known for secretly aiming to clear a dungeon shaped like a tomb, and Lee suspects they brought Jin Dae-won in to unlock the final chamber of that tomb, which he figures is either sealed shut or designed like a lock. Since it's probably a hidden area, Lee Chang-seon figures they brought Jin in because they couldn't locate or access it on their own. He wonders why the place is so hard to find, and assumes there must be something seriously valuable hidden inside. At 8:40 in the evening, he checks the time and texts his mom to let her know he'll be eating dinner outside. Then he looks up the High-Off clan online and finds out they're suspected of being involved in a long list of crimes. Lee Chang-Sun feels disgusted reading about them, and figures it wouldn't be such a bad thing if he ended up killing them all. The divine being known as the Owl, that pierces through the twilight, is pleased with his sense of justice and rewards him with unbending spirit, which comes with various blessings and benedictions, including mind immunity and an iron will. But Lee Chang-Sun thinks it's all just a misunderstanding and wishes the divine being had given him something more useful, like discerning eyes, or the goddess's blade and dagger. The divine beings, good season to hunt and snake, that wraps around the world are both excited about the battle that's about to unfold. Lee Chang-Sun puts on the Laughing Haho mask to hide his identity, a mask that works as both gear and a defensive item, offering a defense rating somewhere between 50 and 70. He equips the daggers made from Ice Kite's feathers, not because he wants a quick kill, but because he doesn't want things to end too easily. As he moves in, he stabs their heads with the daggers, instantly freezing them. Still, Lee Chang-Sun thinks scum like them deserve to suffer a little more before dying. Lee Chang-Sun uses his blood poison skill, which transforms into ice poison and seeps into the targets. He figures he probably shouldn't have used it so early, since the ice poison enhanced by blood poison makes the effect way more powerful than he expected. As he moves forward, he curses the people there to die painfully. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world is thoroughly impressed by his brutal method of killing and gets even more excited about what's coming next. Lee Chang-Sun then enters the dungeon known as Bestla's tomb and gains visibility by equipping the Laughing Haho mask. He assumes the blind man must have set up the brazier right in front of the boss room so he could easily forge keys when needed. And honestly, Lee wouldn't mind getting his rewards there either. Just then, the system announces that the dungeon mission has begun, titled Rob the Grave. The mission is to defeat the guardian protecting Bestla's tomb and steal the treasures hidden in the final chamber where the tomb's owner rests. The system also explains that the tomb is divided into 3 sections, each one filled with traps and devices designed to keep grave robbers out. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt gets even more fired up, clearly excited about what's coming next. Lee Chang-Sun steps forward, then suddenly stops, turns around and says, "Come out." Good Season to Hunt looks confused and tells him there's no one there, but Lee Chang-Sun keeps insisting, telling whoever is hiding to show themselves. He finally warns that if they don't reveal themselves, he'll hand this over to the next administrator. At that, Harold, the dungeon administrator, appears and calls Lee Chang-Sun an even more impatient player than she expected, telling him to take it easy. Harold, the dungeon administrator, greets Lee Chang-Sun with a bright smile and casually introduces herself like it's nothing serious. Good Season to Hunt stiffens in shock, clearly not expecting that kind of bastard to show up here. Harold playfully calls her mean and points out that everyone already knows he's around anyway, and that jab really hits a nerve as she shoots a sharp glare at the other gods tuning in, clearly rattled. Meanwhile, the snake that wraps around the world watches with a sigh, wondering how such a clueless god ended up in the middle of all this mess, then shakes his head with a pitying look. The divine being known as the great demon that chases after the abyss just stares at Harold in silence, while the owl that pierces through the twilight gently tries to calm the flustered Good Season to Hunt. Still, she ends up begrudgingly admitting that Harold's stealth is impressive, saying it takes some serious skill to fool even a god's authority. Lee Chang-Sun, already fed up with the back and forth, cuts in and tells everyone to shut down this ridiculous conversation. He turns to Harold and asks if she's been tailing him just to file her little report. Harold is momentarily taken aback that Lee Chang-Sun knows about the report, surprised that a so-called novice is familiar with the Administration Bureau's evaluation system, which records everything about targets that interest the gods. She quickly regains her composure, praises his insight, clearly impressed, and even starts scribbling into her report right on the spot. She admits that he's far more knowledgeable than the average novice or even most rankers, while Lee Chang-Sun just stares at her in silence. The report itself is bursting with information, all about how he's become the most talked about figure in the entire heavenly realm, with more and more gods watching him and growing obsessed by the minute. There's already heavy pressure coming from the Administrator Bureau, and Harold, who tried to follow Lee Chang-Sun in secret, ends up getting caught. Chang-Sun knows exactly how important that report is. Harold has already filled out nearly half of his evaluation, but the thought of another administrator swooping in to steal the recording rights sends him into a quiet panic, knowing full well the others won't let something so valuable slip by without a fight. Staying calm, Chang-Sun tells him he can keep the rights, but only on one condition. He wants a favor. Harold agrees, but only if it's limited to managing security. When Chang-Sun says he'll explain the details later, Harold clearly doesn't like it, but Chang-Sun quickly eases his nerves, promising it won't be anything troublesome and that he'll explain everything before leaving the dungeon. Harold agrees, not that he has much of a choice, but reminds Chang-Sun that he can't act outside his authority. Chang-Sun tells him not to worry and seals the deal without hesitation. They form a covenant of mana, a binding magical contract where breaking it means losing the blessing of mana and the ability to use any magic. Harold is stunned that Chang-Sun even knows about the covenant, a detail so obscure that only seasoned rankers usually understand it. A chill runs down his spine, and he starts to seriously question whether this guy is truly a novice. Then Chang-Sun casually walks off, while Harold, still shaken, hurries to follow him. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world is genuinely impressed that someone could actually be slyer than him. Meanwhile, High-Off Department head Lee Chang-Sun is boiling with frustration after yet another failure with the key. He lashes out at the nearby staff, who are already frozen in fear, bracing for punishment. In a burst of rage, he orders them to bring Jin Daehwan. Two men drag Daehwan in, and the guy is pleading for mercy the entire way. Jae-sung coldly asks if they really failed again. Jin Daehwan, the disciple of Uyezi and the one who stole the hammer, begs for forgiveness and even asks for more blood if possible. Jae-sung responds by kicking him hard in the face. Fuming, he roars that he gave Daewon everything, offerings, sacred fire, every damn thing he ever asked for, and still, all he did was fail. He yells that there's no point in keeping someone like him alive, even if killing him comes with risk. Jin tries to explain that the sacred fire was already used for the new brazier and pleads for more time and more blood. But Jae-sung is beyond reasoning now, too furious and disgusted with himself for ever trusting someone so completely useless. Jae-sung asks if it's really just more blood that Jin Daewon needs, and Daewon admits he's managed to unlock 2 out of the 3 stages, but failed because he ran out of blood and lacked the strength to keep going. He insists that all he needs now is more blood to succeed. Lee Jae-sung agrees to give it to him but warns that if he fails again, he'll tear him and his entire family apart. Jin Daewon thanks him sincerely. After that, Jae-sung heads over to check on the items, yelling for them to hurry and bring everything in. Just then, the system suddenly updates, announcing that new data has been uploaded and the ranking system is being refreshed, throwing him completely off. The system displays the dungeon rankings. Young Yoo-jin sits at first place with 150,000 points. Go Sung-won is in second with 145,495, and Lee Jae-sung is in third with 109,500. Then, out of nowhere, Lee Chang-Sun appears as a new entry at rank 57, catching Jae-sung totally off guard. Meanwhile, Harold quickly scribbles into his report that Lee Chang-seon is an exceptionally unique player, attracting the attention of countless gods and constellations, including good season to hunt. He also notes that Chang-seon's combat style inside the dungeon is nothing like anyone else's and is completely impossible to ignore. After witnessing Chang-seon's speed firsthand, Harold can't believe how insanely fast he is. He notes in his report that Chang-seon clears 2 of the 3 sections in under 30 minutes each. Not only does he slice through a massive metal ball, but he also deflects arrows flying from every direction like he's memorized the exact order and placement of every trap. With years of experience as an administrator, Harold can tell this guy has razor-sharp instincts and flawless traits, clearly marking him as gifted. Based on what he's seen so far, Harold even thinks Chang-seon might be capable of clearing Dungeon KR-921. He figures the battle between gods and constellations to make Chang-seon their apostle is only going to get more intense from here. He's certain that Chang-seon holds extraordinary potential, especially now that 12 constellations from the 28 mansions have already taken notice. As he watches him, Harold is reminded of someone from long ago, and even though he knows this report will unsettle more than a few gods, it also signals the return of a light, the twilight of the gods, a brilliance that once mocked the heavens, the one who had fallen. On the silver pillar, a man is bound by golden magic, completely unable to move. It's the Void Monarch, glaring at Chang-seon with the kind of hatred that says he'd gladly tear him apart. But Lee Chang-seon meets that stare with one just as deadly, his voice cold as ice as he demands how the Void Monarch dares to scoff at him. Lee Chang-seon drops down in style, while Pabal Sag, the divine being known as Good Season to Hunt, mutters that the air smells nasty. Chang-seon figures it must be the stench of blood, certain there's something seriously off about this place. Then the owl that pierces through the twilight warns him that evil is radiating from every corner. Moments later, he steps into a cave that's a total bloodbath, corpses scattered everywhere. The owl divine being is furious at the horrific scene and commands Chang-seon to deliver justice. He remembers hearing rumors that these people were trying to craft a key to the boss room, but now he wonders what kind of sacrifices they made to do it. Out of nowhere, a voice barks at the others to hurry up, warning that this delay alone could be enough to piss off the department head. The thugs start grumbling, even suggesting they might need to chop off a head or two to scare the rest into moving faster. They're clearly frustrated, especially since one person in their group is missing. One even wonders if they'll be forced to turn on each other to make up for the gap. Just then, Lee Chang-seon charges in, unleashing a wave of ice magic that freezes the thugs and throws them off balance. They demand to know who this guy is, but Mr. Doom doesn't waste words. He knocks one aside and drives his blade into another. The thug screams in agony, gasping in his last breath to ask how someone dares to attack the High-Off department. But when he looks into Chang-seon's eyes, he freezes. Those eyes aren't human, he's certain of it, and now he begs the masked man to spare him. This undercover overachiever asks the thug if he wants to live, then he'd better start talking about what's really going on here. He also wants to know how many people there are, how strong they are, and every bit of information he's got. The guy cracks and spills everything, saying there are a total of 30 people, and fills him in on the rest. Chang-Sun gets a pretty good idea of how many he's up against, and among the ones preparing the ritual, the only one he really needs to watch out for is a guy named Lee Chang-Sun. Now the thug begs to be spared, but Chang-Sun pulls out his tiger's fang dagger. This plot boy coolly reminds the guy that he never said he'd let him live. Then he slashes him and levels up. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world finds it hilarious and totally enjoys the show. Meanwhile, the divine being called the Great Demon that chases after the abyss approves of this brat's sly move of taking the guy out. Then soul extortion kicks in, and Chang-Sun absorbs the thug completely before strolling out like a total creep. Everyone's stunned by the masked figure's performance and starts thinking he might be some kind of ghost. Somewhere else, the trio is hanging out, chatting about Lee Chang-Sun, the famous pro gamer. They've heard the name a few times and figure he's the guy their boss told them to find. One of them says he heard a rumor that the guy's a vegetable, while another thinks it's probably just someone else with the same name. Right then, the undercover player zaps in behind them, and without a word, wipes them out in a single blow. Meanwhile, Jae-sung hears the noise from the chaos and gets annoyed, wondering what those useless guys are up to. Suddenly, the dungeon ranking updates, and it throws him off completely. Of all the results, the only one that shocks him is Lee Chang-Sun jumping to rank 11. A second later, Chang-Sun moves up to 8, and then to 6. Jae-sung starts sweating bullets, trying to figure out what the hell is happening and where his men have gone. By the time Chang-Sun reaches rank 4, Jae-sung is nearly pissing himself. Then the next update hits, Chang-Sun climbs to rank 2, and that's when it really hits Jae-sung that those idiots are already dead. Suddenly, someone starts begging Jae-sung to save him, and he's horrified to see assistant manager Sun in such a wrecked state, looking like he's about to vanish into thin air. With a trembling voice, Sun warns him that the ghost is coming. In the next moment, something burns him to a crisp and sends Jae-sung flying. His system starts buzzing with pop-ups. He's severely burned, poisoned by corpse poison, and also hit with acid poison. The big guy drops to his knees as his stamina drains fast, pushing him to the edge of death. The only thing that can save him is a detox drug, but just as he's about to take it, death comes for him in a blaze of fire. Chang-Sun's there with his sword, launching an attack, but Jae-sung manages to draw his own blade just in time to block it. Chang-Sun can't believe the big guy actually stopped it. Jae-sung swears he's going to kill him as their fight breaks out. The guy is sure the poison should have slowed Jae-sung down by now, messing with his vision and all. Even then, Chang-Sun's stunned to see him keeping up with his movements just by relying on his other senses, without even needing to see. But still, something about Jae-sung's style feels off, like he doesn't really know how to fight. Again, the top dog is down on his knees, writhing in pain. The screen alert shows that Jae-sung's stamina is draining fast, and he needs to detoxify himself right away if he wants to survive. The pain is pounding through his head. Incognito figures Jae-sung's got the skills of someone at level 30, and wonders if the big guy's using something to boost his power. Now that he thinks about it, it's weird how a supposedly peaceful country still deals with such dangers and keeps allowing human sacrifices. Warning alerts keep flashing as Jae-sung desperately searches for an antidote. Chang-Sun's starting to sense that something's off, especially since he came here because of Oyezi, but the secrets tied to this place are making him curious. He also believes reinforcements from headquarters should be arriving any moment now, and it's time for the sacrifices to meet their end. Meanwhile, a guy bursts through a door, guiding the others to the spot the masked guy mentioned earlier. According to his memory, Mr. Incognito told them to move past 2 doors on their left, and after crossing the side alley, the 3rd door would open for them. That's where they should hide, locking the door behind them. No matter what sounds they hear, the masked guy was crystal clear. That's the only way to survive for all of them. Lee Chang-Sun is pretty sure he made things simple enough for them, so they should have hidden well by now. Anyway, back to his mission. The system notifies him that he's used 30 extra stat points on strength and another 30 on dexterity. He casually asks if Jae-sung's still looking for an antidote, then tells him to go ahead and eat it up. The top dog is desperately reaching for the antidote, only to find the bottle completely empty, leaving him in total shock. That's when Chang-Sun steps in from behind and asks if he's really dumb enough to fall for that. Jae-sung's pretty pissed, cursing the masked guy under his breath. Chang-Sun leaps into the air with his blade, launching a fierce attack. The top dog still manages to block it, but he loses his balance and ends up coughing up blood. The divine being good seasoned to hunt is loving the intensity of the fight, while Snake that wraps around the world declares that Chang-Sun is the craftiest of them all, saying his battle play is a thrill to watch. His skill, the intermediate grade dagger technique, has finally reached max level. Now a high-grade version of the skill unlocks, upgrading the dagger technique entirely. With that boost, Chang-Sun charges forward once more, and this time, he shatters Jae-sung's sword into pieces. Jae-sung can barely believe it. Moments later, Mr. Incognito slays him in a single strike, leaving him bloody and broken on the ground. Under his breath, Jae-sung demands to know why the masked guy did this to him. Chang-sun finds it strange for him to even ask, especially when he was the one so ready to sacrifice innocent lives. He tells Jae-sung he should have known something like this could happen to him too. Right then, soul extortion and the flames of purgatory activate. The system notifies that Chang-sun has successfully acquired Lee Jae-sung's soul, which restores 6% of his stamina. The divine being, owl that pierces through the twilight, is deeply impressed by Chang-sun's sense of righteousness, though Chang-sun finds the idea downright laughable. Still, the owl decides to grant Mr. Incognito a privilege, inner peace. Chang-sun quickly realizes he's been blessed by the god with mental immunity, which gives him steady courage and wisdom. Even with his tough, unbending spirit, the idea of gaining inner peace from all this chaos feels almost ironic. He's pretty sure he's never meant to be anyone's apostle. Lee Chang-sun recalls his past as a cruel and vicious being, once known as the evil god. At the same time, he remembers being the wise and intelligent warrior god, a side of him that stood in stark contrast to the terrifying rumors that surrounded his name. Still, he finds it surprisingly funny how sloppy he used to be. The divine being, good season to hunt, starts feeling uneasy seeing the owl grant him 2 privileges. She begins digging through her treasure chest, searching for something she can offer Chang-sun too. Although Chang-sun doesn't think he's turned into that much of a pushover just yet, the dungeon ranking updates, placing Lee Chang-sun firmly at the top in first place, just as he arrives at the boss room. The system notifies him that the gate is sealed tight and the key is hidden somewhere nearby. He'll have to find it to unlock the door. Wasting no time, he equips the bone spear made from shaving a firework mountain goat's rib and hurls it at a man scurrying around like a rat. The spear hits and the poor guy drops to the ground along with his hammer. When Chang-sun picks up the hammer, he notices it's made from a meteor and must be incredibly old. Still, he can't use it since it doesn't belong to him. The meteor part feels strange, but he pushes that thought aside for now. What matters is opening this door, the same one that High-Off hasn't managed to unlock in years. Chang-sun thinks that if it were Uyezi, he'd probably be able to craft a key somehow, but there's no point in wasting time on meaningless labor when there's a better way. With that thought, he calls for the herald, who appears in a flash of lightning, asking why he's being summoned at a time like this. Chang-sun reminds him of their agreement and tells him to open the door now. To make things clear, the herald thinks a novice like Chang-sun doesn't understand anything about how this works. So, he takes it upon himself to explain that it's basically against the regulations for an administrator to interfere with a dungeon mission. Chang-sun tells the hideous bunny to cut the nonsense, pointing out that the herald is more than capable of bending the rules depending on the situation. The bunny feels like something's caught in his throat. Incognito casually adds that if the herald doesn't feel like doing it, then it's fine, but he won't bother writing the report either. At that, the herald rushes to do the job, following Chang-sun's demands without another word. The divine being, good season to hunt, laughs while clutching her sides, saying that seeing an administrator's bewildered face is pure joy. The divine being, snake that wraps around the world, is admired by Chang-sun's cleverness. Meanwhile, the herald is absolutely certain he's going to be punished for this stunt and thinks a pay cut might actually be the best-case scenario. The massive stone door, sealed for who knows how long, finally opens under the authority of the administrator. As it creaks open, the herald informs Chang-sun that it's been unlocked for him, telling Chang-sun to hurry up. Chang-sun feels a little off about all this, but steps through the door anyway. Then Herald lets out a mischievous laugh. And just like that, Chang-sun enters the boss room. Now the lad stands face to face with a horrific creature, and the system immediately warns that Chang-sun is being affected by a curse. It turns out the dungeon's master is beginning its attempt to steal his body. Those eerie eyes are trying to invade his mind, forcing him to submit. He must resist until the end and destroy the golden casket placed atop the altar. If he fails to fight off the curse, his body will be taken, so caution is absolutely critical. The hypnosis and brainwashing begin as the dungeon master commands the boy to worship him. The creature dares to ask how Chang-sun could disturb the king's slumber and demands that he hand over his flesh. Outside, the herald is having a good laugh, knowing it won't be easy for that freak inside. He figures the boss room's mission is actually pretty simple, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. His eyes start to water as he mutters that Chang-sun better guard his mind well, because the dead master of the tomb has nothing left but his thoughts. From what he's seen, this tomb's monster is actually the lingering will of the enormous Bestla, and that's not something a mere novice could ever hope to withstand. The bunny is furious, feeling like he's been toyed with by a rookie, and now it's time for him to say goodbye. Just then, the system declares that Unbending Spirit has activated, protecting Chang-sun's mind from all external invasions. Inner peace follows right after, reinforcing his mental defenses. The dungeon mission is marked complete. Harold's face breaks into a sweat as he spins around in a flash. The final ranking shows that Lee Chang-sun scored 175,550 points, Rewards will be distributed based on this ranking and result, and the dungeon now starts to close. That's when it clicks. Harold suddenly remembers that this guy is the real runekeeper, the one holding the golden key. As the system announces the dungeon's closure, Harold realizes he's failed to trap Chang-Seon inside. Over and Rusty, who looks just as confused as anyone watching. When asked about it, Chang-Seon simply says he brought Rusty his hammer so he can finally start production. While feeding biscuits to a dog nearby, another man tells boss Chang-Seon that a month won't be enough time for the job. He still needs to get a feel for the hammer again since it's been ages since he last used it. And on top of that, he's got to clean out the old brazier before anything begins. Chang-Sun firmly gives him just 1 week. Choi Bu-young is horrified, blurting out that the whip alone part will take more than 2 weeks. Getting the feel for the hammer again, plus crafting the whip and the lance, will need at least a month. As a compromise, Chang-Seon promises to pay him 3 times the usual amount. After noting Rusty's stunned reaction, Chang-Seon decides to head out, casually grabbing something else on his way and saying he'll be back in a month. While they're still talking, he asks if this rusted piece of junk sword is for sale too, because he's taking it. Rusty's mind is absolutely blown by this guy's nerve. Rusty shouts to claim the item to be passed down for the generations, as said by his father, so it's not for sale. Suddenly, Choi gets an alert of 100 million won deposited in his World Bank account from Lee Chang-Sun, and he's freaking out. Chang-Sun mentions the hammer's price to be added to that sum as well, hoping it's enough now. Plus, he's been using this garbage as kindling anyway, so it doesn't matter much. Rusty doesn't get what's with this guy. Next, he enters the place where he crafts, putting the past in the past. He's ready to do this properly. Later, Lee Chang-Seon figures that Uyezi might be in Seoul, so he considers tracking him down. But then he remembers all contact with him had been lost after the creation of Capricorn's divine artifact. He wonders if Uyezi was originally human instead of a god, though Thanatos doubts that, saying he'd be far too old for that to be possible. Thanatos then explains that Uyezi isn't the name of just one man. It's a title passed down through successors. Apparently, Capricorn had killed the original Uyezi right after receiving the divine artifact, without even realizing it. Still, Thanatos is fairly certain Capricorn doesn't know that Uyezi's successor is still alive. Unfortunately, many of Uyezi's secret skills have been lost over time, especially due to Chang-Seon's own actions, and with the family line barely holding on, the techniques have deteriorated badly. Even so, the weapons Rusty forges, though few in number, are truly incredible. Thanatos tells Chang-Seon that the modern-day Uyezi will rise again, this time through the hands of Choi Bu-young, or better, Chang-Seon himself. While holding Pedro's key, Chang-Seon starts wondering if the dungeon is actually Besla's tomb. Then he doesn't understand the reason for the great treasure is inside Peter's key. For now, though, he figures it's too late to dwell on it, and he's probably worrying his mother, so he hurries home. Meanwhile, the big shot Go Seung-won is losing his mind, screaming at his lackeys for failing to track down the guy who closed the dungeon gates. He orders the useless bunch to find that man, dead or alive. Seung-won, a major figure in High Off's raid department, is furious over the loss of Pedro's key. He's determined to get it back no matter what, knowing they're as good as dead if the true owners of the Bonghwa Mountain Gate, the White Tigers, find out. Apparently, they had gone as far as performing human sacrifices to obtain the key, all under a secret contract. Without wasting another second, Seung-won barks at his underlings to get the car ready. He's heading to Bonghwa Mountain immediately. He's absolutely fuming over the dungeon being sealed and the key being stolen right under their noses. He moves fast, refusing to let this be the end of him. Especially now, he's dead certain that if Seo Jung-kwon even catches a whiff of this mess, that bastard would wipe out his entire family without blinking. It's around midnight when a man shares something with Seo Jung-kwon that completely blows his mind. Seo is furious, refusing to believe a single word of it. Miss Cha, standing nearby, tries to calm him down, but a man dressed in black, Woo Youngun, steps forward and demands to know what team leader Seo thinks he's doing. He's stunned that Seo is losing control and even considering using the Thai Green evil spirit with civilians present. Realizing how far he almost went, Seo is overcome with shame and decides to head out, convinced that Lee Chang-Seon won't be coming home tonight either. Meanwhile, Miss Cha checks in on another woman, who quietly admits that the awakened live in a completely different world from people like them. And she's right. Chang-Sun's mom adds that while her son may come off as brusque, he's actually incredibly delicate inside. Though she'd rather see him safe and unharmed, she knows that's easier said than done. She asks everyone to head back. Later, the group sarcastically thanks Seo for turning this into such a pain in the neck. Seo then turns to Miss Cha and Mr. Jin, asking what they plan to do next. Suddenly, Woo gets a flashback of his niece Hyebin, tearfully begging her uncle to bring back Lee Chang-Seon. For now, he offers to grab coffee if Cha and Jin are planning to stick around. Jin, a level 41, jumps at the chance and orders a hot caramel, only to be smacked down by Miss Cha, a level 62, with a deadly strike. She tells him they have other matters to take care of and will have to return another time to check on Lee Chang-Seon. Jin mutters to Woo that they're officially off duty now. From there, they part ways. As they walk, Jin notices Cha's serious expression and asks what's going on. Out of the blue, he receives a code red alert, which reports that victims slated to be used as human sacrifices have been found by chance at Bonghua Mountain and are currently being sheltered. They're at a nearby police station, with preparations underway to handle the collateral damage. Mr. Jin stands frozen in shock, while Miss Cha calls out to the buffoon to hurry up or she's leaving him behind. On the other hand, Chang-Seon is inspecting his rusty sword. The divine being, good season to hunt, can't help but ask why he picked it up in the first place. Chang-Seon finds it hard to believe that an item used as kindling in a mythical brazier would be just that. It seems almost impossible. He's certain this rusty thing is no ordinary scrap. It's the legendary divine artifact known as the Yu Chang sword. The thought of it being tossed aside like trash is absurd. If he can combine the power of the evil dragon Snaggletooth with the Yu Chang sword and use them properly, he's convinced that nothing in the player world would come even close to matching their power. The Yu Chang sword is one of the 9 famous blades forged by the first Wu Yezi, the divine artisan, with attack power said to be immeasurable. Since Chang-Seon doesn't meet the qualification requirements yet, he can't access the sword's details or wield it as a divine artifact. Still, he knows that the 9 famous blades, which define Wu Yezi's legendary craftsmanship, are absolutely priceless. The last time one of them, the Jianlu sword, appeared in Arcadia, a brutal war broke out over it, causing 2 empires, 6 kingdoms to fall into ruins. He's certain no one would have ever imagined that one of those legendary swords would end up used as kindling. The original owner of the Yu Chang sword was an assassin, and it's said that this blade drew more blood than any of the other 9 famous blades. It's considered an evil sword, soaked with the deep resentment and tenacity of its countless victims. Because of that, very little is known about its appearance. He also recalls hearing that the first Wu Yezi was called the Divine Artisan because he hated the sight of blood. Still, he's not sure whether that title belonged to the original Wu Yezi or one of his successors who inherited the name. All the identifying marks on the Yu Chang sword were forcefully erased, likely to wipe its existence from the world and preserve its status in myth. The divine being, good season to hunt, questions why he's smirking while holding something so strange, while the owl watches with quiet satisfaction. Chang-Seon casually says that collecting all 9 of Wu Yezi's famous swords would be nice if he ever gets the chance. He wonders aloud if he might even meet Wu Yezi himself someday. Without another word, he pulls out the bone spear and launches it straight ahead. It lands deep in a tree trunk. Right beside it stands Wu Yonggan, who realizes that even though he'd hidden his presence, Lee still made a bold and aggressive move. Lee then places the blade behind his back and charges toward Wu Yonggan, his eyes burning with anger and fury. A wave of horror washes over Wu Yonggan's face as he catches sight of Lee's terrifying expression. As Lee strikes with the blade, Wu Yonggan manages to dodge just in time, summoning a weapon that shines with bright energy. When their weapons clash, Wu Yonggan is stunned by the sheer force behind Lee's attack, wondering how someone this new could already be so powerful. Lee charges in again, darting around Wu Yonggan, searching for the perfect moment to strike. Wu Yonggan grits his teeth, feeling the pressure mount. He can't figure out what kind of fighting style Lee is using. There's no clear pattern, just raw, unpredictable movements, yet every strike is swift and dead on. It's clear now that Lee isn't some rookie, but a battle-hardened first-generation player who's survived everything thrown at him. Wu Yonggun originally wanted to test Lee's abilities out of curiosity, but now he's struggling to keep up, worried he's starting to look like a fool. Clenching his jaw, he lunges forward to attack, fully aware that his niece would hate him for going this far, but right now he feels this intense urge to fight Lee with everything he's got, because that's the only way he might be able to stop him. Just as Wu Yonggan moves to strike, bright energy bursts from his blade, and the system reports that his sword is dancing in a spiral twist. Lee prepares to counter, but suddenly stops in shock when Wu Yonggan plants his sword into the ground and declares that he surrenders. Wu Yonggan apologizes for attacking so recklessly, saying he just wanted to see what Lee was capable of. Sweat beads down his forehead as he chuckles nervously, admitting that, for a moment, he actually lost control. He leans forward slightly and owns up to getting carried away in the heat of the moment and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Watching him closely, Lee starts wondering who this guy really is and tries to get a read on him. Right then, the system notifies him that the deity Hunting Time had been looking forward to an intense battle. He reaches into his pocket. Wu Yonggan pulls out a business card and, with a friendly smile, says he came here to recruit Lee to his team. Lee recalls that they follow the nameless giant god, also known as the King of Karma, who protects the wealth and riches of people. After a short pause, Lee tells Wu Yonggan that this encounter was not pleasant at all. He then asks how Wu knew about him. In response, Wu Yonggan confesses that it is not just his group, but clans all over are keeping their eyes on Lee. When Lee hears this, he becomes serious. The realization hits him hard. Things are unfolding way faster than he expected, and this whole player business is not something to take lightly. Before walking off, Woo Young-gun expresses his hope that they can meet again under better circumstances and have a proper conversation next time. He understands that now isn't the right moment after everything that just happened. He also assures Lee that if he ever wants to talk, he should feel free to reach out first. Just as he is walking away, the system reports to Lee that the avid hunter is angry at him for sparing an enemy and suggests that true followers must win every fight. The world serpent steps in and tells the hunter god to leave Lee alone, which sparks a heated clash between them. The avid hunter takes it as a challenge, but the world serpent mocks him, making the situation worse. Lee doesn't pay them any attention. His focus stays locked on one thing. He thinks Woo Young-gun looks oddly familiar. That thought makes him tense up. The realization hits him. If someone like Woo was waiting for him here, then there could be more waiting back at home. He starts to worry about his mother and immediately rushes home. At the same time, blood slowly trickles down Woo Young-gun's hand as he walks away. He ignores the pain and grits his teeth. Later, at home, Lee bursts into the house and quickly asks Soo-yoha if there were any visitors today. Soo-yoha, staying calm, tells her son to eat something first. She then gives him a slightly suspicious look, sensing that he might have something on his mind. At first, Lee hesitates. Then he finally admits that he has something he wants to share. Afterwards, Lee is on his bed, and his mind drifts to a scenario where an armored man is having a heated argument with an old man. When the armored man tells the elder to buzz off, the old man smirks and threatens to teach him a lesson. The scene fades quickly as Lee's phone chimes, reminding him of his 3 o'clock appointment with the White Tiger clan. He lies there on the bed with Konsuna beside him. Lee reminds himself that it has been a month since everything happened, and today is the day of his interview with the White Tiger clan. He makes up his mind to start things properly. Still, one question lingers in his head. What was that dream all about? Because of his appointment, Lee arrives at the White Tiger clan's interview site. A crowd has gathered in front of the building, with people stretching and warming up for the test. A bald man, likely the instructor, tells a participant to place his hand on the magic gauger. Lee steps up, raises his hand, and a bright light bursts around the device. When it releases a surge of smoke and steam, everyone turns to see what's going on. Lee stands still, his hood pulled low to hide his face. The magic gauger glows red and starts overheating. The assistant monitoring it keeps repeating that it can't measure Lee's magic. The instructor, now clearly confused, realizes the gauger is broken and tells his subordinates to bring out a higher-level device. As the crowd notices the disruption, some people try to identify the hooded figure, though many have no clue who he is. The instructor lifts his notebook and calls out Lee's name, asking him to test again. Hearing the name, Shin Yun-seo and Shin Gum-gyu try to place it. Suddenly, Yun-seo's eyes widen as she remembers exactly who Lee is. Shin Yun-seo's eyes light up as she recognizes him. Lee can feel her gaze and grows uneasy, realizing people are noticing him despite the hoodie. Baek Yo-wol also recognizes him as Lee Chang-sun, the tyrant. He recalls the rumors. Lee had a serious drinking problem, was forced into retirement after his team broke up, and someone even said he had become a total recluse. Meanwhile, Shin Gyeom-gyu and his friend claim that Lee is just like them, but Shin Yun-seo scoffs, thinking they look completely worn out. The guys grow insecure, while Yun-seo gazes at the screen with starry eyes when Lee's stats appear. Lee's magic level is 25, and his rating is SSS+++. The room falls into stunned silence. Even Baek finds it unbelievable. The magic rating is so high that the instructor and staff begin to panic, deciding to call the director. Over at the 2nd Strategic Unit, Jongwon sits with legs crossed, reading the latest news on his tablet. The headline shows the corpse of Ko Seung-won, director of High and Mighty's raid department. The clan's gruesome scandal is now out in the open. On a live video, Cha Ye-yoon addresses the media, declaring that justice will be served. She states that the High and Mighty will be held accountable for 21 human sacrifices committed over the past 7 years. Jongwon stares at the screen, quietly hoping things work out in their favor. His eyes then land on a human figure wearing a Ha-hodel mask. It turns out the survivors want to thank the mysterious hero. His eyes widen as he realizes that this is the same person who stole Peter's key. Jongwon makes up his mind to track down this hero. Just then, the instructor bursts into his office, shouting about the arrival of a super rookie. Jongwon, initially uninterested, casually asks what the fuss is about. His attitude shifts fast when the instructor mentions that the executives, Kim, are heading to test Area C. The instructor adds that this rookie is the same one they've been watching, the one with the black shamshir and the steel witch. Jongwon finally puts the pieces together, realizing it's Lee. He remembers they had once considered recruiting him, but got sidetracked chasing after the High and Mighty. Jongwon's eyes widen in disbelief when the instructor tells him that Lee applied for the recruitment test and passed with flying colors, with his magic level ranked as SSS+++. The moment he hears this, Jongwon rushes out of his office, unwilling to lose such a valuable asset. At Test Area C, the crowd buzzes with excitement, eager to see what happens next. Articles start flooding the web about the tyrant's return. As Lee stands on the platform, he hears people whispering and making assumptions about him. Some express envy over his power and skill. He glances around, and the system notifies him that the deity, the avid hunter, is pleased by the attention he's drawing. Lee quickly spots two cloaked figures standing nearby. Narrowing his eyes, he focuses on them. At that moment, divine energy begins to rise into the air, forming the image of a tiger. The system alerts him that the deities, the troublesome tiger, and the world serpent, seem to have ulterior motives involving him. Meanwhile, the instructor glances at his tablet and informs Lee that the exam is about to begin. He explains that Lee's task will be to hunt monsters. The instructor adds that they have plenty of creatures ready, including red orcs and two-headed ogres, and any of them can be summoned at Lee's request into the arena. Lee asks the instructors if this is all they've got, or if there's something stronger. The instructor, a bit confused, tells him they do have tougher monsters like a drake, and that it can be summoned if he wants. Without a second thought, Lee demands the drake. Within seconds, it appears inside a summoning magic circle. The creature is terrifying, with enormous horns and bloodshot eyes, drool dripping from its mouth as it locks its gaze on Lee. Lee stays rooted in place, calmly observing the beast. The system notifies him of the troubled tiger deity's thoughts, convinced Lee will die and wondering why he's standing there like a statue. At the same time, memories flash through Lee's mind. He recalls standing atop a pillar with divine metal swirling around him, sealing his powers. When he turned, he saw Huju smiling at his helplessness. That mocking grin sticks in Lee's mind. His eyes shift back to the drake, and a wild smile spreads across his face. As the drake opens its jaws and charges forward, Lee braces himself, ready to release all his pent-up frustration. The drake opens its massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp fangs, and charges straight at Lee. Its speed is so intense that it blurs like a shadow across the arena. Lee quickly grabs the quiver that had been slung over his back and hurls it into the air. As the weapons scatter, his thoughts flash back to when he first examined that same quiver, delivered to him by Yezi. Lee had glanced at Yezi, noticing how exhausted he looked. Before accepting the quiver, Lee had asked about its quality. Frustrated, Yezi had snapped at him to judge it for himself. Once opened, the quiver revealed a powerful, unnamed double-sided spear with devastating damage and unique effects. The weapon's exceptional craftsmanship drew the attention of the avid hunter, who was stunned to learn that such a spear had been forged by a blind man. As a reward, Lee had unlocked a set of low-level spear skills, marking his advancement. Now, gripping the same spear tightly, Lee assumes his stance, ready to strike, testing the weapon's weight and balance. He holds that exact position now, unmoving, as the drake charges in with its jaws wide open. The onlookers watch with wide eyes, completely focused on Lee. In a sudden burst of motion, Lee thrusts his spear, and the tip pierces deep into the drake's flesh. Blood gushes from the wound as the spear lodges into the creature's eye, causing the drake to throw its head back with a deafening screech of pain. The strike happens so quickly and cleanly that even the cloaked figures are stunned by how effortlessly Lee pulls it off. Nearby, Park Sang-ho, the section chief of the White Tiger Clan's 1st Strategic Unit, stands beside one of his employees, eyes glued to the scene. A smirk forms on his face as he watches Lee in action. For someone at Lee's level, pulling off that kind of move is nearly impossible. As Lee darts across the arena with sharp, precise movements, Park's interest deepens. He's now fully determined to recruit Lee into his team, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, a whip starts unraveling from the bracers on Lee's arm, glowing faintly as it becomes coated in his energy. The system notifies him that the unnamed 9-pronged whip was crafted by the successor of Gu Yajai. The weapon is soulbound, meaning it's attuned to Lee and won't function the same for anyone else. Since the whip has never been named, the system offers Lee the chance to give it one. Park watches with amusement as yet another weapon appears. Just then, Lee slightly pulls the spear from Drake's eye, making the wound gush even more blood. Despite the monster's deafening screams, Lee grabs the whip with both hands, pouring mana into it before slamming it down on the beast. At the same time, he yanks the spear free from Drake's eye, tearing it out completely in one clean, brutal motion. Leaping high into the air, Lee soars above Drake's head, gripping the two ends of his spears and combining them into one long weapon before diving straight toward the monster's skull. Within seconds, blood splatters in every direction, leaving the crowd startled and speechless. People stare in awe, overwhelmed by curiosity about Lee's abilities and the unusual weapon he wields. Many begin doubting whether he's truly just a level 25 player. Their shock deepens when they notice that all of Lee's motion effects are gold, with every strike landing as a critical hit. As Lee stands firm, onlookers whisper that he's the real monster here. Blood drips from his wounded hand, and the system instantly notifies him that the drake has been paralyzed, the poison coursing through its body. Despite its condition, the monster stubbornly makes one last attempt to attack, mustering every bit of energy left. Without hesitation, Lee lunges again, his spear piercing through the drake's head with deadly precision. The final blow explodes in a flash of bright energy, scattering flesh and organs across the arena. As the beast falls, Lee's level rises, and his lower-grade spear skills receive a boost. The deity Avid Hunter applauds his progress and grants him a special benefit of +5 strength. Even the troubled tiger is impressed, quietly hoping Lee will become a prized piece in its growing arsenal. Park smiles widely and orders his employee to bring Lee to him, but suddenly a man rushes past him at incredible speed. Before Park can stop him, Lee senses movement behind and reacts instantly, dodging the incoming energy with his weapon. It turns out to be Jongwon, who decided to test Lee's abilities himself. Their weapons clash, and while Jongwon blocks Tiger's peril and resists Tiger's curse, he finds himself genuinely impressed. On the other hand, Lee is utterly disgusted, unable to ignore the putrid stench that clings to Jongwon like the rot of Huju's presence. As their spar intensifies, Jongwon offers Lee a place by his side, promising to make him a star and teach him the true path of the tiger. Lee clenches his jaw, debating whether to strike back since doing so might attract more of Huju's attention, and he wants to save that move for the blood-red peaks. Just then, both men raise their heads at the sound of Park's voice, demanding they stop. A blade-like energy slices through the air toward both of them, and Jongwon instantly believes Park has a death wish, but Park doesn't care and reminds him that he's still his senior. The two continue fighting over Lee, shocking everyone present, as no one expected two high-ranking members of the White Tiger clan to clash over a rookie. Watching it all unfold, the section chief of the 3rd Strategic Unit, Kang Sung-woo the Homotherium, and the section chief of the 4th Strategic Unit, Yu Hyujin, stand at a distance smirking, showing interest in Lee, but not enough to join the chaos. While the others fight, Lee casually steps back, amused by the spectacle and quietly hoping the conflict spills some serious blood. The section chiefs of the 3rd and 4th Strategic Units declare that they will be the ones taking the rookie with them. At the same time, Park and Jongwon refuse to back down, determined not to let Lee go under any circumstances. The smile fades from Lee's face as he watches them argue, realizing that these so-called leaders are nothing more than Huju's loyal lapdogs, blindly serving their guardian while fighting like animals over him. In that moment, Lee quietly vows to himself that one day, he will get rid of every last one of them. Abruptly, a bright light floods the entire arena, forcing the 4 chiefs to stop fighting as a commanding voice breaks through, ordering them all to stop acting like fools. Everyone struggles to bear the overwhelming pressure as the ground starts to shake beneath them. Blood seeps from the eyes and mouth of the 3rd chief, Kang Sung-woo, who clearly can't handle the weight of the divine energy pressing down on them. A figure approaches, wrapped in a powerful aura, and it's none other than Oh Si-hwan, the senior director of the White Tiger clan. The moment Lee lays eyes on him, he immediately understands who this man is, Huju's second fiddle. Even Lee can't hold out, with blood dripping from his nose under the immense pressure. Right then, the system notifies him that the deity, the Avid Hunter, is watching with interest, calling Oh the key player and eager to see what unfolds next. Ignoring the message, Lee finally gets why everyone calls this old man a high ranker. His presence and magical strength are on another level. He can see every flaw, and Lee is certain he would lose in an instant against someone like him at his current level. Oh Si-hwan is visibly furious at the chiefs, disappointed they're fighting like children over a rookie, and he's especially let down by Park, who should have set an example as the senior. Watching this, Jongwon grins, knowing he's Oh's favorite section chief, and he fully expects Oh to take his side. With a smug expression, Jongwon steps forward and demands that everyone leave, claiming that Lee belongs to him. However, everyone is shocked when Oh plays it smart by deciding to take Lee himself, preventing any conflict from breaking out between the others. Later on, in Senior Director Oh Si-hwan's office, he suggests that Lee change clothes since he's covered in blood. While Lee is changing, the system notifies him that the troubled tiger is staring at him, and the Avid Hunter instantly snaps at the troubled tiger for looking at Lee. Meanwhile, Oh Si-hwan notices that Lee is incredibly well built, and it's clear his muscles weren't just for show, but were forged through countless battles. Si-hwan silently acknowledges that he has never seen a rookie like this before, and starts to wonder what kind of life Lee must have lived. Once Lee finishes changing, Oh Si-hwan directly confronts him, saying he's already heard the buzz, and even their guardian is impressed by Lee. Guessing that Lee might be after money, he asks what Lee wants, but Lee calmly replies that he already has enough money to last a lifetime, and he's not interested in petty things like that. Lee declares that he wants to work in the Strategic Enterprise Unit. He admits that he heard it's run by Oh Si-hwan himself, so he wants to work under someone who truly holds power. At that, Oh Si-hwan bursts into maniacal laughter, and the sheer force of his power sends divine energy surging through the room, making Lee feel dizzy. Despite laughing, Si-hwan can't help but admire Lee's mindset. This is someone who couldn't care less about weaklings without power, and that is exactly the kind of aspiring White Tiger Si-hwan has been searching for. Si-hwan reminds Lee that the Enterprise Strategic Unit is the backbone of the White Tiger clan, and if Lee really wants to be part of it, he has to earn it and prove his worth. Curious, Sihwan asks how he plans to do that. Lee calmly throws back a question, asking what would happen if he manages to break the record in the Bloody Mountains. He's heard that all new clan members are required to go through the Bloody Mountains during their trial period, so what if he sets a new record instead of just finishing first among his peers? Sihwan immediately picks up on Lee's true intention. He doesn't just want to outperform others, he wants to raise the bar completely. And if Lee does manage to set a new record, then no one will be able to object to him joining Sihwan's unit. Sihwan wants to say something but holds back, though Lee senses that hesitation right away. Without waiting for the words to come out, Lee volunteers to clear the dungeon entirely. The moment Sihwan hears that, a bright smile spreads across his face. After all, the dungeon is ancient, and the clan has been thinking about replacing it with a new training ground anyway. Lee senses there's something deeper going on with the Bloody Mountains, and if he can figure out Sihwan's hidden cards, he might get closer to the truth. So he boldly declares that he'll take care of closing the dungeon as well. Sihwan smiles, clearly convinced that he and Lee will be working closely together from now on. At that moment, Lee catches a glimpse of genuine trust on Sihwan's face. Before heading off to the mountains, Lee also requests access to the clan library. When Sihwan hears this, he's awestruck, realizing that Lee shares the same thirst for knowledge, so he grants permission wholeheartedly. At the same time, Lee's sudden comeback is trending all over the place. People are buzzing, calling him unbelievably powerful and praising him for saving lives at Jamsil Gate. Fans are celebrating while haters are quietly deleting their past criticism. Some think his return might be fake or just a flashy distraction, but many others defend him fiercely. All this hype boosts the White Tiger clan's popularity, even pushing their stock value higher. On top of that, Miss Wu Haibin's interview goes viral as she shares how Lee saved her life. Watching all of this unfold on social media, Jogwon rushes into Sihwan's office, practically begging to have Lee assigned to him. He insists Lee needs a mentor like him to fast-track his growth, but Sihwan doesn't get what he means by fast-track and warns Jugwon to stay in his lane or risk being fired. Without sugarcoating it, Sihwan explains that Lee clearly stated he wants to work for the Strategic Enterprise Unit and will quit otherwise, so he has no plans of moving Lee against his will. He does promise to pair Jugwon with Lee for certain missions and then tells him to leave. Before walking out, Jugwon tries to ask where Lee is, but Sihwan refuses to say anything. He's not about to let bees swarm around the honey. A few days later, Lee finally steps into the Bloody Mountains dungeon. The place is massive, stretching out like an endless ocean. Standing at the cliff's edge, he makes up his mind to cleanse it all and spots his target waiting at the top of the mountain. Still, something feels off. Someone hidden in the bushes nearby is secretly watching him from inside the dungeon. A massive burst of purple energy shoots up from the top of the mountain, turning the entire sky a deep, eerie purple. Lee stands at the edge of a cliff, quietly watching the scene unfold. Just then, he spots the massive figure of a monster flying away from the mountain, and a small smile creeps across his face as he locks eyes on his target. Instantly, a system notification pops up, informing him that something strange is happening in the Bloody Mountains. A powerful magical source has caused the plants and animals to mutate into dangerous forms, and the mountains are now divided into 8 zones, each swarming with unnatural creatures found nowhere else. Lee's mission is to identify the source and eliminate it to restore the area to its natural state. For this task, he now has access to an inventory for storing items, a status window to track his health and stats, and a skill window to manage his abilities. As he scans the place, an uneasy feeling washes over him. It reminds him too much of a place back in Arcadia. While walking down the cliffside, he suddenly feels a presence and turns his head, catching the shadow of a man hiding behind a tree. The system immediately alerts him that someone is tailing him using a skill called Faint Wind. That's when it hits Lee. He's been followed since the library, and now he seriously wonders what exactly Sihwan has planned. A few days ago, at the Fierce Tiger Library, Lee stands inside, taking in how incredible the place is, just like Thanatos told him. A flashback hits when Lee recalls that Hoju has always been a problem, even in the heavens. Thanatos challenges him to think about what kind of apostles would willingly follow and serve a corrupt deity like Hoju. Lee assumes they must have a lot of enemies, but Thanatos explains it's not just that. Huju's followers stole treasures from their enemies and displayed them as war trophies to flaunt Huju's power. That stolen collection eventually became the Fierce Tiger Library. Curious, Lee decides to check it out himself. Before he leaves, Thanatos tells him to look for the Law of Movement, written by Sagittarius of the Zodiac, saying Lee would find it interesting. That shocks Lee because Thanatos means Rukbat, the Sagittarius, the master of the 6 doctrines that give the illusion of moving at light speed. When Thanatos lists those 6 doctrines, Lee wonders if one of them is in Huju's exhibit, and suspects Sagittarius doesn't even know about it, since he hasn't made a move to retrieve it. Intrigued, Lee asks how Thanatos found out about this, and Thanatos, raising an eyebrow, dares him to guess. Grinning, Lee jokes that he must have gotten these secrets from the fallen star, Looking around the library, Lee focuses on finding the Advent Step, one of those doctrines. The Advent Step is a divine agility technique that allowed Sagittarius to become a zodiac. Back when Rookbot hadn't yet become a star, he secretly mimicked the reigning step, a skill once used by an ancient star known as Deus Ex Machina. That divine technique, recreated by Sagittarius, lets someone mimic the presence of a god by projecting divine power and completely dominating the area around them. Maybe this is why the other zodiac stars never allowed Sagittarius to get close. If Lee gets his hands on this, no one will be able to stop him from breaking through his limits and awakening his divine power. The real issue, though, is that the deity known as the Troubled Tiger is watching his every move. Lee scans the books lined up on the shelves while the same guy who's been stalking him in the dungeon quietly approaches from behind. He casually explains the rules of the library to Lee and then asks for a photo, but Lee ignores him, not wanting to draw the attention of Siwon or Heju. In that moment, Lee recalls what Thanatos once told him. He should look around carefully since this exhibit by Heju is a near-perfect replica of the Mokakuros tribe's military library. With that in mind, Lee closes his eyes, activates the perpetual heart, and instantly applies his composure skill. He starts pulling books off the shelves and reading them one by one, fully focused, while the stalker keeps watching him, baffled by Lee's choices. From spear skills to sword techniques, from movement laws to breathing methods and even ancient mythology, Lee is flipping through them all, just skimming. At least that's how it looks to the guy trailing him. Sihuan told this guy to report anything suspicious, but what is he even supposed to say now? The guy is frustrated because Lee isn't leaving behind a single hint of doubt or suspicion. Meanwhile, Lee enters a hyper-focused reading state, quickly absorbing deep knowledge. His brain starts to overload, and the system warns him to take a break. Still, he earns the title the Brilliant Mad Reader and gets stat boosts. The Avid Hunter, the World Serpent, and the Troubled Tiger are all watching him closely, equally impressed and amazed. As Lee digs deeper into learning about Heju's powers and weaknesses, he continues searching the Fierce Tiger library. By piecing together bits of information, he manages to create a new skill inspired by Heju's destructive doctrine, reshaping those teachings into something new that could either help him fight Heju or give him more power. With that, Lee decides to step away since this is as far as he can go for now in breaking down the doctrine of destruction. He wonders if he needs to unlock the first and second class shelves to complete the skill. But he knows that the Advent Step isn't in this library. It might be hidden elsewhere. With 3 hours still left, Lee decides to scan the area one last time. As he touches the shelves and activates his composure skill, he finally finds a book. Lee isn't sure if this one will lead him to the Advent Step, but something about it feels different. When he opens the book and starts reading in a new pattern, his eyes widen in shock. This book isn't what he expected. Inside, a person, Han Yu, is chained up and confesses that he has buried his deepest and darkest sorrows within these pages. Han Yu explains how he was betrayed by none other than Moon Sung. The moment Lee sees the name Moon Sung, he's taken aback, and an image flashes in his mind. Jeom Chunho. That man is one of the top 9 swordsmen in the world, the clan leader who founded the White Tiger clan alongside Sihuan, and also the apostle of Heju. Lee carefully examines the book, noting that the author writes as if he were Jeom Chunho's brother. He doubts Jeom ever had real friends since, from what Lee knows, Jeom is one of the rare players with a mercenary background. This guy built his own combat style through first-hand battlefield experience and was personally chosen by Heju as an apostle. But according to this book, something seems off. Even Lee feels there's more to the story than he knew. Han Yu and Moon Sung were once close, both trained under the same mentor. Han Yu is the successor of Il Moon, a lesser-known martial arts school. One day, though, their master brought in a new student, much younger than Han Yu Jeom. Since the master was growing old and sick, Han Yu taught Jeom everything, treating him like a younger brother, but he now regrets it deeply. He had no idea what that kid was hiding behind his innocent mask. Han Yu wishes he had realized sooner how the Troubled Tiger, the very deity they once trusted as their guardian, truly viewed their school. Heju, as his name implies, is a god who thrives on disaster and war. He saw the school's peaceful and reclusive teachings as weak and unworthy. Heju could have picked anyone else as his apostle, but because Han Yu already followed his teachings, he couldn't choose another. In time, Han Yu turned Heju's own techniques against him and used his magic to strike back. Even Lee has heard stories about how Heju's powers were weakened for a while, and now it finally makes sense. Han Yu sealed them on purpose. People thought the deity was just staying quiet and doing nothing, but that silence had to do with the school Jeom Chunho once belonged to, and Han Yu believed he needed to take action after the disaster Heju caused. Maybe that's why Heju chose Jeom over Han Yu. Meanwhile, Song Yu-jun secretly watches Lee, puzzled because Lee is holding the book upside down, but Lee pays no attention and keeps reading. Han Yu never knew how long Jeom had been plotting against him since the poison had been in his system for so long he couldn't even tell death was creeping up on him. When the moment came, Jeom didn't kill him outright. He sliced the veins in Han Yu's arms and legs and locked him in an underground cave owned by their school. From there, Han Yu watched Moon Sung rise, earn the title of Geom Chunho, and build his clan's headquarters right where their school used to be. Han Yu feels guilty for not fulfilling his master's last request, and is haunted by the fact that all this destruction came at the hands of his own brother, Moon. Then one day he heard a voice. The book ends there, on a cliffhanger, leaving Lee frustrated and hungry for more. Determined to find the rest, Lee uses his skills to locate the hidden piece, and as soon as he does, the willpower of an unknown person fills him. Because of this, his skill combination rate shoots up to 51% as a reward. This shocks Lee. He wasn't expecting the skill combination rate for Huju's Doctrine of Destruction to rise by 12%. It's wild that it happened just from discovering and interpreting a hidden place. Now the fragments of the hidden piece are scattered in the library, and he needs to merge them into one. One thing is certain, no ordinary person could have left this behind since there's no way a human could do something like this. It has to be the work of a godly presence, most likely the voice Han Yu mentioned. With only 2 hours left, Lee knows he has to move fast and find the remaining books. The message is written in cryptic code, clearly intended for someone specific to discover, while also making sure Geom's followers wouldn't be able to get their hands on it. He rushes to the 7th class shelves, convinced the rest of it must be there so that anyone who cracks the code can easily find the remaining pieces. While Lee scans the shelves carefully, Song Yu-jun is in tears of frustration, not understanding why this guy is so obsessed with appearing like some intellectual. Meanwhile, Lee keeps his focus sharp, and a notification pops up from the deity Troubled Tiger, who now believes Lee is a loyal follower. That message makes Lee realize the tiger still hasn't figured things out. Just then, another notification appears, this time from the World Serpent, watching him with curiosity. Lee's mouth parts in shock, and a nervous grin spreads across his face. He's found the other parts. The voice tells Han Yu that they share the same destiny. Just like Han was abandoned and betrayed by the man he once considered everything, the owner of the voice was consumed alive by their own child and has since become a lost soul, blindly roaming the afterlife. Both of them carry hatred toward a common enemy. Lee wonders if the child who devoured the voice's life could be Huju. Since this is a hidden record, there's a chance Huju tried to cover it up, and maybe Lee can use that against him. According to the voice, the Troubled Tiger, the very deity that Han Yu and his mentor had served faithfully for years, is actually a monster who devoured his own family members to become a god. The voice goes on to say that peace will only come when that cruel monster is brought to his knees, and promises to teach Han Yu how to kill the Troubled Tiger. And just like that, Han Yu finds the strength to rise again on his own 2 feet. Later on, Han Yu trains in secret and slowly regains his strength. With that, he's able to focus fully on healing, all thanks to the teachings and guidance of the mysterious voice. Around the same time, Moon Sung returns from his long journey, and Han Yu makes up his mind. This time, Moon Sung is ready to kill the man he once thought of as his brother, and he's determined to bring down the Troubled Tiger as well. But when Han Yu finally arrives, doubts start creeping in. He's unsure if he can actually go through with killing someone he raised like his own. The question keeps looping in his head, and it's at this point that he leaves behind his last will, hidden in ciphered codes. He hopes that someone truly worthy will uncover it and carry on the resentment he once held. Lee eventually discovers all the hidden piece fragments, and the system bombards him with notifications that his heart is moved by the powerful will of an unknown figure. As a result, he unlocks 2 new achievements, Successor of the Fierce Tiger's Sentiments and Black Tiger's Claw. His skill, Black Tiger's First Claw, is a deadly counterattack that causes heavy bleeding, making enemies lose blood rapidly. Thanks to linked strikes, Lee can chain multiple skills together without waiting for cooldowns, and the more he stacks them, the higher the shock buildup becomes. With skill compatibility, Lee is also able to combine them effectively. According to Han's story, he used these very skills to launch a fierce attack on the Tiger Clan, eventually turning his blade toward Moon himself. As Han poured all his energy into his strike, he charged in close while Moon stood silently, eyes narrowed. But the moment Han reached him, an intense and explosive battle broke out between them. On the flip side, Lee notices that all these skills come from the same source, and nothing carries a more powerful sentiment than the skill of an old god no one remembers anymore. Still, the skill burns through mana like crazy, and at his current level, Lee can barely summon 1 claw. Because of that, he needs a load of miracle drugs, so he decides to get some training at the center and put the search for the Advent step on hold. Now back in the present, deep in the Bloody Mountain, Lee walks with a sharp awareness of how twisted this dungeon is, and he knows Siwon wants him to close it. Lee is fully aware this place hides some serious secrets, and he has to figure them out. But first he needs to shake off the annoying stalker, Song Yu-jun. Since Lee isn't strong enough yet to face him head-on, he comes up with a plan to scare the guy off. As he enters the safe zone, a few other players turn to look, immediately on edge, trying not to embarrass themselves in front of him. His eyes skim across the crowd and briefly land on Shin Yun-seo, Shin Gyum-gyu, and Kim Hyung-jun. The moment Shin Yun-seo notices, she spirals into fangirl mode, but Lee is clearly annoyed by all the attention. Then his gaze lands on Baek, and upon reading the card hanging from his neck, Lee suspects Baek might be under the protection of another deity. He wonders who this Baek guy really is, but before he can dig into it, the instructor steps up and announces that the White Tiger novice training is officially beginning. At the same time, over at his office, Woo Young-gun stares at the screen as the notification rolls in, and a thought creeps in. Could the SSS+++ rookie known as Tyrant really be the one rewriting legends? The idea makes Woo uneasy, especially since he had wanted Lee in his own clan. At the office, Woo Young-gwen sits, visibly tense, while his niece speaks to him on the phone with clear frustration. She's already displeased, but when she realizes he's not paying attention, her irritation only grows. Confused by her tone, Woo tries to lighten the mood and asks if she's calling because she wants him to get their limited edition photo cards, since YTS is now the main model for their newly released car. Woo Haibin gets angry because that's clearly not what she was talking about, and it proves he wasn't listening. Without another word, she hangs up, leaving Woo even more nervous and tense than before. He stands up from his chair and exhales tiredly, frustrated as his thoughts drift back to the Jamsil gate. He loves his little niece dearly, and his heart nearly dropped when he first heard she was caught inside. Woo did everything he could to dispatch a rescue unit and save her, but in the end, there was nothing he could do but pray that someone would break the dungeon. He had gone to church and begged his guardian, the nameless giant, to protect her. That's when his subordinate came running in with the news that Haibin made it out alive and safe. Overwhelmed with relief, Woo cried out loud. Later, when he met with his niece, he asked who saved her because he wanted to personally thank them. She told him the person disappeared immediately after the mission, most likely because they didn't want attention, and she suggested it might be better to wait for him to show up in public on his own. Woo shared what he was thinking, that he wanted to recruit the person who saved her and thank him afterward. Haibin lit up with joy, thrilled by the thought of Lee joining their clan. But all Woo had done was pick a fight with Lee, ruining any chance of bringing him in, and because he lost his temper, they never even had a proper conversation. Now in the present, Woo regrets everything. He had hoped Lee might reach out after Woo gave him his business card, but he never did. Lee ghosted them for a month and ended up at White Tiger's recruiting event instead. To make matters worse, Woo just found out that Lee is an SS+++ ranked player, and it hits him. Lee is a real genius. At this point, Woo is frustrated with himself for thinking Lee was just too strong to be a novice. Ever since that day, Haibin has been calling non-stop, telling him how much she hates him, and scolding him for letting Lee slip away to another clan because he didn't try hard enough. Everyone in Woo's family sides with Haibin, even Woo's father, the chairman of the group. Woo admits it was his fault. He should have been more careful and more convincing. Still, he can't help but feel that Lee always wanted to avoid the spotlight anyway, while he himself got too caught up in the prestige of being part of a top-tier clan. Now, even though Lee is in the Tiger Clan and more popular than ever, Woo keeps thinking of ways to win him back. Meanwhile, back at the Bloody Mountains, Shin Yun-seo is practically drooling over Lee and can't believe he actually looked at her. Watching her, Shin Gyum-gyu tells her to wipe her face and reflects on how Yun-seo wants to join the same clan as Lee. But no one expected she'd pass the test with a better score than their leader, Kim Hyung-jun. Just then, Gyum-gyu notices Kim Hyung-jun standing behind him, spaced out and looking odd. Concerned, Gyum-gyu asks if he's okay. Kim's gaze softens as he assures him everything is fine, then tells Gyum-gyu they should get going since the staff is about to brief them on the training center rules. Everyone gathers around the instructor as he goes over the main points. The 100-day training starts with 30 days focused on learning basic skills and combat practice. After that, the safety zone is removed, and for the remaining 70 days, trainees must survive using only what they've learned. Teaming up is allowed, and defeating monsters earns points. The stronger the monster, the more points it gives. Safety guards are stationed to observe but will only step in if there's real danger, and needing their help costs points. Dropping below 0 means automatic failure. Those who pass with high scores get special rewards, and the top 5 become guardians. However, players are free to survive however they choose unless they break a law or commit a crime. Just like that, the training begins, starting with the 3 foundational skills of the clan: Tiger's Curse, Tiger's Step, and Tiger's Peril. Tiger's Curse uses magic to attack the enemy. Tiger's Step allows users to dodge or overpower just by stepping, and Tiger's Peril boosts damage like a tiger's vicious bite. When everyone receives their scrolls, they're instructed to rip them to acquire the skills. As the countdown ends, all the players rip open their scrolls and unlock the abilities. Everyone is amazed. They never imagined a day like this would come. Just as the instructors announce that a staff member will now demonstrate the skills, Lee raises his hand, and the instructor immediately stops talking to listen to his question. The instructor and all the players are left stunned when Lee casually announces that he has already mastered all 3 of the skills. But Lee doesn't care about their reactions, and simply mentions that he heard he's allowed to move past the safety zone during his practice period if he can demonstrate the skills without any issues. The players are in shock, unable to understand how he could have mastered them so fast. Some wonder if he might have had access to the scrolls earlier, but it still doesn't make sense how he managed to perfect the postures and movements right after tearing them open. While the others stay suspicious, Shin Yoon-seo just stares at Lee with dreamy, love-struck eyes. On the flip side, Kim Hyung-jun looks relaxed and smug, convinced that Lee will fail. After all, his father is an executive in the White Tiger clan, and he already told Kim that Lee doesn't fully understand the 3 skills. Kim scoffs, thinking that if it were that easy, anyone could have mastered them by now. After a short silence, the instructor gives Lee the green light to begin, and in just a few seconds, Lee activates the Tiger Curse and Tiger Step skills. The sheer intensity of the power surrounding him is overwhelming. Flames erupt around Lee, and the energy takes the form of a tiger. Kim Hyung-jun stands frozen, unable to believe what he's seeing, and the rest of the students are just as shocked. As Kim wonders whether Lee has even mastered the final skill, Tiger Peril, Lee answers that thought by activating it too. With a fierce thrust of his blade, Lee's eyes light up and tiger stripes appear across his face, while a blazing aura surrounds his entire body, leaving everyone in complete disbelief. Lee stands tall with his sword in hand as the fiery tiger aura bursts to life around him. Beck is left stunned, completely awestruck by what he's witnessing. The rest of the onlookers have their jaws dropped and eyes wide open in disbelief. They never imagined Lee would pull something like this off. With his eyes glowing white, Lee raises his sword, and fire spreads even further, rushing outward like a wave. The instructor lets out a groan of fear as the flames whip past him, now leaping high into the air. Lee swings his sword again, and the fire expands with even greater force. It spreads so quickly that nearby creatures are caught in the blaze, their screams of pain echoing through the area. The instructor is left completely confused, rattled by what just happened, and filled with questions he wants to throw at Lee. But Lee, calm and collected, simply says he gave it a try and it worked. The response leaves the instructor speechless. While Lee stands firm in the blazing aura, Song Yoo-jun seethes in frustration, finally realizing why Lee spent so much time in the library. It had taken Song a whole decade to master those same skills, yet the man in front of him pulled it off effortlessly right after acquiring them. Now it makes sense to him why Si-hwan holds Lee in such high regard. Song faces Lee and remarks that even with talent, Lee still puts in a lot of effort, or maybe his talent is just the result of that effort, something others don't see. He admits that back in the library he thought Lee was faking it and apologizes for everything he assumed about him. On top of that, he expresses genuine respect for Lee and his abilities. Lee, however, stays silent, but the crowd around them gets the message loud and clear. Lee is a genius no one can match. While everyone talks about his talent, Shin Yoon-seo doesn't care about any of it as long as Lee is hot and handsome. Suddenly, Lee gets a notification from the deity known as the Troubled Tiger, who looks down at him with satisfaction and declares that if he keeps this up, he'll be given a high-ranking position in the clan. At the same time, the avid hunter frowns in disapproval. That moment makes Lee realize that Hooju keeps pushing him forward with encouragement, but Pabalsag still isn't impressed. He asks the instructor for permission to advance, and with the skills he just showed, the permission is granted in the blink of an eye. Without glancing at anyone, Lee walks out of the safety zone, leaving all the players behind, some full of jealousy, others in awe. He heads straight into the heart of the dungeon and finds himself standing in a forest surrounded by trees and massive spiders. The system then alerts him that the Troubled Tiger is watching with curiosity, eager to see how well Lee will perform, and wondering if he'll truly keep his promise to clear the dungeon. Upon reading the notification, Lee wonders if Hooju overheard his conversation with Si-hwan. Now, stuck in the middle of nowhere, Lee can feel just how ruined the ecosystem here really is. His body feels heavier with every breath. He suspects the air itself might be tainted by whatever disaster happened in this place. With no other option, he decides to purify the air using the flames from the Furnace of 8 Signs. Activating the perpetual hearts and applying composure, Lee grips his spear tightly. At that moment, the deity known as the World Serpent wonders what kind of tricks Lee still has up his sleeve. Frowning, Lee focuses on what he's after, and as he swings his spear, his eyes turn white. Tiger Steps activates. As he thrusts his spear forward, a bright light floods the area, and suddenly all the nearby creatures are knocked out. It turns out the place is crawling with one-legged imps. While the creatures shriek and try to scare him off, Lee feels relieved. This is exactly what he was looking for. But before pressing on, he decides to test something he's been wanting to try for a while. With a grin, he activates the Black Tiger's first claw skill. His eyes gleam with excitement as he swings his spear, the skill surging powerfully through his body. While Lee stands with his spear in an attacking stance, monsters try to charge at him. But the moment he swings his spear again, they vanish into thin air. Flames swirl around him like a protective shield. The system notifies him that the troubled tiger is impressed by the power of his claw. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lee feels a bit more at ease, knowing that Huju didn't catch on to the fact that this skill eats up a massive amount of mana. At this rate, he knows he has to increase his mana capacity no matter what. With that thought, he looks around carefully, certain that what he's searching for has to be somewhere near the area where the one-legged imps live. Out of nowhere, one of the creatures lunges at Lee, but he instantly activates Serpent Eye, and without even moving from his spot, wipes out the mob with sharp precision and expert combat skills. As he finishes them off, the avid hunter is left amazed, while the world serpent calmly praises Lee for using his powers wisely, noting that his actions would also serve as valuable research data. After that, Lee successfully clears the one-legged imp village and receives 2 rewards, the one-legged imp's leg joint and the large one-legged imp's club. Then, soul exploitation activates, and Lee's hands are wrapped in magical threads. He notices one of the nearby flowers has bulging eyes and looks terrified, but the moment it makes eye contact with him, it quickly hides its eyes and pretends to be a normal flower, though it continues to shiver. Lee stares at it, clearly excited that he's found exactly what he was looking for. The flower trembles, trying not to get caught, but Lee wastes no time and already has his hand wrapped around it, tightening his grip. The flower is frozen in shock. It's a shrieking flower, a plant that grows under the western sky, where the boundary between life and death blurs. It shrieks for no reason at times and carries the poison of death, capable of inflicting a deadly illness if consumed. Lee carefully studies it, knowing just how dangerous and valuable it is. His mind drifts back to when the people in red cloaks, standing beside the second elder, clearly disapproved of Lee's desire to grow the flames of the furnace of 8 signs. But Lee stood firm, claiming he had heard they knew how to grow it, and that he had no plans to use it solely for recovery. The second elder had laughed maniacally, realizing that what others had said about Lee was true. He really was insane. The elder explained that the furnace of 8 signs was originally meant to create life, yet here was Lee, intending to use it for destruction instead. The furnace, once lit by Taishang Laojun, held incredible power. Lee pressed him again, asking if he would help, and when the second elder agreed, Lee asked how it could be done. The answer was simple. The flames must be grown not by feeding them firewood, but by feeding them fire. Not just any flames either. Mediocre ones would be consumed without leaving a trace. He needed to feed them the most dangerous flames. The second elder told him to seek out one of 2 beasts, either Lijuk or Jigui, because only with their flames could he ignite true destruction. Back in the present, Lee clenches his fists as the memory of standing on the cliff resurfaces. He had seen a creature atop the mountain, Jigui. Now that he knows his target is close, he must first evolve the flames of the furnace into a constant, everlasting blaze. To do that, he needs to feed it this flower as the next step in its nourishment. Thus Lee swallows the shrieking flower. The poison of death spreads throughout his body, but the effect of immunity against 10 deadly poisons kicks in, making him completely immune to it. After chewing the flower and pulling it back out, the flames from the furnace of 8 signs begin purifying his body, granting him a small boost in mana as well. The fire is lit, his mana increases, and it feels like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just like that, Lee continues his journey, clearing the one-legged imp village and earning rewards like the imp's skull and heart, followed by another shrieking flower. He then clears the red-bearded ogre town, discovers the fighting flower community, and takes down a group of night specters. At this point, he earns a new achievement, gaining strength and stamina as a reward. He doesn't stop for a second, pushing forward while the system casually notifies him that the avid hunter is yawning, wondering when he'll take a break. On the other hand, the twilight-piercing owl watches Lee's progress with growing interest. After traveling for quite some time, Lee finally reaches the place where he first saw the Jigui flying. There he spots a nest, most likely the Jigui's. His mind drifts back to when he asked the second elder about the nature of the Jigui. The elder calmly explained that it isn't a beast, since it has no defined body, but it isn't a wraith either, because it does have a physical form. To be exact, the Jigui is a mass of countless wraiths fused into one, a perfect embodiment of both fire and death. Out of curiosity, Lee wants to know if it carries a Naden within itself, but the second elder explains that while it doesn't have one, it holds something similar. The Jigui's right eye is jeweled, a byproduct of the deep resentment of hundreds of thousands of wraiths, all condensed through intense heat and pressure. Now that Lee thinks about it, he decides to change the attributes of the flames in the furnace of 8 signs using that jeweled eye. With the nest currently empty, he jumps from the cliff toward it to set some traps while he still has time. Meanwhile, at the safe zone, the instructors are reviewing the list of players who have passed the novice test. They're unsure if it's because they were inspired by Lee's performance, but 40% of them passed in less than 10 days, which is unusual. Something strange is definitely happening. Crossing into the lane from the safe zone, 3 players who cleared the novice test are now following the traces left behind by Lee himself. Ignoring all the fire he lit and whatever else he might have set up, they decide to focus entirely on one thing: getting rid of Lee Chang-Sun. A mysterious light pierces through a dark, eerie forest as tension builds. Two high-rank players talk about Lee Chang-Sun, saying he's not what he seems. The guy in the blue jacket claims Lee must have received something valuable from White Tiger, because there's no way someone perfects a skill that fast without help. Meatloaf looks tense, clearly worried the supervisors from White Tiger might find out. But the scarred guy just shrugs it off, saying that even though White Tiger pretends to care about justice and follows corporate rules, deep down they're no different. They're murderers like everyone else. Murderers usually refers to people who kill, but it's also slang for those who'll do anything for money and entertainment. The High-Off clan players have their eyes on whatever great thing White Tiger might have given to Lee Chang-Sun, and even if White Tiger gave him nothing, they figure he still raked in plenty from his pro-gamer days, and he's from a rich family too. The scarred guy grows greedy, thinking if they take everything Lee earned, they're bound to get something valuable. Meatloaf tries to brush it off, saying nothing will happen since it's just some guy minding his own business, but the other players from High-Off glare at him in anger. He quickly backtracks, explaining that they shouldn't stir up trouble or it could ruin their real goal, stealing the Drink of Illusions from White Tiger's training grounds. He reminds them how badly they need it, especially with High-Off getting cornered by White Tiger. Still, the other two get even angrier, taking his words as an insult, like he's saying they can't beat Lee Chang-Sun. They threaten him, and Meatloaf panics and gives in. They threatened him, saying if he ever talked like that again, they'd rip his head off and feed it to the ghosts. Then the two High-Off clan players flew off, telling the Meatloaf to do his best. Feeling tense and confused, the Meatloaf put on his mask and took off into the sky. A large, glowing crescent moon loomed behind one of the peaks, casting an eerie and mystical atmosphere over the scene. At that moment, the system reported that the unmasked evil spirit had fallen into Lee Chang-Sun's trap, and the rune of explosion had been activated. The system reports that the paralysis effect has been triggered, and the target is now poisoned by acidic venom. It congratulates Lee Chang-Sun on successfully defeating the unmasked evil spirit. Then it announces that the dual-headed python, fire canine, and tiger-striped bird have all fallen into the trap Lee set. He notices that only fire-type monsters keep showing up, but not the fire ghost itself. Just then, the system reports that a massacre is unfolding. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is amazed by the explosions and laughs out loud, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Lee levels up, but he's still thinking about how even after 10 days he hasn't reached the nest. He's gone from level 29 to 32, but players without a god as their guardian always level up slower than those who do. Standing on the edge of a cliff, he stares up at a portal and thinks to himself that the fire ghost must be gone. Lee wonders if he should follow the rivers again, but instead, he steps into the portal, determined to take care of what he needs to. Suddenly, he's shocked to see Baek Gyeowol standing right there. Baek looks curious, his eyes drifting to the spear in Lee's hand. Lee asks if he's following him, but then shrugs it off, saying that even if he is, he has no choice but to kill him now since he's seen too much. Lee thrusts his spear at Baek's head, but Baek quickly dodges it. They're locked in a fierce fight. Lee Chang-Sun figures that Baek Gyeowol must be around level 35 or 36, judging by how well he handles a spear that's over 3 meters long. Meanwhile, Baek notices just how fast Lee is and realizes he keeps aiming for his neck. Lee charges at him with incredible speed but is stunned when Baek still manages to dodge. He goes for Baek's neck again but suddenly gets caught off guard and choked, demanding to know how Baek is able to use the secret art of shadow. Baek, surprised by the question, grows curious about how Lee even knows that name. Lee thinks back to his past life filled with wars, where the only thing he ever relied on was the secret art of shadow, but even that left him when madness took over. He remembers the goddess of slaughter and destruction, the dragon who slept for 1,000 years, the iron-blooded lion, and the wandering shadow, Xerxes. He recalls how Xerxes used the term secret art of shadow as a collective name for all his powers and skills, and that Xerxes was the only god who had just one authority. Lee always believed that term was known only to his old comrades, so now he's wondering how Baek is connected to it. The divine being known as the tiger trapped in hardships watches with growing interest, curious about the skill Baek just used. Lee thinks to himself that the secret art of shadow used by Xerxes and the one an average human could use are on completely different levels, so it's better if Baek explains his version first. Baek asks how Lee even knows about it, but Lee reminds him he asked first. Frustrated, Baek snaps and says he'll make Lee open his mouth himself. Baek Gyeowol charges at Lee Chang-Sun, launching a full attack. The divine being known as the tiger trapped in hardships watches in awe at the clash between the two, both destined to become his dependents. During the intense fight, Baek Gyeowol yells at Lee to talk. Meanwhile, the divine being called Good Season to Hunt cheers Lee on, telling him not to lose to some weirdo. Lee thinks to himself that until he uncovers the truth behind the secret art of shadow, he has to avoid seriously injuring Baek. Baek is stunned when Lee suddenly brings out a spear in the middle of battle, radiating overwhelming strength. Lee begins combining skills, activating Tiger's Calamity and Tiger's Step, followed by the surge of Tiger's aura. The skill combo kicks in, and with sharp eyes and precise movement, Lee charges straight at Bayek. The system reports that Tiger's bearing has revealed its true form as both Tiger's aura and Tiger's form activate together. Lee slams Baek Gyewol into the wall with full force, leaving him coughing from the impact. Holding his spear steady, Lee raises it toward Bayek. Good Season to Hunt is completely blown away by the level of the fight, while the tiger trapped in hardships finds himself once again thinking of Lee Chang-Sun. Baek, still catching his breath, looks up and asks what Lee really is. Lee answers that he's ghost-born, which means he was born through a union involving spirits, or ghosts. They're not brought into the world by natural means and often have a grotesque appearance. These beings possess unusual abilities and are believed to carry a lifelong curse. Baek Gyewol is stunned that Lee Chang-Sun knows about it. Meanwhile, Lee realizes that the burn scars on his body aren't from actual burns. They exist because he's ghost-born. The secret art of shadow isn't something he learned. It's something he was born with. Looking at Baek Gyewol, Lee senses that the divine reverberations he's feeling are likely coming from Xerxes, and he wonders what could have happened for Xerxes' vitality to weaken so much. Lee grows curious about how Xerxes could abandon his own son in the mortal realm, and decides he needs to keep Bayek close, since there's no guarantee Bayek even knows anything about his father. Lee tells Baek not to try curing his ghost-born traits using the eye, because it won't work. When Bayek questions him, Lee simply says he knows more than Bayek does, and it's obvious, he figured him out after just a brief exchange of blows. Lee says Baek must have assumed the scars on his face came from having a fire spirit as a parent, and that he inherited those traits. But the truth is, not even the Jigwe eyes would heal those scars. Lee tells him flat out that his parent isn't a fire spirit, and although the scars look like burns, Baek has clearly misunderstood. If that were really the case, Lee points out, he wouldn't be able to use the secret art of shadow. He explains that a Jigwe is much closer to death than to fire, and its ghastly aura is far more intense than that of ordinary ghosts. Then Lee turns to Baek and asks if he's trying to consume it. The divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world tilts his head, taking in the new information Lee Chang-Sun just revealed. Lee then asks if Bayek's true intention is to become a ghost or an evil spirit to escape the hideous curse. From Bayek's expression, Lee can tell he's just throwing out desperate guesses. Looking down, Baek quietly asks what he's supposed to do then. Lee calmly tells him that he'll cure him, and Baek is stunned to hear it. Lee urges him to make a deal, give him all the knowledge he has about the Jigwe, and cooperate fully. Lee is sure Baek must have done serious research and might know things even he doesn't. But Bayek hesitates and asks how he's supposed to trust him. In response, Lee says he can show him the treatment right now, which catches Baek completely off guard. Lee tells him to hold out his hand and warns him to brace himself because it's going to get hot. Then he channels fire into Bayek's hand, and Bayek instantly starts screaming. Lee, staying calm, tells him not to open his mouth and warns that if he breathes in, his magic circulation will be thrown into chaos. The system reports that Bayek's ghost-born condition is changing and the curse is being washed away. Bayek feels the ghost-born traits inside him breaking apart. The system then informs him that his misfortune has been lifted. Baek realizes that if the fire really reached the center of his ghost-born traits, his heart, then maybe the ember that kept it alive has finally burned out. As the fire fades, Lee Chang-Sun tells him not to just sit there and to check his face. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt was stunned to see such a positive shift, while the divine being called Snake, that wraps around the world, thought it was necessary to study the effects of the 8 trigrams fire even more closely. Meanwhile, the divine being known as Tiger that has been trapped in hardships laughed heartily, pleased to witness a hopeful change in one of his household members. Lee Chang-Sun told Bayek that this was his current limit with the abilities he had, and even with frequent treatment, a full recovery for Bayek would still be difficult. Baek asked what he was supposed to do now, and Lee replied that if Baek helped him defeat the Jigwe, they'd gain more firepower, which might lead to his full recovery. Lee then asked if Baek wanted to form a mana pact, but Baek refused, saying he'd try to trust him instead. Lee found Baek far more useful than expected and was curious to see what he'd do next. When Baek asked how Lee planned to get his help, Lee simply told him to speak respectfully. It didn't sit right that his friend's son was being so casual. Baek was taken aback but agreed. Watching this, the divine being known as Snake that wraps around the world clicked its tongue and muttered that Lee Chang-Sun was acting like a boomer. Lee then told Bayek that to track down the Jigwe, they needed to understand its behavior, and asked what he knew. Baek explained that a Jigwe usually acts like a crow, and if they carefully followed its nest, they should be able to track it. Just then, they spotted a pile of gold, jewelry and swords off to the side. Lee Chang-Sun explained that Jigwes have a habit of keeping corpses as mementos. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt was amazed by the quality of the treasures scattered around. Bayek explained that the Jigwe didn't just hoard shiny objects, it had a preference for rare and valuable items. It could recognize such things at a glance, treating them as trophies, though it often forgot about them soon after. He added that they might be able to figure out the Jigwe's location by studying the items it had collected. Among the pile, they spotted the white dove bow, famous for its bullseye penetration ability that pierced straight through anything it hit. The system reported that the bow had been crafted by an unknown hunter using the wing bones and feathers of a massive, powerful flying beast. It had an attack power ranging from 100 to 300, and came with the abilities bullseye penetration and quintuple arrow blow. Lee Chang-Sun considered keeping some of the items for himself and selling off the rest. As he sorted through the treasure, something caught his eye: an illusion pearl. The moment he saw it, he recognized the unmistakable stench of death clinging to it. The system explained that the pearl was created using a fixed ratio of the death flower and destruction flower, along with an unknown third element, and the grudges of those who had died from smallpox could still be felt within it. Lee Chang-Sun thinks about how smallpox was once feared as much as tigers, which makes him suspect that the illusion pearl is somehow connected to White Tiger. Baek then mentions he might have an idea where the jigui has gone. He explains that tracking it seems easier now since the creature has been focused on feeding for a while. Although he's not exactly sure what it's doing, Baek can sense that the jigui has been actively using its power. Lee realizes that if that's the case, it has probably gone deep into the mountains where mystical creatures and monsters dwell. Baek agrees. Lee is quietly impressed. Baek is proving to be more useful than he expected. He tells him they shouldn't waste time and need to keep moving forward. Both of them push on. 4 days later, as they're racing through the wilderness, Lee remembers something the giant man once said, that the jigui's hunger and greed are far beyond what anyone can imagine. As they pass the corpses of dead monsters, something catches their attention, and they come to a halt. The system reports that a Class 4 disaster, jigui, is causing a drought. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is amazed at the sight of the massive bird and licks her lips, excited by the thought of hunting such a giant phoenix. Lee Chang-Sun activates his viper eyes and aims the white dove bow at the jigui. The divine being called Tiger that has been trapped in hardships is proud to see 2 of his household members spreading his name and grants them a blessing. Lee is surprised to find that his range of vision and sensory perception has just increased by 1 level. Lee Chang-Sun wonders if the Void Monarch's benefit is what boosted his senses. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt is caught off guard by the Void Monarch's gift and starts feeling uneasy, noticing how other gods keep giving him benefits while she's falling behind. She frantically searches for something worthwhile to offer and ends up tugging at her hair in frustration when nothing comes to mind right away. But then she stops panicking as a memory clicks into place. With a confident smile, Good Season to Hunt bestows her own authority upon Lee Chang-Sun as a benefit. Lee thinks to himself that Pabilsag definitely pulled a classic Pabilsag move. The system announces that he has equipped full authority with 100% bullseye accuracy. He gains a new skill called You Won't Miss a Target That You Marked, starting at level 1 and classified as an authority-type skill. Its effects include reverse casualty, 100% bullseye accuracy, and consecutive strikes. Without hesitation, Lee fires his arrows and launches an attack on the jigui. The system then reports that, because he has equipped the skills Lightning Explosion and Lightning Net, he can now temporarily use Lightning Storm. The system reports that Lee Chang-Sun has dealt significant damage to the jigui, leaving Baek visibly stunned. Lee thinks about the benefit granted by the Void Monarch and realizes he now possesses the combat senses he had always lacked. The divine being known as Good Season to Hunt feels triumphant, certain that no one else could grant such a powerful authority, and she smugly tells the divine being called Tiger that has been trapped in hardships that his contribution was basically useless. The Void Monarch's benefit has transformed Lee into a beast on the battlefield. His eyes are sharper, his ears keener, his nose more sensitive, his hands more agile, and even his tongue is more finely tuned. The skill reaches level 1 and comes in both passive and active forms, with effects like sense magnification, heightened perception, and the potential to unlock a 6th sense. The Beast Sense skill allows Lee Chang-Sun to focus all his senses on the jigui, helping him read and predict its every move with precision. The divine being known as Tiger that has been trapped in hardships grows excited, eager to see how Lee will make use of the skill. As Lee moves in closer to the jigui, Baek feels a rush of excitement, thinking they might actually defeat it this time. But just then, the system sends out an alert. An intruder without permission to join the raid has appeared. 2 figures materialize, radiating strong mana, and declare that this is a secured zone where only authorized personnel are allowed. They order the trainees to stand down. Lee Chang-Sun struck the jigui with a critical hit, and the system immediately notified that his skills, Lightning Explosion and Lightning Net, had leveled up. As the jigui howled in pain, everyone around froze, their eyes locked on the beast. One of the guards stepped forward and told them to leave, reminding them that this was a restricted area. Baek fired back, shouting that they had been tracking the monster for 4 days, and begged the guards to let them finish the hunt. The guards stood their ground, stating that no one was allowed in except authorized personnel and ordering them to leave at once. They followed up with a final warning. If the trainees didn't comply, they would be removed by force. After giving fair notice, the guards added that they wouldn't be held responsible for any accidents that might happen. That pushed Lee and Baek over the edge, both furious at the interference. Just then, they noticed the Jigui attempting to fly away. Beck shouted at the guards to get out of the way, warning that if the Jigui escaped, they wouldn't get another chance to hunt it, and urged them not to interfere. The guards responded coldly, saying that if they didn't leave, they'd be beaten down. At that moment, Lee Chang-Sun suddenly sensed someone's presence and remembered that Executive Director Oh had promised he wouldn't be interfered with. It became clear that this person had no clue about the agreement. Lee realized that beyond this point lay White Tiger territory, and Executive Director Oh might be trying to cover something up by force. He started suspecting a deeper connection. Maybe it had something to do with the illusion pearl they found in the Jigui's nest. Someone tied to that secret might have been killed by the Jigui, and now they were trying to erase all evidence. That also explained why others were after the Jigui too. Lee figured that if he kept pressing the issue, something much bigger might come to light. He asked the guards if, by not entering the protected area, they were still allowed to move freely. The guards confirmed it and told them to leave. Lee simply responded that in that case, they didn't need to worry. Right then, the Jigui flew toward the guards, making them scream in panic. Without hesitation, Lee Chang-Sun launched an attack on the Jigui. The system immediately notified that the 8 trigrams Urn's fire had found a new source of flame and was rapidly working to absorb it. In that instant, Lee remembered the moment he and Baek had stood over the corpses of several monsters, just like this. He noticed subtle signs that the Jigui might have left behind a chick. That realization hit Lee hard. There had to be a reason why the Jigui had suddenly abandoned its nest. The intense reaction from absorbing its fire made it even clearer. If it wasn't sharing its energy with an offspring, none of this added up. Looking down at the dead monster, they figured that if handled wisely, it could actually become a powerful resource. Even though a Jigui is an evil spirit, taking one down solo is nearly impossible, even for a ranker, which is why solid preparation had been key from the start. Beck asked if Lee had a good plan, and Lee tossed the question back, asking if Beck had something in mind. Beck admitted he had prepared a trick or two in advance, though he wasn't sure how effective they'd be. Lee then reasoned that if the Jigui had indeed hatched a chick, it would be seeking nourishment for it, and that gave them a way to predict its movements. That decided it. Lee would head to where the Jigui was likely going and set a trap there. Just then, the system announced that the authority's soul extortion was actively consuming the spirit that had formed the Jigui, and that the flames of purgatory had ignited on its remains. The fire had started spreading to other spirits linked to the Jigui, and soon the flames consumed its entire form, burning it alive. The flames of purgatory grew fiercer by the second, blazing with uncontrollable intensity. Baek stood frozen, stunned by what he was seeing, thinking the bastard was devouring everything in sight. He recalled Lee explaining that there was a specific reason behind the Jigui's endless hunger, something that left it with no choice but to feed constantly. Lee then remarked that a corpse ought to welcome a meal, which is why he planned to coat it with ice poison and paralysis poison. Baek agreed, saying the Jigui wouldn't be able to do anything against that combination. They both kept their eyes on the monster, watching everything unfold just as planned. Lee thought to himself that the Jigui didn't just consume its prey, it swallowed their souls too, and used a portion of those souls as fuel to amplify its flames of death. What he hadn't told Beck was that after killing the monsters earlier, he had intentionally avoided extracting their spirits. He knew those lingering souls would be absorbed into the Jigui's body and become part of its flesh. Then, when the Jigui tried to escape, Lee would use soul extraction to drag it down. He thought that once the flames of purgatory were ignited using a spirit, they would quickly spread to any connected spirits, and eventually become too intense to stop. The Jigui, being a cluster of spirits, had no way to escape the fire from the white trigram's urn. Lee was determined that the ashes formed from burning the Jigui, along with its flames, would belong to him, and to the natural enemy of the Jigui, the one that consumes it. The system reported that the 8 trigrams Urn's fire was endlessly absorbing the Jigui's flames, and destructive capabilities were slowly being added to its regenerative abilities. It also notified that Lee's strength had increased by 1, agility by 1, magic power by 4, and then again by 5, after which his magic capacity began to rise rapidly. However, the system issued a warning that uncontrolled growth could act like poison and advised Lee to stop using his authority, noting that the rate at which he was absorbing the flames was steadily accelerating. The properties of the 8 trigrams Urn's fire began to shift, becoming unstable and nearly impossible to control. The system then reported that Lee Chang-Sun's magic circuit was expanding and had already passed the permissible threshold. The expansion and reinforcement of the circuit had reached its limit. A shunt was installed to manage the overflow of power, but it quickly hit full capacity. A second shunt was added, but that too reached its limit. The system announced that no further components could be installed. With his current magic circuits unable to handle the full extent of his magic power, the system declared that a transformation would be attempted. An achievement was unlocked. He who swallowed the earth, and with it came rewards. Intelligence increased by 20, willpower by 20, magic power listed as unknown, and the installation of an integrated magic circuit. The system also reported that the authority's soul extortion had been enhanced, allowing souls to be extracted much faster. Meanwhile, the Jigui finally began to resist the overwhelming force closing in on it. The nearby guards stood frozen, completely unsure of how to react to what they were witnessing. Lee Chang-Sun thought to himself that he should now be able to unsheath it. At that moment, the system reported that destructive properties had been fully infused into the 8 trigrams urn's fire. Its nature continued to evolve, and eternal flames had begun to emerge, burning steadily within the fish intestine sword. The system confirmed that the fire had awakened, and that blood had been formed, signaling that all conditions had finally been met. Then came the final message. Lee had successfully fulfilled the latent qualification requirements of the divine artifact. A surge of excitement pulsed through him. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Chang-Sun knows there's only one way to fully hunt down a Jigui, and that's by unsealing the entire power of the fish intestine sword. To do that, it needs an incredible amount of world-ending flame, which the sword is greedily devouring. But that's not all. It also needs blood. Without hesitation, Chang-Sun slices his hand and lets the blood pour over the blade. He believes that these two elements will serve as the key to unlocking the fish intestine sword, which has been lying dormant for over 1,000 years. This sword has been passed down from the original Uyezi to his descendants, always kept close to the brazier, and with each of their marks left on it, it's only natural that fire has made its home inside. Long before it ever reached Uyezi, the sword passed through the hands of countless assassins, soaking up more blood than any other, which is why it earned the names Demonic Sword and Sword of Death. The blood that seeped into it can never be washed away. Then the system notifies that the fire has awakened, the blood has been accepted, and Chang-Sun has successfully met the final hidden qualification to wield the divine artifact. After offering up his fire and blood, Chang-Sun declares that the fish intestine sword belongs to him and him alone. This guy screams out, telling it to cry out. And right then, the system picks up that the fish intestine sword is engraving proof of its new owner onto the blade. With that, the sword speaks its first words, recognizing that Chang-Seon has finally released it and asks him to hold it. Countless dark shadows pour out from the sword, all begging Chang-Seon to look at them, but he doesn't budge. Baek is left with his jaw on the floor, completely shocked to see Chang-Seon standing in the middle of a tornado made of ancient ghosts. Chang-Sun's had enough, so he pushes them all away in an instant and grabs what's rightfully his. He officially becomes the owner of the fish intestine sword. As he swings the blade, a golden aura trails behind him, glowing with power. Without wasting a second, Chang-Seon launches a critical strike at the Jigui. Tiger Bearing bursts out as his skill. Black Mountain Monarch's Claw activates with the power of the new sword. With a massive strike, he finally brings down the Jigui for good. As a result, Chang-Seon earns Jigui's right crystal eye, a powerful item formed from the demonic beast's deadly energy and fire energy combined. If someone possesses this eye, it becomes impossible to observe any changes in the human world or the afterlife. On top of that, Chang-Seon successfully reveals the hidden secret of the fish intestine sword. Plus, Chang-Seon's high-grade dagger technique and high-grade longsword technique both reach their max level, unlocking a wide range of new techniques. This includes offensive, defensive, and every other sword-related skill in the same category. With that, Chang-Seon officially achieves sword mastery. Pabalsag, good season to hunt, is absolutely shocked, never imagining that stick would turn out to be a divine sword. She keeps slapping her face, cursing herself for being so loose-lipped, and suggesting he should have tossed that fire stick aside. Meanwhile, the snake looks completely bored, saying that Chang-Seon having the knowledge to unlock a divine sword isn't even surprising anymore. At the same time, the great demon that cases the abyss watches Chang-Seon's growth in silence, waiting for his answer. The owl blesses his righteous heart, saying it truly suits him. Then the system chimes in, revealing that all the gods are stunned to see Chang-Seon holding the masterpiece of the divine being Uyezi. The fish intestine sword is one of the 9 swords crafted by the divine being Uyezi, and it can be used both as a dagger and a longsword. It's capable of releasing sinister thoughts, and the fire left behind by Uyezi's descendant along with the blood of previous owners grants the wielder a mysterious strength. This sword is a type of divine artifact with immeasurable attack power. Still, Chang-Seon hasn't completed all the qualifications needed to fully use it or unlock its other abilities, as he's missing another set item. Suddenly, a hidden quest called Uyezi's Secret is created. It reveals that each of Uyezi's swords was made with unique characteristics and properties, carrying the attributes of blood and fire. They aren't just dogmatic entities, but living artifacts that complement one another's weaknesses and enhance each other's strengths. The more swords one possesses, the more they will sync with each other to draw out their hidden powers. If Chang-Seon manages to uncover the other 8 swords, they'll pull him into a mysterious realm. However, he must stay cautious, as many others will try to steal the fish intestine sword from him. Now, the quest condition for famous sword possessor is to protect the fish intestine sword, discover the other 8 swords, and unlock their abilities through imprinting. If successful, Changxian will earn the reward of being the first to inherit Uyezi's legacy. With that, Changxian's right hand absorbs the fish intestine sword, and it instantly becomes harder. His magic power shoots up to 221, nearly tripling the 76 he had back at level 30. Changxian feels a powerful current, like a great river, flowing through him. Meanwhile, the Bladies can't believe Changxian just stole the Jigui like it was nothing. Still, they can't act like it didn't happen. One of them considers taking the Jigui down, figuring it had been attacked while gathering fighting flowers, and that it might be carrying the illusion pearl. They can't risk letting that fall into someone else's hands, so killing it seems like the best move. When asked, he says it can't be helped, they'll just have to beat Changxian up. His lackey thinks that's a long shot since Changxian ate up Jigui's flames, and there's no way someone like that is going down easily. Baldy points out that the other two are exhausted after battling the Jigui, and Changxian even devoured the world-ending flames. His plan is to overpower Changxian, interrogate him about the illusion pearl, and if that fails, feed him to the beasts. He actually feels bad for Executive O, who saw potential in a guy now caught up in something this pointless. Just then, two guys drop in, announcing that there are 3 big fishes here: Lee Chang-Sun, the Jigui's treasure, and the White Tiger's hunting dogs. One of them asks if it's someone's birthday or what. When asked, Shinhei casually says they just walked in through the front door. The White Tiger chumps can only blame their own inspection skills at this point. They quickly recognize the intruders. This guy is the Iron Mace Demon, Yang Shinhai. The one in the blue jacket is the Saw Blade, Park Jipyo, and the last one, that meatloaf, is Crimson Target, Bei Wugyung. Baldy can't believe that instead of sniffing around some random White Tiger dungeon, they actually found this place, which means they must have already searched through the research facilities too. Shinhei figures they've got a lot to talk about, so it's best they get started. It's clear to the bald head that going up against those 3 buttheads would only end one way, so he decides to stall while his lackey runs off to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Gipyo starts clashing swords with the top guard, hoping to have a little fun. Shinhei goes for the other guard with his spiked mace, but the guy blocks it like a pro. That's when Shinhei throws a tiny one just as fast, catching the guard off guard and blasting his head into nothing, which makes Shinhei burst out laughing. Gipyo snaps at him not to kill their valuable lead just like that since it makes things harder, but he shrugs it off since at least one's still alive. On the other side, Bei walks over to where Changxian and Bayek are. Bayek asks what this meatloaf plans to do with them, and Bei casually spills that they have to die there for him. Changxian's not having any of it. Bei draws his sword, ready to fight, but Changxian tells him he'll consider the demand if Bei can dodge what he's about to unleash. Just then, the trio looks up and sees the boss monster Jigui flying straight toward them. Apparently they're in luck, or not, because Jigui was laying eggs nearby. Now, no one knows how Mama Jigui is going to react once she finds out her mate is dead, so dodging might be their best bet. Flaming lightning pours from the Jigui, and a fiery storm begins. The trio jumps out of the way, leaving the scroll behind. Jipyo tells Sungchu to lure it in the other direction, but they end up cornered, and Mama Jigui burns them all to a crisp. Changxian explains to Baek that the female protects the chicks while the male hunts for food, but if her mate's in danger, it's only natural for her to show up. Baek is completely stunned by this guy. When asked what he's up to now, Changxian says he's off to earn more crystal eyes. Baek worries about Changxian's current state, but Changxian assures him that he's recovered his stamina. Still, Baek insists it's dangerous. While eating the crystal, Changxian just tells him he has his own ways. At the same time, he wonders if there is even a reason to consume the crystal eye after already absorbing Jigui's flames. He's confident his flames have grown enough to create an artifact from the crystal eye alone. Iroh then explains that it's necessary to move from attribute addition to a full core transformation. He also reveals that after swallowing the crystal eye, Changxian might actually become a Jigui himself. Right then, the system announces that the destruction and ghost attributes have been added to the 8 trigram urn's fire. Its properties will change as all the attributes merge and evolve, creating the newly formed ruin attribute. The 8 trigram urn's fire transforms into the 8 trigram urn's world-ending flames. Changsun finally becomes a Jigui, with all his stats getting a major boost. He fully grasps the specialities of a Jigui, which include Spirit Flame, Poltergeist, Pyrokinesis, and the first form world-ending flame. The skills start activating, including Black Mountain Monarch's Claw. Lee Chang-Sun absorbs Jigui's right crystal eye, and his magic power begins to rise. The world-ending flame from the 8 trigram urn is about to level up, which boosts both the flame and Poltergeist. His overall magic power capacity increases too, making him stronger than ever and more prepared to handle the difficult threats waiting ahead. Even with all this power, Changxian quickly realizes that there are still limits. Just because he gained magic doesn't mean he can use it without restrictions. Some laws still apply, and he needs to respect them. Now that he has become Jigui's vessel, he can use its attributes however he wants. If he chooses to, he could raise the earth with flames of death. This new ability stacks on top of his already devastating flame skills, giving him even more destructive potential. With both crystal eyes now his, he holds the kind of power that can bring forest fires and droughts wherever he goes. Just his presence alone is enough to cause massive changes or destruction, depending on how he decides to use it. The crystal eyes aren't just a source of strength, they're also a clear sign of the destruction he now carries with him. His progress keeps climbing, and his dungeon rank gets updated, placing him at number 9, showing just how quickly he's rising, and how dangerous he's becoming to everyone around him. This shows how fast Lee Chang-Sun is rising and how much of a threat he's becoming to others. He assumes that chaos is about to erupt down there, especially since 2 Jigwees are seen as the rulers of the blackish-red mountain range, but their rule might soon be challenged now that he has shown up with new power and purpose. When he arrives, he demands the red-haired man to tell him everything he knows, since the guy clearly wants to die. The man looks exhausted and hopeless, and tells Chang-Sun that the white tiger sent him high into the blackish-red mountain range to open something. That makes Chang-Sun start thinking about how the white tiger suddenly began to grow stronger around 13 or 14 years ago. He starts wondering what triggered that sudden rise and what the white tiger has been planning all this time. Chang-Sun believes the 7 cryptic scriptures of San consist of 7 scrolls, and although the white tiger is only after 3 of them, those 3 alone hold enough power to produce extraordinary results. These scrolls are rare and filled with ancient knowledge and strength, and anyone who possesses them might gain control over forces far beyond normal comprehension. On top of that, the White Tiger's clan leader, the Heavenly Swordsmaster Moonsung, is known as one of the most powerful swordmasters in the world, but his followers aren't anything special. They've only become famous because they've been swept up in his explosive rise, which just shows how some people get recognition simply for following someone powerful instead of earning it through their own strength. Lee Chang-Sun wants the red-haired man to tell him everything, so the man continues, explaining that each of the 7 cryptic scriptures contains different content, and every single one teaches how to draw power from a different ancient constellation. These constellations aren't ordinary. They're tied to deeper forces within the universe. Chang-Sun realizes that gaining control over even one of these scriptures could grant him access to power beyond imagination. He then asks whether it's possible to borrow the strength of those constellations, or if the Void Monarch has been keeping it all to himself. He wants to know who exactly has been using that power, and whether he too can tap into it. The red-haired man says that 3 of the scrolls have already been unraveled, and 2 are missing, but the most important one still remains. That final scroll might hold the key to something even greater, and now Chang-Sun's interest in finding it grows stronger. The red-haired man also reveals that he didn't come there just for terrorism or revenge. The real reason is to find the illusion pearl. He explains that to create an illusion pearl, you need wildflowers from the flower beds of Xiaqian, especially the crying and laughing flowers, which are the main ingredients, along with the strength of powerful warriors. The pearl isn't just a magical object, it requires rare elements from rare places and the might of true warriors to take form. Lee Chang-Sun figures out that there's a training institute hidden in a rugged and unforgiving environment, much like the blackish red mountain range, designed to push trainees to their limits and find those with the potential to become powerful warriors. This isn't an ordinary school, it's a place where only the strongest survive and grow. The institute is tied to the White Tiger organization, and its real purpose is slowly being revealed. Chang-Sun starts to notice a hidden network behind it all, something far larger than what appears on the surface. The disappearance of certain individuals and the loss of important items have complicated things for the organization, hinting that a deeper scheme is unfolding. Someone out there is trying to expose the truth about White Tiger, but needs more proof to make it happen. The red-haired man agrees with this and admits that he knows too much to keep quiet anymore. He realizes the truth has to come out no matter the risk. Chang-Sun feels that most of the secrets have already started to unravel, but there's still more to uncover. He senses they're close to something crucial and believes stopping now would be a huge mistake. Determined to keep going, he decides to search further, thinking that the gods the red-haired man follows don't want a dying fool like him, but someone stronger and more capable like Lee Chang-Sun. Paik Gyawul gets confused when Lee Chang-Sun suddenly asks him to sit in a lotus position, saying he wants to treat him right now and won't delay it any further. Although surprised, Paik doesn't ask any questions and simply follows his lead. Chang-Sun tells him to focus properly and take things seriously, because steadying the leftover energy of a Ghostborn takes time and can easily become distracting. It's not something that can be handled carelessly. Calming such wild and unstable energy is exhausting, both physically and mentally, but it does come to an end eventually, so giving up midway is not an option. If someone even slightly loses the will to keep going, the process of turning into a monster or ghost begins on its own without warning. Chang-Sun makes it clear that if there's even a small sign that something dangerous is about to happen, he won't hesitate. He'll remove Xerxes immediately. He will do it without a second thought, because he can't risk letting something unstable and dangerous roam free. A broken Xerxes moving around without limits could lead to a disaster that hurts everyone nearby. Pak nods quietly and assures Changxian that he understands what's at stake and doesn't want him to worry. He knows the situation is serious. Then Changxian thinks to himself that even though Xerxes often acts like he has no real sense of identity, there's always been one strong desire inside him that has never changed. That desire is what keeps him grounded in his own way, even if others can't clearly see it. With that understanding between them, they begin the process. The flames of the first form of the world-ending flames slowly start entering Payek's body, surrounding and burning the ghost born within him. The process is intense and painful. Lee Chang-Sun tells Pak not to give up, no matter how much it hurts or how confusing it gets, and not to lose himself in the middle of it all. Inside his own mind, Pak Gayawul becomes disoriented and starts trying to figure out where he is. After a short while, he realizes he's inside his unconscious world, a space that exists deep within his own mind. But he doesn't want to remember the past. The memories bring back too much pain and trauma. He recalls the times he was scarred emotionally, growing up like a monster child in an orphanage. No one ever chose a kid like him, someone they called a monster or said had an ugly face. He felt rejected, unloved, and invisible. Those cruel words and cold rejections left deep wounds in him, and because of all that pain, he starts to wonder if it would be easier to just die than to keep living with such heavy, unwanted memories. Then out of nowhere, a hand appears in front of him. It reaches out silently, asking him to take it and follow. The air turns cold, and the wind starts to pick up. He senses he needs to leave before the wind becomes even worse. He doesn't want to be alone anymore. He steps closer and is just about to take the hand when something inside stops him. A feeling rises up, telling him this is not where he's meant to be. Without hesitation, he turns and runs away from that space, choosing not to take the hand. Deep down, he knows that wasn't the right path, and despite everything, he still wants to live. Lee Chang-Sun, who is monitoring everything from the outside, tells Pak that they've successfully passed the most critical moment. He also mentions that the ghost born inside Pak is incredibly persistent and doesn't give up easily. Even though Changxian now has full access to the Jigwee's vessel and all the power that comes with it, he still isn't entirely sure whether Pak will win in the end. But one thing brings some clarity to the situation. Pak's father is Xerxes, and that fact alone carries serious weight. Slowly, Pak Gyewol starts catching his breath, and his breathing becomes steady again. This shows that the rune of stealth has activated once more and has reached a higher level. On top of that, a new intermediate-grade rune engraving skill has been formed, proving that progress is being made. With that done, Lee Changxian decides to check out the Illusion Pearl's research facilities, but before doing so, he plans to take care of the useless witness, someone who no longer serves any purpose and could become a potential threat. Yujin flies along the mountains using his skills, thinking how urgent it is to tell the executive director the truth no matter what. As he runs, he plans his escape, knowing the executive director is focused on treating Bayek Gyewol, which gives him the perfect chance. Just then, Changshon suddenly appears, catching Yujin off guard. He attacks him right as Yujin's stealth skill deactivates. Yujin tries to draw his sword to fight back, but Changxian is faster and drives his blade into Yujin's shoulder, slamming him into a tree as they lock eyes. Changxian smiles and says they've met again, while Yujin grits his teeth and demands to know what he plans to do with him. Changxian tells him that he originally intended to kill him on the spot, but now he's changed his mind because he doesn't want Executive Director O growing suspicious. Taking out the Illusion Pearl, Changxian tells Yujin he has a much easier method to deal with things, so there's no need to go down the hard road, then forcefully feeds him the pill. The moment Yujin swallows it, his reasoning shuts down and his ego suspends, plunging him into a hypnotic trance. Changxian orders him to stand, and Yujin gets up without hesitation. Watching him, Changxian wonders if this is what it looks like when someone becomes soulless or loses their soul entirely. To test it, he commands Yujin to sit, roll on the ground, and even bark like a dog, and Yujin obeys each one. Then, without wasting time, Changxian orders him to kill himself. Yujin instantly tries to do it, but before he can go through with it, Changxian quickly commands him to stop. He examines Yujin's face, admitting that they've truly created something unbelievable by drawing out this much power from one of the lowest-ranked scriptures, and wonders just how powerful the others must be. He orders Yujin to tell Executive Director O that there are no abnormalities related to him, and to behave as he normally would, acting like nothing ever happened. Yujin bows his head and says he understands. The divine being, snake that wraps around the world, laughs at Changxian's cunning plan, while the divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, silently watches him, showing interest in his growing ambition. Changxian tells Yujin to leave, but just as he starts using his skills to vanish, Changxian stops him. Yujin asks if there are more orders, and Changxian says he wants to know if he can learn the technique Yujin is using right now. He thinks the skill looks more useful than he expected, and might even suit Baek Gyewol well. Yujin tells him it's called the Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale, and it allows him to manipulate the wind for qinggong, stealth, or disguises. Since it's derived from the tiger's step, Changxian should be able to use it too. Standing in position, Changxian tells Yujin to teach it to him. Yujin explains that there's no skill book for it, so it could take a long time, but Changxian ignores him, saying he'll figure it out on his own. Yujin lends him his power and starts moving in circles, using the wind to demonstrate the technique. Changxian mirrors his movements, quickly generating the same whirlpool effect of the tiger's trailing gale, leaving Yujin stunned. He keeps practicing, faster and sharper each time, until the system announces that he's learned a new technique based on the foundation of the tiger's step. Fully activating it, Changxian shows off the completed skill as Yujin watches in disbelief. He lets out a surprised scream, saying it took him years to learn the technique, but Changxian managed to pick it up after only seeing it a handful of times. He bows in respect, admitting that Changxian truly is an admirable person. Changxian tells him to go. Using the wind, Changxian builds on what he learned, mastering qinggong first, then progressing to stealth, and eventually to concealment. Not long after, the system notifies him that the divine being, good season to hunt, is impressed by how smooth and sharp his movements look for hunting, and is now checking to see if she has anything she can offer him in return. Changxian strides through the wind using his newly learned technique as he strolls through the jungle. He recalls that a pair of jigui lay an egg once every century, and soon he comes across a jigui nest where a large egg rests, surrounded by swirling red waves. As he approaches the egg, he notices that it still needs more time before it hatches. Jigui have 3 forms, but in truth, they are a gathering of spirits, spiritual beings without fixed physical bodies. Since their ancestors once took the form of birds, they continue to do so, although they can shift and adapt according to their environment. Changxian considers how their nature can actually be redirected in a positive way, and how their intellect can be raised beyond what's normal for their kind. The egg's strength, its underdeveloped state, and overall health all appear to be perfectly balanced. With that, he decides that helping it become a spiritual bird is the best option. Standing by the red waves, he inhales the energy of the egg. The divine tiger suggests waiting for the beast to hatch naturally so that it might take the form of a rare creature like a tiger. Just then, the divine being, good season to hunt, begins arguing with the tiger, claiming that almost anything would be more useful than raising another tiger. Changxian thanks them both for their input while the two continue bickering, their relationship clearly worsening. He places a hand on his chest, feeling the presence of the egg within him. Then he gives it a command to consume the flames inside him and grow stronger. With that, he opens his eyes, ready to finally head toward the research facility. The doctor asks his helpers if they know what the executive director thinks about the situation. One of them tells him that Director O believes it's best to just wait, since he plans to handle it soon. Frustrated, the doctor slams his hands on the table, thinking that from the illusion pearls used to create God-sent warriors to the starlight coordinates, it was all his work. He developed it all: 3rd grade basic skills, various divine armaments, divine artifacts, and even authorities. And after everything he's done for White Tiger, he can't believe they've sent the inspection department after him just because he kept a few of his own creations. Executive Director O was the one who told him to prepare everything from the very beginning. Gritting his teeth, he thinks about how many times he's reached out for help, only to be told to keep waiting. He yells out, asking how much more he has to give after everything he's already done for them. He remembers that the Board of Inspection said the Department of Inspection would be arriving today. Quickly, he orders his workers to destroy any documents that might raise suspicion, warning them that an official from the 3rd-rank directory is coming in person. He knows that the Gildal project was developed and supervised under Executive Director O's guidance, so naturally people will start asking questions. He realizes the entire organization could turn dangerous for someone like him, so he needs to become White Tiger soon in order to gain the 5-star Blade Fiend. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he takes a breath and tries to calm himself down. He thinks about how all of them are massive conglomerate families, and maybe he could live a richer life if he plays his cards right, so he should make sure to secure something valuable for himself. Then his thoughts drift to Baekgye Wool, and for a brief moment, he feels bad for him. After that, his mind goes to Changxian, still filled with curiosity about him. Making his way toward the glass jar that holds a floating body, he wonders where the two of them have gone, thinking it would have been great if he could have checked them out and taken them with him. He stops near the jar, staring at the body inside, and mutters aloud that this one is incredible too, so he might as well do what he wants with him. Just then, he hears the sound of something shattering and quickly orders his workers to contact the men he sent to retrieve the illusion pearl. Meanwhile, Changxian approaches the facility and finally comes to a stop once he reaches the door. Lee Chang-Sun finally reaches the research facility, his stealth skill fully activated and all sounds dispersed through the wind. He invades the facility faster than light, flashing between the 2 guards at the entrance. Both of them feel like something just passed through them, and though it sends chills down their spines, they ignore it. One starts shaking in fear, and the other grows visibly nervous. Inside, the research facility is filled with traps, but Changxian moves through them with ease. He passes the 12th trap undetected, thanks to his beast sense skill that discerns the direction of activation. Using his viper eye, he quickly scans every trap in his surroundings, and as his awareness sharpens, the flying tiger's trailing gale skill activates within him. He continues forward, bypassing every trap without setting off a single one. A notification pops up, stating that the divine being, snake that wraps around the world, admires how skillfully he utilizes his abilities. Not long after, Changxian senses something strange as the atmosphere inside the facility shifts and everyone starts rushing around in a panic. His beast sense grows stronger, allowing him to hear every sound and voice in the area. He listens to the workers shouting at each other, telling everyone to get things in order or it'll be the end of them, since someone is coming to inspect the facility. One of them yells about the team that was sent to capture the Jigui, complaining that they should have returned with the illusion pearl by now. They grumble about how slow the on-site workers always are, clearly under pressure. Seconds later, Changxian hears news that the Jigui's corpse has been discovered, and everyone is in shock that someone in the world was actually able to kill a Jigui. One of the workers mentions a report about a group of unconscious people being found at the training ground, apparently high on something, and no one seems to have any clue about what's really going on. The facility remains in chaos as everyone rushes to clean things up before the inspection department arrives. As Changxian listens, it becomes clear to him that this is the Illusion Pearl production facility. He moves forward, flashing through the room where workers scramble to hide evidence, and immediately notices the strong scent of poisonous herbs. The crying flower's poison has soaked into the air, known for causing fits and hallucinations. But the passive effect of his skill, immunity against poison, activates, protecting him completely. A notification pops up, stating that His Majesty, Tiger's Calamity, is now watching him. Soon, Changxian reaches a locked door that requires an approved ID to open. The system prompts him to enter a password or draw a pattern to unlock it, and he struggles to figure out a way through without drawing attention. He thinks about just busting it open but quickly realizes he can't afford to make a mess this early on. Then, his eyes drift to the key hanging around his neck, Peter's key. He wonders if this key could unlock the door, and as he's about to take it out, he suddenly stops, realizing that the Void Monarch is watching him closely. He knows he can't just use that key recklessly. Soon enough, Changxian presses the hand that touched Peter's key against the sensor, and to his surprise, the door opens instantly. He's taken aback by how quickly it worked. Suddenly, a flood of notifications appears, with the divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, expressing embarrassment at the sudden unlocking and wondering if Changxian has some kind of special skill for bypassing locks. In response, the divine being, snake that wraps around the world, clicks his tongue and asks the tiger if he still hasn't figured out the kind of skills Changxian possesses. He explains that it's obviously possible because Changxian is the amalgamation of the 10 red-banded snakes. The tiger nods in agreement, admitting it makes sense and admires Changxian's bravery and exceptional talent, which only fuels his growing interest in him. Changxian, full of irritation, mutters under his breath, cursing the Void Monarch for not realizing he possesses Peter's key. With a bitter laugh, he mocks the idea of being called a red-banded snake by someone who is already a snake himself. As he looks into the room, his eyes fall on rows of chambers lined with God-sent warriors. A notification pops up, stating that the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is enjoying the sight of his fangs and claws neatly arranged, which makes Changxian scoff and call him disgusting. Another notification follows, this time from the divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, who expresses her distaste toward the entire situation and sends a cold glare at the tiger. The tiger jokes, asking what she plans to do with that glare, and the owl bursts into rage, demanding that he at least serve justice in her place. With that, a sudden quest appears before Changxian titled, Owl's Plead. The divine being, owl that pierces through the twilight, is deeply disgusted and upset by the dark and corrupt influence the tiger that has been trapped in hardships has spread throughout the human world. Seeing how many lives have been lost to his schemes, she feels immense pity and pleads for peace and rest for those souls. The quest's conditions are simple but heavy. Eliminate all the God-sent warriors and completely destroy the Illusion Pearl research facility. The reward promises a blessing from her, one that will match the scale of his results. Changxian is stunned, never expecting the owl to act so boldly or go as far as to assign him a quest like this. He quickly realizes that a blessing tailored to his achievement likely means she's willing to grant him an authority. Notifications flood in, one from the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, curious about how he'll respond, while the owl stares at him with piercing intensity. Changxian knows exactly what's at stake. If he accepts, the Void Monarch will turn his back on him, but if he refuses, he risks losing Minerva. Frustrated, he curses under his breath, caught between two powerful beings. As he hovers over the refusal option, something stops him. A sinister smirk spreads across his face, like he's already one step ahead, and with cool confidence, he says there's something he'd like to ask of the patron god. the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Lee Chang-Sun expresses his wish to ask the patron god, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, a question. The divine being gladly agrees and waits for him to speak, already sensing the reason behind Chang-Sun's arrival. When urged to get to the point, Chang-Sun chooses to stay vague and boldly declares that he's going to take everything from this place, claiming that both divine beings need him. He reveals his intent not to let others have anything he himself cannot possess, and casually asks the tiger's opinion on that decision. As he puts forth his question, Chang-Sun reminds himself that the Void Monarch has taken an interest in him, which means he's a strong candidate for priesthood. With that confidence, he's sure the tiger that has been trapped in hardships won't turn away from him either. As expected, the tiger smirks and shows continued interest in Chang-Sun despite the questionable circumstances, even saying that anyone in his household who gets tricked by him is simply a fool. He promises not to get in the way of Chang-Sun's wild ambitions. Right then, Chang-Sun receives a new quest titled Tiger's Plunder, granted by the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. The quest commands him to loot and claim everything he sees, and if he succeeds, he will earn the tiger's blessing along with the authorities tied to the spoils. But if he fails, he must face divine punishment. Lee Chang-Sun confidently accepts the quest and casually asks Minerva for her thoughts on it. The divine being, owl that pierces through the twilight, expresses her satisfaction and says his decision is exactly what she expected. He calls her clumsy, but agrees to carry out the task, which leads to an expansion of his movement range to accommodate both sudden quests, Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder. He is now required to eliminate all the God-sent warriors and destroy every related facility. Without wasting time, Lee Chang-Sun dives into the mission, and as soon as he moves, his stealth is released. The moment he steps inside, the security spots him, prompting him to activate his powers. As he equips Jigwee's vessel, the surrounding area ignites with Jigwee's flames, throwing the guards into confusion about the fire's unexpected presence. The flames quickly spark a massive blaze in the central research building, and before the security team can reach it to contain the damage, the building explodes. In a panic, they decide to suppress the fire from a distance using ice magic, but the flames overpower their efforts and trigger another blast, completely nullifying their magic. Seeing the chaos unfold, Ya Sangwon shouts in frustration, demanding to know what's happening and where the security team is. But before he can even finish his question, he gets knocked back by a violent burst of fire. A man rushes to check on him and asks if he is all right, but Ya Sangwon, overwhelmed and furious, immediately snaps and demands to know how many people were left behind. The man hesitates to respond, still shaken from the sudden blast, which only fuels Ya Sangwon's anger. After the explosion, the workers and the security team scramble to assess the damage, trying to figure out how much has been destroyed and how many people have been killed. As the security team moves through the wreckage, they suddenly receive a notification warning them about a spreading burn infection. The warning clearly states that the infection is uncontrollable in the current area and urges immediate evacuation. But before they can even take a step, Jigwee's flames surge again and engulf the entire area, setting the team ablaze. Amid the chaos, Ya Sangwon reacts swiftly and leaps out of the fire, landing near Lee Chang-Sun. Chang-Sun's eyes light up with excitement at his arrival, while Ya Sangwon demands to know who he is and whether someone from high off sent him. He also presses Chang-Sun about how he's able to wield the Jigwee's world-ending flame. But instead of answering any of the questions, Lee Chang-Sun simply responds with calm confidence, stating only his name, Lee Chang-Sun. The chief is visibly shocked to hear Lee Chang-Sun's name and struggles to make sense of why someone like Chang-Sun, who should be far away from this place, is standing right in front of him. But instead of panicking, he gets excited, thinking that working with someone like Chang-Sun could help him build a clan rivaling White Tiger within 5 years. As Chang-Sun activates his power and begins to vanish, Ya Sangwon quickly swings his blade to intercept him, demanding to know where he's going. The sudden attack interrupts Chang-Sun's stealth, forcefully deactivating his Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale skill. The two clash fiercely, their swords clanging in a sharp burst of energy. In the heat of the fight, Chang-Sun realizes that Ya Sangwon isn't just some average opponent, but a god-sent warrior. That revelation makes him wonder whether other executives of White Tiger have also been transformed like this. If so, then the corruption runs deeper than he expected. Still, he sees it as a perfect chance to test what a god-sent warrior is truly capable of. His integrated magic circuits begin surging violently, and Jigwee's world-ending flame erupts even more fiercely. After allocating 30 extra stat points to strength, his strength climbs to 141, and with another 30 in dexterity, that stat rises to 131, readying him for a full-force battle. After getting stronger, Lee Chang-Sun lunges at Ya Sangwon and strikes, but Ya Sangwon easily blocks the hit and holds his ground, making Chang-Sun realize that this man is no rookie. Right after, Ya Sangwon's sword begins to glow with ghost energy, and he shouts that the heavens are on his side. The tiger's death thickens, and the system warns Changxian to be cautious. Fueled by fury, Ya Sangwan swings his blade at him with intense force, each strike carrying ghost energy that feels like a tiger relentlessly hunting its prey. This confirms for Changxian that Ya Sangwan is indeed his majesty, the tiger's calamity. Barely dodging several attacks, Changxian escapes Ya Sangwan's line of sight, only to run into a group of angry security men charging straight at him. He hears one of them call out to Ya Sangwan, reassuring him of their support. But when Changxian looks into their eyes, he instantly recognizes the same eerie glow. These men are God-sent warriors too. Realizing he is outnumbered, he infuses his flames with blood poison and forms a world-ending fire barrier to stop them. He waits to see the effect, but to his shock, the God-sent warriors push through the flames without hesitation, still advancing on him, determined to bring him down. Lee Chang-Sun realizes things won't end well if he keeps going like this, so he quickly shifts to a divide-and-conquer strategy. As he steps back to pull the enemies apart, the security men mistake it for an escape attempt and alert one another to catch him. In the heat of the battle, Changshan's unbending spirit activates, reinforcing his wavering mental strength. His inner peace takes hold, allowing him to assess the situation with clarity. He stops just as a small group of guards closes in, and they shout that they've caught him. But Ya Sangwan immediately catches on to what he's doing, leading the group into a trap so he doesn't have to fight too many at once. The chief yells at the guards, calling them fools, but it's already too late. Changsan's bullseye skill kicks in, and the divine being good season to hunt gets swept up in the excitement of how effectively he's using her authority. While Changxian is focused on eliminating the guards with precision, Ya Sangwan catches him off guard and grabs him by the throat. He shouts that he's far superior in both level and stats, so Changxian should just give up. Despite the situation, Lee Changxian stands his ground and looks Ya Sangwan straight in the eye, asking if he really thinks catching him like that means he's won. Before Ya Sangwan can fully grasp what he means, the fish intestine sword materializes in Changxian's hand, its energy surging. At that moment, twin sword resonance activates, and the evil dragon Snaggletooth begins to awaken, its dark power rising alongside the first blade, ready to tip the tide of the battle. If eternal reputation was gained by the divine blacksmith Uyezi after he succeeded in making a few masterpieces, then the demonic blacksmith Taioti built his everlasting position by creating countless masterpieces and powerful weapons. Thanks to their achievements, both smiths are famous even among the gods and constellations, widely known as opposing forces, and to this day, no one can say for certain who is superior. The reason this is such a tough call is that they each pursued different goals, worked in different eras, and lived in separate worlds, which made a direct comparison nearly impossible. But right now, the perfect moment has come to judge their skills, as both of their creations are held by Lee Changxian. The fish intestine sword has already drunk its fill of blood and glows with satisfaction, while the evil dragon Snaggletooth finally begins to reveal its true potential. As Changshan meets part of its qualification requirements, the lock placed on the evil dragon Snaggletooth is undone, and the weapon begins to transform, stretching from the size of a dagger into a full-length sword. The chief stares at it in horror, stunned by the power radiating off the blade. Because it's both a dagger and a longsword, many of its properties remain immeasurable, yet Changxian is still able to access some of its hidden features, even though he has only met part of the conditions required to wield it completely. Lee Changxian merges both his swords and the twin sword resonance activates. The skill sword mastery kicks in, and after taking a deep breath, he steadies himself for the strike. The divine beings watching are stunned by the display. Good Season to Hunt is amazed that Lee Changxian has managed to unlock her divine artifact, while Owl that pierces through the twilight urges him to use the demonic blacksmith Taioti's armaments for justice. The other divine beings also react in awe, praising him for his accomplishments. Lee Changxian steps forward and swings his sword at Ya Sangwan, who immediately senses the danger. His beast sense, gifted by his patron god, screams at him to dodge, but fear paralyzes him. As Changshan's sword closes in, Ya Sangwan raises his own weapon to block it, knowing that if he doesn't, it will mean instant death. The impact sends him staggering back, and in that moment, Changxian hears his sword cry out, warning him that this isn't enough. But the other blade, the evil dragon Snaggletooth, urges him to wait and watch what it can do. With a powerful swing, Changxian shatters Ya Sangwan's sword to pieces, leaving the chief defenseless. Realizing the tables have turned, Ya Sangwan understands just how serious things have become, and knows that if he wants to stay alive, his only option now is to run and escape before it's too late. The fish intestine sword gleams with a sharp, brilliant edge, while the evil dragon's Snaggletooth reveals its savage fangs, and Lee Changxian senses the pride in both weapons, each burning with a hunger for victory. When he sees Ya Sangwan fleeing in panic, he quickly activates Black Mountain Monarch's claw, sending it tearing after the chief and destroying the entrance in its path. Despair spreads fast through the air, and waves of frustration and dark thoughts engulf the place. As Ya Sangwan screams that he doesn't want to die, the world-ending flame only feeds on his grudge, growing fiercer. Watching him, Lee Chang-Sun furrows his brows, unsure whether the emotions spilling out are regrets or something deeper. He wonders where someone with a half-melted body like Ya Sang-won thinks he can run. Realizing that only a Ghostborn would make someone cling to life like this, he decides not to finish him off just yet, and instead follows him, curious to see where he's headed. Lee Chang-Sun waits patiently, watching to see where Ya Sang-won is trying to crawl to, curious about his destination, but before he can reach it, Ya Sang-won dies right there on the spot. Lee Chang-Sun withdraws the fish intestine sword and sighs, feeling a bit sorry for the man. He had been right next to the door and could have just raised his hand to open it. The evil dragon's snaggletooth seals itself shortly after, but the door remains firmly locked. When Lee Chang-Sun tries to open it, he's prompted to enter a pattern and password. He places his hand on the screen, wondering if it will respond like before, and luckily, the master ID gets confirmed and the door unlocks. He now understands that the key is specialized for bypassing locking mechanisms and opening doors. As the door slides open, the divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, expresses his surprise at how Lee Chang-Sun keeps managing to find his way through this place. On the other side, Lee Chang-Sun spots a girl connected to a massive, wild-looking machine with strange wires linked to her body. He flies up to her and freezes in shock when he recognizes her face. After digging through his memory, he recalls her name, Shin Yun-seo, and begins to wonder if she too has been turned into a god-sent warrior. Lee Chang-Seon holds Shin Yun-seo's arm and starts analyzing her condition, immediately sensing an abnormality that puts His Majesty, the Tiger's Calamity, on high alert. As he digs deeper, he realizes she's not a god-sent warrior, but something far more intense, something more fundamental and advanced. After concentrating harder, he finally uncovers what Executive Director Oh was trying to hide all along. The god-sent warriors were just stepping stones to perfect this thing called Gildal. He tries to recall what Gildal is, wondering if it was the name of the goblin chief. Activating his beast sense skill, Lee Chang-Seon carefully examines Shin Yun-seo's state, and the Tiger's Calamity activates. He sees that the process is 41% complete, and he mutters that it's midway through. He finds it too low to call her just another Gildal-type god-sent warrior because even now, her physical toughness is absurd. Her muscle fibers have already toughened, and in her current condition, she could probably devour most players alive. Still, he's a bit relieved that at least the hypnosis and brainwashing haven't started yet. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, watches Lee Chang-Seon with deep curiosity, trying to read his next move, while the divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, gently urges him to help the helpless girl lying in front of him. Lee Chang-Seon steps forward and finally removes the glass tube, forcefully stopping the Gildalification process. His Majesty, the Tiger's Calamity, starts fuming with anger as his energy supply gets cut off, surprising both divine beings, while the owl that pierces through the twilight suggests he move Shin Yun-seo to a safer place. The 8-trigram urn's world-ending flame surges in front of him, and destruction begins. Lee Chang-Seon starts removing the poisonous elements and foreign substances from her body, while His Majesty, the Tiger's Calamity, tries his best to resist the world-ending flames. All his attempts to stop the process fail, and Shin Yun-seo begins receiving treatment and recovery as her wounds slowly start healing once all external stimulation is removed. During this process, the first form world-ending flame and His Majesty, the Tiger's Calamity, clash violently. Lee Chang-Seon realizes that to destroy the negative effects of Gildalification, while preserving the positive ones, he has to remove the influence of the Tiger's Calamity. But just like Baek Gyo-wol, Shin Yun-seo also has to endure on her own, and for now, all he can do is wait. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, asks Lee Chang-Seon where his ambition to take everything for himself has gone, if he is choosing to treat Shin Yun-seo rather than using her. When Lee Chang-Seon calmly replies that he never said he wouldn't use her, the divine being looks genuinely confused by his response. Lee Chang-Seon activates the authority of soul extortion, absorbing the ashes of everyone he has killed in the past 24 hours. His strength rises by 0.01%, and his agility increases by 0.02%. However, His Majesty the Tiger's Calamity manages to break free and avoids being absorbed. Not letting him escape, Chang-Seon overrides the resistance and forces a merge, purifying the Tiger's Calamity and using him as material for the world-ending flame. As a result, Chang-Seon's magic power increases by 0.02%, bringing his total capacity to 325. The Void Monarch laughs hysterically at this, prompting Chang-Seon to curse and ask if he's lost his mind. Suddenly, he remembers hearing a group of workers talking about how the White Tiger's inspection department was about to raid the facility and they needed to clear the place before that happened. If that's true, then the inspection must be led by Executive Director Oh's rival, Director Kwon Hyo-hai. Since Kwon Hyo-hai apparently sensed something off and decided to step in, Chang-Seon wonders if that sly Executive Director Oh really plans to just sit back. He recalls how O only approved closing the dungeon based on a shallow mana reading, so now he questions whether this is all part of a deeper political move. Maybe O is using the inspection as a chance to eliminate his rivals, and maybe that's exactly why the Void Monarch is laughing so crazily in the face of it all. Suddenly, Lee Chang-Sun snaps himself out of it, realizing this isn't the time to let his mind wander, and immediately equips Jigwee's vessel. He picks up Shin Yunseo and activates the skill Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale, using all his other powers to escape the facility. Outside, the security men who are still waiting, expecting Ya Sangwon to emerge, start getting anxious and question why no one has come out yet, especially now that it's been announced the inspection department has already entered the dungeon. But before they can make sense of anything, the entrance suddenly bursts open with a massive explosion. Shocked and confused, they shout at each other, but the flames and chaos are too overwhelming, and they completely fail to notice Lee Chang-Sun slipping past them in the middle of the blaze. Quan Hyohai, known as the Old Tiger's Fangs and third in command of the White Tiger clan, stands on the cliff, staring at the raging fire below, and asks his assistant if he has figured out what happened. One of his aides reports that a lot of explosives were stored underground, and judging from Agni's yawn, the area of effect of the flames, along with remnants of the forest of fire demons, lightning bullets, and other similar traces, something serious went down. Quan mutters that it seems they were prepared to blow everything up. As the assistant continues, he explains that Jigwee's world-ending flame appears to be the source of the fire. That instantly makes Quan pause, realizing this wasn't random. It had been set up from the start to catch him the moment he stepped into the research facility. He questions whether this was a malfunction or just a tragic mistake. But the assistant quickly interrupts and says it doesn't look like that at all. That hits Quan even harder because he knows Executive Director O is far too cunning to make such an error. Now Quan suspects something bigger is in motion, something even O may have failed to predict. Still, nothing specific comes to mind. Not willing to take any chances, he orders his team to inspect the area more thoroughly, saying they can't jump to conclusions just yet. As he turns to leave, Quan throws out a cold, sarcastic warning, saying if it ever reaches his ears that someone dared to leak information, there'll be consequences. Instantly, all his subordinates bow an apology and promise to correct the mistake. A notification pops up asking if Quan wants to log out, but instead of answering, he asks the system for a hint about what really happened there. The information it provides turns out to be useless, so he decides to handle Director O himself, believing that's exactly what the god desires too. Meanwhile, Baek Gyewol finally wakes up and sees Lee Chang-Sun holding a girl in his arms. He smirks and asks if they got married while he was out. Chang-Sun replies that Gyewol must be fully recovered already if he's talking nonsense, and tells him to take a look at his face in the mirror beside him. When Gyewol sees his reflection, a tear slips down his cheek, and Chang-Sun comments that he worked hard. A few minutes later, Shin Yunseo slowly opens her eyes. When Chang-Sun asks if she's finally awake, she immediately jumps and lies on the ground, breathing out in relief. She can't believe she's in a place like this. It all feels like a dream, and she's amazed she made it this far. Hesitantly, she asks Chang-Seon if he's the tyrant who saved her when she was locked up, and when he nods, she shyly asks if she drooled or sleep-talked while unconscious, saying it'd be so embarrassing if she did. Chang-Seon reassures her that she didn't do anything like that, and realizes she has no memory of the kidnapping. Still, he makes a mental note that she'll likely need psychological support. He then suggests they get moving since the area is still dangerous now that she's feeling a bit better. But instead of acknowledging the warning, Yunseo randomly starts asking about his blood type. When he tells her it's B, she follows up by asking his birthday and favorite food. He answers January 30th and kimchi stew, quietly wondering what's going on with her all of a sudden. Yunseo finds it strange because she clearly remembers that 2 years ago, during a sudden game reversal against France in San Francisco, he said on August 23rd that the first thing he wanted to eat after returning to Korea was kimchi gimbap. Convinced something's off, she accuses him of being a fake and demands to know his real identity. Chang-Seon stands there irritated, wondering if he should just leave her behind, but then he suddenly remembers that he really did say that. He just switched to kimchi stew recently. Yunseo nervously laughs, trying to brush it off. Gyewol, watching her sudden mood swing, asks if she's changed her mind again, and she admits she did the moment she saw Chang-Seon's face when he looked ready to ditch her for being annoying. With that, they finally leave the area. A notification pops up, announcing that Chang-Seon has successfully completed both of his sudden quests, Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder. As a reward, he's granted rights over the spoils of war. He receives the Illusion Pearl, the Flask of Wisdom, and a blessing from the divine being, Owl that pierces through the twilight. Shin-Gyeom grows worried when he can't find his sister Yunseo, wondering where she could have gone even though he's right there. As he starts running around to search the area, a group of soldiers suddenly appears and orders him to stop or they'll attack, warning that he's about to enter their designated hunting zone. He pleads with them to let him through, but their leader, Im Yuhan, steps forward and politely tells him to step back, explaining that the area is dangerous. Even though they understand his circumstances, they assure him they'll look for his sister. Meanwhile, Juhan is seething inside, burning with rage toward Lee Chang-Sun for continuing to surpass him while he's out here working himself to death. He curses Chang-Sun for being such a headache and vows to close the gap between their ranks, knowing it's only getting harder with time. He thinks someone like Guillaume is just going to waste his time, since people like him don't understand the true world of players and what it's worth, so he firmly refuses to let him enter. But Guillaume, stubborn as ever, charges into the zone anyway, running as if his life depends on it. Furious, Yuhan rushes after him, because entering someone else's hunting ground is a serious violation. As Juhan is about to strike, Yunseo suddenly appears and shouts at him to back off, calling him a half-eaten squid. With confidence, she steps in front of her brother and repeats that she won't let anyone lay a hand on him. Juhan freezes and demands to know what she just called him, to which she bluntly answers, half-eaten squid, and then adds that, honestly, he now looks more like a dried-up, twisted sea anemone than even a squid. Juhan snaps, seething with rage, but Yunseo's point stands. Her brother was the one being threatened first, and it was clear intimidation and abuse of power, so what else was she supposed to say? Juhan draws his sword and lunges at her, snarling that he'll shut her arrogant mouth himself. Yunseo calls them cowards and strikes back without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gyeowul, watching from a distance, suggests they step in to help her, but Lee Chang-Sun shakes his head and tells him to hold back. He points out that Shin Yunseo's tiger aura has already surpassed the rage of the Gildal, and is now brimming with the power of the royal tiger's calamity. It should feel foreign to her, yet she wields it as though it always belonged to her. For now, it's more useful to observe her, since he can learn more about the Gildal and whether it carries any lingering negative effects. At the same time, one of the soldiers panics as he notices their swords are cracked and broken. The reason becomes clear. Yunseo has summoned a tower shield and is advancing with tiger's step, her strength rising with every stride and her speed ramping up rapidly. With a devastating burst, she slams her shield forward and hurls the soldiers backward. When one of them tries to sneak up behind her, she shuts him down cold with a clean halberd strike. Watching it all unfold, Yuhan starts trembling. Yunseo spins around and smirks at him, then casually asks if he remembers what he said earlier about shutting her mouth, adding that her memory's not the best, so she might need a reminder. Yunseo hurls a powerful blow at Juhan, and it's unbelievable to him that a girl ranked lower than him is beating him so badly. Watching the fight, the gray-haired guy realizes there was no need for his help after all. Lee Chang-Sun also notes with approval how she manages to stay calm even after waking up from unconsciousness and handling unfamiliar powers, just like when she instantly warned him earlier. She has superhuman abilities and senses that easily outclass the Gildal flames. Her top-tier traits are her sharp judgment and fierce determination. He observes how her latent potential is blossoming in a way that's completing her physically, and if she's only tapping into half of the Gildal flames right now, the full scope of Gildal could be something incredible. A question suddenly crosses his mind. If Director O is the only one who possesses a blade like this, then what scale are his plans truly operating on? He knows now he has to carefully start confirming the clues he picked up from the altar. Meanwhile, after Yunseo knocks Juhan down, her brother runs up and asks what happened to her. As the two of them approach, her brother pauses when he sees Lee Chang-Sun, but Yunseo quickly explains that Chang-Sun is the one who saved her. Her brother then glances toward Gyeowul and wonders aloud if he's the trainee. Seconds later, Gyeowul asks Lee Chang-Sun what he plans to do next, and Chang-Sun casually replies that since they've entered the dungeon, it's obvious he's going to clear it. Shin Gaeum quickly chimes in, explaining that the dungeon contains all kinds of difficult zones stacked around the massive blackish-red mountain range. Because of these challenges, even the White Tiger clan gave up on raiding it and is now just using it as a training ground. He adds that they only have 100 days to clear this dungeon. Gyeowul then asks Chang-Sun how long he thinks it will take and advises him to be fully prepared, warning that it might take a while. But Chang-Sun confidently assures him that it'll be over by the end of the day, and just as he says that, huge flames start erupting near the dungeon as if the clearing process has already begun. Back in the distance, Yuhan is seething with rage, shame, and helplessness, spiraling into self-gaslighting and convincing himself that he can still crush them. He curses Yunseo, wondering how someone like her could possess such incredible skills and even questions if she's a demi-demon. If she is, he vows to expose her, and after that, he'll go after Lee Chang-Sun. Staring at his teammates lying defeated on the ground, he wonders how on earth he'll explain this humiliation to them. He debates whether to finish them off or regroup with them to go after Yunseo. But before he can act, a system notification pops up saying the dungeon mission has been completed, and rankings will now be calculated based on performance. Lee Chang-Sun is announced in first place, which sends everyone into a frenzy since this mission was considered nearly impossible. Just like that, the dungeon closes completely. The news about Lee Chang-Sun spreads like wildfire, and everyone is freaking out over how he managed to complete a dungeon mission that was deemed impossible, and in just one day. An official investigation kicks off to confirm whether he actually did it in that short amount of time, since no one wants to believe it's true. Chang-Sun, clearly annoyed, asks the investigators if what he's done isn't already enough, and whether they seriously need more proof. One of the investigators yells at him, claiming they're not messing around, but before he can finish, a flying fist slams into his face. It's Team 2's leader, Seo Jungkwon. He warns the investigator not to raise his voice unless he wants more of those fists. The investigator demands to know why Jungkwon came personally, and Jungkwon bluntly says he came to take Lee Chang-Sun. When the investigator protests that the investigation isn't finished, Jungkwon scoffs, calls it an interrogation, and says he's taking Chang-Sun regardless. He then orders everyone to follow him. Meanwhile, Shin Gaeum is still in disbelief, having thought Chang-Sun was just bluffing, but now he sees that he really did clear the dungeon just as he claimed. Jungkwon tells Chang-Sun to come with him alone and instructs the other three to follow his teammates. On the way, he casually asks Chang-Sun if he picked those three up from a training facility, and Chang-Sun confirms. Jungkwon comments that a good team starts with brains and people who get along. Noticing the direction they're headed, Chang-Sun realizes they aren't going toward Director Oh's office and asks where they're actually going. Jungkwon replies that they're headed to the meeting room because the clan leader, Gaeum Cheonho Munseong, wants to meet him directly. Just then, Lee Chang-Sun sees Director Oh standing in front of him, and the moment Director Oh lays eyes on him, a quick comment slips out about how he looks way better than before. Chang-Sun immediately understands that Director Oh is probably curious about how the dungeon got cleared so soon after the research facility incident, and that he's definitely suspicious of him. But the dungeon mission's completion is so unbelievable that it forces Director Oh to stay cautious and calculated. Director Kwon must have received a report from Song Yujin too, but he seems to be doing fine. Regardless, Chang-Sun casually thanks the clan leader for the compliment. Director Oh praises his ability and adds that things have gotten pretty hectic around him lately. Chang-Sun responds like he doesn't have a clue, prompting Director Oh to mock him for pretending not to know the situation. He informs him that the raid division is in chaos because all the team leaders are fighting to recruit him. There's also a mess surrounding the rewards he earned, and heated debate about what should be done with them. Rumors have spread so far that they even got a call from a board member. Director Oh asks if he's changed his mind about anything, but Chang-Sun flips it and says he's the one with something to ask. He warns Director Oh that if he doesn't get assigned to the division he wants, then his resignation letter is already as good as written. Director Oh agrees, saying that Chang-Sun has already proven himself to be someone who can handle things perfectly, but he also adds that the entire company has no intention of letting him go, especially not when the clan leader himself requested a direct meeting. With that, they head off to meet the leader. Just after stepping into the area, Lee Chang-Sun immediately senses danger thanks to his skills. He realizes that the Void Monarch once mentioned raising a good apostle, but said his abilities and talent should still fall short of a patron's. Now, for the first time since his return, Chang-Sun feels like he's about to face someone truly dangerous. The place is called the Azura Flower Garden, with a long path leading to a house that gives off an eerie, witchy vibe. Director Oh explains that the meeting room where the clan leader is waiting is connected to another dungeon and instructs the magicians to move the gate over. A notification pops up, revealing that the divine being, the clan leader, has taken interest in the humans who crossed into his territory, which makes Chang-Sun realize that this really is his domain. The atmosphere inside the dungeon is thick and uncomfortable. Once they arrive, Director Oh formally announces that he has brought Lee Chang-Sun as requested. The clan leader, seated on the edge of a wooden roof, locks eyes with Chang-Sun and, with a commanding tone, calls him the child people are now referring to as the tyrant. He adds that it looks like their god has taken an interest in him. As Chang-Sun processes this, he hesitates slightly, especially when the leader throws a sharp warning his way. Just as he senses the warning, Lee Chang-Sun is already prepared for the jealousy and danger that come from devotees blessed by their gods, especially since he's been attracting the attention of many gods and stars from the very beginning. He knows all too well that a god can pull shady tricks to try and take possession of him. He's experienced that countless times back in Arcadia. Still, he confidently introduces himself to the leader, which surprisingly doesn't leave a bad impression on Munseong. Chang-Sun adds that it's amusing to meet a master swordsman of the 9th generation, considering that just a few months ago, he never could have imagined being in a place like this. His words catch Munseong off guard for a moment. Deep down, Chang-Sun is convinced the leader already knows about his time in the underworld, and probably thinks he used to live a worthless life. But now that he's clearly capable of holding his own, Munseong's empty threats are bound to fall flat. Chang-Sun knows the man is over level 90, which means he'd be tough to beat in a one-on-one fight, but even if the gods and stars don't back him up, he's confident he'll find a way to escape if needed. Munseong rises from his spot, taking Chang-Sun's words in stride. He calmly says that the gift his patron mentioned has been entrusted to Siwon and tells Chang-Sun to pick it up on his way out. That's when Chang-Sun freezes, suddenly realizing that Moonsong didn't issue a warning earlier because there's nothing to warn about. He's already been abandoned by the Void Monarch. He believes the bond between Moonsong and the Void Monarch is so strong that even Lee Chang-Sun can't shake it. Still, he wonders if what he just saw relates to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Sun. Whether it's God-sent warriors or the Gleedle, Moonsong has clearly created something powerful and expanded his congregation, so whatever the Void Monarch might offer, like the Sanctuary's antidote, feels secondary. That means Moonsong is far beyond being just a Gleedle. As Moonsong walks away, he casually tells Chang-Sun to stop peeking, which makes Chang-Sun flinch and immediately offer a formal excuse. It's clear now that Moonsong is operating on a whole different level and plans to monopolize this strength. Chang-Sun realizes Moonsong was merely playing along with the Void Monarch, when in reality, he was testing him, gauging his reaction. It seems the Void Monarch found a blade he didn't deserve in Moonsong, who now aims for something even greater. On their way back, Director O comments that the clan leader is a difficult man in many ways, and Chang-Sun agrees, adding that Moonsong's presence feels like he exists in an entirely different world. The fact that Gleedle was just scrap to him and that he might already know about Director O's backdoor dealings hits hard. O admits he knows quite a bit about Moonsong, but even so, it's still impossible to understand what that man is truly thinking. Annoyed, Junkwon groans that they shouldn't call him next time for a conference hall visit because every time he goes there, he ends up with chills down his spine that just won't go away. Later, Lee Chang-Sun asks about the present he's supposed to receive. Director O tells him he has 2 choices, an armory and a library, both of which have now unlocked the 2nd rank. Junkwon immediately freaks out when he hears that and begs to share the armory with him. Seeing how calm Chang-Sun is, Director O assumes he already knew he'd be getting these kinds of rewards, but Chang-Sun assures him he's genuinely surprised. Still, he points out that he completed a dungeon raid mission given by the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, so he expected something a bit more impressive. Director O acknowledges that and asks if he's made his decision yet. Chang-Sun replies that he wants to explore more skills since he's heard there are many explanatory works in the 2nd rank that haven't been seen before. He firmly decides to pursue the Advent step at 2nd rank. Director O admits he expected that answer and casually mentions he's also heard that Chang-Sun hasn't chosen a patron yet. That shocks Junkwon, who blurts out in disbelief, asking why he hasn't picked one yet. He can't understand how someone could get this far without a patron, or does Chang-Sun actually believe a godless player could reach this level? Junkwon keeps shouting in disbelief, urging Chang-Sun to speak up and confirm that he does have a patron. But Chang-Sun stays silent, and that silence makes it clear to everyone that what Director O said is actually true. Junkwon's face freezes in horror and disbelief as it finally sinks in. Chang-Sun has reached this level of power entirely on his own. He starts to wonder just how terrifying Chang-Sun's abilities would be if he weren't godless, and thinks to himself that this kind of talent is far beyond genius. Then Chang-Sun calmly turns to Director O and says it looks like the tiger that has been trapped in hardships needs him. Director O responds that it should be obvious. Any god would want someone like him. Chang-Sun explains that plenty of them have already asked him to become their apostle, but he has no intention of going back to something he quit a long time ago. When Director O calls that decision senseless, Chang-Sun replies that being an apostle means nothing to him, and that he'd rather hand in his resignation letter, since even now, without a patron, he's already receiving plenty of perks. After hearing Chang-Sun's reply, Director O calls him unique, and the divine beings begin to argue among themselves. Director O then tells Chang-Sun that it's natural for a young man to have overflowing greed and ambition, but warns that it will definitely come back to haunt him. Chang-Sun doesn't bother to defend himself, so Director O sighs deeply and informs him that Yujin is waiting for them on the 1st floor. As he walks Chang-Sun down, he warns that their god isn't as tolerant as Chang-Sun might think, meaning he won't allow any other god to have him either. On the way, Junkwon gives Chang-Sun a pat on the shoulder and says there are plenty of interesting things to do here if he chooses to stay, suggesting he think about it in a positive light. After Junkwon runs off to join Director O, Chang-Sun thinks to himself that both of them are so full of crap. Once on the 1st floor, Chang-Sun finds himself alone with Yujin, who begins explaining the layout of the place. Yujin tells him that from grade 2 onwards, chambers are divided by security category and require a specific key to enter or exit. Chang-Sun pulls out a key and asks Yujin which category it can open, thinking it might be a hassle if he's limited to just a few. But Yujin seems just as clueless and tells him to figure it out himself, adding that he has 6 hours to use the chambers before walking away. Chang-Sun enters through the door and looks around at all the chambers. The tiger that has been trapped in hardships begins luring him in, trying to persuade him to choose him as his patron by pointing out that he owns all the chambers there. As Chang-Sun glances around, he notices that every chamber is named after a tiger. Suddenly, he receives the reward for his tiger's pillaging quest, and is told that each of the 9 paths will guide him toward his own unique way of becoming a proud tiger. He is instructed to select one, and the key's nature will adapt to his choice. However, if he becomes the apostle of the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, he'll gain access to all categories. Chang-Seon finds that idea ridiculous and thinks to himself how he's eventually going to steal everything from here anyway. Still, he moves forward and picks the chamber named Half-Blind Tiger. The divine beings don't understand why he would choose that one and urge him to reconsider. The half-blind tiger has only one eye, and while his observation skills are weak, his will to survive is stronger than any other tiger's. Chang-Seon believes that when it comes to violence and brutality, a killer beast has no need for defensive skills. The monarch's reaction is exactly what Chang-Seon expected, knowing full well he's not seeking a life true to himself and assumed he'd end up picking the last of the 9 brothers. The stone chamber's doors open, and Chang-Seon figures that it'll pair well with Jigui and its world-ending flame, especially since it seems compatible with the Black Mountain Monarch's claw. Before stepping through the door, he considers using Peter's key to unlock the other chambers as well, but he knows the Void Monarch would never allow that. So he decides to rob him later in a way so discreet that even the Void Monarch won't notice. He enters the chamber with that plan in mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yoon-seo is panicking and keeps asking Gyeom-gyu where Seong-gun is, and why it's taking him so long to return. Baek-gyeol paces back and forth nearby while Gyeom-gyu tries to calm her down, reassuring her that Chang-Seon will come back on his own and there's no need to worry so much, since someone like him isn't going to die that easily. When Yoon-seo hears him refer to Chang-Seon as a tyrant, she immediately gets upset and corrects him, insisting that he's not a tyrant. His name is Seong-gun. She's practically swooning over him, and Gyeom-gyu glances at Gyeol, shocked at how good-looking he has become. He starts to seriously wonder who Lee Chang-Seon really is and what exactly happened between him and Yoon-seo. He just wants to know if whatever is going on between the two of them is a good thing, or something he should be worried about so that he can step in and properly protect Yoon-seo. Suddenly, Gyeom-gyu realizes that his thoughts are being heard by the divine being known as the snake that wraps around the world, who laughs at his cluelessness for never getting an answer no matter how much he overthinks. Gyeom-gyu wonders if the divine being is talking about Chang-Seon, but is stunned to realize it's actually his own mind being read. To make it worse, he's given a suggestion to become a priest for the snake, which only leaves him more confused and rattled. Just then, Kim Hyungjun shows up, calling out Gyeom-gyu and Yoon-seo's names, pretending he was worried sick about whether they made it out or not. The moment Gyeom-gyu sees him, his blood boils, watching the very guy who left them behind now acting like nothing happened. Yoon-seo suddenly calls out Appa and runs toward Hyungjun, which makes him blush in surprise, but she runs right past him and throws herself toward Chang-Seon, who has just arrived. As soon as Hyungjun sees that, he grabs her hand to stop her. She immediately snaps at him, asking what he thinks he's doing, and he seethes, telling her she's never acted like that with him before. His eyes burn with jealousy as he glares at Chang-Seon, then back at Yoon-seo, accusing her of suddenly swooning over someone new right after playing hard to get with him, like she's already replaced him. That only makes her angrier, and though she wants nothing more than to bury him alive, she holds back and turns to her brother instead. Meanwhile, Chang-seon shoots Hyungjun a cold, sharp glare for being annoying. The moment Hyungjun notices it, he yells back, demanding to know why Chang-seon's looking at him like that. But before he can even finish his sentence, Chang-seon charges forward, grabs him by the throat, and slams him against a wall, lifting him off the ground with one hand. He's boiling with fury, and Hyungjun tries to protest, but the words never make it out. Chang-seon's eyes burn orange, and the half-blind tiger manifests, its single eye locking onto Hyungjun. The overwhelming presence floods Hyungjun with raw fear, panic, and shock so intense that he gets a system warning to evacuate or risk brain damage from the mental overload. But frozen in terror, unable to move a muscle, Hyungjun stays rooted in place and ends up wetting himself. The people around them wrinkle their noses in disgust at the smell, so Chang-seon releases Hyungjun, letting him drop unconscious to the ground. Without giving him another glance, Chang-seon turns and tells Yoon-seo to come with him. The two of them, along with Gyeom-gyu and Gyeol, head out. Yoon-seo cheerfully asks if he wants to grab something special to eat now that his training is over, but Chang-seon declines, saying they'll do it another day. The moment they step outside, they're swarmed by a sea of reporters and cameramen shouting questions. Everyone wants to know how Chang-seon managed to clear an unexplored dungeon in record time. Someone asks if he's been in contact with the White Tiger clan, who reportedly have big plans for him. Chang-seon turns to Yoon-seo and explains that this is exactly why he didn't want to go out for lunch, and she just nods, knowing this is typical of her brother. Proudly pushing through the noisy crowd, Yoon-seo keeps walking beside him while fans scream out their love for Chang-seon, much to her annoyance. Ignoring the chaos around them, they move toward a limousine, and as they get in, Chang-seon casually tells her that it was arranged by managing director Oh, complete with a personal driver, leaving Yoon-seo wide-eyed in surprise. After the group gets in and the car starts its journey, Chang-seon brings up what Gyeom-gyu was about to say earlier. Gyeom-gyu looks surprised at the sudden question, so Chang-seon clarifies that he's talking about the moment they were leaving the lobby, where it seemed like Gyeom-gyu was about to tell him something. Gumgyu takes a deep breath and asks if Changseon knows about the divine being called the snake that wraps around the world, which immediately makes the divine being panic at being mentioned. When Changseon nods and casually adds that he's one of the divine beings he's actually interested in, Gumgyu confesses that the snake instructed him to keep watch on Changseon and report everything to him. The divine being starts panicking even more now that his plan is out in the open and thinks everything is ruined. Gumgyu goes on to explain that he was told to report in detail but do it secretly, like it was nothing. As soon as he finishes, Yunseo yanks his ear in anger, scolding him for spilling this so late, while Gyeomgyu flails around, trying to defend himself by saying he just got the message recently and is only now getting a chance to tell them. On the other hand, when they notice how calm and unbothered Changseon looks, they ask if he isn't angry. When he says he's not, Gyeomgyu explains how conflicted he felt after receiving the divine being's orders. Changseon asks him if he's even found anything interesting or report-worthy about him, and when Gyeomgyu quickly shakes his head and says no, Changseon tells him there's no need to apologize if he hasn't actually done anything wrong. Then he asks what kind of reward the divine being promised him. Gumgyu feels impressed by Changseon's generosity, while the divine being finds the whole situation boring and drifts off to sleep. Gumgyu explains that the divine being promised to teach him black magic because he believes it suits Gumgyu the most. But before he can go on, Changseon cuts him off and tells him to keep watching him as originally instructed. Both the divine being and Gyeomgyu freeze in confusion, not sure if they heard that right. Changseon explains that the black magic known by the snake that wraps around the world is one of the best disciplines, called the Ouroboros formula, and even understanding its basics is incredibly hard. So if the divine being himself is offering to teach Gyeomgyu, it means he clearly sees great potential in him. When Changseon encourages Gyeomgyu like that, the divine being gets surprised and starts whispering to Gyeomgyu, telling him not to get ahead of himself and bragging about how many people are desperate to learn black magic from him. After Changseon drops off Yunseo and Gyeomgyu, Gyeomgyu confesses that he's officially a huge fan of Changseon now. Yunseo proudly starts flexing about her brother's greatness, telling him to ask her anything if he's curious. Gyeomgyu mocks her, asking if she really thinks he's going to turn into a crazy fanboy like her, but before he can finish, she kicks him in the leg, making him scream in pain. Meanwhile, the snake that wraps around the world asks Changseon how he knew such secret information, but Changseon just smirks and says that it's a secret too. He thinks back to when he desperately wanted to learn the Ouroboros formula, but ended up getting stuck trying to understand rune magic and had to give up. Now though, he hopes to learn the formula through Shingumgyu. Turning to Gyeowul, Changseon suddenly asks if he lives in Noryangjin. When Gyeowul says yes, Changseon immediately accuses him of lying, which makes him defensive as he insists he lives in a tiny Goshuan. But Changseon doesn't buy it, and with his fist raised, he warns Gyeowul one last time to speak the truth while he's still asking nicely, or else he'll follow him home and send his head flying if he's lying. When Gyeowul gets scared and goes silent, Changseon immediately catches the lie and bluntly asks if he's been homeless these days. Gyeowul hesitantly admits it, and when Changseon asks where he's been staying, he explains that he had to take out his housing deposit to afford weapons. Changseon thinks to himself about how clueless Xerxes must be to not even know what his own son is going through. Still, he decides to lend a hand, thinking this might be the best way to fully understand the Ghostborns. So he offers Gyeowul a place to stay at his home from now on. Gyeowul is completely stunned by the offer, but before he can say a word, Changseon tells him to go get his clothes and whatever else he has first. When Lee Chang-Sun arrives home, he casually announces his return. His mom looks at him in surprise, saying she thought he'd be away for at least 3 months or more. He explains that training ended much earlier than expected, which is why he's back so soon. She shakes her head and says that if he'd told her beforehand, she would have prepared more food for him. He just shrugs and says he can order something, but she insists that since he's returned after such a long time, he should have a proper home-cooked meal. He nods and mentions he actually has a request. Curious, she asks what it is, and he invites his friend inside, telling her that Baek Gyeowul is visiting. The moment she sees Baek, her face lights up with excitement, and she warmly welcomes him into the house. Baek steps in quietly, glancing around the spacious home, and can't help but think how impressive it is that Mr. Lee lives in such a big place. He can even see the Han River. As Cheong-san walks past his sister, who's lounging on the sofa flipping through TV channels, the screen suddenly freezes on a news report announcing that Lee Chang-sun and his teammates have cleared an unattempted dungeon, and it's now being reported globally through overseas broadcasters. He stops and glances at the screen. Startled, his sister quickly straightens up and blurts out that she was just surfing channels. He doesn't say a word, but she immediately calls him annoying and bolts toward her room. Their mother, confused, asks why she stormed off while watching TV and tells her to come eat dinner with them, but the girl just slams her door shut. Irritated, her mother mutters about her temper and wonders where it's coming from. She then turns to Chang Seon and explains that his sister was actually worried about him and even watched his entrance exam video on YouTube. Embarrassed and annoyed, his sister yells from behind the door begging her mom to stop saying such weird things, only to get scolded for not greeting her brother properly after such a long time. What starts as a small argument quickly turns into a playful fight between mother and daughter. While they bicker in the living room, Lee Chang-Sun turns to Baek and suggests they head to his room. As they step inside, Baek is stunned. He looks around in amazement at the size of the room, which is even bigger than his entire house. Chang-Sun tells him to call him brother and to make himself comfortable. Baek walks around, examining the gaming table, the trophies, the wide desk, and the plush bed, and everything excites him. Seeing his reaction, Chang-Sun asks if it's his first time seeing something like this, and Baek nods, admitting he could never afford such things. Everything looks so polished and expensive. When he spots the game collection, he finds the limited edition of Ranker Who Lived 3 Lives, and Chang-Seon tells him he can play it if he wants. Baek gets even more thrilled and decides to take a quick shower. While showering, the size of the bathroom and the luxury of hot water amazes him even more as he realizes just how different their lives are. When he comes to the dinner table, he's stunned again. The table is full of steaming, beautifully arranged dishes, though Lee's mother modestly claims there isn't much food. Baek can't believe she's serious. He takes a bite and his eyes widen. She asks if it suits his taste, and he eagerly tells her the food is absolutely delicious. Watching him eat so joyfully, she smiles warmly, knowing she put a lot of effort into making it. He keeps praising the food with stuffed cheeks and wide eyes, which makes her chuckle. She teases Chang-Seon, telling Baek that she wishes others could learn from him, to which Chang-Seon awkwardly mutters that the food seems good. Then she jokingly suggests they should adopt Baek. Baek pauses for a moment, looking between them, but she quickly adds that she's only joking. Still, he smiles. She heads off to bring him more food while Lee mentions again how good the food is. Baek, hearing this, suddenly feels a flash of emotion. Memories of his own mother come rushing back. Her laughter, her warmth, and a bittersweet smile forms on his face. Lee notices and wonders if something is bothering him. Later that night, the two of them get ready for bed. Lee sleeps on his bed while Baek lies down on the floor with a cozy stack of blankets and pillows. Lee suddenly asks if he can't sleep, and Baek admits that he can't. Lee asks if it's because the floor is uncomfortable, but Baek shakes his head. The floor is warm and the blankets are soft, and he actually likes it. So Lee gently asks again what's bothering him. Baek stays quiet at first, then finally admits that he's wondering if he really deserves all this. Lee doesn't hesitate and replies firmly that he absolutely does. He says that a person decides their own worth, and if he thinks of himself as worthless, his value will only keep dropping, so he needs to value himself. He tells Baek that he has to be the one to decide whether he deserves this or not. Baek Yewol reminds him of his past, how he was once like a ghost, obsessed with battle, unable to realize his own value, which led him to fall deeper into the abyss. He doesn't want Baek to make the same mistakes he did back then. These are the responsibilities a father should fulfill, and Chang-Seon finds himself wondering about Xerxes. The next morning, their mother is already in the kitchen making breakfast. His sister sits nearby and says that she feels weird. Curious, their mother asks what she means, and she explains that it's about her brother, calling him a loser out of habit. Their mother tells her to behave, but she ignores it and continues, saying it feels like he's turned into a completely different person after getting involved with the Jamshil Gate. She even tried to annoy him earlier, but he didn't react. He's quit drinking and started controlling his temper too. Their mother points out that as his older sister, she should be proud of him. Still, she finds it strange. He suddenly seems older, more mature, talks less, and is way more talented than before. She insists that he never really had any friends, and now out of nowhere, he's brought one home, and jokes that the friend he brought is actually really handsome. Frustrated, their mother scolds her and starts hitting her lightly, telling her not to say such things about her little brother. She tries to stop her mom, claiming there's more to it, and confidently tells her to ask if that guy has a girlfriend since he's totally her type and has a great personality. Embarrassed, her mom freaks out and hits her again for saying such nonsense. Meanwhile, the boys come out of the room, announcing that they're heading out for training and will eat outside. Their mother reminds them not to overdo it with a warm smile. Chong-san casually says goodbye as they leave, and Baek bows politely, saying they'll be back later. The sister calls after them, reminding them not to work too hard and to take care of themselves. As they walk toward their destination, Baek turns to Cheong-san and asks where exactly they're going. Cheong-san replies that they're going to change their weapons. Baek immediately panics a little, admitting he doesn't have any money, but Cheong-san repeats what he told him earlier, that a person decides their own worth. He explains that their weapons are what protect them and help them defeat enemies, so if he doesn't handle his weapon properly, its strength will be cut in half. He tells Baek to stay calm and follow him since he's going to get him suited up with everything. Not just weapons, but armor, charms, and gems too. His skills will be tested, so he should brace himself. Chang-Sun realizes that this moment might become his second major turning point, with the first being when he healed the Ghostborn, and at both moments, Baek is there with him. Later, when they enter the shop, a sharp-tongued man is already arguing with Cheong-san. My guy insists that he needs a weapon and doesn't have much time, but the shop guy flat out refuses, saying he won't craft anything under pressure. Without saying a word, the boy transfers thousands of won directly into the smith's account. Still, the dude refuses. But Changseon transfers even more, and the shopkeeper gets irritated, cursing him, which makes Changseon interrupt and ask him to call him CEO. Meanwhile, Bayek stands off to the side, completely stunned at how casually Changseon is sending off thousands, and he's honestly impressed. The man finally sighs and asks him what kind of weapon he even wants. Chang Seon says he's looking for a spear, which makes him scoff and threaten to bust his head before melting the metal. He calmly adds that it doesn't need to be anything too fancy, just a standard long spear. As he explains the length and weight in vague meters, he snaps in frustration and demands something he can actually use as a reference. Just then, Chang Seon turns to Gyewol and asks him to show his spear. The guy studies it carefully, weighing it in his hands, then turns to Bayek and asks for his arm. He examines it closely and notices right away that he relies more on his left hand, using it to spin and stab with centrifugal force. Impressed by his technique, he curiously asks if he pays attention to his speed while wielding such a heavy weapon. Letting go of his arm, he then asks what rank the weapon should be. Changseon replies that it should be on par with black iron or cold iron. So he gives him a sharp look and asks if he's heading into war. He chuckles and says something like that. Rolling his eyes, he mutters that he'll need at least 15 days to finish the weapon. Changseon says 10, to which he snaps that it's impossible, especially if he wants it refined and remade to perfection, but he presses that it's urgent. With a long, tired sigh, he reluctantly agrees. Later, at the training ground, Beck catches himself smiling. He's going to have his own custom weapon, his first real one. Changsun notices and interrupts, asking what he's thinking about. Baek replies that he's just nervous. Changsun tells him to relax, because being nervous will only hold him back from training properly. Suddenly, a prompt appears in the air. A divine being is watching them with pure fascination. Another notification follows. The divine being owl is preparing rewards. Changsun grins slightly. Then comes a third one. The divine being tiger, who is surrounded by hardships, says it isn't fun unless it's a fight to the death. Changsun mutters to himself that if that's what they want, they're going to be in for a real shock. Turning to Bayek, he asks how much spirit energy he plans to use. Bayek hesitates and stutters, unsure how to respond. Changsun tells him that his energy shouldn't be used like regular magic. Still confused, Baek listens as Changsun explains that a ghost-born child is the offspring of a ghost and a shaman, making them what people call half man, half ghost. That means Baek carries the temperament of a devil, but there's a complication. He's no longer a ghost child. Because of that, the way he uses energy must shift. His breathing, his attack patterns, everything needs to evolve. Changsun warns him that if he really wants to fight properly, he'll have to reconfigure his entire flow. Then he realizes that Baek possesses shadow energy and needs to turn it into his core strength, his signature talent. With that in mind, Changsun decides he'll raise Bayek like his own son. Suddenly the air shifts and the atmosphere around them grows heavy and dark. Changsun turns to Bayek and tells him he has to become his shadow. Bayek blinks, confused, wondering what that even means. A memory flashes through Changseon's mind. Back when he asked about the shadow, a man cloaked in darkness told him he had no definite shape. His existence wasn't like a spirit, but more like a god that doesn't exist. No one else could sense it, but Changseon was different. That's why he pulled a shadow from his own body and gave it form. If he hadn't noticed that presence slipping away, it would have been impossible for the shadow to take physical shape. Baek stands there uncertain, asking himself what he's supposed to do now. Then a notification pops up saying that the divine being snake who wraps around the world wants to know what kind of knowledge he will display next. Changseon looks at Bayek and tells him that the first thing he needs to do is gain control of the shadow energy flowing inside him. Lee Chang-Sun tells Bayek that shadow energy has to be handled differently. It's not like mana or spiritual force, so he needs to open a path where it can flow through. Bayek looks at him, confused, and asks what he means by a path. Chang-Sun explains that a shadow tries to anchor its apprehension into his own shadow. He tells Bayek to imagine his shadow pulling at him, not with physical force, but with magic. It's like playing with threads, intertwining lines that move with intention and awareness. Baek focuses, trying to understand, and as he looks into Changsun's eyes, he starts to see them, black threads, shadows weaving and drifting slowly toward him. But he loses focus when he hesitates, the creeping shadow starting to unsettle him. Changsun stays calm and tells him to get a grip and not lose concentration. Baek tries again. Shadows begin curling around him, moving like mist under pressure. Changsun warns him not to let himself be swallowed by the shadow and says he has to suppress it with every ounce of strength he has. Notifications pop up in the air, one after another. saying the shadows are beginning to tangle, another reporting that shadow energy is being exerted. Baek screams as pain shoots through him, and his body trembles from the intensity. He finds it unbearable, never imagining the fish shadow he captured would turn into something like this. But it can't be helped. He has to push through and help out for now. Another notification appears, informing that the shadow is merging, and Baek Gyeol has succeeded in gaining the upper hand. He should be fine now, especially since he chooses not to just follow Changseon blindly, but to take responsibility for whatever trouble comes his way. His eyes widen as he finally gets it and accepts things as they are. More notifications light up the air. His skills are being updated. New abilities have been granted. Shadow Puppet unlocked. His grades are rising. A special trait has awakened. His system keeps processing, displaying updates about his current level, power, and other stats. His details now imitate the player Lee Chang-Sun. The system instructs him to steal as much information as he can from that player to further improve the imitation. Chung-san explains that shadow energy is a unique force that copies, so it's necessary to create something it can mimic. That's why he needed Baek to take on the shadow himself. The more deeply one understands the object being imitated, the more precise and powerful the shadow becomes. Chung-san leans in and tells him to start copying everything he sees from now on. He picks up his spear and begins moving it, spinning it in his hand with perfect control and force. Baek tries to follow, and the shadow responds, mimicking his movements, but the weight of it quickly becomes overwhelming. He starts struggling to keep up, and though he tries to imitate those motions, the sheer force behind them feels impossibly heavy. He can't wrap his head around it no matter how hard he tries. Chung-san spins again, performing a wide sweeping move through the air. Notifications start popping up, showing that the divine gods are praising Changseon's skill and watching him with full interest. The gap in level between the shadow's owner and Baek is massive, far greater than Baek's own strength, and he can't help but stumble and struggle to keep up. Changseon stays calm and tells him to raise his spear, suggesting they begin. He moves his spear through the air like something pulled straight out of fiction, and the power behind it is so intense that it summons a ferocious tiger, which erupts into a violent explosion. A notification appears, declaring that the tiger trapped in hardships is in awe of the strength and starts screaming, demanding to know what Changseon has done with the library. Inside the White Tiger Clan headquarters, the directors gather on the 7th floor for an urgent meeting. Team Leader Director O addresses the situation, pointing out that the current round of flag bearers has turned into a bigger issue right when things are already chaotic, and ignoring it is no longer an option. The directors exchange uneasy glances as the discussion continues. It would have been less of a headache if at least half of the training had been completed, but that's not the case. Some start suggesting the introduction of a new training method to deal with the situation. Director Kwon stays silent, his presence casting a tense air over the room. Breaking the silence, Director Kim Yeon-sung steps in with a bold proposal. He suggests merging the flag bearers' training with the high-off case. Recently, the Future Strategy Division discovered the Phantom's location, and using the flag bearers in an actual operation could give them much-needed battle experience. Kim Yeon-sung goes on to explain that the current flag bearers have already completed all their basic training, which makes them ready for a real mission. This approach could sharpen their skills, while also contributing to an important objective. Still, concerns hang in the air about possible complications, and the atmosphere in the White Tiger Clan's boardroom grows tense as Director Kim lays out his plan. He clarifies that only the executives at HIOF know about the sensitive ties involved, so there's no risk of any secrets leaking. The trainees will only face minor enemies, and even if rumors spread, no one will believe the words of demonic beings who commit unforgivable atrocities against gods and humans. Their credibility holds no weight. Director O turns to Park for his thoughts, and Park responds without hesitation, saying the plan sounds solid, though the risks are real. Then he cuts through the doubt, declaring that if the trainees can't handle this mission, they don't deserve to be called tigers. With that, the decision is made. The remaining training will be replaced with the high-off annihilation operation. Each trainee's score will depend on their performance, and those results will determine their future roles. Another directive follows, stating that Lee Chang-Sun, the one who cleared the dungeon, will separate from the group and be transferred to the Future Strategy Division. His path now moves beyond what ordinary recruits will face. As the meeting wraps up, Executive Director O signals Kim to stay behind. Kim bows deeply and speaks with steady conviction. Normally, subordinates are tools to use and throw away, but this time is different. Director O has found a sword he values too much to let it break, and the idea of losing it makes him uneasy. When asked if he can be trusted, Kim answers that he will clear every obstacle, make every preparation, and protect this blade with everything he has. His loyalty is unwavering. Then, with his voice low but firm, Kim asks not for trust out of weakness, but because this weapon is everything to him. Inside Director Kim Yeon-sung's office, the atmosphere is tense as his son rushes in, alarmed by the blood on his father's face, but Kim brushes off the concern and gives a cold order to kill him, no matter what. The son hesitates and asks why such a drastic step is necessary. At first, Kim admits he wanted revenge for the humiliation his son went through, but then makes it clear that this isn't just about pride. The man they're talking about, Lee Chang-Sun, is dangerous. He's the kind of person who will keep interfering, someone who will keep casting a shadow over his son's future again and again. Kim explains that this isn't about personal vengeance anymore. It's a calculated move to eliminate a threat before it grows any bigger. The son agrees, vowing to toughen up and prove he's a real man. He promises that once Chang-Sun is gone, he'll also deal with the woman who dared to insult him. Then, as if remembering something, he adds that there's another person who shares their grudge. Im Yuhan, the man behind the strange group known as Mr. Lim, has also been humiliated by Chang-Sun. Meanwhile, Lee is receiving messages from several divine beings. The tiger trapped in hardships looks at him and scolds him. Then, 3 special traits appear: ferocious tiger for immense strength, fierce tiger for cruel and violent attacks, and swift tiger for smart and quick decision-making. The snake that wraps around the world joins in, warning that Lee should have thought things through, because if he offers something, it will take everything else. The tiger grows even more serious. Other divine beings like the owl, the great demon, and good season to hunt also react, some with agreement, others with confusion. Lee sighs and thinks these idiots might actually have a point. Still, he knows they're not completely wrong. Because of that, the tiger becomes even more obsessed with him and refuses to let go. Meanwhile, Baek Gyeowul is copying Lee's split tiger skill. Shadows spread across the area as shadow treading and shadow play activate, and Lee is genuinely surprised that Baek is pulling it off so well. Watching this, Lee decides it might be the right moment to check the special item he got from the Silver Fox research facility. He pulls out the unknown scroll and prepares to see what it actually does. Now, he realizes that this is the 4th fragment of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. He already has 3 pieces from the White Tiger clan, and with this one, the missing part starts to make sense. Director Oh must have secretly found this 4th scripture and kept it hidden. Likely the reason Gildal was even possible to forge. Still, the question of how these texts were interpreted in the first place remains unanswered. Whatever they contain must be something extraordinary, powerful enough to bring about the terrifying royal tiger's calamity. Lee knows the Void Monarch will never explain it to him, yet he also understands he can't leave this ominous scroll out in the open for too long. Soon, the great demon that chases after the abyss turns its attention toward the scroll, its presence heavy, waiting for Lee's decision, just like it did during the tutorial when it first made its offer. This time, it proposes a trade, offering its help in return for a deal, promising to reveal the scroll's contents if Lee accepts. With this new advantage, Lee's mind unlocks the hidden language, and the sentences on the scroll begin to reveal their meaning. The tiger trapped in hardships roars in disbelief. The owl that pierces through the twilight breathes in silence, holding back judgment, while the snake that wraps around the world tries to peer into Lee's vision, desperate to glimpse the scroll's secrets, but fails and slams its tail to the ground in frustration. The scroll hums with energy as its cryptic words begin to form a message. It speaks of children guided by starlight, those who seek to be reborn through its power, and those who wish to follow the path it has laid. It claims to be both distant and near, a force that guides and watches over them. However, the beginning of the scripture is missing, and Lee can only guess at its full meaning. Even with the text incomplete, a realization hits him as hidden conditions start activating one after another. Character decoding is achieved, followed by information research. With these conditions met, a new quest appears before Lee, pushing him to uncover the missing piece tied to the scripture. He unlocks a hidden path known as the Starlight, a rare and dangerous opportunity linked to the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. By decoding its secrets, Lee has proven both his mental toughness and physical endurance. This quest is nothing like anything he has faced before. The scriptures contain knowledge and power far deeper than he ever imagined. The hidden path promises access to the legendary starlight of the Forgotten Stars, but comes with serious consequences. Failure means the corruption of the mind, while success offers strength beyond imagination. Lee realizes this is the same power once held by Geom Cheonho, and if he wants to surpass even the God-sent warrior or the mighty Gildal, then completing this quest is his only option. Director Oh barely scratched the surface of the scroll's potential, but Lee is ready to dive deeper. The tiger trapped in hardships watches silently, waiting for Lee's choice. Lee curses the Void Monarch under his breath, knowing that this scroll was handed over only because it seemed useless to anyone else. Lee calls out to Gyeowul, telling him not to interfere no matter what happens. He also warns him not to let anyone enter, and Gyeowul agrees without hesitation, trusting Lee completely and recognizing that his brother carries secrets far beyond his understanding. More than that, Gyeowul chooses to follow Lee blindly, without doubt or question. The quest is accepted, and the royal tiger's calamity begins to stir once more. The owl that pierces through the twilight grants him long-awaited rewards, merging the trait of unbending spirit with a deep sense of inner peace. Lee takes a steady breath and steps forward, fully prepared for what's to come. An authority awakens within him, and in the blink of an eye, he's transported into an instance dungeon known as the Reckless Demon Cave, where the trial begins. If Lee Chang-Sun could turn back time, he would return to that moment when the crimson pillar of light split the sky and hurled him into an unknown battlefield. Back then, survival was the only thing that mattered, but as time passed, his existence became nothing more than an endless cycle of combat. He kept fighting, not for peace or honor, but simply because fighting was all he had left. Eventually, Lee Chang-Sun grew so powerful that he brought down countless gods and constellations, earning the fearsome titles of the God of Combat and the Wicked God. Yet, this relentless devotion to battle pushed away everyone he cared about. His comrades abandoned him, unable to walk the blood-soaked path he chose. Even Ithaca, the woman he loved, withered while trying to shield him from the chaos he dragged into their lives. What remained in him was nothing but pure rage, a fury that fueled his war against the Zodiac. But in the end, Lee wonders if it all fell apart because of something as simple as poison. If he could return to that moment when the crimson light first appeared, he wouldn't hesitate. He would be ready, and this time, he'd strike with everything he had. Now he vows to bring the most miserable, crushing end to anyone who dares stand against him. The dungeon mission begins with one merciless command: survive and conquer. But Lee finds himself trapped in the depths of his own bottomless fears, pulled into a cursed challenge that resets every 24 hours. Each time he's dragged into the Changui Cave, a parallel dimension steeped in death and hatred. This massive labyrinth spans 9 floors, each swarming with Changui, twisted souls that despise humans and seek only to kill or corrupt them. The only way to break the curse is to survive every wave, endure every test, and conquer all 9 floors. The first day's mission begins, and Lee Chang-Sun stands on the first floor, in Area W1, where the only objective is survival. 6 hours of relentless combat, starting the moment the countdown begins ticking in his mind. He takes a slow breath, mentally bracing himself. He knows now that this curse won't fade on its own. Every day, for 6 hours straight, he'll be thrown into this nightmare until he breaks it. As he scans his surroundings, he recalls what he's learned about this place. The bottomless spheres are fragments of leftover starlight energy from their original owners. Those consumed by this energy lost their souls and became Changui, their bodies twisted into ghostly warriors or monstrous forms like Gildal. Lee realizes this must be how Jim Cheonho once gained his strength, by surviving this very trial. Somewhere above, the constellation Tiger Sunken in Turmoil watches him with sharp interest, waiting to see how Lee will claw his way out of this dungeon. Normally, 6 hours of non-stop fighting, repeated every single day, would crush a person both mentally and physically. But Lee isn't like most people. He has something that sets him apart, something Minerva gave him, a gift that might be perfectly made for this situation. He sees a single Changui standing in front of him, twisted and rotting, and the constellation, a good season to hunt, mocks the creature, calling it ugly and foul, and urges Lee to finish it quickly. But Lee isn't worried at all. One enemy is nothing. Then he activates Minerva's authority, Kalokagathia. It's not just a skill, but a divine blessing that fills him with powerful willpower, unwavering courage, and the strength to endure any hardship. As the energy surges through him, Lee thinks about how incredible this ability is, far beyond his older ones like Inspect or Goddess's Spear. Seeing this, he understands just how much Minerva must believe in him to grant him something so powerful. In long battles, most fighters grow tired and slow, but Kalokagathia wipes that problem away. As Lee uses it, the constellation owl that pierces through twilight grants him its blessing for the difficult journey ahead. The Changui laughs, calling him a tasty human, and warns that even if Lee blocks its attacks now, its poison will seep into his body, eating him from the inside until he collapses and becomes a Changui too. But Lee grips his weapon tightly, eyes focused, because he feels no fear, only the confidence to end this fight. He even expects the poison to work, but nothing happens. His skill, Effect, Inhibitor of 10 poisons, completely neutralizes it. Lee laughs at the Changui, wondering if they're all this weak, because the fight feels almost too easy. The system announces that Lee Chang-Sun has defeated the lesser Changui, Death, and gained the bottomless fear it held. His body shifts slightly as the fear merges with him, though the transformation isn't complete yet. Lee needs to defeat more Changui to collect even greater amounts of bottomless fear. If that fear overwhelms him, he'll become a ghost warrior, or even a Gildal. But if he conquers and absorbs it, he can carve a new path just like Guillaume Cheonho once did. Lee has no plans to stop here because he now sees the bottomless fears as another form of energy, something he can shape and control. Effect: First stage Aeonic Fire activates. His flames swirl together with the dark fear energy, purifying it from within. The fears fight back, resisting the fire's touch, but the Aeonic Fire burns hotter and stronger until every trace of fear is completely ground down. A new type of fear is born from the fusion, and Lee gains the achievement A Fear That Swallows Bottomless Fears, boosting his intelligence and willpower. The constellations react with shock, and the tiger sunken in turmoil stares in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. A good season to hunt spins in confusion, muttering that she doesn't understand any of this. The serpent wrapped around the world watches closely, fascinated by how the starlight of the forgotten stars has taken on a new form. Lee feels his mana shifting, now carrying the traits of the biwi, a mythical creature known for hunting and devouring tiger monsters. He's caught off guard by this transformation, realizing it makes him the natural enemy of the ruler of emptiness. The system updates his location, Floor 1, Area 12J, and the countdown for the first day's mission shows only a few minutes and seconds remaining. In the distance, someone spots him and shouts in fear, ordering others to stop him. Lee senses the rising tension and smiles to himself, knowing that things are about to get interesting. The boss falls and the area falls silent. A good season to hunt feels refreshed and genuinely happy after witnessing the victory. At the same time, the tiger sunken in turmoil watches every sharp, precise move Lee made during the battle with growing interest. The power of ferocious tiger awakens with a roar that echoes like a wild wave crashing out of control, and its strength surges through Lee. A new achievement appears, showing the defeat of the Changui's true enemy, and this grants a significant boost in strength tied to the hidden power of Biwi. With this victory, the first floor is officially cleared, and the path to the second floor opens. Darkness creeps in as fear spreads and chaos stirs, making the air thick with tension. A strange creature appears, far from anything human, but before anything more can happen, the time limit ends. The first day's evaluation comes in with the highest rank, SSS. Rewards begin to prepare based on his outstanding performance, and the return process to the real world activates. Lee Chang-Sun finds himself back, standing where he was before. Gaia-Wool rushes over, calling Lee's name in shock, and Lee blinks, wondering if 6 hours really passed because, to him, the battle felt almost fun, and far too short. He realizes he hasn't moved an inch, as if no time passed at all. Gaia-Wool looks confused, reminding Lee that he just told him not to let anyone touch or enter. Lee pauses, puzzled, and then it hits him. Time flows differently between the real world and the dungeon. That realization sparks a new thought. Maybe he can use this time gap to his advantage, taking breaks between fights or escaping the battlefield when injured. As the idea settles, his mind drifts to the remaining 6 scrolls, wondering what curses they carry and whether he'll be dragged back into the Changui cave or sent on a completely different mission next. The constellation Tiger sunken in turmoil grows more curious, eager to see how Lee will handle the curses hidden within the cryptic books. Gumcheonho has already collected 3 of them, which means 3 are still missing. For now, Lee's top priority is finding the remaining ones before anyone else does. He starts to wonder if the higher-ups in High-Off know anything about their locations, since it would be far easier if he could just track down where the books are hidden. Not long after, Managing Director Oh calls for Lee Chang-Seon, and they meet at a bar in Nanhyundong. Before heading inside, Lee tells Gaia-Wool to wait for him for a bit. Director Oh notices Gaia-Wool and asks who he is, and Lee introduces him as White Winter, someone he worked with during the training sessions. Director Oh questions how trustworthy he is, and Lee replies that he can count on him without a doubt. Oh raises an eyebrow and comments that Lee is already gathering subordinates, but Lee believes having extra hands is always helpful. Still, Director Oh reminds him that what he really needs are tools, people and methods he can use when needed and toss aside when they're no longer useful. Putting that aside, Director Oh keeps his earlier promise and officially places Lee under his command. A formal personnel notice is issued, assigning Lee Chang-Seon to the Future Strategy Division of the White Tiger Clan under Acting Chief Oh Si-hwan. Lee asks if there's any mission waiting for him, and Director Oh explains that the new trainees will be showcased tomorrow. Unlike Lee, they're still inexperienced and haven't even taken their first real step. Their mission will be to track down and eliminate the remaining members of High-Off, whose hideout has already been located. Lee quietly considers how this mission might lead him to more information about the 7 cryptical books of Hassan. He asks if it isn't risky to send only trainees, and Director Oh explains that the main strike team will also be involved, along with support from the association and other clans. The trainees are just meant to handle the weaker enemies so they can gain real battle experience. Unlike them, Lee is given a separate role. He'll join the strike team tasked with hunting down the top leaders of High-Off, a mission with far greater weight. Hearing this, Lee feels like the conversation is finally hitting its real purpose. Director Oh adds that the strike team will be made up of highly skilled fighters and that he personally pushed for Lee to be included, despite hesitation from the board of directors, because he believes someone with Lee's proven ability should never be treated like an average recruit. Beneath the official appointment notice is a file containing details about the discovered enemy hideouts, and the operation is scheduled to launch in 5 days, giving Lee enough time to make the necessary preparations. Director Oh promises to give him the full details when the time is right. Just then, Lee mentions that he has a request to make, but before he can say more, the scene shifts to somewhere else, where a few people spot him, someone who looks just like the tyrant. and wonder if it's really him standing there, casually eating hotdog. Meanwhile, someone gasps for breath, remembering the suffocating struggle inside Yeti's Pass, a dungeon buried in snow and ice where Yetis roam in dangerous packs. Once under Highoff's control, the region is now a frozen battlefield filled with hidden crevices and blinding blizzards. Winter listens carefully as Lee tells him they shouldn't be satisfied with their current strength, that they still have a long road ahead, and Winter agrees with quiet determination. 4 days remain until training day, and chaos breaks out as monsters spot a familiar, terrifying figure, Lee Chang-Sun. They scream about a monster, only to realize it's the same human who's haunted them before. In a panic, the castle guards rush to block the gates, cursing the scouts for failing to detect his approach. Time flies by with 3 days left, then 2, then 1, and finally, the last day arrives. A timer starts ticking down. 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds. Lee stands firm, scanning the battlefield, uninterested in weak enemies. He's searching for the real threat, the one opponent worth his attention. He releases an arrow with perfect precision, and it cuts through the air, glowing with explosive lightning. The arrow strikes the monster leader dead on with a burst of raw power. Far off, the leader watches and addresses Lee, calling him Majesty. He speaks with amusement, fully aware that Lee has found him, and the thought of this challenge excites him. With a grin, he calls for his weapon and armor to be brought forth. The monster leader, now revealed as Jin, orders all his subordinates to retreat, deciding to face Lee himself because he believes only he is worthy of this fight. Jin begins to speak of his past, once belonging to the noble Frisia family, a respected name within Arcata, but that identity has long since faded. Cursed by the 7 cryptic scriptures of San, Jin has become nothing more than the Crimson Murderer. Though his body has weakened over time, his hatred and thirst for revenge burn stronger than ever. He declares his ambition to take full control of the Ghoul Den and collect the remaining starlight of the temple, aiming to ascend once again as a god. Moving forward, Jin locks eyes with Lee, recognizing him as the one bold enough to challenge him. His blood boils, not with strategy, but with the thrill of battle. He proudly introduces himself as Jin, a descendant of the Frisia bloodline, relatives of a powerful demon family, and he claims that once he kills Lee Chang-Sun, he will become king of the Ghoul Den. Hun watches in disbelief as Jin, the Crimson Murder King, steps into battle. Even Hun has been summoned to join, but the sheer pressure of Jin's power sends others running in fear. The boss of the second floor has fully revealed himself, and his presence shakes the entire area. The divine being a good season to hunt calls on Lee Chang-Sun to defeat this arrogant demon, while the sharp eyes of the split tiger fix on the battlefield, ready to lend their strength. Jin charges in with immense force, his blade pulsing with Hun's spirit, but Lee blocks it cleanly, leaving Jin surprised. In that moment, the split tiger's status shifts, turning into the ferocious tiger, and with a sudden surge of energy, the ferocious tiger manifests around Lee, cloaking him in a wild, feral aura. Jin studies Lee closely, calling him more than just a warrior because he sees a fighting ghost in him, someone completely consumed by the thrill of combat. Around them, the monsters whisper in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere human is standing toe-to-toe with their king. Suddenly, Jin unleashes a deadly skill. Lightning net explodes across the field, crackling with destructive force, but Lee's beast sense kicks in, warning him just in time. His instincts scream that blocking won't be enough, and he knows the situation is turning lethal. Flying Tiger's trailing gale activates in a flash, and with the sudden burst of speed, Lee's body becomes lighter as the body lightning technique triggers, letting him barely dodge Jin's attack. Jin grits his teeth, thinking he almost had him, while the system flashes a warning that Lee's stamina has dropped below 15% and urges him to rest. Lee breathes heavily, fully aware that only 3 minutes and 28 seconds remain. The fight feels like smashing into an unmovable wall, and for a moment, Lee questions what to do, admitting he might not have enough power to completely take down the Crimson Murder King. But stopping isn't an option because this fight is too thrilling, too intoxicating to walk away from. Jin eyes him curiously, sensing something off in Lee's attitude and wondering if he's trying to provoke him into using his full power. But Lee's only response is a single honest thought. He just wants to have fun. With a roar that mixes anger and excitement, Lee yells for Jin to cry and scream as he prepares to crush him. In that moment, Lee's dual blades resonate and glow with a fierce light, while the ferocious tiger bares its fangs, its wild power fusing completely with Lee's fighting spirit. Jin feels the shift and grins, knowing the real battle is only just beginning. Lee's swords, Evil Dragon's Snaggletooth and Fish Intestine Sword, start glowing in sync as their power resonates with each other. At the same time, the ferocious tiger's fangs emerge, but its energy surges out of control and transforms into the Savage Tiger. The Savage Tiger unleashes its chaotic slash, a strike so fast it tears through the battlefield like a raging storm. The energy shifts once more, turning into the Split Tiger, and its piercing fangs shoot forward, shredding everything in their path. Jin's creature Hun can't withstand the force, and with one final brutal strike, Hun is defeated. Right after, a system message appears, informing Lee that he has obtained Hun's rib, the leash of the Crimson Murder King, and a large amount of the Royal Tiger's calamity. Lee turns his gaze to Jin, expecting some sign of fury over the loss of such a loyal companion, but Jin doesn't even flinch. He stands calm, unshaken, and completely unfazed, as if Hun's death means nothing, and this cold reaction makes Lee realize that Jin is far more dangerous than he first believed. A powerful attack suddenly closes in, and although Lee senses it might not fully connect, the next moment leaves him critically injured. His stamina drops to a dangerously low level, and the system urgently advises him to retreat and recover. Then the timer hits 0, marking the end of his allotted time. Day 5's evaluation is completed with an SSS rank, and rewards are on the way as Lee is pulled back into reality. Winter's voice trembles as he sees Lee covered in blood, panic rising in his expression. He wants to rush Lee to the hospital, but Lee pulls out a large healing potion, drinks it calmly, and insists that it's enough to recover. With a deep breath, Lee mutters how close he was to death, but now feels himself slowly returning. His stamina recovers by half, and his condition steadily improves, though Winter still looks worried and asks what happened. Lee brushes it off, saying it's nothing, but in his mind, he reflects on the battle with the Crimson Murder King. It may have looked like an even match, but the truth is, Lee was at a serious disadvantage. If the second floor is already this hard, he wonders just how brutal the remaining floors will be. More than anything, he knows he has to grow stronger. To do that, he needs to acquire either the blood mine or the reinforced bone. Unfortunately, with no unicorns nearby, getting the blood mine isn't an option right now. That leaves the reinforced bone, and if Lee can obtain it, he might reach a state close to indestructibility. But the real problem is the battle looming ahead. He must face the Crimson Murder King again in just 24 hours. Lee begins thinking about strategy and recalls the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, located in the snowy region. He decides to focus on that first and tackle each challenge step by step. Just then, a message arrives from Director O, instructing Lee to reach the destination by 7 in the morning and to complete all preparations beforehand. Lee takes it as a firm reminder to think his plan through carefully. Another message follows from the obedient blacksmith, letting him know that the forging of his weapon is finished and asking him to visit the workshop after training. Meanwhile, cameraman Kim Soo-hyun shouts that Lee is coming, eager to meet him, maybe out of greed, maybe out of curiosity. He even mutters that he needs to get this done to recover from a failed corporate bribe. Kim Soo-hyun rushes forward, excited to capture Lee on film, but the moment he gets close, his camera suddenly bursts apart from the overwhelming energy radiating off Lee. He freezes, stunned, and thinks to himself that players like Lee Chang-Sun are nothing like normal humans. In fact, he's convinced that if monsters didn't exist, people like Lee would have been considered terrifying threats to society. Lee Chang-Sun looks at the weapon in front of him and is surprised to see it already complete. He expected it to take at least 10 days, but the blacksmith, Choi Buyong, explains that the design was simple and only required assembling the parts. Winter encourages Lee to try it out and admires the weapon's sleek form, though Lee finds the surface too plain and asks why there are no engravings. Choi shrugs, saying it was too bothersome. Without a word, Lee transfers 100 million won into Choi's account. Letting out a sigh, the blacksmith gives in and tells Lee to come back tomorrow morning so he can make the adjustments. Lee notices something weighing on Choi's mind and asks about it. Choi hesitates before revealing that the main weapon Lee originally requested will take longer than expected. When Lee says only 1 month remains, Choi corrects him. It will need at least 2 months, and that timeline can't be shortened. Pressing for details, Lee learns that Choi has run out of resources. By that, he means cold iron, but not just any kind. It has to be a special kind of cold steel exposed to ice crystals for decades to endure extreme heat. Since Lee also requested a shield, the amount required is even greater, which makes the shortage more serious. Choi adds that even the country's remaining supply has been used up because of high-off. Then he recalls that Lee is planning to head to the Hill of the Abominable Snowman. Lee confirms it, mentioning that he also needs to gather materials for the reinforced bone. Choi nods and says someone is already waiting to meet Lee about that very matter. Lee meets a man who introduces himself as Choi Hyung-gil, the CEO of Lucky Trading Company. Lee notices the calluses on his hands and wonders if he used to be a blacksmith, which surprises him since Lucky Trading is a major company. Curious, Lee asks about his connection to Choi Buyong, and Hyung-gil explains that he is Buyong's younger cousin. That makes things click for Lee. No wonder Buyong could get his hands on rare materials. Hyung-gil is clearly a bigger supplier than he first appeared. Lee then asks why Choi Hyung-gil wanted to meet him, and the man gets straight to the point, saying he has a request. Lee immediately guesses it must be related to the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, and Hyungil confirms it. He explains why the High-Off gang chose that place as their hideout, revealing it's because of something called the Frost King's Breath. Lee has never heard of it, so Hyungil elaborates that it is the highest quality ice crystal, also known as the permanent ice crystal. Lee keeps his face unreadable but understands just how valuable this material could be. Hyungil then brings up the reinforced bone and asks if Lee knows about it. Lee replies that he knows a little, recalling the legendary martial god's bones, like the heavenly limbs and the dragon bone body, all based on the same concept. To obtain the reinforced bone, two rare ingredients are needed: the inflamed heart and the frost-engraved crest. Hyungil says he already knows how to acquire the flame, but now needs the crest, which is required to help the body endure intense heat. For that, the permanent ice crystal is essential. This crystal is special because it absorbs the pure energy of the moon over a long time, making it a perfect ingredient for the crest. Lee realizes he might need to search for the crystal himself, and even remembers once planning to visit a dungeon in America to find something like it. He admits he doesn't know much about the permanent ice crystal, but guesses from the way Hyungil talks that it must be an incredibly valuable resource. Hyungil confirms this, explaining that it can greatly boost the strength of ice mages. Lee then asks if the High-Off gang is after it, and Hyungil nods, saying they believe the crystal will help them grow stronger. Understanding the situation, Lee asks if Hyungil wants him to retrieve it, and Hyungil agrees but warns that the task won't be easy since the dungeon holding the crystal is still incomplete, which makes it unstable and dangerous. Lee would also need to avoid drawing High-Off's attention and stay off the radar of other clans. Later, Lee points out that Hyungil clearly has no intention of sharing the treasure. Hyungil tries to explain, admitting he doesn't expect Lee to fully trust him yet. Surprisingly, Lee accepts the request but says that instead of payment, he wants something else in return. After Lee leaves, Choi Buyong looks irritated, and Choi Hyungil teases him, saying he seems upset. Buyong mutters that he just doesn't want to owe anything to Lee, but Hyungil laughs and calls Lee his friend, which annoys Buyong even more as he quickly denies it. Hyungil then talks about how Lee accepted the request so calmly, like it was nothing, and how they ended up making a trade. He lists off the strange things Lee asked for, including the traces of the heavenly sun's thought, the record of the moon, the dewdrops of the flower shoes, and even the locations of the 9 great swords and other legendary items. Hyungil wonders out loud what Lee plans to do with all these things, and with a mix of curiosity and doubt, asks Buyong how he even met someone like that, and whether Lee can really handle the job. The scene shifts to the day of the subjugation, and people are discussing the first squad, revealing that there has been no contact and assuming they likely failed. Someone suggests taking a coffee break and casually remembers everyone's orders, from Americanos with extra shots to hot caramel macchiatos. Even with the joking around, the tension hangs heavy in the air. The dungeon they are facing is far tougher than expected, and the resistance is stronger than they had planned for. Someone brings up Hyeben, the niece who's often seen nearby, and it's revealed she has gone to meet her benefactor, who turns out to be Lee Chang-Sun. When Lee arrives, Shim Jianho from the Future Strategy Division calls out to him, warning him not to mess things up and ruin Executive O's reputation. Some of the trainees begin mocking Lee, saying he might get scared and embarrass himself, and their laughter and careless comments only make the atmosphere worse. Lee, without hesitation, tells them to get lost. One of the trainees tries to challenge him, asking what if he doesn't. Before the argument can escalate, Shim Jianho steps forward, his voice sharp as he shouts for the trainee to back away from Lee. Shim Jianho shouts for everyone to stay away from Lee Chang-Sun because Kang Woo-chan, known as the Storm Fist, steps forward, visibly angry and feeling insulted, his irritation building as Lee stays calm, which only fuels Woo-chan's temper. In that tense moment, the power of the split tiger awakens inside Lee, and its sharp energy spreads like a warning across the field, instantly silencing everyone. Shim Jianho tries to de-escalate the situation by reminding Lee that Woo-chan is his senior, but Lee replies coldly that if this division only values seniority over skill, that's their problem, not his. The divine being, the tiger, lets out a strange and amused laugh, clearly entertained by Lee's boldness. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Some believe Lee provoked Woo-chan on purpose, while others are quietly impressed. The subjugation mission already has many eyes on it, and there are people hoping to see Lee fail. But by standing his ground against Woo-chan without fear, Lee makes it clear he is no pushover. And with his cold, sharp demeanor, some start to respect him, while others see him as dangerous, like a wild tiger ready to strike. Just then, someone calls out to Lee, and he turns to see Wu Hyeben approaching. She asks if he remembers her, and the divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, watches them quietly, pleased that their paths have crossed again. Hyeben smiles with relief when Lee recognizes her, though he admits she looks different now that she's a player. Deep down, Lee wishes she had lived a normal, peaceful life instead of stepping into this world, but before they can speak further, someone rushes over to say her uncle, the department head, needs her urgently. Startled, Hyben quickly apologizes to Lee and promises to meet him again later before running off. Lee remembers that the family name of the five-star group is Wu, which means Hyeben must be part of that family. Just then, he hears that the assistant director of the Hyoff clan has been spotted nearby and is now being hunted. Lee sets these thoughts aside and tells Gyewol to get ready, and Gyewol quickly responds, standing by his side without hesitation. Suddenly, someone shouts that they've found the Crimson Ghost. Confusion spreads because Kwak Do-woon, the assistant director of the Hyoff clan, is showing up here instead of inside the dungeon. Kwak steps forward, calmly asking them to draw as much attention as they can to the outside. Meanwhile, the divine being sadly weeping sprite watches their disciple with quiet sorrow, but Kwak tells the divine not to feel sorry, saying this path was entirely their own choice. Someone nearby, clearly shocked, calls for backup, calling Kwak a monstrous fighter. Kwak senses the fierce energy of the tiger's form and guesses the White Tiger clan must already be involved. One of the fighters facing him laughs loudly, saying he always wanted a proper duel with the Crimson Ghost, even if he didn't expect things to play out like this. Kwak Do-woon starts to panic, wondering why this insane lunatic is here instead of the regular team leaders. With too many casualties already, it becomes clear that Kwak cannot be allowed to escape. Still, he smirks, remarking how the White Tiger and the Five Stars sword have become names worth fearing. To him, this feels like a grand welcome from the country's most talented fighters, and with a mocking grin, he says he wants to test their strength. Lee senses something off and moves fast, activating Flying Tiger's trailing gale, which lightens his body and boosts his speed. At the same time, Viper Eye scans the area with sharp focus. Gyewol looks confused when Lee suddenly warns him that Kwak is not the real threat, and he realizes that the Crimson Ghost is only a distraction. One of the fighters yells at Kwak Do-woon, demanding that he surrender, but something feels wrong because Kwak stays far too calm, like he's been waiting for this exact moment. Then, with a twisted expression, Kwak says it's not over yet and vows to drag them all into the same hell he has endured. Suddenly, the trap activates. The skill Spherical Disguise begins to distort the environment, and the illusory maze seal unfolds like a living shadow, swallowing everyone inside. Panic erupts as they realize they've been tricked, and that the Crimson Ghost was just bait meant to lure them straight into Kwak's illusion. Someone screams at the team leader not to get caught in the phantom, warning that once trapped, escape is nearly impossible. Inside the illusion, disturbing voices start whispering cruel and twisted things, blaming them for past tragedies and trying to shatter their minds. One voice even accuses someone of killing their mother and says they deserve to die. In the midst of the chaos, Lee Chang-Sun activates his authority, Kalokagathia, which grants him immunity to mental interference and shields his mind from the effects of the illusion. At the same time, he uses Viper Eye to pierce through the thick darkness, searching for and revealing the hidden path buried deep inside the maze. Dark voices echo all around, filled with pain and anger. They whisper that they wanted to live too, but now they hate Hyeben. Their words turn sharp, asking why she is still alive when they are all dead, and they begin calling out to her, urging her to join them in their misery. Lee ignores the voices and focuses on Hyeben, quickly checking if she is hurt. Seeing her in that state, Lee tells Gyewol to grab the enemy, and with a sharp movement, he activates Shadowbind, locking the opponent in place. The monster thrashes and yells that no matter how Lee found him, he won't reveal anything, even begging Lee to kill him, claiming it will change nothing. But Lee doesn't react to the threats. Instead, his tiger's aura spreads like a heavy storm, freezing the monster in fear, and the first seal breaks with a flash, leaving 8 more to destroy. Calmly studying the situation, Lee figures out there are 9 illusionists in total and that everything was pre-planned. The divine being, the tiger trapped in hardships, lets out a dark laugh, amused by Lee's relentless determination. Lee also senses the permanent ice crystal hidden somewhere nearby, and he knows that without marking the locations beforehand, he might have failed already. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, shakes its head at his cleverness, while Good Season to Hunt eagerly waits for his next move. Afterward, Lee turns to Hyeben and asks if she wants to come with him. She nods quickly, saying she feels safer by his side. The owl that pierces through the twilight watches silently, clearly pleased with his choice. Hyeben stares at Lee with wide eyes, calling him amazing and wondering when she'll become as strong as him. Lee looks at her quietly and asks why she thinks he doesn't notice anything. Then, a strange voice praises him, saying how splendid and strong he has become, and for a brief moment, it feels like someone close to him has finally found peace. Lee's heart trembles as a memory of his grandfather flickers through his mind. Suddenly, a warning pulls Lee Chang-Sun out of his thoughts, telling him to stay calm. His mind clears, and his power, Kalokagathia, returns to its normal state. Lee gives a slight smile and tells Hyeben and Gyewol that they should get moving. Elsewhere, a man in a black coat shouts Hyben's name, clearly worried something has happened to her. At the same time, team leader Seo is trapped in an illusion, struggling to keep his thoughts straight. One of the black-clad team members yells at him to stay focused and act like a leader. Hidden in the shadows, Kwak Do-woon smirks, confident that his dark energy is enough to confuse and break them. He plans to crush whoever survives. As Kwok rises with overwhelming force, Seo warns him that if he keeps this up, he will fight seriously, even if it hurts. Suddenly, Seo shouts that the battle is over and gives a signal. In that moment, the man in the black coat strikes and stabs Kwok Do-woon. Though groaning in pain, Kwok remains standing, realizing too late that this was all a trap to lure him out. Bloodied and furious, Seo swears that since Kwok made them bleed, he won't let him leave this place alive. He wipes the blood from his mouth and declares that he will make him pay. Hearing this, Kwok Do-woon knows he has no choice left and must fight with everything he has. Suddenly, a strange energy rushes across the battlefield. The seals around them shatter one after another, and the heavy fog begins to lift. Kwok Do-woon stares in disbelief, unable to understand what's happening. Seo and his team are just as surprised but quickly realize this is their chance. Seo tells everyone they can't fall back anymore, and the team readies themselves with a new surge of determination. Kwok Do-woon laughs, calling them arrogant children and reminding them that now they will understand why he is known as the Crimson Ghost. His figure vanishes, moving like a shadow too fast to track. Seo shouts for his team to find him, while from a distance, the divine being sadly weeping sprite watches with sorrow, quietly warning that this path is dangerous, and if Kwok hopes to atone for his past and honor his mother, he must abandon the thought of returning safely, because this battle might cost him everything. With a heavy heart, the sprite prepares to witness Kwok Do-woon's final moments. Accepting his fate, Kwok decides to burn the last of his strength if it helps his side reach their goal. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifts, and Kwok realizes he has stepped into a hidden trap. His eyes dart around, searching for whoever set it. From the shadows, a masked figure appears, and the moment Kwok sees the mask, he freezes. Lee Chang-Sun steps forward, revealing himself as the mastermind behind the entire operation, the one who has been pulling the strings from the very beginning. Kwok Do-woon realizes that everything about the subjugation plan, his clan, and even his current weakened state has been carefully manipulated by Lee Chang-Sun. The maze runes scattered around them glow to life, trapping him completely. Moreover, Kwok Do-woon cannot believe that someone who doesn't even appear to be level 40 would dare to corner a high-level fighter like him. His anger boils over and he charges forward, determined to tear Lee apart. Yet, as he attacks, he notices something unsettling. Lee is smiling, as if he had already predicted every move. Kwok unleashes the destructive Jade Fist, a powerful blow worthy of a sacred item, but Lee's aura explodes like a storm and overpowers him in an instant. The energy radiating from Lee Chang-Sun is unlike anything Kwok has ever faced. Despite being a near top-ranking fighter, Kwok finds himself struggling, unable to suppress the growing fear tightening in his chest. He realizes that if he doesn't defeat Lee right now, this man could bring disaster not just to him, but to his daughter Yu-jin as well. He scans the battlefield, but Lee has vanished from sight. Panic sets in as he admits to himself that this man is no ordinary opponent, and feels more like a monster born from despair itself. Kwok's thoughts race as the name of his daughter, Yu-jin, flashes through his mind like a ghost from the past, but he quickly shakes it off. What truly unsettles him is the fact that Lee hasn't even mastered a single one of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San, yet his strength already surpasses what most high rankers can even dream of. Kwok Do-woon, broken and defeated, mutters that Lee should never fall into the hands of the Void Monarch. The divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, praises Lee, declaring that evil men must be punished. Kwok, consumed by pain and guilt, begs Lee to kill him, but Lee refuses because he still needs answers. Kwok spits out his anger, saying he would never speak after Lee destroyed his children's lives overnight, but Lee counters coldly, pointing out the hypocrisy of Kwok and his clan exploiting innocent humans for their own greed while daring to speak of justice. Kwok laughs bitterly, promising that no matter what Lee says, he will never reveal anything. Lee decides he'll simply ask someone else. At that moment, Yujin's voice cuts through the communication line, shocked as she tries to identify Lee Chang-Sun, realizing he belongs neither to their clan nor to the White Tiger clan. Lee tells her plainly that if she wants to save Kwok Do-woon, she needs to answer his questions. Kwok, barely able to breathe, tries to warn Yujin, urging her to shut off the connection, but Lee presses harder and demands information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan, focusing specifically on the 5th scripture. Yujin refuses to be intimidated and calls him a fool, insisting that threats won't work on her and even tells him to kill Kwok if he must. Lee smirks and agrees, and without hesitation, acts as though he's about to finish Kwok, leaving Yujin stunned and furious. This is exactly what Lee wants because provoking Yujin like this will force them to come after him, giving Lee the upper hand even if things don't go exactly as planned. Lee's ability, Soul Extortion, activates and pulls in the ashes of Kwok Do-woon, and because the absorbed soul's level is much higher than his own, the power of Soul Extortion evolves. Lee gains Kwok Do-woon's unique skill, Destructive Jade Fist, which is perfect for him since he needed a strong hand-to-hand combat technique. But the moment is not without consequence. The divine being, the sadly weeping sprite, becomes furious at Lee for stealing the power of her disciple. Realizing this, Lee understands that Kwok must have been under her guidance. He also recalls that she didn't join the 12 Zodiacs during the Great War, so he decides he'll have to apologize if their paths cross again. Her cries of anguish echo as her connection to her disciple is severed. Meanwhile, news spreads quickly that survivors who were trapped by the High-Off Gang's illusionary seals report how Lee dismantled every formation and saved them all, including Wu Yungan and his niece. People whisper that his success is unbelievable, and his nickname, the Tyrant, seems even more fitting now. Shim Gyeon-hu, however, remains hostile and warns Lee not to act arrogant, saying that people like him often lose their heads on the battlefield due to stray swords. Lee returns the jab by telling him to be careful of his own head too, leaving Shim gritting his teeth. Just then, someone addresses Chief Shim, saying there's something important he needs to report about Lee Chang-Sun. Yujin sits in silence, her body trembling as the weight of her father's death presses down on her. Kwak De-woon left as suddenly as he came, and now she is alone, burdened by pain and regret. Her mind screams with questions, asking why he had to die in such a cruel way. A strange presence stirs within her, the divine being known as the sadly weeping sprite, watching her grief with sorrow, and it asks if she truly desires strength, promising an opportunity to gain power strong enough to change everything. The offer feels heavy, pulling at her heart like a whisper she cannot ignore. She hesitates, unsure of what choice to make, but another divine presence, the sky hidden behind the aurora, steps in with quiet concern and warns her of the dangers, urging her to think carefully. Still, its voice feels distant compared to the sorrowful power calling to her. The sadly weeping sprite dismisses the warning, determined to grant its gift, and tells her that this power, born from grief and rage, can become her strength if she accepts it. Yujin's heart pounds as she stands at the edge of her decision. The group steps into the dungeon known as the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, where the cold feels like knives against their skin and a blizzard rages endlessly. The ground beneath them is coated with thick, treacherous glaciers. The mission is clear. They must invade the Winter Palace, a castle buried deep within the snowfield, and claim it to become the master of winter. But the snowmen that live here are cunning hunters, and their ambushes could strike at any moment. The biting cold gnaws at everyone, and even thick winter clothes feel useless against the freezing winds. Some grumble about the path ahead, unable to see through the storm, while others feel the weight of the mission pressing down on them. The Myong family clan takes the lead, determined to rip apart young Yujin, the phantom they've been chasing. Cha Ye-yoon, sharp-eyed and composed, warns that letting anger take over will only make them fall into traps. Despite the hardships, her gaze shifts to Lee Chang-Sun. Deep down, she wonders if Lee can create another miracle like before. Nearby, whispers rise among the team. Leader Seo teases that the famous Iron Witch, Cha Ye-yoon, seems to have taken an interest in Lee. Seo smirks and explains that most men who dared to approach Cha Ye-yoon ended up nearly shot for their efforts. Cha Ye-yoon's reputation is nothing to take lightly. A top-tier magic scholar, her revolver-loaded magic bullets strike with the force of cannons. She is one of the few national EX-class rankers and is rumored to rise soon as a high ranker. With her influence even reaching the president of the Korean Association, not even the biggest clans dare to cross her. Lee, however, shows no reaction, and without wasting words, he announces he'll be parting from the group due to the director's orders. Before anyone can stop him, his skill Flying Tiger's trailing gale activates, and his speed leaves leader Seo stunned. Further ahead, Seo watches him go, and his own greed sparks as his mind races with thoughts that he must claim Lee's strength for himself before his rival, brother Siwon, makes a move. The Winter Palace is buried under heavy snow, and a harsh blizzard makes it nearly impossible to see. The High-Off forces shout orders at the snowmen, demanding they hurry and find the permanent ice crystal. They claim the Snow King will not be freed until the crystal is recovered. The snowmen, though exhausted, stay loyal to their king. A tall snowman general refuses to obey the humans, declaring that his only duty is to serve his king and wait for his safe return. Still, with the king held hostage, the snowmen have no choice but to fight, and they prepare to strike the human forces. Meanwhile, Lee's search rune glows, signaling that the crystal is close. The divine being, good season to hunt, is pleased and comments that hunting becomes easier with such tools, while the snake that wraps around the world warns that tools are useless unless truly understood. Lee ignores both, keeping his focus locked on the mission. The High-Off group is holding the Snow King inside the Winter Palace, and beneath it lies a hidden mine where the permanent ice crystal is buried. With both the High-Off soldiers and the snowmen blocking the path, Lee Chang-Sun knows he has only 3 hours to resolve it all, so he charges forward without hesitation. Suddenly, the snowmen spot him, and their furious growls echo through the cold wind as they rush toward him, ready to kill. Lee gets annoyed at the interruption. Fire swirls around him as he steps forward through the snowstorm, daring the hidden enemy to come out and face him. The enemy is stunned that Lee Chang-Sun saw through their plans. They whisper among themselves that Lee is far stronger than they were told, and decide they'll demand extra payment for this mission. Still, they're confident that their dark method will kill him. Staying hidden, they wait for their assassins to strike. Juhan, the one trusted to handle the job, is confident he'll finish it, and the Blood Wolf unit is considered ruthless enough to pull it off. Even Division Chief Shim Jianho gave them a dangerous weapon, so they think success is guaranteed. But Lee sharpens his senses with beast sense and quickly detects every assassin nearby. He counts about 30 in front and 50 more behind, and the scale of the ambush makes him smirk, impressed that they're going this far just to kill him. Without wasting time, he calls Gyewol and orders him to locate every last one of them. As the blizzard rages, Lee moves like the wind, activating Flying Tiger's trailing gale along with his stealth technique. He strikes first, hitting the assassins before they even realize he's there. In panic, they try to trigger their trap, but it backfires and sets off an avalanche instead. Snow crashes down, burying them alive. Screams echo through the icy air as some are crushed. Others lose limbs and beg for help, but it's already too late. Lee stands alone by the end, the battle already finished. The divine beings react to his performance. Good Season to Hunt watches with sparkling eyes, enjoying the intense fight, and the snake that wraps around the world shakes his head, calling Lee's tactics more cunning than the devil's. Meanwhile, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships laughs mockingly, saying the assassins were buried alive like fools. The defeated men beg for their lives, crying that they will do anything if spared. Im Yuhan tries to shift the blame, claiming he didn't want any part in this plan and that the other man forced him into it. Their argument quickly turns violent as they accuse each other of hiring the Blood Wolf unit. In the heat of panic, Im Yuhan blurts out that the other's father is director Kim Yeon-sung. Juhan then reveals that the assassins got into the dungeon because of this betrayal, and that Shim Gaeonho, the future strategy division chief, even gave them a strange flute. Lee becomes stunned when he hears about the flute. It's called the worm flute, a tool that uses sound waves to control a certain species of worms and cause mental confusion. After hearing this, Lee Chang-Sun realizes they might have tried to control the worms inside his own body. With a smile, he reminds them that he already burnt all of his worms to death long ago during training. The men stare in shock, realizing that Lee knew everything from the start, and Lee mutters that Kim Yeon-sung and Shim Gaeonho are nothing but troublesome obstacles dragging him down. Deciding he has wasted enough time here, Lee activates Flying Tiger's trailing gale and his body lightning technique, ready to move forward. But then, the divine being known as the Sadly Weeping Sprite warns Lee Chang-Sun that a new enemy is approaching, making Lee pause and prepare for what's coming next. Lee finally arrives at the Winter Palace, but the curse from the Ghoul Den is set to trigger in just 40 minutes. Knowing he must find the permanent ice crystal quickly, Lee pushes forward despite the freezing air. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, questions what Lee plans to do with his magic and lightly criticizes him. Lee activates his magic and a wave of warmth spreads through him, making the cold just barely bearable. The divine being sighs softly, as if unimpressed. Nearby, others struggle with the temperature. Complaints rise about how even powerful artifacts fail to block this bitter cold. Someone mutters that this is exactly why the 5-star sword hasn't acted yet. Another comments on Shin Yunseo's resilience, surprised that she doesn't even look cold. The group can't help but admire her strength. Meanwhile, questions arise about Lee's whereabouts, and a kid reassures himself that with Lee and Yunseo together, things will be fine, and they just need to focus and not falter. Suddenly, Leader Seo shouts Ebile's name sharply, realizing something is off because the silence around them feels unnatural. Moments later, a warning rings out that an ambush is coming. The snowmen, loyal to Highoff, charge toward them like a storm. The Mayong family warriors roar for revenge, calling for blood to honor their fallen comrades. Cha Yet-yoon tries to keep order, warning everyone not to get separated, but the chaos is already building as the snowmen close in. The battlefield is covered in mayhem as powerful magic spreads everywhere, shaking the ground. A strange curse called chaos takes over, and everyone feels the heavy pressure. Cha Yet-yoon suddenly yells that enemies are coming from above. From the snowy storm, the great general of winter appears, and his presence is strong and terrifying. Sun Jin-seok, filled with anger, rushes at him, shouting that he will kill him, but before he can even land a blow, the general strikes him down instantly. Sun Jin-seok dies on the spot, leaving everyone stunned. Lee moves forward and steps inside the Winter Palace. The divine beings watching him react differently. The snake that wraps around the world glances at the old, valuable artifacts, while the owl that pierces through the twilight gives a sad smile, as if remembering something painful. Lee looks around carefully. He knows the snowmen were once a smart and powerful race, because they built a great civilization, but were tricked and used by gods and constellations until they lost everything. Now they are nothing more than lifeless puppets, moving without true will. This dungeon is only a broken piece of a world that no longer exists, and the endless blizzards and freezing cold are reminders of how the gods discarded this land. To Lee Chang-Sun, these snowmen are not enemies to pity but empty shells. Checking the map he took from the illusionists, he finds a storage area hidden under the staircase and moves quickly because time is running out. At the same time, the Highoff people are forcing the snowmen to work and shout at them to keep mining, warning that they will all die if they fail. Among the equipment, Lee Chang-Sun spots something glowing, It is the Yawn of Agni. Lee realizes that the High-Off forces plan to blow up the entire mine just to obtain the permanent ice crystal. The snowmen, pushed to their limits, are forced to dig faster under threats to save their king. One snowman cries out in anger, swearing to kill all the humans one day. Suddenly, Kangwoo and Yujin both notice something strange and shout in shock, unable to believe what they are seeing. The divine being, the sadly weeping sprite, promises vengeance for her household member, using the power and authority she has given. Lee's efforts in defeating so many evil humans are recognized, and his moral balance shifts slightly toward good, now standing at 45% good and 55% evil. While exploring, Lee Chang-Sun discovers a hidden storage area made of 100-year-old cold iron. Inside, he finds something unexpected, the Frost King's breath, a legendary item, and even he is surprised by the discovery. Lee then realizes there are 8 permanent ice crystals here, something extremely rare. The divine beings watching him react with awe and curiosity. The good season to hunt is amazed by the purity of the crystals. The snake that wraps around the world slyly asks if Lee plans to give up one crystal as an offering. The tiger that has been trapped in hardship suggests that offering it to a king who grants blessings would be natural. Meanwhile, the owl that pierces through the twilight coughs lightly, hinting that the crystals look tempting, while the great demon that chases after the abyss simply stares at them with deep curiosity. Lee, however, has no intention of giving away even one, and decides that these crystals would make excellent ingredients for creating divine tools. He finally understands why High-Off was desperate to obtain the Sword of 5-Star, even though it seems weak, and the intense cold that fills the area comes from the permanent frost energy, and if it weren't for the destructive power of the world-ending flame, his task would have been much harder. The divine beings react with excitement. Good Season to Hunt watches with twinkling eyes. The snake that wraps around the world drools at the incredible power of the flame, and the owl that pierces through the twilight observes with high expectations. Suddenly, a chilling frost poison rushes through Lee's body. The Frost King's breath, a treasure left behind by the ancestor of the snowmen, begins to resist his control. It constantly emits icy energy and a blue glow, and anyone unworthy of its power risks being frozen solid. It is both a rare ingredient and a deadly weapon of cold proliferation and permafrost. As Lee grips it, the Frost King's breath fights back fiercely. The first form world-ending flame inside Lee clashes with its icy will, creating an intense conflict between fire and frost. A voice demands to know who Lee Chang-Sun is, and why he dares to take this relic when he isn't a descendant of the Frost King. Lee doesn't waste time answering and lets the firestorm crush all resistance, completely overpowering the icy spirit. The Frost King's breath fails in its defiance, and Lee successfully claims all 8 of them. With a quick glance at the time, Lee realizes there are only 10 minutes left before the curse activates. Just then, he senses another presence. The Phantom has arrived, and the dungeon shifts as the boss monster, the Frost King, extends an invitation into an unknown space. Lee knows this is the true challenge and prepares to accept. Without speaking aloud, the Frost King speaks to Lee Chang-Sun through telepathy. He says he had always wondered who would be the one to take the founder's life and admits he expected it to be one of his own people, not a human. Even though the words sound serious, his tone remains calm. He tells Lee not to be afraid, saying he's just an old man without much time left, and explains that he only wants to talk for a short while. As he looks at Lee, the Frost King can see that Lee still has a long road ahead. There is no threat in his words, no hidden danger. Lee has already accepted the invitation, and now stands at the heart of the Frost King's home. The Frost King thanks him for coming and smiles, saying Lee must be a kind person to listen to someone like him. But when Lee checks the Frost King's level, he's shocked to see that this quiet old man is actually a high-level boss, level 90, and that kind of power cannot be ignored. Far above, the divine beings watch closely. The snake that wraps around the world laughs and calls the Frost King a frozen old fool. The owl that pierces through the twilight calmly nods in agreement with the king's wisdom, while the tiger that has been trapped in hardships smirks and jokes that Lee isn't a good man, maybe just a good bear instead. Many divine beings begin to react strongly to the presence of the Frost King. Despite saying he's close to death, the king laughs, claiming that his senses still work just fine. Lee watches him carefully and realizes this old being is far more powerful than he appears. When the Frost King used telepathy earlier, it confirmed Lee's suspicion. This isn't just some fading creature. This is someone of the highest rank. If Lee looks confused, it's not because he's weak. It's something much deeper. Afterwards, Lee Chang-Sun points out that the Frost King doesn't seem to be suffering from hallucinations at all. The Frost King chuckles again and says that while he might appear young on the outside, Lee is mistaken if he thinks everything is normal. Slowly, the Frost King reveals the truth, that this place they're in isn't real. Lee's skill, beast sense, suddenly sharpens, and it all becomes clear that they are inside a mental realm. The Frost King admits it because he was already near death, and in that fragile state, he was caught in an illusion by a woman called Phantom. Because of that trap, his people are now suffering, doing everything they can to save their king without realizing the truth. Lee Chang-Sun starts to grasp the bigger picture. Phantom slipped in during the moment of death and seized control when the king was at his weakest. Then the Frost King explains why he reached out to Lee. His people, his children, are fighting so hard to save him, and it's painful to watch them struggle blindly. He doesn't ask for sympathy but for action. In return, the Frost King promises that Lee Chang-Sun will be properly rewarded. He offers Lee all the treasures gathered by the founder and his descendants, from the beginning up to the 13th generation. These are the king's most precious possessions, and now he's ready to hand them over. The divine beings watch with interest, one amazed by the treasure's beauty, another clicking his tongue in approval at the mortal's generosity. But Lee refuses the reward without hesitation. The Frost King wonders if the rejection is because they are just fragments of a broken world, soulless shadows left behind. And Lee Chang-Sun understands this completely. Everything in this place is just a leftover trace, a memory of something that once existed. The monsters inside dungeons may seem intelligent, but they do not know they aren't real. And even if they begin to realize it, the system forces them to forget, trapping them in the illusion. Moreover, these dungeons are pieces of a world that has already ended, and the creatures inside are nothing more than echoes. That's why dungeons must be destroyed, because they are unstable and no one knows when they might collapse. If that happens, a dangerous seed from the ruined world could slip into the real one like poison. Even if the Frost King's story is filled with sorrow, the Hill of the Abominable Snowman must also be closed. Plus, if Lee Chang-Sun tries to save the snowmen, the dungeon won't shut down, and the risk will only grow. The Frost King feels a deep sadness as he looks at himself and wonders how he can be fake when he is still breathing, thinking, and speaking. Still, the truth remains. The real Frost King has already died. What stands now is just a fading shadow. In his pain, he asks what that makes him in this false world. Lee, unsure and unwilling to lie, admits that even he doesn't fully understand it and simply says he doesn't know. But he tells the Frost King that if he exists here and now, breathing and thinking, then he is still the Frost King. Who else could he be? The divine beings react in different ways. One finds it too confusing to follow, while another senses a deeper meaning in Lee's words. The Frost King laughs quietly, realizing he may have overthought everything, because if he exists in this moment, then yes, he is the Frost King. Even after all the years spent training his mind, he sees now that there's still more to learn. With that clarity, he makes one last request. He no longer wishes to be tied to the system's forced mission. Instead of being erased by outside control, the Frost King wants to pass away by his own will. Lee agrees to help, understanding that this is truly the Frost King's final wish. The Frost King is grateful and says inviting Lee was the right choice. As the lair begins to collapse, the system announces that the boss monster, Frost King, has been defeated, and Lee gains a large amount of experience and levels up. One of the divine beings gently comforts Lee, who stands silently in thought. With the Frost King gone, his command over the snowmen breaks, and they fall into confusion, leaderless and lost. Another divine being, filled with sorrow, lingers quietly by Lee's side, sharing the weight of the moment. Meanwhile, from above, Yujin senses something shift in the air, and angrily guesses that Lee Chang-Sun is behind all of this. The snowmen cry out in pain and anger, feeling betrayed. They say they followed Yujin's words because she promised their king would be saved, but now their king is dead and flames are all around them. The song of hellfire burns everything, and the heat makes them scream louder. Yujin stands in the middle of the fire while the divine being, sadly weeping sprite, quietly watches over him. The snowmen shout that their king is gone because of Yujin and scream that she should die too. But Yujin doesn't step back and yells back at them, calling them monsters and vowing to kill them all one by one. Then, a masked figure appears, and Yujin's fury grows even more. She blames the masked one for the Frost King's death and swears she won't stop until he's dead. The fire roars louder. Lee finally steps forward in front of the furious snowmen, his face hidden behind the mask, calm and unreadable. In contrast, Yujin trembles with rage, but Lee quietly holds her hand. Yujin starts shouting again, certain that Lee Chang-Sun won't get away with what he did. Lee doesn't argue, only saying they'll understand soon. Right then, the system suddenly announces that the 24 hours are over and something new begins. The curse of the Ghoul Den. Without warning, Lee and Yujin are pulled into a dark and eerie place as a new mission starts, requiring them to survive in the dungeon for the next 24 hours. A large timer appears and begins counting down. Outside, the snowmen lose control now that the Frost King is gone, and his command over them has vanished. They begin to panic and run wild, and with no leader left to guide them, chaos spreads. Seoktae shouts in panic, urging his senior to escape quickly, but Cha Ye-eun tells him to stay back and not come any closer. Her voice is steady, but Seoktae's worry is clear as he calls out to her again, unwilling to leave her behind. Seoktae tries to defend himself, but the snowman moves too fast and drives its cold blade straight into his chest. Cha Ye-eun turns toward him in horror as Seoktae drops to his knees, struggling to breathe with the sword still lodged deep in his body. The snowmen glare at them, blaming the humans for invading their land and disturbing what was once peaceful. Now filled with rage, they talk about tearing apart the human king in revenge. Suddenly, Cha Ye-yoon unleashes a powerful skill called Agni's Yawn, and the group quickly splits up as the battle begins. One by one, divine protections activate. The owl that sees through twilight offers its guidance. The war-loving god arrives brimming with fury and power, and the creator of madness joins in with a wave of chaotic energy. But one protection remains silent. The blacksmith who lives in the volcano doesn't lend his help this time. Cha Ye-yoon notices that Seoktae is shaken and losing focus, so she yells at him to stay strong and keep it together. In response, the snowman screams that Cha Ye-yoon is the most annoying human it has ever met and swears to kill her. Meanwhile, the monster can't believe someone like Lee appeared right in the middle of the fight, bold and confident as ever. As the monsters mock Yujin, saying she might have brought something useful, Yujin quietly prepares to shut them up for good. Lee remains calm while the rune of stealth activates, hiding him from view. He's relieved the enemies aren't cooperating with each other, which makes his task easier. Even though Lee didn't expect Yujin to be using Lamashtu's dangerous skill, the Song of Hellfire, he has already made significant progress. He has taken the Frost King's breath and gathered enough rare material to complete his reinforced bone weapon. The battle rages on, but Lee is already thinking one step ahead. Lee consumes the Frost King's breath, and instantly, a powerful frost spreads through his body. The extreme cold poisons Lee Chang-Sun, and despite his activated abilities, First Form World-Ending Flame and 10 Poison Immunity, the frost poison proves too strong. His body tries to fight it, but the magic within him begins to clash violently, and the detoxification fails. The magical conflict inside him only grows worse. The divine beings watching react in their own ways. Good Season to Hunt grows nervous, sensing how critical the situation has become, while the snake that wraps around the world believes Lee must have a serious reason to attempt something so reckless. Lee's strength drops rapidly, his body weakening under the pressure. Someone questions him harshly, asking if he really expected swallowing that power to work, and accuses him of pushing for chaos on purpose. But before Lee loses control, the voice demands an explanation, and reminds him of the reinforced bone technique he once shared. Lee Chang-Sun focuses on the two powers battling inside him, the flame in his heart, and the frost mark engraved into his body, and these two extreme elements are tearing him apart. He recalls the advice, bring the flame closer to his heart, and make it the center of his magic, like rebuilding a furnace with his heart as the core. But doing that comes with a cost, and his heart could burn away. To stop that from happening, Lee needs a balance point, a place where the polar forces of fire and ice can exist together without destroying each other, and that's the key. He starts breaking it down that the world-ending flame carries the traits of fire and darkness, while the permanent ice crystal holds the essence of ice and darkness. Lee realizes something important. Both sides share one thing in common, darkness. And since he was chosen by the king of the underworld, he holds a much stronger grip on the darkness element than most divine beings or even constellations. That shared darkness might be the bridge that allows fire and ice to settle within him. Lee's heart now becomes the center of his magic, with the powerful flame burning deep inside while the cold magic of ice spreads through his bones, reinforcing every inch of his body. His system begins to find balance, correcting itself. Now, Lee's body becomes as solid and unyielding as ice, while his heart remains as lively and burning as a flame. This strange harmony awakens something entirely new inside him. Because of this reconstruction, Lee starts gaining talents he never had before, and his senses, thoughts, reactions, and very nature are reshaped. His body is now built to handle the fire and frost within. Moreover, Lee completes a perfect balance known as the Flamed Heart and Frost Crest. This grants him a new trait called Reinforced Bone, which fuses the power of fire in his heart and frost across his body, keeping only the strongest qualities of both. Lee becomes resistant to pain, fatigue, and even physical harm. His body can heal on its own, and his heart and lungs can endure extreme conditions without slowing down. As the transformation settles in, divine beings and constellations begin reacting wildly. Good Season to Hunt is overjoyed and sees Lee as her chosen student. The owl offers congratulations and considers giving a reward. The tiger feels proud of his household member's growth. The gods are stunned, and several constellations are fully captivated by what they witness. Even Gemini, a powerful divine being, shows deep interest through both of their twin sides. The moment Lee Chang-Sun hears the names Castor and Pollux, he wonders which side of Gemini is reacting. Before he can think further, the divine being known as the Great Demon that chases after the abyss begins to act wildly. Burning flames rise in his eyes as he locks onto Lee with terrifying focus. His dark hands reach out, and without warning, Lee is dragged away into the demon's divine territory. Everything changes in an instant, and the world around him becomes unrecognizable. It's nothing like the realms he's known. Lee tries to use his skills to figure out where he is. Viper Eye activates but suddenly shuts down. Beast Sense tries to assist but also fails without explanation. Only Kalokagathia manages to barely hold his mind together, keeping his thoughts from falling apart completely. The surroundings are silent, and an overwhelming pressure seeps into his bones. Lee's heart races as he slowly realizes this place might really be part of a divine territory. Still confused, he tries to understand why he was brought here. That's when a pale gaze fixes itself on Lee, coming from a glowing blue hole in the dark. A voice echoes from the light and asks who he is, not just in name but in purpose. The voice repeats strange words and questions about what he is, and one word stands out more than anything: abyss. The word rings through his mind, as if something deep below is slowly starting to awaken. Then, a strange and powerful presence emerges, known as the owl that pierces through the twilight. Her name is Minerva, and her presence feels heavy and sharp. When Minerva sees Lee Chang-Sun, she makes it clear that he doesn't belong here, and that this place isn't meant for a human like him. However, a voice from the glowing blue hole ignores Minerva and speaks with broken determination, refusing to stop. Minerva grows angry and warns that what's happening is wrong and goes against the laws of the universe. She tries to protect Lee Chang-Sun, insisting he has nothing to do with what the voice is after. Suddenly, the strange space begins to collapse, and the connection to that realm is forcefully severed. Everything freezes for a moment, and then Lee's system restarts. Lost data floods back, and he's pulled back into his original space. The divine beings watching over him react instantly. The goddess of hunting panics and rushes to check if he's injured. The snake god is shocked and confused, wondering how Lee managed to break such a fundamental rule. The tiger god is left speechless, realizing he almost lost someone precious. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun stands motionless, shaken and pale, and deep inside, the only thing he feels is pure disgust. The title Jewess Vessel awakens within Lee, filling him with a strange pressure, but instead of pride, Lee Chang-Sun feels embarrassed. He wonders what it even means to complete the reinforced bone trait if he still can't defend himself against someone like Mephistopheles. The truth is clear, he's still far too weak, and if Lee wants to survive, he doesn't just need to recover his old strength, he has to go beyond it. Looking around, Lee decides to devour everything in this place to grow stronger at any cost. His skill, Viper Eye, locks onto his target, John Eugen. She's a mage, skilled in spells, but her opponent is the Crimson Murder King, a deadly martial artist. The fight isn't going in Eugen's favor, and she's starting to slip, her movements falling behind. Lee knows he can't let her die here because she holds critical knowledge, the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan, and he still needs answers. With just under 20 hours remaining, time is running out. Eugen struggles to keep up, frustration boiling inside her, and though she's already borrowed divine power, she's still getting pushed back. The divine being, the sadly weeping sprite, watches with disappointment, questioning why Eugen can't do better despite carrying her power. She even wonders if Eugen truly belongs to her disciple's bloodline. Eugen knows she has to defeat the Crimson Murder King and take the Haho mask, but he reads her moves too easily. Every attack she tries is countered like he's a skilled player fighting a boss, not a regular enemy. The pressure builds, and just when she thinks she's found an opening, her body gives out. Blood spills and pain strikes deep as she's badly hurt. The Crimson Murder King mocks her, calling the fight enjoyable and preparing to make Eugen his next vessel. As he steps forward to end it, something shifts and Lee appears. The Crimson Murder King pauses. Lee claims Eugen as his, stepping between them with a new weight in his presence. The Crimson Murder King notices it too, pointing out Lee's growth. But Lee says it isn't just about getting stronger. Things are far more complex now. The Crimson Murder King is stunned, unable to believe what Lee has done. His voice trembles with confusion as he demands to know the truth, suspecting that Lee has gone outside beyond the limits of this world. Lee doesn't confirm it directly, brushing off the question with a casual tone and shifting the topic, asking if the Crimson Murder King knows the structure of the Ghoul Den. The Crimson Murder King admits he once endured terrible curses inside it and tries to dismiss the idea, saying that even if Lee had left, it could have only been for a day, and that shouldn't be enough time to gain such overwhelming strength. But Lee's transformation is undeniable, and not just anyone could grow this much in such a short time. The Crimson Murder King becomes obsessed with the idea, calling Lee worthy and declaring that he won't let him go, convinced that Lee must be made into his household member. One of his loyal followers, shaken by Lee's power, hesitates to speak, but the Crimson Murder King brushes them off with laughter, finding thrill and purpose in this unexpected fight. He talks about his past life, back when he was human, when he was Jean, the successor of the Friesta family. Fighting like this reminds him of his days as a warrior, and the rush of combat returns to him, and he admits it's exciting. He regrets using up most of his strength fighting a witch earlier, but now he turns to Lee, eager for the next round, and demands to know how Lee Chang-Sun plans to entertain him this time. Lee unleashes one powerful attack after another as the Black Mountain Monarch's first and second claws tear through the air. The attacks explode with force, and the Crimson Murder King is stunned. He sees the shape of a massive tiger's claw and laughs, saying it suits Lee perfectly. At the same time, something deeper stirs within Lee, and the system announces that Lee Chang-Sun has obtained a large amount of BY's power. One by one, all of BY's elemental properties are now in his hands, and with that, the BY is finally complete. Lee now holds the authority to choose someone to carry the title of BY. Whoever Lee Chang-Sun chooses will become part of his household. Realizing this, Lee understands the weight of what he's gained because he now has the power to make someone loyal to him forever, completely bound to his command. Lee comes across a spiritual creature known as the gluttonous baboon, a beast infamous for devouring tigers and spreading chaos. It's sly and constantly tests its master, but once it submits, its loyalty runs so deep it would even offer its soul. Realizing this, Lee Chang-Sun is struck by the thought that he could turn such beings into his followers. Besides, he now understands the larger picture. If Lee builds an organization like the 12 Houses of the Zodiac, or the Empty Ruler, and raises its status, his followers could ascend with him, evolving into gods or stars. Eventually, this group would transform into a full-fledged society. The gluttonous baboon's power seems to have reached its peak and taken a spiritual form. Lee wonders what to do with it because he knows the creature will need close management to prevent rebellion. On top of that, he'll have to share experience points with his followers, which is risky, especially since he hasn't selected a divine throne, making his own leveling up harder. Plus, Lee already has Gaio-ul to deal with. Still, he has learned from experience that there's a limit to what he can accomplish alone. With that clarity, Lee decides to assign the title of Gluttonous Baboon to the King of Tiger-Mangled Ghosts. The Crimson Murder King awakens, surprised by what's happening. Sensing Lee's intentions, he asks if Lee plans to make him a follower, and Lee looks at him, realizing that this man is powerful, and to Lee, it only makes sense. Inside the cave where only the strongest survive, the Crimson Murder King acknowledges his defeat. This place, after all, is meant for the winner to take everything, and Lee has won. However, surrendering his pride is another matter. Even if the Crimson Murder King is lost, he has no intention of bowing to anyone. Lee senses the defiance still burning in the Crimson Murder King, and if this man wants to rest forever, Lee won't allow it. Instead, he offers something different, a way out, and asks if the Crimson King has ever thought about going back to his homeland. After hearing this, the Crimson Murder King is shocked. Lee Chang-Sun doesn't beg for loyalty, he simply asks him to follow. Lee won't promise an instant return home, but he does promise that one day, he'll take him there, and that promise, he seals with flames. The Crimson King asks what he's supposed to believe in, and Lee suggests that maybe it's better to trust willingly rather than be forced. It's less painful to follow a tiny hope than to remain trapped and helpless. The idea seems crazy to the Crimson King, but he can't help admitting that feeling the breeze outside sounds better than rotting away inside a cold cave. He gives Lee a warning that he doesn't take orders well and despises being beneath someone else. Lee welcomes the challenge, saying he'll be expecting that spirit from him. The Crimson King watches Lee closely because there's something unusual about this man, and it's definitely more exciting this way. Finally, with a half smile and a sense of something new stirring inside, the Crimson King accepts his rebirth. As a symbol of that change, the Crimson Murder King asks his new master for a new name. Lee gives him one, Jin Frisia. Jin is no longer the same person, and he accepts that he has changed, and now belongs to a strange but powerful master. As the gluttonous baboon, Jin is now Lee's follower, and his role is clear, to protect Lee and fight for him like a sword by his side. Jin Frisia looks at his master and asks what his first order is, and Lee Chang-Sun simply points to a group of enemies and tells him to wipe them out. Jin is a little surprised because those enemies were once his own followers, but now he has to kill them himself. Still, Jin finds it exciting, seeing it as the perfect chance to test how strong he's become. Now starting at level 1, Jin needs to reach level 10 to rise in rank. Without wasting any time, he uses his clan's special spear techniques and easily takes down the enemies, ending the fight quickly. But another problem soon appears. Lee turns and spots Yujin, and at that moment, the lone eye of the Cyclopean tiger locks onto her. Lee knows she's connected to something important, and he must ask her about Ishan's 7 secret sacred scriptures. Just then, the sorrowful crying spirit turns her angry gaze toward Lee, her eyes filled with pain and betrayal, and begins to curse him once more. Lee feels the heavy energy surrounding him and sighs, already knowing what's coming because she's starting again. The divine throne called the sorrowful crying spirit grows even more furious and declares she'll take revenge on him, warning that she'll soon choose a new cleric to eliminate him. She chews her nails in frustration and keeps throwing sharp glares at him. Meanwhile, hunting season, another divine throne, finds her annoying and tells her to shut up. Even the world-encircling serpent scolds her, calling her pathetic. Lee has had enough and sighs again, then calls out to someone, Harold. After that, he asks if Harold is watching. Hearing this, hunting season is surprised and wonders if that odd rabbit is really around. Lee continues, saying he knows Harold is watching and threatens to stop trading with him if he doesn't show up. Finally, Harold answers and appears, grumbling as usual. As the dungeon administrator, he complains that Lee isn't supposed to interfere like this, and reminds him that the higher authorities are already on his back because of all the chaos he's caused before. Harold mutters about how stressful it's been lately, blaming it for his bad knees and emotional eating. Hunting Season is completely shocked to see Harold pop out like that, wondering aloud if he's a god or something else entirely. Meanwhile, the sorrowful crying spirit just glares even harder at Lee, seething with fury. In response, Lee boldly says he wants her message blocked and removed from his sight. Harold is left speechless for a moment, stunned by the sheer madness of a mortal demanding the removal of a god's message, thinking it's beyond daring. It's flat out insane. The god named Sorrowful Crying Spirit glares at Lee and growls in anger, but Lee calmly repeats that he doesn't want to see her message anymore and wants it completely gone from his sight. Harold is stunned, unable to believe a human is talking like that to a god, and calls Lee Chang-Sun absolutely crazy. Still, Lee stays firm, and even offers to pay Harold with some of his achievement points to make it happen. While all this unfolds, Hunting Season bursts into laughter and rolls around on the floor, finding the whole thing far too hilarious. World-encircling serpent steps forward, towering and serious, mocking the god who's being humiliated by a mortal. Even Tiger, submerged in hardship, smirks as he enjoys the show. Lee asks Harold again that if it's not impossible, then what's the holdup? And Harold panics, explaining that it's not that it can't be done, just that there are risks involved. But Lee doesn't care and tells him to stop wasting time and block the message already. Harold screams in frustration, overwhelmed by the madness of it all, even considers lying and saying it's against the rules, but knows that if someone finds out later, his punishment will only get worse. So Harold gives in and starts doing what Lee asked. At that moment, the abyss-chasing great demon, who had been looking elsewhere, slowly turns his eyes back toward Lee, now curious about what Lee plans next. Harold blinks in surprise, realizing Lee might actually be serious. As Lee watches the situation closely, wondering what the powerful being will do, the divine throne called Sorrowful Crying Spirit suddenly feels an intense pressure and starts panicking, realizing a much darker and far more powerful force is awakening. The abyss. Chasing Great Demon at first looks uninterested, but then slowly reaches out his hand toward the space he's focused on. Sorrowful Crying Spirit quickly tries to raise her divine power to defend herself, but it's already far too late. The moment turns so serious that Hunting Season falls completely silent, and even the world-encircling serpent and the tiger submerged in hardship say nothing, unable to believe what just happened. The great demon casually brushes off his hands like it was nothing, and looks down at the lower world again, saying the annoying one is gone now and telling them to carry on with what they were doing. Harold lets out a long sigh and mutters that nothing is ever peaceful when Lee Chang-Sun is around, but he admits the problem is handled and decides to leave. At the same time, the twilight-piercing owl finally notices the situation and lets out a tired sigh, while another divine throne, Gemini, starts showing a lot of interest in everything that just unfolded. Jin Frisia stands beside Lee, surprised and amazed that his master is even more incredible than he thought. Yujin stands quietly, looking lost and powerless, and Lee sees there's no need to hurt her anymore because she's already completely broken. As the dust settles, Lee feels proud of what he's gained from this battle. It wasn't just about winning because now he holds something far more valuable, the location of the 5th sacred scripture from Ishan's Hidden Seven. With that knowledge, Lee plans to negotiate with the White Tiger clan, thinking that if they had never crossed paths with him, their original plan might have worked. But now everything is in his hands, and he's the one steering the game. Jin Frisia clears the entire second floor, and though he trained the team himself, he's still surprised by how poorly they performed. His current level is only 4, which makes his success even more impressive. Lee realizes that Jin must have been stuck for a long time on the 3rd floor because of how weak his group was. But even so, Jin finishes faster than expected. With a confident smile, Jin says he has his own methods and invites Lee over, saying he has something interesting to show. While Jin Frisia waits, Lee finishes his task and obtains the ashes of the player Zhong Yu Lin, unlocking a lost authority called the Song of Hell's Flame. After burning the final piece of this authority with the flames of purgatory, the power level of his Hellfire of the First Dawn rises. This grants him a new title, Manifestation of the Willful Spectre, an evolved form infused with sulfuric fire from hell itself. The power enhances his fire abilities and unlocks terrifying effects like sulfuric hellfire and calamity descend. Now, Lee Chang-Sun stands as a rune sorcerer at level 41, bearing a fearsome title and even greater strength. Afterward, he heads over to Jin. When they meet, Lee notices something odd and asks about the strange presence around them. Jin Frisia points to the gluttonous baboon Lee gave him earlier and says it's something special. Instead of explaining with words, Jin decides to demonstrate. He activates a skill called Tiger-Stricken Ghost Resurrection, and Lee is shocked, demanding to know how Jin managed it. Jin casually admits he isn't completely sure himself, saying he just had a feeling it might work and decided to try it out. It reminded him of the time he was king of the tiger-mangled ghosts, and the process felt familiar. When Lee asks for a clearer explanation, Jin begins describing how the tiger-stricken ghosts operate. He explains that the ghosts were once foolish humans lured in by a mysterious starlight. When someone enters the cave and dies, they become followers of the ghost who killed them, and that ghost absorbs the human's essence to grow stronger. Lee wonders if Jin's gluttonous baboon works the same way. Jin says it does, but not nearly as well as when he was a full tiger-stricken ghost. Now, as the gluttonous baboon, there's a strict limit to how much essence he can absorb. Jin can bring the dead back like puppets, but if he tries to make them move on their own, the spell usually fails. Just as Jin Frezia explains this, one of the resurrected ghosts collapses and fades away, proving his point. It takes an enormous amount of energy from countless ghosts just to successfully bring back one with some strength. Then Jin points to the creatures around him, each of them a natural enemy of the tiger. One is immune to sharp weapons, another is slow but incredibly strong, and one moves like it has no bones at all. The divine thrones begin reacting, and hunting season warns that it's better to have no followers than weak ones. The world-encircling serpent shows curiosity and flies up to examine these undead forms, while twilight-piercing owl reassures everyone that Jin's followers will become as powerful as him. Lee Chang-Sun then asks if these new creatures are categorized the same way tiger-stricken ghosts were, from lowly victims to more advanced forms. Jin replies that while they may not be top tier, they won't hold Lee back either, and offers to demonstrate their usefulness. With determination, Jin Frezia calls them to rise and announces that they will now begin clearing the third floor and that their master, Lee Chang-Sun, will be watching. He also warns them to do their best, because if they disappoint, they already know the consequences. The undead followers shout their obedience in unison, and with that, they begin their march forward, stepping into the third floor. As Lee and his group push through the third floor, they make rapid progress. The system updates confirm their achievements. First zone cleared, second zone conquered, and Jin Frezia boldly claims the sixth. Even a novice named Bo manages to plant a flag in the far ninth zone. Along the way, Lee Chang-Sun collects experience points, though slightly reduced since they passed through Jin first, but the gains are still worth it. Having Jin as a follower proves valuable not only for the steady experience, but also for his dependable skill set. After that, Lee shifts his focus to the real challenge ahead, the King of Azure Death. He confirms with Jin whether the rumors are true, to which Jin explains that deeper into the third floor, the real test begins, and there are no weak tiger-stricken ghosts left, only crimson death awaits. It's a dangerous area, one that would crush the unprepared. However, Jin once cornered even those enemies. When Lee questions how that was possible, Jin simply says it's because of the difference in skill between them. After this, Lee admits the truth that having a larger force thanks to Jin's summoned undead has made things easier. Jin smirks and points out that this proves his creations were actually useful. Time is ticking, with just over 4 hours remaining, but Lee feels confident. He now suspects that Jin might not be just any follower because if he really is the Frezia Lee thinks he is, then he may have struck gold. The House of Frezia in Arcadia is no ordinary lineage. Known for their divine bloodline, they were said to be unmatched in magic, swordsmanship, tactics, and more. Their talents were so overwhelming that even entire empires bowed down to be associated with them, and if Jin is truly from that house, Lee might have found more than just a powerful ally. He might have found a legendary one. Additionally, Lee starts to wonder about Jin Frezia's past, thinking that if Jin truly came from such a powerful clan, he should have been at the top, not someone wandering through the cave of the tiger-stricken ghosts. Maybe Jin entered this place to gain an edge, possibly searching for a sacred scripture to secure his position among his clan's heirs. Either way, Lee feels reassured. When he faced Munseung before, the thought of battling all his ghost soldiers felt overwhelming. But now, with Jin at his side, things seem manageable because Jin's undead soldiers are dependable and might even prove useful in the future. As part of his preparations, Lee pulls out an item called the Breath of the Frost Lord, which Jin immediately recognizes as an ice crystal, and is surprised to see, since it shouldn't be something found in this cave. Lee is curious how Jin knows of it, and Jin casually explains that his clan was one of the most respected in Arcadia, so he's seen many rare and powerful items before. Even the Divine Thrones react strongly. The hunting season throne can't hide her craving for the crystal, while the world-encircling serpent throne is eager to study it, especially since it came from the ancient founder of a race. Without hesitation, Lee hands the crystal to Jin, trusting him to know how to use it properly. Jin bursts out laughing, shocked at how casually Lee is trusting him. It feels like handing a fish to a hungry cat. Still, Lee tells him to call it madness if he wants. Though Lee also wishes to give Jin the reinforced bones, he can't right now because there are no specters around with enough willpower, but he's confident that the Frezia family's ancient techniques will be enough. Jin, however, reminds Lee that just because he accepted the role of follower doesn't mean he fully accepts Lee as his master. He finds it strange that someone would offer him such a powerful item without full loyalty, but Lee doesn't seem to care about formalities. Lee reassures Jin Frisia that he would never act in a way that would cause his followers to betray him. Even after all this, Jin is still a bit surprised that Lee is willing to give away such a powerful item so casually. Lee questions if Jin doesn't want it, but Jin quickly says that's not the case. He's just genuinely amused that his master is far more reckless than he imagined. Without hesitation, Jin swallows the breath of the Frost Lord, and a deep cold settles within his body, blending with his spirit. The ice attribute begins to take root, and one of the divine thrones, Gemini, watches this change closely with curiosity. Soon after, the item is fully digested, and Jin gains a new achievement. He's now a gluttonous baboon that has swallowed ice. His ice attribute rises, and his bond with Lee strengthens. With this transformation, Jin fully evolves into the Frost Undead. Two new powerful skills are born, Blizzard and Sub-Zero Frozen Land. Feeling stronger than ever, Jin immediately puts his new ability to use. As he activates Sub-Zero Frozen Land, a cold storm spreads out, and Jin imagines that if the King of Azure Death is watching, he's probably panicking right now. It appears that only 22 minutes are left. Azure Murder King is baffled over how could he become a human's doll. Jin nonchalantly admits that he can't still provide him with answers. Out of fear, Azure tries to communicate but gets cut off mid-conversation and gets wiped out by our boy Jin. The panel indicates about his victory and his fame rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, Lee is observing the situation from the top of the building as he runs out of time, yet he's still rewarded with the properties of a fierce dragon. Suddenly he gets shaken out by the voice of people, demanding what has he done. He orders Jin to get rid of all the people, and with a smirk on his face, he willingly proceeds to do that. Lee finishes conquering the Winter Palace and decides it's time to move on, so he quietly leaves and walks into a place called the Guest House of the Winter Palace. As Lee Chang-Sun steps inside, he notices something strange, and whatever lies ahead looks cold and lifeless. Just then, his special power called Soul Extortion suddenly activates on its own. Blue flames from the purgatory rise and begin burning the body of the Frost King. Slowly, the body turns into ash, and Lee carefully collects the remains. While doing this, he feels a strange connection, as if something about all of this reminds him of his own past, the moment he had fallen from Arcadia. It brings back the same heavy feelings he once carried. As Lee looks closer, he realizes that what he's facing isn't fake because there's something real and familiar in front of him. Then, all of a sudden, something new appears. He pauses and wonders what it is, as if a new mystery is just about to begin. The scene shifts to another battlefield, where player Cha Ye-eun activates her powerful skill called Demonic Sanctum Creation. A barrier of dark energy forms around her, and a huge, intelligent monster steps forward, clearly different from the usual dungeon creatures. It recognizes Cha Ye-eun's strength and speaks to her, saying she's the first human strong enough to be acknowledged. In the past, it ignored all intruders because they were too weak, but this time is different. The snowman is confused by human titles and asks if Cha Ye-eun is a king outside the dungeon. When she denies it and attacks, the snowman grows angrier, unable to understand why someone so powerful isn't considered a king among humans. Furious, it declares that if Cha Ye-eun isn't the king, then it will keep attacking until the real human king appears. It vows to destroy everyone inside and outside the dungeon. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, and a sudden quest called Kingslayer activates. The monster, once a general under the Frost King, has inherited its master's rage and now commands a powerful authority known as General's Command, and its fury is starting to leak into the real world. If this threat isn't stopped, it could cause massive destruction beyond the dungeon. The quest's objective is clear: defeat the Frost King's great general and eliminate every snowman-type monster. If they fail, the dungeon will collapse and release these creatures into reality. But if they succeed, the dungeon will shut down, and they'll receive the general's powerful sword as a reward. Realizing the danger, agents on the scene begin to panic. Someone yells that they must stop the general at all costs. Cha Ye-eun prepares herself for battle. Then, Leader Seo steps forward with confidence, claiming that since this is the biggest challenge, it obviously belongs to him because he's the main character. The tension is heating up, and one team member shouts that they should just finish the enemy already, frustrated that the middle boss still isn't down even though 3 team leaders are present. It's starting to look embarrassing. As everyone scrambles to take control, arguments break out over who should land the final blow. The pressure builds, and things get more serious when Cha Ye-eun warns that her floating spell won't last much longer. She offers to support the team from above with her magic bullets, leaving the rest to handle the monster on the ground. Someone confidently takes the skies while another volunteers to cover the front line. Amid the chaos, the enemy forces keep pouring in, their numbers never ending. Suddenly, Wu Haibin bursts forward and activates her skill Gale Dash. Her speed surges instantly, and with it, her storm-imbued dagger readies for a devastating strike. Her second dagger, blessed by lightning, sparks wildly, crackling with power and eager to be unleashed. Meanwhile, someone scolds their uncle, wondering how he even managed to survive such a rough player life. There's clear jealousy over the powerful items Haibin received. two legendary daggers and priceless artifacts gifted by her grandfather. It's obvious Hyben was favored more than his own son, stirring a mix of pride and envy. Watching from above, a divine being known as Good Season to Hunt observes closely. Impressed by Hyaben's skill, she showers her with praise, regretting not recognizing her talent sooner and even offering to train her personally in dagger techniques, hinting that this rare opportunity might not come again. At the same time, another divine being, the Nameless Giant, feels a bit uneasy seeing Hyben's attention shift toward a different god and finds it slightly uncomfortable. Afterward, Hyben starts wondering who this new god is, curious if the others know more about them. Hyben launches herself high into the air, mimicking the exact move she once saw Mr. use. Her leap is so powerful that the divine being Good Season to Hunt is left speechless, jaw hanging open at her incredible jumping skill. Every motion Hyben makes grabs the god's attention, from her precise dagger work to her quick, flashy kicks. The goddess watches in awe, but there's a hint of concern too, as if she fears Hyben might get too caught up in the moment and slip. Hyben notices the divine reactions and can't help but laugh inside, finding it almost amusing how everything she does seems to impress this god. Her thoughts drift away from battle, and a warm memory surfaces of someone admiring the scarf she made, genuinely amazed that she knit the whole thing herself. Others had asked for one too, joking about unfair treatment, and someone reminded her they had a birthday recently and hoped for a gift. Hyben smiles to herself, the warmth of those moments cutting deep, and she misses them all. Back in the present, her storm-infused power explodes. Lightning surges outward, crackling violently across the field and disorienting a huge number of snowmen, and even larger enemies like snow pterodactyls, rendering many unable to fight. Some of the flying beasts spiral out of control, crashing into the ground one after another. Hyben is unstoppable now, power radiating from every step and strike as she tears across the battlefield like a force of nature. The storm is hers, and she's commanding it. As she keeps fighting with unmatched speed and skill, the divine being Good Season to Hunt grows more excited, cheering loudly for her. But all this attention brings danger too. The great general of the Frost King suddenly notices Hyben and recognizes her as a real threat. Without hesitation, he orders all the snowmen to focus only on her, and in a flash they rush toward her from every direction, trying to bring her down. Shin Gumgyu quickly acts and uses a special skill called Ouroboros's formula to create a trap that might slow the enemies. His god, the snake that wraps around the world, is proud and shakes his tail happily, clearly pleased to see his follower doing something useful. Then Yunseo jumps in to help, activating his tower attack skill to form a large shield, but he looks drained and weak because the shield isn't strong enough. Gumgyu yells in frustration, and Yunseo explains that he hasn't eaten and has already burned through too much energy. Just when things start to feel hopeless, a peaceful light surrounds Yunseo. The divine being known as the owl that pierces through the twilight watches over him with care and blesses him for his bravery and strength. Thanks to a blessing called Gildal, Yunseo's energy and strength return instantly. Feeling renewed, he quietly thanks the goddess and prepares to fight again at full power. Now recharged, Yunseo shouts that it's time to fight back, and his tower attack skill explodes with force, shaking the battlefield. At the same time, he hears a voice call him student and quickly responds with a firm yes, ready to follow any command. Chaos erupts as enemies are crushed by the shockwave. The weaker ones are instantly wiped out, their cries fading into silence. But then, the real threat steps in. The great general of the Frost King appears, refusing to be challenged by anyone who isn't a king, and sends out his icy warning. Seeing this, Shin Gyeomgyu stands his ground and activates a powerful curse called Curse of the Viper in an attempt to stop the general and his giant snow beast. The curse spreads across the battlefield, trying to confuse the enemy, but the great general is far too strong and shrugs off the curse without a hint of weakness. Even though the curse fails, it buys Hyben a brief moment, and she leaps forward with everything she has. Her lightning flares brightly as she strikes the general and lands a solid hit. The general turns his eyes to her and his calm vanishes. Now he's truly furious. He raises his massive weapon and points it at her, no longer just intending to fight but to end her for good. Hyben feels fear rising, her body trembling and drained of strength. Tears well up in her eyes as the weight of the moment sinks in, and she realizes this could be her final breath. Still, her thoughts go to the people she wanted to protect, and with every ounce of her spirit, she closes her eyes and makes a wish. In that quiet second, she calls out to the god who had been watching her all along, and a voice gently answers from above, telling Hyben that what she did was already more than enough. The player Lee Chang-Sun enters the battlefield with a badass entrance, falling from the sky like a meteor and landing at the top of the mountain. His impact sends flames flying in every direction, and people around him stare in shock, wondering where the fire is coming from. Out of those flames, Lee Chang-Sun steps forward and lands near Hyben. She looks up at him with teary eyes as he stands tall, completely wrapped in fire, now face to face with the snowman general. The snowman glares back, icy steam rising from his body, and demands to know who Lee is. Lee smirks and casually throws the question back, asking what the snowman thinks. Enraged, the snowman shouts that Lee is the bastard who killed their king. The crowd gasps, shocked, whispering among themselves if it was really Lee Chang-Sun who took down the Frost King. The snowman general looks him over and asks if he is the king of humans, saying that if their king was slain by a human king, then revenge must be taken, and the human king must also fall. At least then, their king's death would carry meaning. He demands an answer again, asking if Lee truly is the king of humans. Lee, clearly bored, brushes it off and tells him not to dwell on such childish thoughts. The snowman scoffs and claims that means Lee is no different from the rest. Then he activates his tundra ability. Lee responds by drawing his savage tiger blade, and their powers collide, forming a barrier between two clashing forces. The humans watching wonder if Lee is as powerful as the Iron Witch. As the battle heats up, Lee starts overpowering the snowman and lands several solid hits. The crowd roars, cheering him on and calling him a tyrant, begging him to crush the snowman like only a tyrant can. Realizing he can't win in a fair fight, the snowman searches for an opening and waits for a chance in the sky. Suddenly, a snow pterodactyl swoops in and carries the general away. Lee instantly calls out to Gaia-Wool, who uses his shadow footprint technique to strike the pterodactyl mid-flight, slicing off one of its wings. Another snowman on a pterodactyl swoops in to rescue the general, grabbing his hand and taking him even higher into the sky. As they fly, the new snowman asks if the general truly knows who Lee Chang-Sun is. The general reassures him not to worry, claiming that since they're in the sky, they have the advantage. But that assumption quickly falls apart when Lee Chang-Sun suddenly appears behind them with massive wings made of flame. The general turns in shock and demands to know how Lee is flying. Without answering, Lee unleashes his split tiger fangs and strikes. A blinding beam flares in the sky as Lee steps on the general, both of them consumed in roaring fire as they plummet toward the ground. With a massive explosion, they crash into the earth, and the impact shakes the battlefield. The general takes severe damage but still refuses to die, clutching his body and growling that he cannot fall here. Not yet. He insists he has to avenge their fallen king. Lee stands tall above him and questions why he's so obsessed with the word king. The general drops to his knees, staring at the ground. He says it's the only way he can become one himself. To earn that title, he must avenge their king and slay the king of humans. He shouts that a true king is someone who brings prosperity to his people, and to lead, he must first claim the crown. Lee looks down at him and says this is exactly why the Frost King left something behind. The general stares up, confused, and asks what he means. Lee pulls out a letter and tells him that the Frost King wrote it before his death. The letter says that the king has already accepted his fate and is leaving this world, entrusting the snowmen to the general. It states clearly that he is free to lead them however he wishes. Upon hearing those words, the general is shaken. The system recognizes the change, and the general officially becomes the new dungeon boss. The Frost King's eyes fill with tears as he screams, demanding what meaning those final words even hold, shouting that they're nothing but lies. Before he can say anything more, his head is sliced clean off by Lee Chang-Sun's blade. The status window flashes open and declares that the dungeon boss has been slain, and the dungeon immediately begins to collapse. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the Blue Wolf turns to his assistant and asks if Lee Chang-Sun is truly the man who dared to reject the goddess's blessings. With a smirk, he glances back and says it's time to head to Korea. He has to witness this man for himself. If Lee is just some arrogant fool who insulted their goddess, then the Blue Wolf vows to personally punish him with his own two hands. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun returns to his apartment where he has invited his teammates, Shin Gumgyu, Shin Yunseo, Gyeowol, and Hyebin. Yunseo grabs Gumgyu by the collar and asks if he's lost his mind or wants a bunch of stalkers to show up since he keeps shouting so loud. Gumgyu fires back, saying even stalkers would be less annoying than her. She tells him to just drop dead. Her expression softens when she turns to Lee Chang-Sun and hands him a gift, saying it's the only thing he ate during the Las Vegas Championship League 4 years ago. Lee looks at her and simply says thanks. She gets flustered, thinking she can die in peace now. Gumgyu yells at Lee and warns him that Yunseo bought the gift from his fan club, only to get kneed in the face by her and told to shut up. Hyebin arrives nervously as Gumgyu gets beaten up, and Lee welcomes her, explaining that he hasn't finished furnishing the place yet. Gyeowol, Hyebin, Yunseo, and Gumgyu sit down to feast while Lee stands in the gallery. Yunseo takes out a token and hands it to Hyebin, telling her it's a rare item and she should treasure it. Normally, it's only given to official members, but she's making an exception. Yunseo explains that posting a photo with the token on social media grants access to all of Lee's competitions and behind-the-scenes content, even the explicit stuff. Hyebin accepts the token and thanks her. Yunseo then asks how she ended up being his fan when he's famous for being a jerk, to which Hyebin replies that she's not really a fan, but a mentee. Lee is her mentor. She wants to be a kind-hearted person like him. Lee Chang-Sun talks to the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, who continues to annoy him. The tiger tells him about a certain someone who once had too much attitude, and that arrogance led to his downfall. Lee Chang-Sun realizes with a jolt that the tiger is talking about him. He gets a flashback of the time he met Arcadia. In the memory, Arcadia asks how to become as strong as Lee, but Lee just calls him a pest and tells him to get lost. After Arcadia leaves, the Void Monarch shows up and tries to kill him. In the present, Lee Chang-Sun reflects on this and thinks the Void Monarch must have been the first to join the Ziwei Doshu when they tried to eliminate him. He wonders if he was always meant to be their target. A constellation tells him to stay alone and abandon anyone who might weigh him down. Lee says he understands, but in his mind he thinks it's complete nonsense and questions why they'd even bring up the Twilight of the Gods. He doubts the tiger knows who he really is, since Thanatos' protection system isn't that sloppy. He can't tell if the tiger's words were just coincidence or something more. The tiger then asks what he's planning to do next. Lee says he needs 1 month, and after that, he'll become a ranker. The tiger asks if that's possible. Lee thinks it's honestly pretty easy, but he tells the tiger that it might be difficult with just his current strength. That's why he plans to get the 5th scripture. Once he has that power, becoming a ranker will be a piece of cake. The tiger raises a concern, asking if it's okay for him to take on more curses. Lee says the more hardships he goes through, the more he gains. The tiger acknowledges the logic and praises his courage, then bestows another benefit on him as a reward. Meanwhile, Levi is behind the wheel of his car, crying as he drives fast down the road, shouting that his Heben went and joined Lee Chang-Sun's team. He screams in frustration, still heartbroken that she called him a nuisance. The next day, Lee Chang-Sun walks into a store and tells the shopkeeper that he wants the unnamed spear and Gyeowul's spear reinforced with the crystal he's holding. The shopkeeper glares at him and complains that he just finished crafting those weapons after 3 full days of hard work, and now Lee wants them remade. Without blinking, Lee deposits 10 million won into the guy's account and tells him to get to work. He then opens the king's treasures and asks the weaponsmith if the materials he's brought are enough. The weaponsmith stares at them in disbelief and says Lee has brought something outrageous. He picks up the cold iron and realizes it's not just any cold iron, it's 1,000 and even 10,000 years old. Just a piece the size of a fingernail could make a top-tier weapon, and Lee has brought enough to craft every remaining weapon they need. Fired up, the weaponsmith vows to create a masterpiece no one else in the world could ever replicate. Lee simply asks if he's going to do it or not, and the weaponsmith firmly replies that he will, no matter what. After that, Lee heads out to meet with Executive O. Chief Shim announces Lee's arrival and gives him a look full of annoyance. Executive O waves him off and tells him to go handle the business trip preparations properly. As Shim leaves, he grits his teeth and mutters to himself, trying to figure out what's really going on. First Lee Chang-Sun shows up, then this sudden business trip, and now the elders are involved. He wonders if Lee is planning something with those monsters, and thinks he better check in with Director Lee before things spiral. Meanwhile, Lee hands over the Frost King's breath to Executive O. O examines it and admits it's even more impressive than he imagined. Since the constellations are practically drooling over it, he says there's no need to evaluate its worth any further. He then asks if Lee has any questions about how to use it. Lee Chang-Sun says he'll definitely find a use for it, and if there's any important information he should know, he trusts Executive O will fill him in. O smirks and compliments him for being remarkably intelligent. Then he asks if Lee Chang-Sun is curious about the secret he's been keeping. Lee nods and says he is. O Shawan claps his hands and activates an illusory domain. The constellations immediately start murmuring about the strange domain, and Lee Chang-Sun thinks it's no wonder O is called the only grand demonic magician in the White Tiger clan. When he looks behind him, he sees an entire army standing there and wonders if there are always that many soldiers. He senses faint traces of the 4th scripture and starts thinking maybe O detonated the Silver Fox research facility because he cracked the cryptic scripture's code. O turns to him and asks how it feels to see his soldiers for the first time. Lee says they're impressive, and O chuckles, saying he knew his judgment was right and that Chang-Sun is cut from the same cloth. Then O powers up, transforming into his demon form, and asks what Chang-Sun thinks about the clan's rank in the world. Chang-Sun responds honestly and says he figures they're somewhere in the top 20s. In his mind, he notes that it seems O has started to trust him more, especially now that he's revealed his demonic human identity. O says their clan currently ranks 27th and explains that it's because no one in the clan has reached king rank and they haven't really done anything major to shift the global stage. That's why they've been placed so low. Then he asks what Chang-Sun thinks of that. Lee silently reflects that the White Tiger clan has enough power not to be ignored by Arcadia, and that Duke rank Munsong's forces probably sit at king rank, so naturally they should be doing more. He tells O that he disagrees with the current ranking but admits he hasn't experienced the workings of other clans yet, so he can't say for sure. O tells him he's right and encourages him to think about it further. They're still sitting at rank 27 even after laying low all this time, and O asks Lee Chang-Sun what he thinks would happen if they finally rose with intent. O explains that he has no plan to keep the clan confined within Korea. He wants them to rise and spread, to become a force that makes every tree and blade of grass tremble at their roar. Their guardian constellation shares this ambition, and O declares that it won't be long before countless people kneel before them. In the background, the army lets out a deafening roar as if ready to devour anyone in their path. Lee Chang-Sun asks if O really intends to take his army out into the world, and if he's not worried about being condemned for becoming a demon human and walking the path of injustice. O simply tells him that all that talk becomes meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. He says that since he's shown everything he has, now it's time for Lee to do the same. Then he pulls out a dream pearl and offers it to Chang-Seon, calling it something that could turn him into someone like them, or maybe even someone greater. He adds that all the directors and team leaders have gone through this same process, and now it's Lee's turn. O guarantees that Chang-Seon will become stronger than any of them, and offers the pearl with complete confidence. Lee takes the dream pearl and thinks that with close inspection, he might be able to uncover the secrets behind the tiger's calamity. Just then, he hears the voice of Jin Frezia asking if he can have the orb instead. He asks Jean why he should hand over the orb, and Jean replies that he's thinking about making the household members stronger and that its concentration method has caught his interest. Lee asks how exactly he's supposed to give it to him. Jean tells him to just eat it without purifying it, and he'll handle the rest. So Lee Chang-Sun swallows the orb, and the reinforced royal tiger's calamity begins spreading through his body before it's quickly subdued and absorbed by Jean. Jean confirms that he has successfully taken it in, and promises to share the results later, asking Lee to let him know if anything similar turns up again. O then closes the domain and asks how the orb felt, and Lee replies that it was good. O laughs and says most people would be overwhelmed by the energy and make a fuss about how hard it is to digest, but it seems like it worked out perfectly for Lee. Chang-Seon asks if he can get more of it, and O assures him that he'll be properly rewarded for every achievement. He then tells him that the United States Xenix Association is about to start a massive war and that their White Tiger clan plans to participate as allies and seize the opportunity to make their presence known globally. Xenix is a group that doesn't just specialize in dungeon combat, but also in weapon and artifact research and development. It's a mega clan led by the Golden Monster King, one of the 10 kings of the player world. Lee Chang-Sun thinks this might be a battle of dominance and wonders who their enemy is. He asks O what role he's supposed to play in all this, and O tells him to use his fame to influence the United States. Lee figures that means O is trusting him with the press to draw the world's attention to the White Tiger clan, and he feels ready for it. The more attention he gets, the more influence he'll gain in the clan. He sees this stubborn rise of the White Tiger as a powerful card that, if played well, could benefit him greatly. To make sure he can take everything for himself in the long run, he plans to lay the groundwork carefully, several steps ahead. Then he asks O for permission to visit the Stone Desert where the cold wind blows in France. After conquering it, Lee Chang-Seon plans to head straight to Chicago to take care of the City of Apocalypse. He asks if becoming a ranker after that would cause a huge stir in the media. O laughs hysterically and says that if Lee manages to conquer those unconquered dungeons, he'll definitely become a massive star. He grants him permission to go if he wants, but warns that there may be some unknown danger involved, so he'll be sending an escort with him. Later, Shin Gum-gyu arrives at the training facility, and Unseo calls him a lazy ass, telling him to hurry up. Gyeowul and Unseo are already practicing with their weapons. Gum-gyu asks if they're seriously training right after their party just got formed. Lee Chang-Sun walks in, and Gum-gyu greets him as team leader, asking what weapon he's using. Lee tells him to just call him Hyung when it's only their party around. He says he just prepared the weapon and brought it to test it out and get a feel for it, asking if it looks weird. Lee gathers them all and explains that the reason they're here today is to check the L team's teamwork, and to do that, they'll be going into an actual fight. He tells them a sudden case just came in from the executive director. A collapse recently occurred in one of their production clans while they were mining mana stones. They'll depart once everyone finishes reviewing the mission details. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, Cha Ye-eun stands waiting for the Blue Wolf. When he arrives, she welcomes him, and he's surprised that she can speak German. He smiles and says he can't believe the Iron Saintess, blessed by their patron, is here to attend him, and mentions that he has a good feeling about this trip. He asks to meet the tyrant. Cha Ye-eun quietly thinks that the elders must have known about this already, and Lee Chang-Seon is starting to feel more distant. On top of that, the White Tiger clan is completely blocking all access to him, and she's not sure what she's supposed to do. She tells him that meeting Lee Chang-Seon right now might be a bit difficult. The clueless guy nearby, clearly out of the loop, chimes in and says it sounds like Blue Wolf is looking for the tyrant. He adds that the tyrant is currently on a rescue mission for a mine collapse incident in Hwacheon. Cha Ye-eun internally snaps, frustrated that she wasted an elixir on saving this moron, but forces a polite smile and asks Blue Wolf to follow her. She reminds herself that no matter her personal feelings, she can't afford to neglect a high-ranking guest who's come from so far. Still, she can't shake the feeling that something is deeply wrong. Every time she sees Lee Chang-Seon, her instincts scream danger, like her life is at risk. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Seon and his team arrive at the entrance of the dungeon. The nearby workers glance at them and whisper that they're just a group of newbies, wondering what a rookie team like that can even accomplish. The L team steps through the gate and finds themselves on what appears to be a vast, beautiful beach, but Lee Chang-Sun warns everyone to stay sharp. They have no idea what might be hiding or ready to strike. Gumgyu lights up the area with his light ball while Yunseo readies her shield. Suddenly, an arrow flies out of nowhere and strikes Gyeongju directly in the temple, dropping him instantly. Yunseo screams his name, eyes wide and filled with panic, but Lee Chang-Sun immediately snaps at her to pull herself together. Before anyone can catch their breath, a volley of arrows rains down from a distance, signaling the start of an ambush. Yunseo activates her shield extension and blocks the incoming barrage with ease. At the same time, the glowing orb Gumgyu released earlier begins to spark and fires lightning in all directions. Out of nowhere, Gumgyu comes back to life and casually pulls the arrow out of his skull. He says the patron warned him that the magic core would protect him, and clearly it did. To mess with Yunseo, he mimics the way she shouted his name. She yells at him to stop being ridiculous and starts hitting him, asking how he's still alive after taking a hit like that. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun calls out to Gyeowul, who quickly disappears into the nearby forest and returns after taking down the attacker with clean precision. Both Yunseo and Gumgyu are impressed by how effortlessly he handled it. Gyeowul drags the enemy back to Lee Chang-Sun and tells him he brought it back alive for interrogation. When they take a closer look, they realize it's a gray elf. Lee Chang-Sun explains that although gray elves look like regular elves, they're not truly elves. They're interceptors created by a monster called a parasite to drain the life force of other creatures. He also points out that if the parasite has already managed to create a gray elf, that means it's reached its adult stage. What surprises him is how a parasite could evolve this far within the dungeon without being noticed. The water around the area seems safe, with no visible monsters, and there's even a mana mine nearby that draws in frequent visitors. It doesn't add up. Lee starts to suspect something bigger is going on, and in his mind, he knows the only way this would be possible is if she is involved. He tells the team they need to pull out for now. Gumgyu protests, saying they haven't even confirmed whether anyone is still trapped inside. But Lee calmly explains that the presence of gray elves means the parasite has already taken full control of the island. Charging in blindly could endanger more lives, so retreat is the best option. He opens his status window and tries to log out, but for some reason, all outside communication is cut off. A message appears, telling him to continue the mission and complete it before attempting to log out again. He tells the team that since logging out isn't an option right now, they'll have to stick to their original plan and move forward. They head deeper into the forest and begin clearing out the gray elves one by one. As they fight, Lee Chang-Sun starts to notice something unusual. The gray elves are bleeding blue blood. Normally, parasite-created beings don't bleed at all, but these ones feel too real, like actual living creatures made of bone, flesh, and blood. More than that, there are faint traces of divinity on them. He narrows his eyes and says, there's only one parasite that could create something like this, one being capable of nurturing a divine tree of this kind. The goddess of slaughter and destruction, Kaylee. She was once his comrade. Lee Chang-Sun stands still for a moment, his mind racing as he wonders why her traces are here and what could have possibly happened to her. They move deeper into the dungeon and begin to hear cries for help echoing through the darkness. Following the sound, they enter a shadowy cave where the voices seem to be coming from. The L team calls out, announcing that they're from the White Tiger clan and they've come to help. The voices scream back, begging to be saved from under the rocks. Lee Chang-Sun raises a hand and tells the team to wait. He asks Gumgyu to light up the orb again so they can see clearly. As the cave brightens, the light reveals the truth. These cries aren't coming from humans. Instead, a horde of unfamiliar undead stands before them, creatures mimicking human voices to lure them into a trap. Lee Chang-Sun narrows his eyes as he examines the undead and notices roots embedded in their bodies, all stretching toward a single source. Without warning, the undead charge at the team. Lee considers using Jigwee's flames to wipe them out instantly, but he hesitates because there might still be survivors nearby, and he can't risk hurting them. He calls out to Gyeowul to open a path through the chaos. Lee then pushes forward alone and enters the divine tree where the roots lead. As he looks up inside, he sees a personified form of a fully grown parasite, its roots pulsing with their own ego. It's elfin roots. His eyes drift to the crown atop the creature and immediately recognize the design. It's eerily similar to the one Kaylee once wore. Drawing his unnamed spear, Lee wonders if the divine tree Kaylee once nurtured has somehow lost its way and ended up here. It might be speculation, but with the Void Monarch showing interest again, it feels far from random. First Xerxes, now Kaylee. There's no way this is just a coincidence. Something bigger is at play. His grip tightens on the spear as the boss raid begins, and the monster lunges toward him with violent force. The monster slashes at Lee Chang-Sun with its claws, but he blocks the attack with his spear. As their weapons clash, Lee senses Kaylee's energy flowing from the creature and recognizes that the crown it wears has the same shape and divine aura as hers. It must be a duplicate of the goddess's crown, likely a treasure grade item, possibly even sacred grade. That means the boss isn't just any monster. It's probably a bishop or priest serving under Kaylee. Up above, both the Void Monarch and Gemini begin watching the battle. Lee knows they're not interested in this fight just because he's facing a powerful opponent. Something deeper is happening, a connection between Xerxes, Kali, and these divine watchers that he doesn't yet understand. More undead join the fight against him, and he realizes he has to take down this boss no matter what if he wants answers. He calls on his flame ability to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Yunseo bashes her way through the undead with her shield. Gumgyu keeps the battlefield lit, and Gyeowul unleashes a shadow tsunami, clearing out the rest of the horde. Gyeowul then shouts into the darkness, daring anyone else to come at him. Suddenly he spots a figure standing far off and charges in, but his attack is blocked. It's Lieutenant Park Haesong, who explains he was trapped while trying to rescue the buried survivors. He looks at Gyeowul and asks if he's human. Gyeowul reveals his face and says he's from the White Tiger Clan's L Team. At the mention of L Team, Park immediately asks if that means Lee Chang-Sun is here too. He adds that there are still many injured people who need urgent help. Gyeowul tells him that their team leader isn't present at the moment. Just then, a tremor shakes the ground, and Jean contacts Gyeowul telepathically, hinting at something unspoken. Gyeowul doesn't know if Jean is being honest, but wonders what Lee Chang-Sun would do in a moment like this. He looks Park straight in the eyes and asks him where the survivors are. Back in the fight, Lee Chang-Sun unleashes his fire ability and scorches the roots, burning it halfway to a crisp while wiping out all its minions. But the main body survives and lets out a deafening roar, summoning more of its kind. Lee calls out to Jean for backup, and Jean responds with a grin, saying he was just waiting to be summoned. He jumps into the fray and begins cutting down the incoming minions with his sword. Seeing an opening, Lee flies straight toward the roots, aiming to finish it off, but the monster quickly regenerates. The areas that were charred and aflame are now completely healed and even tougher than before. Lee realizes with a sinking feeling that the creature gets stronger each time it's destroyed. He attacks with his spear, but the roots block it using a newly formed shield made of its own body. The shield doesn't hold up long. Lee switches to Fauchard mode and slashes, nearly cutting the monster in half. Still, the roots regenerate at an alarming rate, recovering faster than before and reinforcing itself. It strikes back, landing a heavy blow on Lee's side. As the pain sinks in, Lee thinks to himself that this thing isn't just regenerating, it's evolving. Kaylee always had an edge over him in traditional martial arts, even if she wasn't necessarily better in raw combat. Maybe that's why this creature has the upper hand in technique. The gap in their physical power is closing quickly. Lee knows that if he wants to win, he can't just try to keep up. He has to outpace the monster with a lead so massive it can never catch up. Lee Chang-Sun activates his flames once again and suddenly recalls a conversation with Kaylee. He had once asked her about the mysterious power she used to expand her strength and if it was something he could also do. Kali told him without hesitation that it was her last resort and warned him to use it only in a real crisis. She explained that he was the only one who had ever survived after witnessing it. Back in the present, Lee starts inhaling all the flames around him, preparing to unleash Himavat's breath, a technique that draws out latent power and boosts vitality, but comes with a heavy toll if misused. Just a single breath is enough to trigger immense force from within. He thinks to himself that even if the Void Monarch or Gemini are watching, they won't recognize it because Kaylee said everyone who had seen it before didn't live to tell the tale. His plan is to instantly overpower the monster and prepare for a full-scale magic explosion. He continues to breathe in flames through his mouth as his eyes turn white and veins crawl across his face. The status window pops up, confirming that Himavat's breath has been activated, and his latent powers are now being triggered. The status window goes wild, telling Lee Chang-Sun that he has entered states of confusion, berserker, and delirium. All his stats are significantly boosted for the next 5 minutes. The skill Kalokagathia activates, allowing him to wield the magical powers boiling inside him. Chang-Sun knows these 5 minutes are the limit before his body gives out, but with his current state, he can only manage 5 seconds. He tells himself he has to end this within that window. Without hesitation, he launches beams of molten lava toward Elfin Roots, who gets pierced through effortlessly, his body left full of holes. 1 second passes. Chang-Sun keeps up the assault without wasting a moment. Using his Viper's eyes, he locks onto the target's movements and follows up with his Black Mountain Claw, slashing the monster again at the same spot. The ability erupts violently, leaving a trail of flames that engulf the monster and burn it to a crisp. Now floating above the nearly dead body of Roots, Chang-Sun finally exhales a breath of relief. The status window informs him that he has successfully terminated Himavat's breath, but has lost 45% of his stamina and 61% of his mana. He's drained. Elfin Roots lies there on the brink of death, and Chang-Sun can't believe he used Kaylee's technique on one of her own priests. The constellations start discussing the battle in awe of his performance. Chang-Sun thinks that now that he has subdued Roots, he needs to figure out what happened to Kaylee after he was sent for the Divine Punishment trial. But with Gemini and the Void Monarch keeping a close eye on him, he knows he can't just start interrogating him openly. Suddenly, Elfin Roots rises, and his eyes start to glow bright red. Changseon stares, stunned, trying to understand what's happening. Then Roots begins to laugh psychotically. He calls out to the gods and curses them, calling them filthy and disgusting. He says their twisted little game won't last much longer, and that his dead god will rise again to wipe them all out. The apocalypse they fear so much, along with the twilight, is coming for them. As he speaks, his roots and energy start to spread wildly. Changseon immediately receives urgent warnings to flee, so he takes off without a second thought, and the boss monster Elfin Root dies. But before meeting his end, Elfin Root sacrifices his remaining divinity and the magical extract within him to empower the parasite tree. The tree begins to expand as blue magic pulses through it, signaling its upcoming evolution into a new form. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, people are starting to get uneasy, wondering why it's taking so long for the others to come out. Just then, the dungeon gate begins to rage violently, and one of the workers tells the other to call the association and report that the dungeon is breaking. Not long after, Cha Ye-eun, the Moron, and Blue Wolf arrive at the scene. Cha Ye-eun notes that despite the sudden dungeon breakout, the management still seems way too relaxed. Blue Wolf asks if the dungeon is a 4-star or higher because the magic wavelength is enormous. The Moron replies that it's not a 4-star dungeon but only a 1-star. Blue Wolf wonders if a double dungeon opened inside. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a large-scale energy drain spreads across different sections, and desertification begins. Chang-Sun grows increasingly worried and wonders if Baekgyo-wool and the others manage to evacuate safely. Lee Chang-Seon stands nearby, staring at the parasite tree, his mind replaying what Elfin Root said about his god rising again and bringing forth the apocalypse and twilight. That means Kaylee is already dead, and the blame might lie with Gemini. First Xerxes, and now Kaylee. He wonders what really happened after he was sent for the divine punishment trial. Did others suffer because of him? While he's lost in thought, a new boss monster is born, the divine parasite tree. It quickly realizes that the energy inside the dungeon isn't enough to achieve its goal, so it starts scanning the nearby surroundings for more power. That's when it discovers a new source outside the dungeon, planet Earth. It begins spreading its roots across Earth, and a full-blown dungeon break occurs, causing the mission to shift. Chang-Sun blames himself and makes up his mind to bring back Kaylee's priest. Jean hears his thoughts and starts speaking to him telepathically, calling it an interesting idea. He asks if Changseon really plans to bring back the former high priest of the goddess of killing and destruction as one of his household members. Changseon says that if the parasite tree spreads to Earth at this rate, everything will be over. He has to eliminate it and retrieve Elfin Roots. He adds that the parasite seems to be heading toward the sky, where the stars and gods reside. He orders Jean to find Elfin Roots. Jean is annoyed by the command, but feels a strange weight in Changseon's words that compels him to obey, so he agrees and rushes off to find him. Changseon looks at the parasite roots and tells himself he has to get there first. He pulls out his white bow and fires a flame arrow at the tree. The projectile strikes its mark and causes a massive explosion that engulfs the entire tree, halting its growth for now. Meanwhile, the constellation Good Season to Hunt and the constellation The Snake That Wraps Around the World begin arguing childishly. Enraged by the attack, the divine parasite tree lashes out at Lee Chang-Seon. However, Lee Chang-Seon fires 2 arrows in response and partially destroys the divine tree, gaining a ton of experience in the process. Without wasting time, he pulls out his daggers and starts slicing through the vines, pushing his way toward the sky. As he climbs higher, he looks down and spots the divine tree's core, a hole at the center of it. Inside, someone is standing. It turns out to be a man named Hardy, sitting on top of Elfin Roots and gripping him by the head. Hardy laughs and says he didn't expect another guest to show up way up there. Just then, the divinity of Gemini lights up the sky, and Changseon's beast sense flares with a strong warning. Changseon immediately senses the danger and wonders if this guy is an apostle or maybe someone even higher, like a chief-level figure or an archbishop. Whatever he is, his rank is clearly up there. Hardy starts drooling and says he'll give Changseon a clear demonstration of the consequences of blaspheming against his patron, and maybe even grant him the honor of spreading his patron's doctrine where he lives. He begins attacking Elfin Roots, most likely trying to extract his remaining divinity. Changseon knows deep down that even if he were in peak condition, he wouldn't stand a chance against this guy. Still, he can't stop thinking if there's any way to beat Hardy and save Elfin Roots. Jean tells Lee Chang-Seon that there's still that method he can use to kill the enemy, and urges him to retrieve the pure demonic cure first. Chang-Seon knows it won't be easy, but now that he has a way, he's determined to follow through. He activates the Commanding Tiger status to accelerate his thought process, and then triggers the Kolokagathia ability to push all his stats to the max, temporarily closing the gap between himself and the 2 enemies. Hardy turns around and sees a burning Lee Chang-Seon speeding toward him at incredible velocity. Chang-Seon unleashes his latent power by using Himavat's breath again and enters a berserk state. He pulls out his daggers and closes the distance between them. Meanwhile, Blue Wolf and Cha Ye-yoon enter the dungeon and immediately notice the tree engulfed in flames. Blue Wolf stares in disbelief and wonders what in the world is going on. He opens his status window to check the divine tree's level, only to find that it's still growing. Cha Ye-yoon realizes this is no ordinary dungeon break and notes that even the monster continues to grow. She shudders at the thought of what could happen if the tree crosses into Earth through the gate. Just imagining it makes her sure that something catastrophic would follow. She starts to question what they could possibly do to stop a monster of this scale. At that moment, the tree flares up even brighter than the sun and flames burst out everywhere. Blue Wolf asks what's happening all of a sudden. Cha Ye-yoon gets a notification saying that the player Lee Chang-Sun is going wild. Blue Wolf mutters that this must be the tyrant. Taking off his glasses, he admits he didn't think he'd end up in a raid after flying all the way to Korea for a business trip. Still, he knows he has to deal with this dungeon before he can get what he came for. He activates his werewolf transformation skill and turns into a wolf, lifts Cha Ye-yoon onto his back, and the two of them get blessed by different constellations. Blue Wolf says that the Saintess's blessing is far more powerful than that of most chief priests, especially since she's blessed not only by the goddess, but also by the great god of Olympus and everything tied to him. Cha Ye-yoon picks up on a survivor's signal and quickly informs Blue Wolf. He tells her to hold on tight because he's not going to catch her if she falls. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun activates the Black Mountain Monarch's first clan and second claw skill, and in one smooth, ruthless strike, he attacks both the Divine Tree and Hardy, the chief priest of Gemini, eliminating them both. He acquires the divinity of Gemini and an unknown god, along with a massive amount of merit points and experience. Chang-Sun thinks back to how the Black Mountain Monarch's claw that once passed through Hanyu included all 5 claws, but with his current stats, he could barely manage 2. He had planned to unleash both at once, but the aftermath is too much for his body. Completely drained, he begins to fall from the sky. The constellations erupt in excitement and start chattering non-stop about the incredible feat he just pulled off. The dungeon mission ends, and the system begins calculating rewards. The status window announces that the Administrative Bureau is launching a new investigation into the incident. Countless gods are in shock, while many constellations smile with interest. The window then states that the dungeon will now close and warns everyone to brace for impact. A countdown begins. Just as Chang-Sun plummets downward, a mysterious figure appears out of nowhere and catches him. The figure says that the man has fallen after losing his wings, but adds that he really doesn't care about things like that. Lee Chang-Sun, completely spent, closes his eyes and seemingly faints. Lee Chang-Sun wakes up in a hospital and finds Gyeowol sitting beside him, holding his hand and asking if he's finally coming back to his senses. After a while, Gyeowol brings up Lieutenant Park Haesung and asks if Chang-Sun remembers him. Chang-Sun wonders if he's the same lieutenant he met during the tutorial, who must have gotten promoted since then. Gyeowol starts explaining what happened during the Divine Tree's evolution. He says that when the parasite tree started growing, they were moments away from being overwhelmed by its vines, but then a huge wolf and Agent Cha Ye-yoon came in and rescued them just in time. Chang-Sun asks why she was even there. Gyeowol tells him she had come to meet with him but ended up entering the dungeon after seeing the dungeon break, and she was the one who gave him emergency first aid while he was passed out from exhaustion. Chang-Sun thinks back to how high up he was when fighting Hardy, and is surprised she managed to sense his mana from that far. He starts to wonder just how high her mana affinity really is. He recalls their earlier encounter at the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, and remembers sensing multiple blessings from different gods on her. It's hard for him to think of her as a normal human, especially with that other face hidden behind her mana and blessings. It felt like something massive was writhing behind the scenes, watching him, and he's certain of it. He decides that meeting her and thanking her properly might not be such a bad idea. Lying back on the bed, he tells himself it's better to wrap things up for now and get some rest, since that's what matters most at the moment. Somewhere in the divine realm, the constellation Gemini watches him closely, and Chang-Sun starts to wonder how he'll react after losing such a high-ranking household member. Meanwhile, the moron and Cha Ye-yoon are driving somewhere. The moron jokes that hearing the tyrant say thanks is no small thing and teases her, asking if she was just too shy to hear it herself. She responds by smacking him in the throat with a clean chop to shut him up. The constellations begin murmuring among themselves, and Cha Ye-yoon quietly thinks to herself that she's sure Lee Chang-Sun saw it and wonders just who he really is. Meanwhile, the curse of the Gul'dan activates, and Lee Chang-Sun is suddenly teleported to a dungeon where he must survive for 48 hours. Inside the Gul'dan, he meets Jean, who takes one look at him and says his condition looks rough, asking if he's alright. Chang-Sun replies that it doesn't matter how he's doing because his enemies aren't going to wait for him to recover, so he doesn't have much of a choice. He immediately asks what happened to the pure demonic core. Jean chuckles and says he knew something like this might happen, so he came prepared. Chang-Sun tells him to cut the small talk and get straight to the method he's figured out. The constellations, now fully hooked, begin chattering more as they take interest in the conversation. Jean explains that all Chang-Seon has to do is feed the demonic core to one of his household members. Then Jean asks how Chang-Seon created all his household members in the first place, including Jean himself. Chang-Seon answers that he created them using purified starlight, which means the household members don't possess fixed elements or traits. They're basically empty vessels. As their master, it's up to him to decide how much to fill those vessels and what with. Chang-Seon thinks to himself that he was right to entrust this to Jean. Back when he held the title of Twilight of the Gods, he was more of a solitary existence without other gods or household members, so he never had the chance to study such matters deeply. Jean assures him that he's skilled at crafting strong vessels, so there's no need to worry. Chang-Sun reflects that Jean, having learned kingship from a great family and once ruled over thousands of ghouls inside the ghoul den, must be quite experienced. Jean's own household member Zabek steps forward and begins absorbing the pure demonic core. The merge is successful. Zabek's possessed divinity starts to awaken once more, and all of his stats begin to change and redevelop. Elfin Root's true nature begins to awaken inside Zabek, and the assimilation rate shoots up rapidly, bringing with it the memories and identities of his past lives. Without warning, Zabek lunges at Lee Chang-Seon in a sudden attack. Chang-Seon figures this was bound to happen, since Zabek was once Kaylee's high priest. He must still harbor a deep desire for revenge. He expected something like this, especially after what happened with Jean. He turns to Jean and asks if he plans to just stand there and watch. Jean immediately grabs Zabek by the head, glaring at him with fury, and says how dare he bare his teeth at their master. He snarls that he'll make sure Zabek never pulls something like this again. Chang-Seon watches and reminds himself that Zabek was created as Jean's household member, and now that his body has been borrowed for rebirth and his stats redistributed, there's definitely a limit to how much he can resist Jean's control. A status window pops up, asking if Chang-Seon wants to name the new household member. He agrees and names him Elfin Root. The naming completes, and Zabek's identity officially changes. Chang-Sun turns to him and asks if he still carries the divinity of a dead god. He figures that if the deity trusted him enough to make him a high priest, the god's divine rank must have been incredibly high, so why does he keep dying? He adds that he knows Elfin can talk, so he better start speaking clearly. Elfin Root asks why he's so curious. Chang-Seon tells him that it's because he wants more power, especially since he doesn't have a patron of his own. Elfin Root thinks that unless this is connected to horoscopes or Zewei-do Shu, there might still be a path forward, even if it's one drenched in darkness. He begins to speak of the past, saying that before everything was crushed, there was once a star called Twilight of the Gods. That being fought countless stars, including the 12 zodiacs, and was eventually sentenced to the Divine Punishment trial, where he died. While most stars agreed to put him on trial, there were a few who voted against it, one of them being the very goddess Elfin once served, the goddess of slaughter and destruction. Elfin gets a flashback of his final conversation with her, and in it, she gently says that Twilight was definitely the silly friend who left her side. She says that despite everything, he was a friend she should never have let slip away. She understands what he's trying to say, but she can't overlook what happened, because in the end, it all began with the 12 zodiacs. She asks him to leave. Elfin refuses, saying he can still fight alongside her, but she insists and tells him that she dismisses all her priests, including him, and with that, she walks away. Elfin watches her go and admits he still doesn't know if that moment was fortunate or tragic. The goddess wasn't alone. Others stood by her side, but she never revealed who they were. He has no idea how things turned out for her and those who stayed with her. All he knows for sure is that their defiance enraged many stars in the sky, and eventually, the goddess died. Lee Chang-Seon stays silent, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. Elfin Root lowers his gaze and says it seems those who supported the goddess also met terrible ends. Since then, he's been drifting through fragments of the shattered world, wandering aimlessly until he finally woke up in a place overflowing with magic. Chang-Seon clenches his fists, thinking those 12 zodiacs are bastards, and that the tragedies that happened to Kaylee and Xerxes all trace back to them. No matter how powerful Kaylee was, she would have been severely outmatched by the 12 zodiacs and the entire horoscope that rules the heavens. He knows he abandoned them, yet they still tried to save him. He asks Elfin Root what his true goal is. Root replies that while revenge is part of it, his main priority is to resurrect the goddess. Chang-Seon asks if that's even possible. Elfin Root shouts that it doesn't matter whether it is or isn't. All that matters is that he tries. It's the inevitable wish and duty of a true saint. Chang-Seon thinks that gods are beings bound by providence and laws. As long as there are believers offering faith and priests gathering divinity, resurrection isn't entirely out of reach. That's why the underworld doesn't kill gods or stars, but seals them instead. So in theory, a god's resurrection isn't impossible, but in practice, it's a different story. Once a divine being's status is shattered, their power and divinity are essentially gone. Chang-Seon asks if it's true that the more of a dead god's divinity he collects, the stronger he becomes. Elfenroot nods and says it's true, and that his goal is to reach the level of an apostle. He says that Changseon may not have a patron, but it's clear that a lot of stars are paying attention to him. He adds that while he doesn't want Changseon's help, he'd prefer if Changseon didn't interfere with him either. Since Changseon is after power, Elfen says he can guarantee it, so it's a fair deal. Lee Chang-Sun responds that he'll help him until then, but in return, Elfen must fully submit to him. After all, he can't escape and can't do anything without Changseon's permission. He asks if it wouldn't be better for Elfen to rely on him and take a chance on the future. Elfen's eyes well up with tears as he sees a faint resemblance of his goddess in Lee Chang-Seon. He drops to his knees and says that from the 26th branch of the goddess of slaughter and destruction, he greets his new master. The household member Elfenroot pledges his allegiance to Lee Chang-Seon. Their master-servant bond strengthens, loyalty increases by 15, and dependency rises by 10. Changseon gains the absolute right to command him. He wonders how the absolute right to command transferred to him, considering Elfen was originally Jean's household member. Still, that doesn't erase Elfen's earlier desire to kill or rebel against him. But now, with this new bond, Elfen is obligated to help him actively with his goals. Changseon starts to wonder how Gemini will react to Elfenroot becoming part of his household. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini watches the scene with a sly smile, amused that Changseon took in the traitor who once dared to oppose him. Suddenly, the constellation Gemini presents a new scenario: patron selection. A status window appears and informs Changseon that one of Gemini's faces has been observing him closely over the past few days. While Gemini resents the way Changseon harmed the chief priest he sent and took in a heretic who defied him, he isn't angry. Instead, he seeks Changseon. Gemini offers him a proposition. He wants Lee Changseon to become his apostle. If he accepts, he'll be granted the highest status on Earth as the representative of the 12 zodiacs, and he'll be able to grasp everything he desires. But as proud as Gemini is in extending this offer, he also gives a warning. If Changseon refuses, he'll punish him for what he did to his priest. The proposition quickly spreads across the heavenly realm. The 12 zodiacs are stars among stars, each leading powerful cults even in Arcadia, great beings said to have come closest to the emperor himself. Changseon had always been sure that one day the 12 zodiacs would take interest in him, but he never expected them to offer apostleship so soon. The gods and stars are shocked by the offer. Changseon realizes that if he accepts, he'll instantly break free from the limitations of being human. He might even surpass low-ranking gods as a demigod. He smirks, thinking Gemini has made an outrageous offer. The name Lee Chang-Seon spreads across the heavens. His fame skyrockets by 1,000, and he earns 15,000 karma points. The administrative bureau is overwhelmed as countless gods and stars bombard them with questions about him. Elfenroot is stunned, realizing that if his new master becomes Gemini's apostle, they might still fall under Gemini's control, even if they succeed in resurrecting the goddess. The constellation. A good season to hunt erupts in rage, aiming her arrows and warning Gemini not to touch what belongs to her. The snake that wraps around the world watches in horror, while the owl that pierces through the twilight advises everyone to stay alert. The tiger trapped in hardships bares his fangs, tense and ready. Gemini, unfazed, silences all other channeling except his own. Changseon thinks Gemini is a psycho, cutting everyone off just because they annoyed him. He figures it's not the quiet older brother, Castor, but the cranky little brother, Pollux. Either way, he has no intention of being swayed. Then an idea strikes him. He takes out Kaylee's helmet, saying he just picked it up because it looked nice, and asks if it's important. The status window responds by fusing Gemini's granted divinity into the goddess's crown replica, upgrading it from a sacred item to a holy relic, now infused with the divinity of two former enemies, Kaylee and Gemini. One of Gemini's faces screams at him, demanding to know what he's doing. Changseon recalls how Mephistopheles was the first to react violently when Gemini showed interest in him, and he decides to take a gamble. Putting on the mask, he calls out to the great demon, asking if he's okay with losing him to Gemini. One of Gemini's faces freezes as he realizes Changseon's intent. The pallid sanctuary opens, and the great demon who chases the abyss lifts his head. Changseon smiles, knowing his guess was right. Mephistopheles, who claimed to have no interest in worldly matters, is clearly drawn to him. The demon stares silently at a certain star, and Changseon knows that not even Pollux can act recklessly in his presence. Mephistopheles is a power even the 12 zodiacs hesitate to provoke. Seeing the situation spiral, the other face of Gemini steps in and declares war. The radiant light of the completed constellation spreads across the world as thousands of light spears rain down from the sky. Pallid Gaze retaliates with his power, and darkness and light clash fiercely. Lee Chang-Sun feels his skin tingle just from the sheer energy of two stars colliding. Channeling, which had been cut off, is now restored. The constellation Good Season to Hunt aims her bow angrily at another constellation, baring her fangs and screaming that she will never forgive them for the disgrace they've brought and vows to tell her mother. Chang-Sun smirks, realizing that even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat is involved, preparing for war with Taurus, the leader of the 12 zodiacs, and technically at odds with Gemini as well. The constellation that wraps around the world grows weary of Good Season to Hunt's antics and sharpens his scales. The owl that pierces through the twilight asks if the horoscope can tolerate such disrespect. The wicked gods of Ziwei Do Shu turn their gaze toward the call of their comrade. The blue dragon and red phoenix stand ready, and even the Supreme Palace enclosure, one of the 3 stars of Ziwei Do Shu, squints in focus. Chang-Sun is surprised to see them all here. No matter the conflict between Ziwei Do Shu and the horoscope for control of the heavens, they wouldn't react like this just for the Void Monarch's call. He suspects they might be planning to eliminate the other side's executives if the chance arises. One face of Gemini stiffens, while the tiger trapped in hardships warns them with a cynical smile that if they don't leave, he'll take their threat seriously. One face of Gemini flushes with anger, but the other advises restraint, saying now is not the time. Nervously, one face of Gemini turns away. Chang-Sun removes his mask, thinking it's a shame it's over so soon. Suddenly, one of Gemini's faces stops and shows clear animosity toward the human who humiliated him. Then a hand appears behind Chang-Seon and grabs him by the shoulder. He pours his divine power into Lee Chang-Seon, spreading like a fever that heats him from within. The divine heat burns fiercely, and Lee Chang-Seon screams in pain, unable to withstand it. His current body can't handle the power of the 12 zodiacs. Even 10 poison immunity and first form world-ending flames won't help. The tiger trapped in hardships growls, confused by the overwhelming force. One face of Gemini says he's merely granting a fitting privilege to the mortal who holds his divine power. He warns that if Lee Chang-Seon can endure it, he will gain remarkable talent, but failure will melt his soul. Lee Chang-Seon's body burns uncontrollably, wild flames of divinity consuming him. From the silent pallid sanctuary, the great demon who chases the abyss watches and bestows a new privilege. A stigma imprints on Lee Chang-Seon's shoulder, extinguishing the flames. Pallid gaze says this will make it easier to watch over him, then vanishes. Jean checks on Lee Chang-Seon, asking if he's alright. The Constellation. Good Season to Hunt complains about others eyeing her treasure, but the snake that wraps around the world tells her to calm down. The gods who came to watch quietly disappear, their excitement fading. Stars who witnessed the legendary Great Demon's intervention chat about the entertaining show. Lee Chang-Seon is stunned by the cosmic tug-of-war. Thanks to the goddess's crown, he barely keeps himself together. He returns the crown to Elfin, saying he doesn't want to become a parasite or control the trees. He prefers to manage his own domain and suggests Elfin do the same. He thinks the trouble was worth it since he gained a stigma, a divine mark crucial for spirit training. The owl, that pierces through twilight, watches him with pity and wonders if she can help the one who faces hardship at every turn. She invites Lee Chang-Seon to dinner, but Good Season to Hunt fiercely objects, warning that it's always the quiet ones you need to watch. Jean tells Lee Chang-Seon he respects him and can't believe he got an invitation from a battle god only known in stories. Lee Chang-Seon tells him to cut the small talk and orders Elfin to stay with Jean and help raid the ghoul den. He accepts the invitation and heads out. On the way, Jean asks him to bring ice cream, making Lee Chang-Seon wonder where he picks up these things. Entering the owl's nest, Lee Chang-Seon thinks about how the owl is known for defeating the twilight of the unknown and irrational, shining the light of civilization upon them. The military goddess who blesses heroes and warriors enduring hardships rarely makes public appearances. Lee Chang-Seon wonders why she suddenly invited him to dinner. He expected the gods to seek him out eventually, but not this soon. He thinks Mephistopheles doesn't seem to mind, though calling a mortal to the sanctuary breaks the principle of cause and effect, so this must be a serious sign of approval. Looking at the castle, he expected something grand or majestic, but is surprised by what he sees. When he arrives, the door is massive, and he wonders if he has to enter alone. Just then, a butler opens the door and welcomes him inside, saying the goddess awaits and asks him to follow. Lee Chang-Seon thinks this sanctuary is a perfect mix of austerity and freedom, the best he's visited so far. They reach the room where the goddess invites him in. Inside, he sees many heroes who have received her blessing. The goddess is Minerva, pleased to meet him. The other heroes watch Lee Chang-Seon closely. Minerva smiles and tells him to take his seat so they can eat before the food gets cold, while the other heroes keep a sharp eye on him. Gandalf and the witch argue over some technique related to mana. Gandalf insists they need to spiral the mana over a narrow surface and release it all at once, while the witch snaps back that doing so would make the magic form into grains, so it has to be spread over a wider area. She calls him a moron and the two of them get into a heated dispute. Lee Chang-Seon bites into the food and asks if it's really okay to let them keep going like this. He finds the food not only tasty but also incredibly effective. It boosts his permanent stats by 0.5% with just a single bite and heals all his wounds, including the ones from his fight with Gemini. Minerva smiles and says she was worried he might not enjoy the food, but it looks like he does. Batu grumbles that he asked Minerva several times to let him speak first, and she tells him she set up the meeting so he could ask for himself. Batu turns to Lee Chang-Sun and says he has a question. Lee Chang-Sun looks up and casually asks what it is. Batu bristles at the lack of honorifics, thinking how dare this mortal from the lower realm speak to him like that, but decides to wait for his answer first. He asks how Lee Chang-Sun was able to recognize the fish intestine sword, pointing out that from the outside it looks like nothing more than a bronze blade or scrap, yet he acted as if he knew exactly what it was. Lee Chang-Sun replies by asking what makes him so curious. Batu smirks and says it's because they have one as well, then asks if he knows about the guiding sword. The fish intestine sword reacts to his words, confirming he's not lying. A status window appears, informing Lee Chang-Sun that he must find the guiding sword to unlock new secrets of the fish intestine sword. Lee Chang-Sun smirks, thinking he never expected to get a lead on a hidden quest he wasn't even sure was real in a place like this. Minerva tells him that clearly he doesn't know much about the owl's nest. In simple terms, she says the nest has its own arsenal, and the members share weapons and lend them as needed. Rewards from dungeons, loot from wars, and byproducts all belong to the nest, and among them, Batu made the most significant contribution in discovering the guiding sword. Lee Chang-Sun thinks there's nothing strange about Minerva having a great sword like the guiding sword. In fact, given her status and reputation, it would be odd if she didn't. Minerva explains that Batu went through a lot to obtain the guiding sword, but now it seems like he feels challenged since Lee Chang-Sun identified the fish intestine sword at a glance. Batu shouts in frustration, demanding to know how she could call this brat his rival. Minerva calmly tells him to stop talking right there, or he'll just seem even less sharp-eyed than the brat. Batu pushes again, asking how Lee Chang-Sun recognized the sword and whether he has a secret, a skill, a trait, or maybe some privilege. Lee Chang-Sun casually replies that he just saw it. He can't really say it was thanks to his past experience as the king of weapons during his time as Twilight, so he gives the simplest answer possible. Batu finds it irritating and snaps at him, asking what kind of answer that even is. Minerva steps in and tells Batu to quit pushing, saying there's no point in continuing. She then turns to Lee Chang-Sun with a question of her own, asking if he remembers the argument from earlier. Lee Chang-Sun nods, saying he recalls they were debating the effectiveness of the slash skill and how a melee attacker should handle their mana against a ranged opponent. Batu argues that magic should be spread to form a shield, focus on defense, wait for an opening, and then strike with a single powerful slash. The witch scoffs, calling it nonsense and saying that approach would just drain mana too quickly. She argues they should narrow the mana release area to sharpen the slash, then twist it into a spiral to increase its accuracy and area. Lee Chang-Sun listens, thinking that slash is essentially a technique that concentrates magical energy to strike distant enemies. Since that ties directly into the tiger's calamity and the Black Mountain Monarch's claws, it's a meaningful topic for Lee Chang-Sun too. Minerva asks for his opinion, and he wonders if she's testing him. He figures she's stirring up the household member's competitive spirit while quietly assessing his ability. Since she treated him to such a fine meal, he decides to return the favor properly. He tells them both that they're wrong. He explains that the foundation of the slash lies in its aura, and from there it's just about shaping that aura so it can strike a distant opponent. Minerva asks if he can demonstrate, and without hesitation, Lee Chang-Sun gathers several aura spheres around him, concentrating them in his fist. Then, with just 2 fingers, he guides the energy into a precise slash that strikes a wall nearby. Everyone freezes in shock, trying to figure out how he did it. Minerva calmly says that explains how he recognized the fish intestine sword. She turns to Batu and asks if he has any more questions, but he just shakes his head with a disappointed look. After that, Minerva takes Lee Chang-Sun to the nest's armory and tells him to take a good look around. Lee Chang-Sun is amazed that she possesses so many divine relics. Minerva asks if there's anything he likes, saying she's willing to give him one if he's interested. She shows him a spiderweb she won in a bet with Arachne, then points to a shield called Aegis, which she used to fight Medusa. Every treasure there dazzles the eyes. Suddenly Medusa speaks from the shield, saying that it's been a long time since someone worthy showed up, and asks if Lee Chang-Sun would like to use her. Other relics begin to talk too, each trying to tempt him into taking them. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that maybe it's due to the understanding he gained from sword and lance mastery, but he can clearly sense the thoughts of these divine relics. Then a dark voice whispers to him, and the fish intestine sword starts reacting. He notices the guiding sword, which pulls the fish intestine sword closer and urges him to grab it. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that this is the legendary sword said to turn its possessor into a king. No wonder they say the 9 great gods draw each other in. It feels like the sword is urging him with urgency. Minerva, standing behind him, says she can lend it to him if he wants. She explains that completely giving it away would cause an uproar among the household members, but lending it is definitely possible. She offers to lend him any treasure he names, saying even one would be enough to ensure that no human could ever take him down. But Lee Chang-Sun rejects the offer. Minerva asks why, saying these relics could greatly help him. Lee Chang-Sun replies that while that might be true, nothing in this world comes free. Minerva smirks, thinking she didn't expect him to fall for worldly temptations easily, but it was cunning of him to avoid such an obvious trap by playing dumb. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that the most valuable thing he gained today is knowing the guiding sword is here, and as long as Minerva still wants something from him, he'll always have a shot at getting it. He says he has an important question for Minerva, and asks if she knows why Mephistopheles is so obsessed with him. She smiles, saying she expected that question the moment she invited him to the sanctuary. She explains that she brought him there specifically to talk about it. She tells him he looks extremely similar to someone Mephistopheles has been searching for. She adds that he's deeply familiar with death, plays with fire like it's second nature, is darker than the dark itself, and has a natural gift for combat. Lee Chang-Sun wonders if she's referring to his past self as the Twilight of the Gods, but realizes he never had any encounters with Mephistopheles back then. Minerva tells him he resembles the Abyss, which is why he was bound to catch Mephistopheles' attention. She says that's the reason he tested him during the first tutorial. Lee Chang-Sun asks who that person really is, but Minerva's words get censored mid-sentence. She sighs and says it was obvious that would happen, but confirms that someone like that did exist. Lee Chang-Sun thinks to himself that it's rare for the system to block knowledge like this, which means he either needs a tremendous amount of causality to become aware of that person, or must first gain the right to approach him. This implies that whoever it is, their existence is so powerful that the laws of causality operate differently around them. The Abyss, he knows, is a fragment of the universe from before the beginning of time, buried in the deepest corners of existence. He wonders how something like that could resemble him. It frustrates him to think that the things he dismissed as trivial during his time as Twilight are now coming back to bite him. He considers that if he can restore his channel with the underworld and ask the king of the underworld directly, he might be able to get a better idea. He says this is hard, and Minerva gently tells him not to stress over it too much, and to just keep following his own path. She adds that there's one thing she can say for sure: he is fundamentally different from the Abyss. Suddenly, a portal rips open and the butler rushes out, urgently warning the goddess that the enemy has appeared. Lee Chang-Sun quickly realizes that the Owl's Nest is clearly Minerva's domain, a sanctuary protected by someone with high divine status in Olympus. He can't believe anyone would dare to trespass in a place considered heaven's forbidden land, where even a mistake in entry could trigger disaster. Outside in the sky, the constellation Gemini begins to descend toward the sanctuary. All of Minerva's household members step outside and look up at the sky as the invasion begins. Minerva is furious and demands to know how Gemini dares to do this. She accuses him of trying to vent his anger and asks if he's so terrified of Mephistopheles that he'd dare invade her sanctuary just to steal her guest. Polius' shield unfolds and blankets the sanctuary as Minerva shouts, asking how he dares look down on her, Minerva, a great divinity of Olympus. Their territorial dispute begins and the defense mechanism activates, casting a full shield over the sanctuary. The butler instructs the heroes to get into position, warning that when the barrier breaks, Castor's household members will rush in. Minerva tells Serena they need to send Lee Chang-Sun back to the lower realm and asks about the teleportation. Serena replies that the outside is completely blocked by starlight and new coordinates will have to be set, which could take some time. Minerva says these rats wouldn't even squeak if the master deity were here, and accuses them of having planned this whole thing. She connects to Castor via telepathy and calls him a dog who once sniffed Pallid Star's tail, now daring to bare his fangs before her. Castor scoffs and calls her a disgrace for someone titled the Goddess of War, adding that once he's done with her, he'll go after Pallid Star too. He smirks and declares that only they will shine under the Great Night, then punches the shield protecting the sanctuary. After several failed attempts, he finally pierces through and orders his army, Devo Nefara, to attack. Minerva commands her army, Artruitone, to fight them head-on, and both household armies clash in battle. Gemini stares down at Lee Chang-Sun from the sky, and Chang-Sun senses something off. He activates his beast sense to scan the area and thinks that Gemini would never start a war this recklessly. They don't act unless they're sure of victory. The fact that Gemini would spark a war that might drag Olympus and the horoscope into an all-out conflict means this isn't just about anger or retaliation. They're absolutely confident they'll win. Plus, Pollux is nowhere to be seen, and those two are always together when doing something big. Minerva calls out to her artifacts and prepares to fight. Lee Chang-Sun hears the guiding sword calling again and turns around to find Batsu holding it. In an instant, Batsu launches an attack and a black orb hurtles toward Minerva. Chang-Sun activates his quick thinking ability and realizes that the attack is aimed directly at her. Given his current condition, blocking it alone would be difficult, so he decides to draw power from an external source. Without hesitation, he steps in front of Minerva and activates the stigma imprinted by Mephistopheles and Gemini. Channeling both their divinities, he intercepts the attack and holds it in place, then uses Slash to redirect and deflect it back toward the attacker. He succeeds, but the effort leaves him drained and his hand bleeding. He thinks to himself that he's never pulling a stunt like that again. Minerva furiously demands to know what Batu is doing, then unleashes heavenly punishment in response. The disguise breaks, revealing that it wasn't Batu, it was Pollux all along. Pollux smirks and remarks that for a mere mortal to wield two divine powers with such precision, Lee Chang-Sun must truly be a genius. Pollux says he used to think his older brother was being stupid for showing interest in Lee Chang-Sun, but now he's not so sure. He admits that trying to take Chang-Sun down with a puppet was doomed from the start anyway. He reaches his fist forward and calls for Chang-Sun to come to him, and suddenly a giant appears behind Pollux, grabbing Chang-Sun in its massive grip. Minerva rises without hesitation, slashes the giant's arm, and frees him. She demands to know how long Pollux has been deceiving her and hiding among her household members. Pollux shrugs, bites his tongue, and says he doesn't really know, asking if there's any reason he should tell her. Minerva warns him that if he won't open his mouth, she'll do it for him. He dares her to try. The two clash, their battle so intense that even standing still becomes difficult for Chang-Sun as their power overwhelms the area. Suddenly, a glowing circle appears beneath his feet, and he receives the goddess's blessing. Serena rushes over and asks if he's okay. He says he is, but blames himself for escalating things. She brushes it off, saying it's not his fault, and calls out the bastards behind this mess. She says it was fun meeting him and prepares to send him back to the lower realm. Since the coordinates are far, it will take about 5 seconds for the teleportation to activate. As the countdown begins, one of the faces of Gemini reaches down from the sky, trying to capture him. Chang-Sun curses them under his breath, thinking it's insane that they went this far just to get him. He considers messing with them before he leaves and thinks about using pitch-black darkness. Even if that earlier slash drained all his energy, he still has this left, and it's the one thing Gemini fears. He activates Kalokagathia and focuses. Minerva said he's similar to the one Mephistopheles is obsessed with, and he figures pitch-black darkness must be one of those similarities. Lee Chang-Sun unlocks the benefit granted by the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, evolving his beast sense into the path of a demonic beast. Alongside pitch-black darkness, he also unlocks a new stigma. Activating Inferno Sight, he looks up into the sky, and Gemini is stunned that a mere mortal has access to pitch-black darkness. Pollux scoffs, confident that Pallid Gaze has no time to help him now. Minerva interrupts and scolds Pollux for being distracted mid-battle, slicing off the arm holding the guiding sword. Lee Chang-Sun calls out to Elfin, who catches the sword mid-air. Smirking, Chang-Sun mocks Gemini for not only showing up to see him off, but also for handing over such a great gift. He promises to make proper use of the guiding sword and vanishes, teleporting back to the ghoul den. Jean stares at him and says he's really pulled off something outrageous. Chang-Sun is pleased, satisfied that he's completely humiliated Gemini. One face of Gemini roars in fury, while the other rampages, destroying everything in sight, unable to stomach the disgrace of being outplayed by a mortal. Jean warns him that he's basically declared war on the 12 zodiacs and asks if he still doesn't feel threatened. Meanwhile, a warning order spreads across the Society of Gods. Horoscope and Olympus closely monitors the fallout. Tension skyrockets between Horoscope and Olympus as Minerva declares punishment for the ones who defiled her sanctuary. War breaks out between her and Gemini. Chang-Sun shrugs it off, saying they're not his enemies, just gods even more interested in him now. And he's right. 241 constellations send patron offers, and 19 even ask to make him their apostle. He tells Elfin to bring the sword and praises him for a job well done. Elfin, filled with renewed faith, believes that if he follows Chang-Sun, he might truly be able to resurrect the goddess, and he swears absolute and unconditional loyalty to his master. He always knew Lee Chang-Sun had guts, but not to this extent. Chang-Sun grips the sword and says the hold feels great, though he still can't quite use it. It was rowdy in Pollux's hands, but now it's calm, like it's cautiously testing its new owner. With this, the number of renowned swords he owns becomes 2. He partially unlocks the hidden features of the fish intestine sword and gains partial rights to the guiding sword. A new option, Bloody Storm, gets added to the fish intestine sword. Looking down at his hand, tattoos start to emerge, and he wonders if this skill uses blood to enhance fire. Just holding the guiding sword has already boosted his progress, and he starts imagining what it'll be like once it fully recognizes him as its master. He gets excited about using twin sword resonance with both god swords and figures he needs to show off his strength to earn the sword's approval. Jean tells him that while he was off at the Owl's Nest, he and Elfin took over the entire 4th floor, but warns that things won't be so easy starting from the 5th. That's where the ghoul leader's territory begins. Chang-Sun recalls that while the Crimson Murderer was good at physical combat, the ghoul leader possesses innate blood-based powers. The ones they encountered on the 3rd and 4th floors were already stronger than Crimson Murderers and Reapers, clearly adapted to this environment, which explains their high numbers. He nods, understanding now why Jean said things will get tougher. Jean adds that this area is crawling with blood clans who use blood magic. These clans are organized by the ghoul leader, each with its own unique specialty, meaning they'll all have to be handled differently. Lee Chang-Sun says that judging by how much Jean knows, he must have tried to become the ghoul leader himself. Jean replies that those bastards were the ones he always knew he'd have to face someday, and he didn't build an army for nothing. Chang-Sun then asks if Jean knows anything about the layout or the forces on the 5th floor, but John shakes his head and says that even all the information he gathered before is useless in a place like this, since it's constantly at war. Chang-Sun points out that Jean looks pretty excited for someone heading into such chaos. He thinks that while the size of Jean's army may not be as large as it was before, its strength has grown many times over, so Jean must be feeling confident, unlike when they went up against the Crimson Murderers. Chang-Sun says he'll have to capture someone to interrogate, and looks at the targets moving toward them. Jean tells him that the group approaching is from the Shame Blood clan, known for their incredible mobility. Without hesitation, Chang-Seon jumps off the cliff and charges toward the ghouls, saying to Jean that since he knows about them, it means there are no small fries on the 5th floor. With so many of them, there should be plenty of information to extract. Chang-Sun thinks to himself that from now on, he'll be evaluating Jean's and Elfin's skills, as well as the effects of the guiding sword. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, a nurse comes in to tell Blue Wolf that Lee Chang-Seon is ready to meet him. Blue Wolf smiles and says he has been waiting for 4 days, wondering how much longer it would take before he could finally see him. As he walks with his assistant, he says he hopes this guy is worth the wait. She asks if he didn't already confirm that back in the dungeon, but he tells her that he didn't get a good look at him then, which makes it hard to tell what kind of person he really is. He adds that they've only seen one side of him so far, but still, it would be great if he lives up to the expectations he set back then. The assistant says that he was definitely amazing, even though she only saw him from afar. The scene of him tearing apart the parasite tree and the Gemini priest made him look like a messenger of God from some old legend. They finally arrive in the room where Blue Wolf introduces himself as Joachim Wolf from the Illuminati. Lee Chang-Seon introduces himself and mentions that he heard they had been waiting for a while. Joachim smiles and says it's fine, adding that he actually feels sorry for pushing Chang-Seon into meeting them. He thinks to himself that Lee Chang-Seon is exactly what he expected. His voice carries weight, his eyes are filled with power, a true tyrant. He's the embodiment of Kalokagathia, someone who pursues truth, beauty, and goodness, just like the Illuminati has always searched for. Joachim then asks if Chang-Seon is preparing for discharge. Chang-Seon replies that yes, he has plans abroad. Joachim nods and says it looks like he's doing well, as expected of the White Tiger's rising star. He gets to the point and tells Chang-Seon that there was an oracle from the goddess and asks him to become the leader of the Illuminati clan. 4 days later, Gyeowul and Lee Chang-Seon are in a cab heading to the airport. Gyeowul looks nervous and asks if flying is really safe. Chang-Seon comforts him while checking the guiding sword. His affinity with it has increased, and now he can access some of its thoughts. He thinks it performed well in the Ghoul Den, as expected of a renowned sword, but its traits like create dignity and increase rule are impressive too. Just by adding magic energy, he was able to apply pressure on enemies. The issue though is that that's all it does. It keeps telling him to raise his affinity. He tries again to pour mana into it, hoping the higher affinity would change things, but it's pointless. The guiding sword still refuses to acknowledge him as its master. He gets annoyed and briefly considers breaking it but calms himself by reminding that he's no longer the twilight of the gods. He just needs to be patient until it accepts him. Still, he mutters that if it keeps this up, he might break it into pieces or toss it into lava and have it reforged. Smirking, he thinks Minerva must be generous since she let him keep the sword and even gave him an oracle on top of it. He remembers his conversation with Joachim Wolf, who told Lee Chang-Seon that until now, divine messages were always full of metaphors and figurative language, hard to understand, but this time it was different. It was clearly a divine answer meant for him. Joachim repeated Minerva's words, telling him to take with him what is his, saying it's the only gift she can give as a friend, and that she will continue to be with him in the future. Joachim explains that this means she wants to be his closest ally, someone who can stand by her, best understand her will, and spread her gospel on earth. In other words, she wants an apostle, a leader for her followers. Joachim says it must be the goddess's will for him to lead the foolish and helpless lambs. Lee Chang-Seon wonders if Minerva really sees him as a friend, considering he's someone who screwed over Gemini and defiled the sanctuary. The gods and stars he knows wouldn't dare call a mortal a friend out of fear of losing their dignity. Still, he begins to understand why Minerva is respected and praised by so many believers. It feels unfamiliar but refreshing. But Joachim clearly took her words in a different way. He looks at Chang-Seon with a spark in his eyes, and Chang-Seon can tell that this guy has no plans of backing off. No matter what he says, Joachim will probably cling to him like his life depends on it. Chang-Seon asks him if it's really okay to make a decision like this on his own, especially since he hasn't even joined their clan yet. If he suddenly becomes the clan leader, there's bound to be backlash from the older members. Chang-Seon knows there's no way the longtime members will just accept someone new. Illuminati doesn't even have a single leader. It's run by a council of elders, and there are surely a lot of political interests tangled up in that structure. He says that even if this is the will of a god, the clan must have its own rules and order. Joachim responds that he wasn't the one who received the oracle directly. It was the Parthenon. No matter what those useless elders say, they wouldn't dare go against a divine command. Since it's the goddess's will, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Chang-Sun thinks that even among a top-ranking clan with a Duke-class title, Joachim seems to hold considerable influence. He has no plans to take over the Illuminati, but teaming up with a group that strong might not be a bad idea. Still, he says he's happy enough with where he is and turns the offer down. Joachim tells him there's no need to give a final answer now, and that he can take his time. Chang-Sun admits that he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested, but adds that he doesn't want to cross any lines and end up getting greedy. He says that the goddess's guidance is definitely valuable to him too, so he wonders if they can turn that into something real together. Joachim smiles brightly and asks what exactly he means by that. Lee Chang-Sun explains that if the goddess sees him as a friend, then that would make Illuminati his friend as well. In that sense, Joachim is his friend too. He offers to form an alliance between their groups, like a partnership between his L team and Illuminati, not between White Tiger and Illuminati. Back in the present, Gyewol and Chang-Seon finally arrive at the airport. Chang-Seon thinks that no matter how powerful White Tiger may be, it still isn't enough to ignore the weight Illuminati carries. He's sure they'll be a solid support in his future plans within White Tiger. He jokingly tells Gyewol that he has to take off his shoes before getting on the plane. Meanwhile, Gumgyu and Unseo wait in the lounge and get into a little childish squabble. Eventually, they meet up with Gyewol and Chang-Seon, and Hebben joins them as well. The whole L team heads toward the plane, and on the way, they bump into Curly and the president. Joachim shows up too and casually tells Chang-Seon that he booked a seat on the same flight just to accompany him. A bit later, Executive O arrives with the Skull Demon, Tai Hongak, and Jaegil Hyunryung. Everyone bows in respect. Chang-Seon thinks that if the Future Strategy Division is the brain and spine of White Tiger, then the Chamber of Elders is its hidden claws and fangs. Jaegil Hyunryung walks up to him and says he must be Lee Chang-Seon, the one Director O mentioned. He asks if Chang-Seon knows who he is. Chang-Seon shakes his hand and replies that it's a pleasure to finally meet him, since he's only ever heard stories. Jaegil chuckles and says those stories must be filled with infamy. Chang-Seon responds that if anything, it just means he's lived a committed life. Jaegil smirks with a hint of menace and says Chang-Seon must have walked a similar path, and that should have been a good reference. As he speaks, he starts to radiate an overwhelming aura, but Chang-Seon remains calm and activates his Kalokagathia ability, setting up a firewall that cancels it out. Jaegil Hyunryung and Lee Chang-Seon shake hands, and Chang-Seon immediately senses the mix of Royal Tiger's calamity laced within Jaegil Hyunryung's mana. He quickly gauges that Jaegil's skill level is about the same as Joachim's, Duke rank, and his overall rank is likely in the 80s or even higher, the highest he has seen so far. Jaegil's expression twists into something demonic as he grins at Chang-Seon, who stares right back, silently wondering how many lives were sacrificed to create monsters like this. He thinks to himself that people like them should never be spared. Executive O steps in and says the introductions are over and that he'll give them a quick rundown. He explains that this trip is meant to build strong ties with Europe before their clan makes a move toward America. He adds that the 3 individuals present will be supporting them throughout, but warns them not to mess anything up. With a chuckle, he says he wants to see all their names splashed across tabloids once they hit America. Standing nearby, the general watches O and thinks to himself that even Executive Director O is ignoring him now. He can't believe how far Lee Chang-Seon has come in just a few months. Frustrated, he mutters that he can't delay it any longer and pulls out 2 letters. Curly stands behind him, and the general asks if he remembers what he told him before. Curly asks if it's about the letters. The general nods and says one of those letters is for the Illuminati, since they aren't exactly thrilled about Lee Chang-Seon either, and he's thinking of lighting a spark there. The other letter is for the Dark Method, a message addressed to the Murder King of Tsarnaruka. He warns Curly not to screw anything up and instructs him that after delivering the letter to the Murder King, he is to burn everything the Murder King gives in return. The general looks toward Lee Chang-Seon and thinks about how he wiped out the Murder King's disciple, Hong Janam, along with the Black Ghost's army on the hill of the Abominable Snowman. Even someone like Lee Chang-Seon won't escape the world's greatest assassin alive. The general knows that to fight fire, sometimes you need a bigger fire. If Lee Chang-Seon manages to escape from the Murder King's grasp, he knows he won't be able to avoid fatal injuries. Executive O glances at the general with a serious look, already finding his behavior suspicious. After some time, they board the plane. The air hostess gently tells Baek Gyewol that he can put his shoes back on and doesn't need to walk around in just his socks. Lee Chang-Seon finds it amusing and lets out a small laugh. Jaegil Hyunryung comes over and takes the seat beside him, saying it looks like they're neighbors for the flight and now he won't be bored. Chang-Seon looks back at Baek Gyewol and wonders if he switched seats just to get away from a threat that wasn't even really a threat. He figures he's going to face off against these guys in France anyway, so it's a good chance to quietly observe them and figure out their strengths and weaknesses. He needs to track down the 5th scripture while they keep an eye on him. He glances at Jaegil Hyunryung and thinks that countering his tiger's calamity so easily must have caught his attention. The plane finally takes off. Chang-Sun thinks he needs to get moving on his secret card. The good thing is that the process to complete it can now be sped up. First, he needs to move forward like Artruatone from the Owl's Nest, who appeared completely free but displayed absolute unity and loyalty when it came time to fight. The way they followed Minerva with such devotion was something he could never imagine back when he was just a lone battle god, or even as an evil god. The only way for him to quickly gather his household members is through the Ghoul Den. If he can unravel the secrets of the 4th scripture, he knows he'll have a real chance. At the same time, he needs to double his current martial power before he can awaken Blood Lightning. To do that, he has to master Inferno Sight. The moment he first used that pitch-black darkness, he felt it in his bones. It's the second power he absolutely needs alongside Blood Lightning. Even the Gemini is afraid of it. It's a trump card that can boost his power by up to 4-fold, and he knows he needs to get in touch with Mephistopheles first. Suddenly, the Ghoul-Den Curse quest activates, and he gets teleported to Area 1 of the 5th floor. As he jumps down into the swarm of monsters, he thinks that while he might not uncover the full identity of the pallid star that Mephistopheles is searching for, he's certain he'll find something useful to meet him. If he plays his cards right, he's bound to gain the method to control pitch-black darkness. He gets 3 days in the Ghoul Den this time, just as he expected. The duration keeps increasing. When he lands, he meets up with Jean, who tells him he'll show him something great once he returns. Jean reminds him about the ghost horse he stole from the Hussar and says he's found a way to control it. He adds that if he combines it with horsemanship, it opens up all kinds of tactical options. Chang-Sun agrees, thinking an army riding ghost horses sounds like a brilliant move. He then closes his eyes and senses messages from the constellations trying to stop him. He smiles, realizing they've caught on that he's trying to meet Mephistopheles and are now actively working against him. He focuses, thinking there's a power out there that even gods and stars are terrified of. If beings like Tiamat and Belmardruk are reacting this strongly, then it must be worth chasing. He concentrates and activates his stigma, successfully bringing out Inferno Sight using pitch-black darkness. As he enters meditation, he fully grasps Yogi's 8-fold path and slips deeper into his subconscious. He reaches the realm of the serene mind and earns 5,000 karma as achievement points. He thinks that since Mephistopheles personally handed pitch-black darkness down to him, if he triggers Inferno Sight through stigma using that darkness and looks deep within himself, he should be able to meet him. When he opens his eyes, he sees the pallid gaze staring right at him. Without hesitation, he asks the pallid gaze to take him in as his disciple. Pallid gaze asks why he should take him as his disciple. Lee Chang-Sun thinks it's a good sign that he didn't reject the idea outright, which means he might not be against it. Now all he has to do is convince him. Chang-Sun tells him that he has already proven his worth by discovering Inferno Sight, despite being a mere mortal and even managing to escape from Gemini. He adds that he heard from the owl that pierces through the twilight that pallid gaze is searching for someone, and he offers to help in exchange for being taken in as a disciple. Lee knows he doesn't get system messages about it, but Mephistopheles usually keeps an eye on him. Maybe he's searching for the abyss within him, or maybe Minerva is right and he really does resemble the person Mephistopheles is looking for. Whatever the reason, someone who can peer into the sanctuary of a great Olympian divinity is too valuable to let go. Chang-Sun tells Pallid Gaze that simply observing won't be enough, and that he's going to keep growing stronger and move into wider fields of activity. He offers to lend his eyes to Pallid Gaze whenever he wants. In response, Pallid Gaze offers to make him his apostle instead, but Chang-Sun rejects the offer, saying he doesn't want to be anyone's subordinate. Pallid Gaze calls him fussy and says he's doing the same thing he did to the Void Monarch. Chang-Sun admits to himself that he doesn't like the idea of treating Pallid Gaze the same way, but it won't hurt anyone. Even if Pallid Gaze teaches him how to use pitch-black darkness, whether or not he can truly master it will come down to his own talent. Pallid Gaze tells him there's no need to rush and that he'll test his potential first. Suddenly, a message window appears telling him that a scenario quest to qualify for pitch-black darkness has been created. Chang-Sun thinks this confirms that Pallid Gaze wants a different kind of relationship with him, and wonders if the person he's searching for also shared a master-disciple bond with him. It feels like he just got the opportunity he's been hoping for, and it's clear now that Mephistopheles seeks a closer, more emotional connection with him, rather than a simple exchange. Pallid Gaze tells Lee Chang-Sun to return once he passes the test, and with that, Chang-Sun finally wakes up back in reality. Jiggle Hyunryung looks at him and asks if he's okay. Lee says he's fine, though he can't help but wonder if this is really the real world, since just a moment ago he was still inside the ghoul den. The status window pops up, confirming that his task was completed successfully, and that he'll be rewarded accordingly. It also confirms that he's truly back. Chang-Sun is left stunned that 3 days have already passed. He wonders if the flow of time inside the sanctuary is completely different, and how it could possibly be this off from reality. It only goes to show how high Mephistopheles' level really is. but it also means he's still far from reaching the kind of power boost he needs. He questions his own strength and whether he's even capable of finishing the test. Just then, he starts receiving messages from various constellations and members of the evil society, all showing interest in him. One thing becomes clear to him now. After starting the test for pitch-black darkness, Pallid Gaze is watching him silently. Mephistopheles' stigma has drawn much closer than before. Where it once took great concentration to unlock, now it's almost second nature, and the quality of the pitch-black darkness has been amplified several times. This power-up is strong enough to enhance and combine with his skills, and more than makes up for the 72 hours he just lost. Suddenly, Lee Chang-Sun notices a blue orb forming in front of him. The Jigwee's egg appears in his hands and the system begins the hatching process. The egg cracks and a dark tail slips out. Chang-Sun is confused because the Jigwee is supposed to be a divine, supreme bird that gives buffs and courage to its master and allies. Instead, a tiny black flame within the pitch-black darkness emerges from the egg, and a small dragon stares up at him with joy. The constellations begin to comment on the dragon as it hops around happily. Other passengers on the plane gather to see what's going on. Wu Hyabin asks what that cute baby is in his hands, and Lee tells her that it's a divine beast's egg that just hatched. The air hostess approaches to scold him for disturbing the other passengers, but the moment she sees the dragon, she melts at the sight and says she'll talk to the other passengers to let it slide. A message window appears, telling Lee Chang-Sun to find prey for the dragon to raise its trust level. Being on a plane, there's no prey to offer. Wu Hyabin tries handing it a cookie, but the dragon refuses to eat. It grows hungrier by the second and starts throwing a little tantrum. Then it turns back to Chang-Sun with a pitiful look and dramatically pretends to die of hunger. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that all he really knows about dragons is that they're highly intelligent from the moment they're born, and that the great ancient dragon, known as the Dragon in a 1,000-Year Sleep, is the ancestor and progenitor of all dragonkind. This little black dragon in his arms bears a resemblance to that legendary dragon, but the aura it gives off is entirely different. The dragon looks up at him with eyes full of desperation, as if it's on the verge of death. Chang-Sun racks his brain trying to figure out how to help it. He figures that if Mephistopheles gave this dragon to him, then there must be something special about it. Maybe it's capable of divine therianthropy, the highest level of transformation. He quickly makes his way over to Blue Wolf to ask for insight, but Blue Wolf admits he doesn't know much about the dragon race, though he promises to ask around once they land. Chang-Sun looks back down at the dragon and realizes they still have 8 hours left before landing. A message window pops up saying the little dragon is famished, and his relationship level with it starts to drop rapidly. Another warning appears, telling him he's about to fail the test. Chang-Sun starts to panic, realizing that Mephistopheles must have sent this dragon to test his pitch-black darkness, so the answer must lie within that power. Just then, Jaegul Hyunryung appears behind him and comments that it looks like a baby demonic dragon. Chang-Sun asks if he knows much about dragons, and Jaegul says he knows a bit. He raised one back in the day. He explains that demonic dragons are a type of high-ranking dragon that either form contracts with devils or become corrupted for some reason, which makes their behavior vastly different from regular dragons. In fact, they're often hostile toward other dragons. Chang-Sun considers this and thinks that for a dragon to be drenched in demonic energy, maybe it's less about its physical form and more about the ideology it embodies. Maybe what matters most isn't the object itself, but its value and the feats tied to it. Luckily, he has something that fits the bill. He pulls out a dagger, and the little dark flame dragon looks at it with curiosity. Just then, the guiding sword begins to emit darkness, and the dragon starts munching on it. Jaegul Hyunryung watches and says it must have looked pricey. Chang-Sun smirks and thinks he was already frustrated about how to properly use the sword, but it turns out this might have been the best possible use for it. Feeding the sword to the dragon not only satisfies its hunger but also helps Lee Chang-Sun make progress in the quest. A message appears, informing him that his relationship with the little dragon has faintly improved in a positive way. It then asks if he would like to name the dragon. Jaegul Hyunryung turns to him and asks what name he has in mind. Chang-Sun casually replies that he's going to name it Dragon Dragony. Jaegul Hyunryung, the others nearby, and even the constellations are visibly embarrassed by his naming skills. Noticing their reactions, Chang-Sun smirks and asks if he should go with Rory instead. Shin Yunseo asks if he's seriously considering those names. The constellations begin making fun of his choices, throwing out even more childish suggestions. Yunseo tries to be diplomatic and says that names like Rory or Dragon Dragony might suit it for now since it's just a baby, but reminds him that the dragon will eventually grow into a mighty and gallant figure, and such names feel way too insincere. She then asks him what his family dog's name was. Chang-Sun answers that it was Barky. She laughs and says Barky is cute and clearly someone else in his family must have named it. He defends himself and asks what the big difference is between Barky, Dragon Dragony, and Rory. At that moment, the little black flame dragon pouts in frustration, clearly unhappy with the name he's about to be stuck with. A message tells Chang-Sun that his relationship has dropped by 15. Everyone around him tells him that even the little dragon doesn't like those names and insists he change it immediately. Taking their advice to heart, Chang-seon thinks seriously about a better name for his new companion. Finally, he decides on a cool name and names the dragon Cadmos. As soon as he does, the dragon's eyes sparkle with joy, and everyone agrees it's a solid, fitting name. A message pops up confirming that Cadmos has officially become one of Lee Chang-seon's household members, and a spiritual link has been formed between them. As he reads more details about the connection, a memory from his past surfaces. He remembers an old man named Cadmos, and a conversation they once had. Chang-seon had teased him, asking why he was using such a heavy voice again since it didn't suit him. Cadmos had kept a poker face and said he was just trying to add a little oomph, but Chang-seon never let him have it. Cadmos had then asked why Chang-seon always acted so serious when he was alone, to which Chang-seon had replied with confusion. Cadmos had said that being with him felt suffocating, and wondered aloud if he'd ever be free from him. Chang-seon had answered with quiet resolve that he wasn't going anywhere, so Cadmos had better stay with him no matter what. Lee Chang-sun says he doesn't have a family and neither does Cadmos, so he asks him to fight and be lonely together. Cadmos pokes his face and mutters that no matter what he says, he's still an insolent brat through and through. He tells Chang-seon not to live like him, and admits he couldn't live up to his own name, but he hopes Lee will. Chang-seon just scoffs and says screw it all, wondering what's so great about names anyway. Later, he finds out that Cadmos is a name that traces back to a hero from the Silver Age of Arcadia, a man connected to dragons, loved by countless gods and stars, who helped them and eventually became the king of a nation. That hero's legacy included slaying an evil dragon and planting its teeth into the land, which gave birth to the Spartoi. In the present, Chang-seon thinks that name isn't meant for someone like him, someone who's always just scrambling to get through the day without the time or room to sacrifice himself for others. But since the name is tied to dragons, it suits the little black fire dragon that now carries it. The plane finally lands at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Shin Eun-seo slips on her sunglasses and Woo Hyabin asks her why she's doing that. She replies it's so she can make it out alive and tells him to wear some too if he wants his pictures to come out decent. Just then, the plane door opens, and a wall of camera flashes hits them, almost blinding, and suddenly it makes sense why Eun-seo insisted on the shades. As they step into the crowd, a reporter named Adrienne Nadal steps forward and asks Lee Chang-seon how he feels about arriving in France. He shrugs and says he just woke up from a nap, so he's not really thinking much, and tosses the next question to the red-haired girl beside her. That girl, Anse, asks if there's any French rookie he considers a rival. Chang-seon doesn't hesitate and says they're all below him, so there's no reason for him to bother thinking about it. Another reporter steps forward and says that Henri Blanc has publicly expressed his desire to have a match with Lee Chang-seon, and they want to hear his response. Chang-seon simply replies that he's never heard of Henri, which leaves everyone present shocked. Someone quickly jumps in and explains that Henri Blanc is France's top rookie, personally selected by the future king. He's the one who successfully raided the previously unconquered dungeon, the Skeleton Dragon's colony, and even acquired the Bone Wyvern. Chang-seon tells them he doesn't have time for all this and asks them to get to the point. The reporter insists and says he just wants to know Chang-seon's thoughts on the proposed duel. Chang-seon replies that since he doesn't even know who Henri is, if the guy wants a duel, he can come find him right away. He adds that doing so will only ruin Henri's career as a player. The reporter silently thinks this guy is outright provoking all of France. Then another reporter, Camille Blanche, asks if Chang-seon has any special plans since he announced that he's going to raid France's long-standing headache, the stone desert where the cold wind blows. Chang-seon shrugs and says he's just going to raid it, and that should be enough, asking them again to be mindful of his time. Internally, he thinks it's obvious why they're curious. France's top rankers have failed to clear that dungeon again and again, so of course they're wondering how some foreigner plans to take it down. This brief interaction with the media spreads like wildfire online, sparking intense debates everywhere. Henri Blanc responds by saying that Tyrant has been his idol since he was young, and he sincerely wants to challenge him. The immortal king, Jacques Valentine, comments that he's going to push himself harder than ever to catch Junior's attention. Somewhere else, Blue Wolf is talking to a concerned group and tells them he understands the unease about the potential strain in South Korea-France relations. But he explains that the Tyrant's remarks were just a case of cultural difference. He describes Lee Chang-seon as a hero of this era, someone just and warm-hearted, and insists that the Chang-seon he knows is not a tyrant, but a wise king. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Red Eagle Duke Constantine Burning slams a newspaper down on the table and growls that this lunatic planned everything from the start. He doesn't believe for a second that raiding the Stone Desert is the real goal. It's just a cover to help him seize control of Illuminati, especially after Joachim managed to pull him in. Constantine says it's a blatant warning to him and his allies. He claims to understand the goddess's will better than anyone else, and insists they don't need Lee Chang-seon or Joachim. Calling out to Louis, he demands that he come immediately so they can begin preparing the scripture. Meanwhile, Curly walks along the street with the 2 letters the general handed him. He smirks and says the board has been set, and now all that's left is to cross the Rubicon River. Sometime later, Lee Chang-Sun stands inside his treasure room, unsure whether to laugh or sigh as he watches Cadmos feasting on legendary armor. Cadmos' satisfaction level keeps rising, and his flame heart grows stronger. He breathes fire onto the Yeti King's cherished treasures, melting and drinking them like soup. Chang-Sun wonders how Cadmos is even able to use breath, a skill usually exclusive to high-ranking dragon races who have mastered their element. Cadmos' breath might not be as powerful as those dragons, but combined with pitch-black darkness, it's nothing to scoff at. He realizes that Cadmos can melt, burn, and eliminate elements regardless of their properties, and this baby dragon already has that power. The fact that he's grown in size too, and it hasn't even been 24 hours since he hatched, is insane. Cadmos bounces over to play with Chang-Sun, who thinks the dragon is devouring a bit too much, but it's worth the investment. He believes that creating pitch-black darkness is the same as creating divinity, and continuously generating it enables the use of multiple techniques, just like Mephistopheles. That's the core requirement to become Mephistopheles' disciple. Jean shows up behind him wide-eyed and says it's his first time seeing a real dragon. He reminds Chang-Sun that he promised to give him something once he returned. Chang-Sun asks if he's talking about the ghost horses. Jean nods and summons the Chilly Horse of Death, level 6, but the spell seems unstable and the horse goes berserk. Jean starts panicking, unsure of what went wrong as he tries to reverse the summon. Suddenly, Cadmos zips past Chang-Sun and lets out a sharp roar at the horse. The beast freezes in place and lowers its head like a scolded pup. Jean is stunned that Cadmos, even as a newborn, can exert pressure and unleash a dragon's fear. It's hard for him to believe that among all the spear ghosts, this one was a king, a leader of its bloodline, yet it crumbles before Cadmos in seconds. He says it took him 2 full nights to tame that horse, and Cadmos did it in the blink of an eye. Chang-Sun casually tells him it's no ordinary dragon, it's a demonic dragon. Jean, still in awe, says even so, he's still got a long way to go before he can catch up to Chang-Sun. Chang-Sun asks him if there's anyone in their group skilled in stealth, and shows Jean a picture of Mireille Aliano. He tells him that once she leaves the ballroom, they need to tail her without revealing their presence, even in a crowd. He explains that she holds the 5th cryptic scripture. As night falls, the party kicks off in a grand ballroom. 2 people chat about whether Tyrant will show up. One of them says he probably backed out after hearing Henri would be there. The other turns to Henri, who's clearly irritated. Just then, the sharp clatter of horseshoes echoes across the marble, and all heads turn as Lee Chang-Sun enters atop the Chilly Horse of Death, walking through the grand entrance like a true king. Lee Chang-Sun makes a badass entrance, and while some guests roll their eyes and call him an attention seeker trying too hard to be the main character, Mireille Aliano is visibly amused by his summon. She asks about its species, saying she's never seen anything like it before, which surprises everyone. They can't believe the most skilled sorcerer among the rookies doesn't recognize the creature. Whispers ripple through the ballroom as people note that no one ever mentioned Tyrant being a summoner or a tamer. The horse gives off stronger energy than most dungeon bosses, which only adds to the confusion. Then Cadmos makes his grand entrance, stealing even more attention. Guests are stunned to find out that the dragon also belongs to Lee Chang-Sun. It makes them question how someone known for hand-to-hand combat and weapon mastery can summon such powerful magical beasts and even control a dragon. It defies common sense since excelling in 2 completely different classes, especially at that level, is nearly impossible. Fang arrives and greets Cadmos, calling him Moss, saying she gave him a nickname. She then asks Chang-Sun about the horse, and he casually tells her it's nothing special before reversing the summon, making it vanish in smoke. That move creates just the distraction he needs to hide his household members in Mireille's shadow. Chang-Sun recalls that Jung Yujin once told him at the Ghoul Den that Mireille Aliano possesses the 5th scripture. He didn't get any more details, so he has to uncover the rest himself, but at least he managed to bait her, and that's a solid first step. He knows Mireille is the fiancée of Henri Blanc, who's often compared to him in France and is extremely competitive. His plan is to provoke Henri through the media and let Mireille join the reaction naturally. Fang asks if he's really learned summoning arts, and Chang-Sun jokes that he thought Cadmos would feel lonely otherwise. She gives him a deadpan look, not buying it, and says he wouldn't bother with something so sentimental. He reminds her that he's not originally a warrior class and reveals that he's a mage, more specifically, a rune sorcerer. The gang is floored, and Fang asks how someone with a mage class can fight better than most warriors. Jaegal Hyunryung shows up and casually mentions that baby dragons like Cadmos are always hungry, no matter how much they eat, and asks if Chang-Sun is struggling to find enough food for him. He then offers to introduce him to a few people at the party and leads him over. Chang-Sun follows, still wondering who Jaegal Hyunryung really is, especially since he instantly recognized Cadmos as a demonic dragon. They approach 3 men who introduce themselves as Nicolas Fouquet from Revenant, Griezmann Adley from Youth Fountain, and Ludovico from Orlando. They're all top clans of France. Jigel Hyunryung suggests that since the rookies are here too, Lee Chang-Sun should greet them. Chung-sun wonders why Jagal is being so friendly and suspects he's plotting something, so he decides to observe quietly. Henri Blanc approaches and shakes his hand, saying it's an honor to meet his idol from when he was young. Then, trying to humiliate him, Henri releases Dead Dragon's rotten energy throughout the area, but Chang-Seon stands there smiling, completely unfazed. He calmly counters by releasing his own aura, instantly nullifying Henri's spirit and roar. Henri, shocked and shaken, can't believe he's being overpowered despite being the king of France. Chang-Sun's eyes glow as he transforms slightly and tells Henri that he has sensitive ears and accidentally overheard him trash-talking him and his comrades. He demands an explanation. The entire room falls silent, trembling. Cadmos supports him with Flameheart, and as a dragon, understands and communicates across all languages, even with objects. Nicolas Fouquet tries to step in, but Chang-Sun shuts him down, saying he asked Henri, not him. Henri, caught off guard, stammers that it was a misunderstanding. Chang-Sun returns to normal and says with a grim smile and glowing eyes that it was nice meeting him and that it seems they almost had a misunderstanding. After the interaction, Henri Blanc heads inside, fuming over how he, the next king, could be humiliated like that. He swears to kill Lee Chang-Seon. Two of his lackeys try to comfort him by complimenting him, but Henri sees through their empty words and thinks that after he beats the hell out of Chang-Jeon, they're next. He knows the dungeon will open in 2 days and believes that whatever trick Chang-Jeon used earlier won't help him inside. Meanwhile, Mireille reflects on what happened. Her divine contractor, Patron, urgently tells her to run and hide. Mireille asks who could possibly make a divine being say that. Patron tells her that Chang-Seon is someone both similar to and different from her, someone who could burn her away and kill them both. A chill runs through Mireille, but it's the fear leaking from Patron through their contract. She can't believe a mortal could terrify a divine being like that. Nicolas Fouquet approaches Henri and comments that his behavior was out of character. Henri insists he just wasn't in top form. Nicolas puts a hand on his shoulder and reminds him that, as an orphan, everything he has now is because of Revenant's support. If he ruins it, they'll take away everything he's built. Henri nervously nods and says he understands. 2 days later, they arrive at the dungeon. The status window informs them that to escape, they must board a train that stops at the center of the dungeon. Henri glances toward Chang-Seon and thinks that no matter how strong he is, he can't cross this dungeon alone. Chang-Seon mutters that it's hot, the opposite of the hill of the abominable snowman, and notes how the scorching days and freezing nights will make this dungeon brutal. Missing the train means death. He then recalls a conversation with the Emperor, who asked if he knows about Surtur. Chang-Seon replies that he does, the ruler of Muspelheim. The Emperor confirms and says Surtur died long ago, but the apocalyptic world he ruled now exists on Earth. Surtur, the giant king of fire, had once destroyed countless universes with that power. He was discovered one day, and with him, Muspelheim met its apocalypse. No one knows how he died, but there were plenty of rumors claiming it was karma catching up for all the universes he burned to the ground. This desert is a leftover piece of that world, its world-ending flame cranked to the max, demanding a bloody sacrifice. Lee Chang-Seon knows he needs to get his hands on Surtur's divine sword, Leviatine, a blade only the king of fire giants could wield. Back in the present, he thinks about how the key to reaching Raygarin, the place where the sword is kept, lies within the train. First, he has to gather all the hidden pieces scattered around the dungeon. If he can combine Jigwee's world-ending flame with Leviatine, he's sure he can restore the fire to its peak. But before that, he needs to figure out where the 5th cryptic scripture is. While Mireille focuses on the dungeon, she'll eventually drift away from the rest of the volunteers. He checks in with his shadow family member about her status. The report says nothing unusual, and Chang-Seon instructs them to keep a close watch. As the group pushes forward, Fang complains that she'd rather go back to the hill of the abominable snowman, and asks if they can at least ditch their armor. Suddenly, they're ambushed by members of the Tsurna clan. 2 of the clan's leaders, Kutagunda and Kansio, launch surprise attacks. They've come to kidnap the Child of Prophecy. Lee Chang-Seon quickly assesses the situation using Viper Eyes and confirms that all his party members are safe. His shadow family member reports that Mireille is under attack and asks for instructions. Without hesitation, Chang-Seon activates Jigwee's retainer and shoots through the air toward her, shouting for Baekgyeol to follow and telling the shadow to keep him updated on Mireille's location. Out of nowhere, an ambush hits him, assassin weapons flying straight at him. The attacker is a girl from the Tsurna clan, surprised that he can track her weapons mid-air. She mutters that the rumors about him must be true, and admits she planned to end his life quickly, but now she's interested in adding him to her collection. She also mentions their patron has taken an interest in him. Constellations start commenting excitedly as the battle begins. Lee Chang-Seon lashes his whip to pin her to the ground, then leaps and slashes down with Split Tiger, barely grazing her face. She smirks, saying he's not bad if he managed to scar her precious skin. Suddenly, a giant centipede rises behind her. She tells him that now he won't just become part of her collection. Chang-Sun eyes the grotesque creature and thinks the Void Monarch is usually aggressive, but something about today feels off. He's way more hostile than usual. His thoughts shift to the centipede's master, Shuo-Yong, a tranquil star and one of the 72 earthly fiends like the Void Monarch. They never got along, but for Shuo-Yong to appear here and now, acting this hostile, seems too perfectly timed. It's almost like he's desperately trying to hide something. Lee Chang-Sun wonders if Shuo-Yong is also after the cryptic scripture. It makes him think that maybe the Void Monarch has kept the information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of San hidden from the rest of the Ziwei Do show, and now Shuo-Yong is moving on his own after others started catching on. This could be his chance to pit the Void Monarch and Shuo-Yong against each other, stirring chaos within the Ziwei Do show. If things go right, he might even be able to seal one of those gods. He calls out to Cadmos to cover him and activates Bloody Haze, revealing all the hidden soldiers lurking nearby. The assassin stares in disbelief, wondering how a baby dragon can cast a grand spell like that, one typically reserved for A rankers or higher. It becomes clear that the clan launched the assassination attempt without truly understanding the threat they were dealing with. As the hidden soldiers are forced into the open by Bloody Haze, Lee Chang-Sun leaps into the sky, dual weapons in hand, and summons his undead horse army. With a commanding voice, he orders them to wipe out every last enemy in sight. Jean orders the other family members to kill everyone on the spot, and together they make quick work of the remaining soldiers. He turns to Lee Chang-Sun and asks what he thinks of the family's performance, wondering if they're useful. Lee Chang-Sun is surprised by how quickly Jean has absorbed the ghoul leader's blood magic, putting him on par with the White Tiger's Gildal. But with Jean being slightly superior, it's fair to say he's a step above the goblin subjugator. Jean notices Chang-Sun's expression and asks what that look is about, since he seems like he doesn't want to admit it. Lee Chang-Sun keeps a straight face and tells him that after seeing how he handled things in the ghoul den, it's only natural to expect more, so he should work harder. Jean poos and says his feelings are hurt, but before he can finish, Lee Chang-Sun casually reverses the summon, making Jean and the horses vanish. The wounded assassin begs him to kill her and end her misery, but Chang-Sun's attention shifts to the argument breaking out between the giant bug and the tiger. He thinks the members of Ziwei Do Shu haven't changed at all. They still treat their priests and clerics as disposable tools to boost their own wealth and status. Now they're showing interest in him just because they believe they can expand their congregation through him. He can tell the Void Monarch has taken the bait, and honestly, he doesn't mind if that monarch keeps the tiger, who's been trapped in hardship, in check. Since the Void Monarch has recently stopped hiding his obsession with him, Lee Chang-Sun considers pushing him into cracking the foundation of Ziwei Do Shu itself, maybe even dragging a constellation down with him. As he flies off, he remembers the assassin's words about their 2 targets, kidnapping Mireille and assassinating him. He finds it almost laughable that 2 separate clients hired them for this. He suspects Kang Wuchen, but even if he arranged it, he's likely just a middleman. The real culprits are probably Division Chief Shim Jianho or Director Kim Yun-sung. What catches him off guard is that the Illuminati tried to target him too, even after he rejected Joachim's offer. Maybe the order came from the opposing faction. Either way, as he continues flying, he knows one thing for sure. It's going to be a headache, but he's not about to let it slide if they come after him like this. Lee Chang-Sun spots the resting area oasis and looks down to find some Tsurna clan members carrying Mireille. Since his mission is to rescue her, he activates his stealth and carefully hides his presence. He moves swiftly through the crowd, burning the enemies to a crisp one by one, but just as he's about to strike the one holding Mireille, the target vanishes before his eyes. Out of nowhere, a large beam shoots down at him. He manages to block it just in time and remains safe. When he looks up, he sees a girl standing atop a palm tree. She remarks that he actually dodged the solo Scarlet, and Lee Chang-Sun immediately starts to sweat, realizing she's incredibly dangerous. The pressure she exudes reminds him of his encounter with Gaeon Cheonho Moonseong, the unmistakable aura of someone who has reached the pinnacle of human strength. She is the king. Meanwhile, Henri Blanc rides his dragon through the battlefield, eliminating members of the clan as he searches for Mireille. Shin Yunseo holds her ground, defending herself with a shield, while Wu Hyabin counters their attacks with precise dagger strikes. Blue Wolf, observing the chaos, thinks that hiring Sir Naruka and even eliminating France's volunteer medic squad points directly to Constantine's scheme. Enraged, he lets out a fierce roar and transforms into the divine beast Blue Wolf. Just then, the train finally arrives, and a message appears saying that all participants who wish to clear the dungeon mission must board immediately. Back at the fight, the murder queen Chenstokoa says that judging by his face, it looks like he's figured out who she is. Lee Chang-Sun recognizes her as the murder queen Chenstokoa, the Black Holy Mother who guides the dying to a peaceful death. He thinks about that terrifying demon face skill that once gave him a massive headache back when he was the twilight of the gods. She can easily unleash Shuiyang's traits and authority, demon face. He starts calculating his chances of winning. Even if he were to squeeze out every bit of the stigma's divinity, resonate and unlock the magic of the fish intestine sword and the evil dragon Snaggletooth to their limits, and summon his household members to fight many against one, he would still lose to her. A high ranker at Duke rank might stand a chance, but the human limit of king rank is still too much. The murder queen taunts that it looks like he's already got his tail between his legs. She was looking forward to a good match after a long time. Lee calmly tells her that's because he doesn't plan to be the one fighting her. She raises an eyebrow and asks if there's another opponent besides him. He closes his eyes and says it's about time for him to show himself, and adds that Mireille Aliano has a cryptic scripture. Suddenly, Jaegil Hyunryung rushes in like lightning and appears next to Lee. He asks how Lee knew he was there. Lee replies that it's obvious, since Jaegil always follows him, knowing wherever he goes, the cryptic scripture will be nearby. Jaegil laughs and compliments Lee on his sharp observation skills, then asks what to do next. Lee tells him to buy him some time while he finds Mireille. Jaegil thinks he's probably dancing to Lee Chang-Sun's sly tune again, but he doesn't mind it. He says he can't refuse if Lee asks like that and thinks that Lee might have already figured out who his patron is. The divine being with nasty golden eyes, the Buddha, opens his eyes and boosts Jaegil's power as he transforms into the Monkey King. Lee Chang-Sun grins in excitement because he didn't expect him to have such a powerful patron. Considering that the power of gods and stars comes from mortal faith, the Monkey King is one of the few truly significant figures. If Jaegil is the apostle of someone like that, then why is he pretending to be a household member of the Void Monarch? Regardless, one thing is clear, he's nothing short of king rank. The queen puts on an angry mask and sneers, wondering how an old man whose name she doesn't even know could be a threat. Jaegil smirks and tells her that she must have hearing problems, then asks if she's the type to blast music through her earphones at full volume. Lee Chang-Sun sees the opening and orders his household member to kill the one carrying Mireille. The target is swiftly taken down, and the member reports that the task is done. Baek Gye-wool appears right after to shield Mireille. The queen screams in fury and charges in a rampage, demanding that Jaegil Hyunryung step aside, but he casually replies that her hearing really must be broken, and reminds her that the young man clearly asked him to stop her. The two clash again, their battle shaking the area. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun grabs Mireille and makes his way out, only to be ambushed by more assassins. Baek Gye-wool instantly wipes them out, clearing a path. Lee thinks that if the train leaves, there's no telling when the next one might come. Levitain said the train's first stop is the boiling hell in the station's underground dungeon, and while rescuing Mireille was the priority, he can't afford to miss the chance to claim the sword. The fifth cryptic scripture is nearly in his hands, but giving up Levitain isn't an option. A message pops up in front of him, flashing that the train will depart in 5 minutes. Lee Chang-Sun is still being tailed by assassins, and though he wants to eliminate them, he knows he has a train to catch, so he keeps pushing forward. The constellations start chatting, suggesting he throw Mireille off and focus on the train instead. He scoffs to himself, thinking they never change. They only care about mortals who spark their interest and nothing more. One constellation urges him to join the side of absolute evil rather than the hypocritical virtuous side. Chang-Sun admits there's some truth in their words, since every action of his ends up as an achievement. Still, if he abandons Mireille now, there's a strong chance Minerva will be disappointed with him after what happened with Gemini, and since he hasn't benefited from her support yet, he needs to maintain that connection a little longer. Mireille finally wakes up, and Lee Chang-Sun tells her that given the circumstances, he'll be brief, and asks why Tsernaruka is targeting her. She says she's not entirely sure, but he insists that there must be a reason for them to come after her this relentlessly. She suddenly recalls something from 2 years ago, how she followed her archaeologist father into a mysterious ancient ruin and found a ring. That day she heard a voice and formed a contract with a patron. Since then, she, who had absolutely no talent before, gained a natural ability for summoning sorcery. The problem was that her father began treating her like a thief who stole something precious and even tried to kill her. That's when Henri Blanc saved her. Lee Chang-Sun realizes that must be the key. If her father turned on her, it means he was likely possessed by a calamity. He asks if she can give him the ring, since that's what the clan is after, and without it, they might leave her alone. She refuses, saying the ring is sacred, and connects her to her patron. He activates Inferno Sight and warns her that if she won't give it up, he has no choice but to abandon her. Terrified, Mireille looks into his eyes as he calmly asks her again what her decision will be. She hesitates, then slowly hands over the ring. Just then, her patron calls out, begging her not to give it up. But before she can change her mind, Lee Chang-Sun takes the ring and tosses her down. He tells her that he'll return it after dealing with the ones chasing them. Baek Gye-wool rushes in and catches Mireille just in time as the boarding deadline hits and the train starts to depart. He calls out to Lee Chang-Sun, but Chang-Sun tells him to go ahead, promising he'll catch up after finishing things on his end. As Baek Gye-wol heads toward the train with Mireille, Chang-seon stays behind, slipping the ring onto his finger. He mutters that they were only after the ring, but they're already too late. The ring responds to Peter's key and unlocks, allowing him to acquire the 5th of the 7 cryptic scriptures. Just then, a violent gust of wind blows through the area, swallowing everyone into it and dragging them into an instant dungeon known as Tempest Hell. Forgotten starlight floods the space, and under the sheer spiritual pressure, all the lesser enemies are instantly crushed. The dungeon master awakens, and the divine being known as the Tempest-hating daughter reveals herself. Lee Chang-sun receives a quest to kill her in order to complete his mission and lift the curse. He activates Inferno Sight and mutters that this entire situation is absolutely insane. Lee Chang-sun thinks that he's only facing the residual thoughts right now and wonders just how terrifying the main body of Tempest must be. Tempest looks at him and says she's impressed a mortal like him is still standing. She adds that she smelled Palilad's star on him and asks if that's what helped him survive. He asks if she knows Palilad's star, and as he pieces things together, he realizes that if she can sense the pitch-black darkness, she must also know Mephistopheles. Tempest says she definitely knows her, calling Palilad's star the absolute will of their night and a pitiful existence who was constantly hunted during that dark era. Lee Chang-seon recalls the cryptic message from the battle between Minerva and Gemini about day or night that he hadn't fully understood back then. Tempest licks her lips and says if she hadn't smelled Palilad's star on him, she would have killed him already. But since he hasn't formally taken Palilad's star as his patron, she says she's still free to kill him. Lee Chang-seon summons Jean, who appears and immediately says he's out of his mind for fighting the shadow of a star. Jean notes that she's radiating energy similar to ghouls and says that if he can devour her, he could easily rise several ranks. Tempest, now furious, calls them cocky bastards and unleashes her world-ending Tempest Whip. Cadmos bursts onto the scene, drooling, and tells Lee it looks like he's found a tasty snack. Cadmos casually opens his mouth and swallows the entire attack like it's nothing, raising his progress to 21.6%. He grins and says he'll reward Lee for the meal, then gathers a huge fireball in his breath and fires it at Tempest, instantly disintegrating half her body. Drooling, Cadmos stares at her and says she looks delicious. The divine beings begin whispering again about Cadmos as he bites into the Tempest and starts devouring her alive. Her screams echo in agony, but Cadmos doesn't stop. Lee Chang-sun watches in disbelief, thinking that Cadmos is truly a dragon that devours stars. Even if Tempest was just a fraction of her true self, she was still a real threat to him and the household. Yet Cadmos treated her as if she were just another snack. It makes sense now why he had such an appetite for the king's artifacts, which all carried the weight of divine histories, legends, and heroic tales. With that kind of hunger, it's no wonder the gods and stars are reacting this way. To them, Cadmos is a living threat to their pride and very existence. Cadmos's progress shoots up to 26.9% as he keeps devouring Tempest piece by piece. Jean comes up behind Lee Chang-seon and nervously asks if he's ever wronged him somehow, saying he'll fix it if he did. Chang-sun glances at him and says it's because he's scared Cadmos might start drooling over household members now. Jean quickly tells him this isn't something to joke about and asks how he can allow his pet to eat one of them. Chang-seon reassures him with a smirk that he has no intention of abandoning the household after everything he did to build it. Meanwhile, Tempest starts fleeing in terror, screaming at Cadmos to stay away, but the baby dragon just chases after her, drooling and looking hungrier than ever. Lee Chang-seon wonders if Cadmos has always been this powerful, but realizes it could be a matter of compatibility. Cadmos's element is pitch-black darkness, and since darkness naturally devours light, this match is in his favor. Cadmos's progress shoots even higher, hitting 42.6% as he begins to swallow Tempest whole. Chang-seon opens his inventory and pulls out a snowfield rapier, saying it's a shame to use it like this, but he needs a weapon of that level to channel pitch-black darkness properly. He infuses it with blood manipulation and poisons it, transforming the rapier's form as it completes the arrow of the demon of destruction. Without hesitation, he fires it straight at the Tempest. The arrow strikes Tempest and shatters her other arm, making her scream in rage and agony. She yells at Lee Chang-seon that she'll kill him, but before she can say more, the Roots wraps around her from behind and shuts her mouth, telling her she's not allowed to act like that. Jean leaps into the air and slices her in half, and Chang-seon follows up with a clean strike from the evil dragon Snaggletooth, finishing Tempest off for good. A system message appears. He's achieved something unbelievable, gaining of the starlight. Flameheart rapidly surges and reaches 69%. He receives a wave of rewards for defeating Tempest, and the constellations and gods are in shock. 32 of them now want to appoint him as their apostle. He also gains the ability to combine world-ending fire with world-ending tempest. Cadmos flies around joyfully, surrounded by flames, and Lee Chang-seon feels his status has significantly risen. Now it's time to aim for emancipation and transcendence, the necessary steps to becoming a transcender. He successfully deciphers the 5th cryptic scripture of Hassan and unlocks its secrets. His level hits 50, finally qualifying him for the second-class change quest. Clenching his fist, he thinks he's waited so long to hear those words. His household members level up too, evolving into new forms. The second-class change quest begins, and Chang-Sun tells himself that this time he's going to complete it methodically, no matter what. After unlocking the system, he understands that depending on a player's actions and results, various achievements can be composed, divided into 5 categories: myth and legend, the highest tiers that only gods and stars can reach; folklore, for demigods seeking emancipation and transcendence; folktale, the realm of superhumans aiming to break past human limits; and finally, ordinary achievements earned by regular players for outstanding feats. He earns his first major achievement, Gaining of the Starlight. The beginning of his folktale is complete, and its narrative officially starts. Chang-Sun explains that a folktale is a story deeply imprinted in people's minds and passed through generations. It's the foundation for shaping belief systems and the structure of the world. Those who give birth to such stories are called heroes, and in today's terms, Ranker is just a modern name for that same title. He thinks it's good that he just earned one of the 4 achievements that make up a folktale, and now that he possesses the world-ending Tempest, it'll be easier to conquer the 4th cryptic scripture. The instant dungeon begins to close. Meanwhile, Baek Gyeowol pants heavily as he barely manages to board the train, having nearly used up all his magic trying to catch it. Henri Blanc rushes to Mireille, who can no longer sense her goddess, and grabs Baek Gyeowol's robe, demanding to know what he did to her. Baek tells him he doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's clear Henry means it in an accusing way. Henry shouts, furious, and Shin Yunseo snaps at him, calling him a lunatic and saying that no good deed goes unpunished with people like him. Nicholas watches from behind and notices that Jaegil Hyunryung is nowhere to be seen, and the 2 elders who came with him don't seem interested either. He wonders if it's time for the rookies humiliated by Lee Chang-Sun at the party to retaliate. Blue Wolf steps in and tells Nicholas to back off, but Nicholas warns him not to interfere since he's just an outsider. At that moment, Lee Chang-Sun returns and asks what they think they're doing after he risked everything to save Mireille. Nicholas curses under his breath, realizing he should have wrapped things up before Lee got back. Now that it's confirmed Lee is already a ranker, he knows better than to push further and tries to calm things down by calling it a misunderstanding. But Henri has other plans. Gritting his teeth, he asks Chang-Sun what he did to Mireille and then opens the dead dragon's vault. A massive bone dragon appears, merging with Henri and wrapping him in a powerful protective armor. Henry yells that Lee humiliated him earlier with a cheap trick and now he'll pay for it. He charges straight at Chang-Sun, and Nicholas shouts for him to stop, but it's too late. Lee calmly throws a punch at Henry's face but stops just before making contact. The shockwave alone shatters Henry's face mask. Chang-Sun looks at him and says coldly that he just called his teammates trash again. Lee Chang-Sun keeps beating Henry within an inch of his life, landing blow after blow without giving him a moment to breathe. His face turns into a swollen, bloody mess. Nicholas watches and thinks Lee has gotten way stronger than before. When Chang-Sun turns to face him and pulls out his daggers, Nicholas braces for battle, thinking there's no way someone can grow this powerful in just 3 days. He figures Lee must have been hiding his ranker-level skills all along. Otherwise, the skill monster's Crimson Heart wouldn't be ringing this loud. He activates the monster's Crimson Heart and charges at Chang-Sun, telling himself that now that it's come to this, he just needs to crush him. No matter how talented a rookie Lee is, he's still young and only a team leader. Nicholas thinks if he proves Revenant is stronger than White Tiger right now, it'll put an end to these disturbances and finally put that smug Jaegil Hyunryung in his place. As their weapons clash, Lee dodges his attacks with precision, and then in a single opening, he activates Viper Eye and 100% Bullseye to break Nicholas's core. He asks if all Revenant's higher-ups are this pathetic. He glares down at the other clan members and unleashes his tiger's aura, warning them that if anyone else wants to come at him, now's the time. Ludovico tries to calm him down, but Lee Chang-Sun scoffs and says he saw his teammates get threatened right in front of him, and now they want him to stay calm. He adds that if that's the logic, he'll beat everyone to a pulp and then ask them to calm down too. Ludovico tells him he's going too far, but Chang-Sun tells him if he doesn't like it, he can step up. Ludovico realizes that if Lee could take down Henry and Nicholas in seconds, no one else here stands a chance. He glances toward Iron Mask Griezmann, the demonic human with plenty of combat experience, thinking he might turn the tide. But Griezmann doesn't even look their way, clearly choosing to stay out of it. Ludovico has no choice but to back down and decides to pin all the blame on Revenant once they're out of this mess. He lowers his head and apologizes as a representative of France, hoping his sincere words will end things here. But he completely misjudges the man before him. Lee Chang-Sun, known as the Bloody Ruffian, just cracks his knuckles and grins, saying he hasn't even started yet. He tells Ludovico to clench his teeth, then punches him so hard it makes him remember exactly why that nickname exists. Lee Chang-Sun starts beating up the remaining clan members, and all that can be heard outside the train are their screams. Meanwhile, the queen laughs while standing in the craters left behind from her battle with the Monkey King. She admits she knew the hunt wouldn't be easy, but never imagined it would turn out like this. She looks at her broken masks and mutters that each one takes a year to create, and now several are gone. It's the first time she's been humiliated like this since her fight with the Immortal King. She refuses to accept the disgrace brought by her target and decides she can't just abandon the assassination. She pulls out her trump card, the Twisted Goblin's mask, and says she spent 10 years creating this persona specifically to kill the Immortal King. But now, to protect the foundation of Tsarnaruka, she must kill Lee Chang-Sun. She launches into the sky with lightning speed. Back on the train, Griezmann tells Lee Chang-Sun that it's enough. He's already made them pay for their big mouths, and now isn't the time for more chaos. Lee glances at him and says he'll take the back of the train, asking Griezmann to handle the front. Griezmann thanks him for understanding and orders the clan members to treat the wounded and move forward. Just then, a group of fire pterodactyls appear in the sky. They come under attack by a horde of pterodactyls and a herd of burnt wild beasts, all starving and rushing toward the train in search of food. Everyone on board prepares for battle. Lee Chang-Sun says the monsters are stuck in the desert and always hungry, so the desert train is like a buffet to them. He climbs to the top of the train and surveys the situation. The monsters enter a frenzy, their overall abilities increasing by 10%. Lee thinks that for creatures like them, whether they starve to death or die hunting, the result is the same, so they naturally go berserk. Knowing they can't afford more damage, he decides to end it fast. He unleashes flame lightning and burns all the monsters to ash, ending the wave in seconds. Elder Tae Hongak and the Skull Demon arrive, and Skull Demon comments that they all look exhausted after running a little. He brags that back in his day, they fought 3 days and nights without rest, and were just fine. Yunso calls him out, saying he has no right to talk since he sat back and watched the whole wave. Lee Chang-Sun tosses a scroll at Skull Demon, saying it's a copy of the cryptic scripture or whatever Mireille had. Skull Demon asks how he's supposed to trust him. Lee tells him to go ahead and send it to Korea, and he'll find out soon enough. Tae Hongak says that if he's lying, they can just rip him apart. Jean speaks to Lee Chang-Sun telepathically, saying this is a good way to shake off annoying pursuers. Lee thinks that during the Tempest Hell raid, he already deciphered the real scripture and absorbed its power. What he handed over is a fake, transcribed by Jean and the household members. He figures it'll take White Tiger a few years to even begin to decipher it, and they still won't gain anything from it. As they near the first station, Lee says he can't afford more troublesome baggage chasing after him. Jean then asks where the Levantine sword is, and Lee tells him it's located underground at the Boiling Hell station, right where Surtur's main artery begins. Skull Demon asks why Lee Chang-Sun is handing the scripture over so easily, and if he's saying they got what they came for and should leave. Lee tells him that's exactly what he means. As they finally arrive at Boiling Station, Lee tells him to take the scripture and get lost because he's becoming an eyesore. Tae Hongak doesn't take that well and says it's irritating to hear. Skull Demon starts unwrapping his bandages and asks if Lee can handle what he just said. Tae Hongak demands clarification and asks if Lee just told them to get lost. Lee replies that not only does Tae already struggle to talk, it now seems like he can't hear either. Tae Hongak snaps and pulls back his fist, ready to strike, but Jaegal Hunryung appears and says he thought he could finally get some rest and asks what all the fuss is about. He tells Goliath Demon not to stir up unnecessary chaos. Tae Hongak calls Jaegal an evil warrior and says this has nothing to do with him, even if he's interested in taking Lee as his disciple. Jaegal says it's true he's interested in the kid, but that's beside the point. Right now, he's only stepping in as a fellow elder to stop them from embarrassing themselves by getting wrecked by someone younger. Tae Hongak doesn't get what he means, so Jaegal tells them bluntly that Lee Chang-Sun will beat them up. He adds that he won't interfere if they still want to go through with it despite his warning. Skull Demon and Tae Hongak are stunned, unable to believe they'd lose to a rookie who's been a player for less than half a year while they've been around for decades. Jaegal reminds them of the rule not to disgrace the White Tiger's name or let the honor of the elders be tarnished. As the vice leader of the Council of Elders, he won't tolerate any violation of that. His expression hardens and he speaks more seriously, saying the council exists as the unbreakable claw, and once a claw breaks, it's discarded, so they'd better not take his warning lightly. Lee gets off the train and tells the L team to move with him. He adds that he hopes those two are gone by the time they return. Tae Hongak, boiling with rage, lunges at him, but before anyone can see the movement, Lee lands a punch that sends Tae flying. He turns to Skull Demon and warns him that if he sees him tomorrow, he'll kill him too. Curly runs to the side of Tae Hongak's seemingly lifeless body. Lee suddenly appears behind Curly and says he almost forgot about him. Then he slaps him so hard he crashes onto the boiling rocks and coughs up blood, looking like he might be dead. Henri Blanc finally wakes up on the train and looks around to see the bodies of his clanmates scattered all over. He asks the director what just happened. Mireille, still unable to sense the goddess that once lived in her ring, wonders where she went. Nicola tells Henri that it was the tyrant's doing and that he's incredibly strong. He admits that even he couldn't stand up to him and says there's something they need to do. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun stands above, staring down at the boiling ground beneath him. He recalls a conversation he had with the Emperor, who told him that the stone desert isn't really a desert. Technically, the entire dungeon is Surtur's corpse, and the stone desert is just the skin of the dead Surtur. Chang-Sun had asked the Emperor about the monsters there. If it's just a corpse, how could monsters still live in it? The Emperor explained that Surtur was the king of giants and ruler of Muspelheim, and while he doesn't compare to the Emperor, he had definitely earned his title. So, it's not surprising that life would still linger in his remains. He added that going underground would be like tearing through Surtur's muscles and flowing through his blood vessels. When Chang-Sun asked about Rhaegarden, the Emperor said it's an important armory containing Surtur's and Muspelheim's treasures, and it's also where his powers manifest. It wouldn't be left somewhere insignificant. It's located in the heart, and to reach it, Chang-Sun would need to follow the blood vessels. Back in the present, Chang-Sun looks at the massive corpse of Surtur and thinks it's still unbelievable, even for a giant. A message pops up saying the apocalyptic wind in his stigma skill has been awakened. Suddenly, the Tempest-hating daughter appears behind him and asks what exactly he is. She says she has been keeping an eye on him ever since she got trapped there and finds it baffling that he deciphered one of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San and that he's connected to the Palilad star. But the most incomprehensible thing to her is something else. She asks how on earth he has the scent of Lee Taka on him. Chang-Sun is confused, wondering why Lee Taka's name is being brought up now. He then remembers the moment Cadmos died. Cadmos stands atop a dragon, impaled by numerous weapons, and looks back at Chang-Sun, telling him that from now on, he will be Cadmos. He collapses to the ground, and Chang-Sun, crying his eyes out, yells that he doesn't need a weird-ass name. Cadmos, bleeding heavily, calls him a wicked rascal and grits his teeth, saying why can't he just say thank you politely for once. He tells him that he's going to accept it anyway, so why bother asking for a beating? Lee Chang-Sun tells Cadmos that he'll accept it and asks him to stop rambling since he's bleeding too much. Cadmos chuckles and tells him that from now on, Lee Chang-Sun will become Cadmos, and it's his responsibility to take care of her. He asks him to protect Lee Taka, saying that while she's full of pride, she's actually fragile. With that, Cadmos finally says his farewell and passes away. Lee Taka was the first patron Lee Chang-Sun served under in Arcadia, the star that old man Cadmos entrusted to him with his dying breath. Lee Taka says she hates Lee Chang-Sun and blames him for Cadmos' death. That hatred and resentment is mutual, yet despite everything, Lee Taka became his patron. He inherited the name Cadmos and became her apostle because he couldn't ignore the old man's dying wish. The two shared a common goal that kept them bound together, to never let the old man's killers walk free. Even while on the verge of death, Cadmos protected Lee Taka's starlight, though countless gods and stars lusted after it and waited for the right moment to strike. Eventually, a war broke out that swept across Arcadia. Through the chaos, Lee Taka and Chang-Sun grew closer, forming a twisted love-hate relationship. But one day, the world decided to take that bit of happiness away too. Lee Taka died in battle. Back in the present, Lee Chang-Sun thinks it's a good thing the voice of the Tempest-hating daughter didn't reach the gods. If the Void Monarch had heard the name Lee Taka, things could have gotten messy, so maybe this is for the best. He sighs and asks the Tempest how she knows that name. She replies that it would be strange if she didn't. She's her mother. She says she hates her, even if she is her mother, because she's the one who led her to death. Lee Chang-Sun connects the dots and realizes that Lee Taka's divine name must have been Tempest. The Tempest-hating daughter says it's her mother's fault that she ended up trapped and tormented even after death, enslaved like this. When the Divine Punishment Trial declared her guilty just for being born of the Radiant Star, her mother never came for her. In the end, her sentence was carried out, and she woke up imprisoned within the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. Since then, she's fought off countless enemies drawn to the starlight within her. The more she tried to escape Tempest Hell, the more her resentment toward her mother grew. Chang-Sun asks what exactly the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan are. She admits that she doesn't know either. When she first opened her eyes, she was already trapped here. But one thing she's sure of is that this place is an impenetrable prison, like a whole world that can't be broken down. Lee Chang-Sun wonders if Lee Taka had separated parts of her uncontrollable power into avatars, calling them her daughters, and locked them away. There are 7 cryptic scriptures and 7 daughters of Lee Taka. He begins to suspect that the 7 cryptic scriptures are actually divine sealing tools used to imprison those 7 daughters. Lee Chang-Sun wonders if the Void Monarch has been collecting the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan to decipher and monopolize them. The Void Monarch once admired his strength back when he worked under Ziwei Do Shu, and after figuring out that Lee Taka was the source of Chang-Sun's power, he became obsessed with obtaining her starlight sealed inside the scriptures so he could use it to evolve. Chang-Sun realizes that the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan are actually divine sealing tools that imprison Lee Taka's daughters, and if the countless royal tiger's calamities contained within them were fragments of Lee Taka's starlight, There's no way he wouldn't have noticed it by now. He understands that there's more to this than he currently knows. For now, he needs to focus on finishing the 4th scripture. He thinks about raiding the Ghoul Den again and checking what's on the final floor no matter what. One of the 5 rulers of the Ghoul Den, the Betraying Souls, could very well be one of Lee Taka's daughters. It's also possible that the Royal Tiger's calamity is functioning as the bars corrupting and imprisoning her daughters and may be directly connected to Sun. The Void Monarch has been collecting Lee Taka's daughters while the rest of the gods and stars of Ziwei Do Shu remained clueless. However, if Sui Yang has been tracking the Void Monarch's suspicious actions, he might know exactly what he's after. Chang-Sun decides that he needs to proceed with the plan to raid the Ghoul Den and seal Sui Yang so he can interrogate him and uncover the truth. But to do all that, he needs more power. Even if he can compete with most high-rankers now, he needs Levitain. He tells Jean that they need to push forward with the raid as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jago looks at the beaten Tai Hongok and says he should have listened when he warned both him and Skull Demon. He lifts his leg and crushes Tai Hongok, muttering that maybe he'll start listening in the afterlife. Jagal turns to Skull Demon and tells him to take the scroll Changxion gave him and leave. Skull Demon hesitates, saying they haven't even confirmed if it's real. Jagal tells him it is, and there's nothing to worry about. Skull Demon thinks that if the infamous evil monarchical warrior, Jagal Hunryung, the man with the most knowledge in the Elder Council, says it's real, then it has to be. He nods and says he'll take his leave, then asks Jagal what he plans to do next. Jagal says since it's a business trip, he's going to stay here. But the cryptic scripture matter is important, so he tells them to hurry up and leave. He activates his logout scroll and disappears. Jagal thinks the Skull Demon is blinded by greed and won't last long either. He hopes Lee Chang-Sun will be the key to breaking the chains that bind them all. The L-Team and Lee Chang-Sun head out. Luncio complains that it's too hot and asks Lee Chang-Sun if he can turn on the AC. He uses his wind ability and tells her to cut it out or he'll blow her away, which is exactly what she wanted, so the L-Team enjoys the cold wind from his power. Aaron notices Henri and his group glancing at them and says those rascals keep glaring. Yunseo tells him to ignore them since they aren't even worth the trouble. They finally find a shop and meet the owner, Jarapgu, who proudly tells them he sells everything from 1 honed to 1 billion hones, from rotten food to heavenly treasures. Wu Heben says the descriptions give her an icky feeling. Jarapgu asks the girls if they've decided what they want to buy. Yunseo says she wants an ice cream, and Jarapgu says it costs 10 hones, but he only accepts hones as currency. He tells them if they don't have any hones, they can leave. Yunseo thinks she wants a bamboo spear to impale him and teach him a lesson. Lee Chang-Sun hands over a list of items to Jarapgu and tells him to give him everything on the list plus whatever the kid asked for. Jarapgu is happy to see a big spender and tells him the total is 160,010 hones. He asks how Lee Chang-Sun wants to pay and suggests cash because the administration has been strict lately. Lee Chang-Sun asks to put it on credit since he has no cash. Jarapgu gets frustrated, slams his hands on the table, and asks if Lee Chang-Sun takes him for a fool just because he's a goblin. He threatens to blacklist him so he won't be able to buy anything at the next station. Lee Chang-Sun says he's going to open Raygurin, and if Jarapgu's not interested, there's nothing he can do and that he'll find another shop, so he asks Haiben to come along. Jarapgu shouts to make him stop and asks if it's true that he's going to the Giant King's treasury. Lee Chang-Sun remembers the Emperor's words telling him that if things don't go well at the first station, and he has to move to the second, there's still something he shouldn't miss, the shopkeepers at each station. He knows he has to win their favor. The Emperor explains that those shopkeepers are watchmen and descendants of the giants who honor the last king's spirit and await his glory. There's a legend among the watchmen that by opening Raygurin, the ancient giant race's glory can be restored. In the dungeon, which can be considered Surtur's corpse, they guard his tomb, aiming to open the heart treasury of the giant king located deep underground. Lee Chang-Sun asks the Emperor if that's really possible. The Emperor says realistically it's not. Just existing in that dungeon means they're already dead. The souls of the giants have long since gone to the underworld or been destroyed. Like everything inside the dungeon, they're just repeating actions shaped by lingering remnants of thought. However, Raygurin is the real deal, and so is their belief in that legend. He suggests that if Lee Chang-Sun works with the shopkeeper's desires, it'll be much easier for him to get what he wants. Back in the present, Chang-Sun says if there's no way to buy things on credit, there's no point in sticking around. Jarapgu stops him and asks again if he's really going to open Raygurin. Lee Chang-Sun asks if there's another Raygurin they might be talking about. Jarapgu confirms if he's really going to the Giant King's treasury and asks how he plans to do it. Lee Chang-Sun asks why he should tell him that. The goblin looks frustrated and says, since he wants credit, he needs to be sure Lee Chang-Sun will come back before making his decision. Lee Chang-Sun calls out to Harold and asks him to come on out. Harold comes out and tells Lee Chang-Sun to stop calling him at times like these since this place isn't even under his jurisdiction. Lee Chang-Sun says if it bothers him, he can send another admin. Harold agrees but thinks to himself that of all the people, Lee Chang-Sun is classified as a prospective talent, one of the top tiers among prospects. and despite having no patron, he's showing remarkable growth at the fastest rate. The 12 zodiacs are interested in him, and reports about him are in such high demand they can't keep up. Being in charge of Lee Chang-Sun gives Harold significant influence in the administrative bureau, so he can't let him team up with another admin. As his position improves, Harold has a lot to gain, so he just has to keep following him around. Jarap-gu meets Harold and says Lee Chang-Sun is a talent guaranteed by the administrative bureau, and is a tier 3 perspective at that. Jarap-gu agrees to sell him goods on credit and asks Lee Chang-Sun to follow him, but tells Hee-bin to stay in the shop. Lee Chang-Sun hands Hye-bin ice cream and tells her he'll be away until tomorrow, asking her to take as many quests as she can from Jarap-gu and earn as many hones as possible in the meantime, since these will be useful for the raid and the future. Henry and his group watch Jarap-gu and Lee Chang-Sun head to the back, and Henry says he's never seen or heard of Jarap-gu leaving the shop to guide a player before. They wonder how they'll get quests while he's gone. Nicholas starts to panic, saying if they can't get quests because Jarap-gu is away the entire time the train is at the station, they'll be in big trouble. He thinks that Jarap-gu personally guiding a player means it's a very important hidden quest, and if it's that big, he can't handle it alone. That's when they'll jump in, pretending to help. Nicholas reminds himself that this dungeon belongs to the French, and he can't let a foreigner run around freely. Meanwhile, in Jarap-gu's absence, Administrator Harold temporarily takes charge of the shop in Boiling Hell. Harold tells them he holds no grudge, but he's already busy, and being forced here annoys him, so he indirectly warns them not to mess with him. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun heads down with Jarap-gu and notices he's being followed by some people. Jarap-gu looks up at the pursuers and says there are so many flies buzzing around. Lee Chang-Sun tells him to ignore them and keep moving forward. The constellations start their chatter, but Lee Chang-Sun thinks there's no need to deal with the pursuers just yet. Once they're down there, they'll be too busy trying to survive anyway. Besides, the murder queen of Cernaruka will definitely try to reclaim the 5th cryptic scripture, so he plans to lure them to Ragaran, a place so hidden that even players, gods, and stars can't peek inside, and take care of them there. They finally arrive at the gate that opens the path to Surtur's aorta. Looking past the gate, Lee Chang-Sun sees the boiling blood of the long-dead Surtur and thinks that if he can reach those blood vessels, he'll get to the heart where Ragaran is. Surtur really lives up to his name. Even after being dead for so long, his hot blood still flows. Lee Chang-Sun remembers his conversation with the Emperor, who told him that the Watchmen can't get any closer because to reach the heart, they'd have to dive into the boiling blood, but they're blocked from getting closer. Lee Chang-Sun asks the Emperor if he's confident that Lee Chang-Sun can do it. The Emperor says that's right because for someone who harbors both world-ending flame and Jigui, it'll feel like heaven. He tells him that he's the only one who can obtain Levitain. The effects take hold, removing all debuffs and curses from Lee Chang-Sun's body. He takes out an anti-fire pearl and swallows it, then activates his wings and says he's off now. Jarap-gu is amazed to see that Lee Chang-Sun is completely unaffected by the heat and curses as he starts flying into Surtur's boiling blood. Soon, warning signs pop up showing the anti-fire pearl's effect is dropping rapidly, and Lee Chang-Sun begins to feel dizzy and confused. He gets alerts to leave the area immediately, so he lands on a nearby rock and admits he thought it would be easier after acquiring the Tempest Wind, but it's not. Swimming across to the heart in this condition is practically impossible. Lee Chang-Sun decides that if he can't resist the heat, he'll just have to absorb it. He activates soul extortion and tries to pull remaining thoughts from Surtur's dead body, but the gap between them is too big, and he fails at first. Then he narrows his focus to only the necessary thoughts and succeeds. At the same time, he begins to absorb the surrounding heat and the giant's blood. Lee Chang-Sun thinks back to his conversation with the Emperor once again. He tells the Emperor that he now understands he has to get to where Ragaran is. He asks about Levitain choosing its own master and how he can prove his qualifications since it said only a giant can pull it out. The Emperor tells him he just needs to meet the requirements and asks what Lee Chang-Sun thinks a giant really is. He explains that people might imagine giants as aggressive beings who worship battle and have an intense desire for conquest, enough to overthrow entire civilizations. They are considered a transcendent species, but their numbers are so small that most of their stories weren't properly passed down. The Emperor adds that Muspelheim was much bigger than the stories suggest. Giants are kind of spirits. The world of Muspelheim was formed over eons from the primordial flame that appeared when the universe was created. Countless wills were born there, taking on identities over time and becoming spirits that formed the giant race. Unlike monsters who evolve from single cells to gain intelligence, giants are born with a will directly from the world itself, so they're essentially pieces of Muspelheim. Their traits reflect the eternally burning nature of Muspelheim. As spirits, they have great reasoning and judgment, but can never escape the will of Muspelheim. Their massive form exists simply because it suits battle, not because it's necessary. The Emperor then asks if it wouldn't be okay if Lee Chang-Sun became a giant himself. Even if he acquired giant traits, it wouldn't cause any major changes or stop him from gathering myths. In fact, it would let him create a unique myth no one else can achieve. Back in the present, Lee Chang-Sun acquires the traits of a giant. The mutation begins and his transformation progresses. After a long process of powering up and commentary from the constellations, Lee Chang-Sun finally evolves, and his world-ending flame also evolves into the giant's world-ending flame. He continues to transform further, gaining more giant abilities and other power-ups. He thinks that the Jigwee's demonic vessel and reinforced bone were just stepping stones to gaining Surtur's power, and that the real action starts now. His eye begins to glow as he senses Surtur's body. Looking toward the mountains, he spots the heart underground and feels like the world around him keeps changing and growing bigger. He dives into the molten lava and heads toward the heart. Using Viper Eye, he locates Rayguren's entrance and moves toward it. However, his body starts to overload. He stands on a nearby rock and realizes he still needs more power because the mutation is progressing much slower than expected. Lee Chang-Sun knows the spirit body is barely forming, and if he keeps pushing, he might tear himself apart. At this rate, not only will he fail to open Rayguren, but his transformation beyond humanity through shedding will also fail. He had calculated the time needed for gigantification with Thanatos, but even with Hassan's 7 cryptic scriptures and the pitch-black darkness, his skin isn't growing faster. His calculations were off, and he didn't expect to need more power for gigantification. He can only reap the benefits once the shedding is complete, but the rate is slow. Warning messages flash, showing his MP dropping below 50% and his mana below 30%, suggesting he leave immediately. Lee Chang-Sun stands his ground despite the pain worsening with every moment, knowing he might be in real danger. The mutation halts and his outer skin starts to warp. He calls out to Cadmos, realizing he's overloaded because he's shedding too much skin at once. If he uses pitch-black darkness to split the shedding into 2 stages, he might succeed. Cadmos stands atop his head as Lee Chang-Sun admits this is an all-or-nothing gamble. He plans how to survive and mutate faster, recalling the test Mephistopheles gave him, Flame Heart. If he can complete this heart, which allows unlimited generation of pitch-black darkness, it will increase his stamina. He knows failure means death, but survival could let him complete a body that would normally take 3 trips to different dungeons right here and now. Instead of using Flameheart as just support to supply pitch-black darkness to power the mana accumulation circuit, he decides to use it as his actual core, replacing his heart. He also plans to replace all the blood inside him with Surtur's blood and direct it all to his Flameheart. He also needs to rearrange the mana accumulation circuit around the Flameheart. If he succeeds, he will fully master Surtur's traits, making the giant's blood the source of all his physical and magical power, and even gain pitch-black darkness as an attribute. Meanwhile, the Tempest-hating daughter opens her eyes and wonders if he is really an ordinary human. Many mortals transcend their innate limits through talent or achievements, but most aim to become deities. No one wants to become a giant. He seems to be working toward some grand plan, but he's defying all logic. She thinks this man is dangerous, driven by a burning madness to succeed at any cost. A man who would give it all up without hesitation if it means reaching his goal, even if he loses everything in the process. He reminds her of her mother, and she suspects he will discard her once he finds her useless, so she plans to head to Mireille. She uses Tempest threads, hoping to find her. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun fully completes the first stage of shedding. His entire skin peels off, revealing his flesh and muscles. He undergoes structural metamorphosis and successfully becomes a giant. With the completion of the Flame Heart, the Brutal Heart is also created, and pitch-black darkness integrates into his mana. He says this alone is a tremendous change, but admits it's not enough. For complete stability, the second stage of shedding is necessary. He decides to push forward with the momentum gained from the first stage. Cadmos uses Blood Haze to bless and cheer him on. Lee Chang-Sun achieves a second mutation and completes Skin Metamorphosis. The first shedding was Bone Metamorphosis, the second shedding Skin Metamorphosis. This is his rebirth. With this, he enters an entirely new realm, and finally becomes eligible to pass through the Gate of Rayguren. He enters and encounters a few giants. One of them looks down on him and demands an answer, asking if he is the new successor of their deceased king. The giant says he carries the soul of a human but has a strong scent of their late king, which is why he was allowed to come despite suspicion. Lee Chang-Sun shouts back that he is Lee Chang-Sun, here to challenge them and seek Levitain. The giant acknowledges his words but says he will test whether he can back them up. He orders the other giants to clear the way, and tells Lee Chang-Sun that at the end of this path lies their fortress. If he can pass through and bring back Levitain, they will consider him one of their own, a brother by blood, and the successor of the king. Lee Chang-Sun thinks he needs to be recognized by the shadows of Muspelheim, and prove that he is worthy of being king. He reaches the gate and meets the gatekeeper, who says that usually just passing through that space terrifies most people. The guy who came before him was no different. Lee Chang-Sun asks if someone else came before him, and the gatekeeper tells him yes, they're near the 30th fortress by now. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that even with full preparations, the heat of Surtur's blood made it really tough. He wonders if a powerful being entered the dungeon with that person, or maybe another player from a different civilization passed through a different gate. He knows he can't let anyone snatch his chance to conquer Raygarin, so he has to hurry and catch up. The gatekeeper explains the rules for winning the matches and tells him he has no chance of defeating their warriors under normal conditions, so they'll fight under a disadvantageous handicap. Lee Chang-Sun thinks the gatekeeper is looking down on him, but figures he has no reason to refuse the handicap since he shouldn't get cocky right after shedding. The gatekeeper says to win, he either has to defeat the guardians, get acknowledged by them, or open the door to the next fortress. With that, he opens the door and wishes him good luck. Lee Chang-Sun enters and meets his first opponent, Gustav. They introduce themselves, and Gustav comments that Lee Chang-Sun has a unique name, hoping his skills are just as unique. Gustav says true warriors draw power from a healthy body and muscles, yet Lee Chang-Sun looks delicate, like he'd break with one strike to the side. Gustav tells him he'll only use his right hand since he's there to test Lee Chang-Sun's skills. If Lee Chang-Sun can make him use his left hand or force him to move from his spot, he wins. Before Gustav can say more, Lee Chang-Sun launches an attack. Gustav calls it dishonorable to attack while still talking, but counters anyway. Lee Chang-Sun explains he wanted to test his skills, so he should think of it as real combat. Gustav agrees, saying a defeat is a defeat whether by trickery or power, and that means he can go all out. Still, his pride won't let him go all out against a weakling like Lee Chang-Sun. They clash fiercely. Lee Chang-Sun recalls a past conversation with Oro, where he asked about any weaknesses the giants might have. Oro admits he hates to compliment the enemy, but giants don't really have weaknesses. Their one flaw is that they are simple-minded. Oro also tells Lee Chang-Sun that since he was once an abominable god, getting acknowledged by the Muspelheim giants won't be hard. Back in the present, Gustav acknowledges that despite having a human soul, Lee Chang-Sun has extensive combat experience, and asks how he managed that. Lee Chang-Sun tells Gustav that if he's so curious, he can just defeat him and find out. He thinks Oro was right. He's definitely piqued Gustav's interest, but the real question is how he can win since Gustav is too tough. Gustav asks if Lee Chang-Sun is trying to provoke him and admits that the more they fight, the more he likes him. Lee Chang-Sun gets a message saying he's gained the favor of the first gatekeeper. He realizes that as the fight continues, his awakening as a giant is complete, and his hellfire proficiency is catching up, so he feels satisfied. The moment he gained the giant's power, he thought the limits he had as a human were gone, but controlling the giant hellfire is far from easy. Its explosive power is overwhelming, and trying to solidify it into an aura to extend his blade is a struggle because it resists coalescing. This is probably because the hellfire grew stronger than expected after 2 sheddings and mixing with pitch-black darkness. He thinks if he can just maintain its form, he can push beyond its limits. He uses his viper eyes to study Gustav's movements and techniques, hoping for answers, but it's no use. Gustav stops attacking and points out it looks like Lee Chang-Sun is having a hard time controlling the flames. He laughs and says it's expected since Muspelheim's flames are notoriously hard to control, even for them, and offers to teach him if he's interested. Lee Chang-Sun asks if that's okay, and Gustav says yes because even if he teaches him, Lee Chang-Sun can't simply replicate it. It's all about muscles. No matter how fierce the flames are, they ultimately bow to the power of mighty muscles. Lee Chang-Sun thinks that if he keeps listening to Gustav, his brain might just turn into muscles as well. Suddenly, an idea hits him. Maybe he should try confining the hellfire instead of forcing control. Since hellfire naturally expands and explodes, maybe forcible control isn't the answer, especially mixed with unpredictable pitch-black darkness. He decides it's better to get advice, so he closes his eyes, connects to the subconscious world, and meets with Pulilad Gaze. He asks if there's something it needs to teach him, because if word gets out that the great demon's disciple was easily beaten by a giant, it won't look good for his reputation. Mephistopheles suddenly appears and calls him annoying, complaining that Lee Chang-Sun keeps bothering him over every little thing. Lee Chang-Sun thinks he's seen that face somewhere before and remembers Cha Ye-yun. Mephistopheles snaps his fingers and cuts off all communication with gods, stars, and the administrative bureau. Lee Chang-Sun is stunned by this, and can't believe he blocked the gaze of gods, stars, and the administrative bureau's interference. Maybe it's because he's fully awakened as a giant and his senses have sharpened, but he clearly feels an overwhelming otherworldly pressure. Lee Chang-Sun calls him master and says he thinks it's better to disturb him than to have him as a pathetic disciple. Mephistopheles tells him that if he couldn't fully digest the power, he was just going to discard him. But Lee Chang-Sun is growing much faster than expected, so he feels he's worth the effort. He asks Lee Chang-Sun to watch carefully because he won't explain it twice. Chang-Sun thinks there's nothing good about getting tangled up in sentimental master-disciple stuff, but he does feel a little annoyed that Mephistopheles didn't even react to being called master. Mephistopheles explains that pitch-black darkness is a power that devours everything and turns it into nothingness. Nothingness is the force that filled the world before the beginning of time. He tells him it's impossible, even for him, to contain pitch-black darkness with a brutal heart, so there's no way Lee Chang-Sun can do it. He continues, saying pitch black darkness naturally wants to return to its original place, the past, or even the beginning of time, and asks how Lee Chang-Sun can trap a wheel that turns the opposite way. Chang-Sun thinks the uncontrollable nature is similar to hellfire. He recalls the time they reversed a small loop of time in the underworld to send him back to Earth, and realizes pitch black darkness is of the same nature. Mephistopheles says pitch black darkness isn't about controlling but guiding, and that it's better to show rather than explain. Lee Chang-Sun looks back and sees Gustav frozen in time in one spot. He realizes the loop has stopped. Time, space, and the whole world around him are frozen, completely bound by Mephistopheles. He understands now why Mephistopheles blocked the gazes of gods and stars watching. He didn't just cut off communication, he froze the universe's time loop so no one is aware of what's happening. Lee Chang-Sun thinks this is a level impossible for most stars to reach, whether Minerva or the 12 zodiac signs. Mephistopheles' caliber is way beyond what he imagined. Mephistopheles demonstrates pitch black darkness by making Gustav disappear into a black mist, and a black hole appears where Gustav was standing. Lee Chang-Sun drifts into thought, realizing this is an entirely black void, the very emptiness that existed beyond the universe. He wonders if pitch black darkness is the power to summon the void and apocalypse. He had been chasing the potential and possibilities of pitch black darkness, but now feels he's touched on something truly ridiculous. Suddenly Gustav reappears. Mephistopheles tells him that even if he went berserk right now, he couldn't recreate what he just showed him. But since Lee Chang-Sun has witnessed it, he might find a way to control it. He says he has shown him how pitch black darkness moves and challenges him to try extracting and controlling it himself as the first step to properly managing the brutal heart. Then Mephistopheles disappears. Lee Chang-Sun realizes what he needed was proper cultivation of pitch black darkness. Since the brutal heart is shared with Cadmos, pitch black darkness will naturally be in control, so all he has to do is guide it properly. The same goes for hellfire. He must guide it rather than try to control it. Because pitch black darkness can't be contained, he has to draw its flow in the direction he wants. The constellations finally start chatting, curious about his interaction with the great demon. Suddenly, Lee Chang-Sun pulls out his spear and focuses his mental energy into the blade. He thinks that if hellfire couldn't be controlled because he only treated it as a tool, now that he sees hellfire as part of his body, as a giant formed by the flames of Muspelheim, it will naturally follow. His aura spear completes and he uses a spiral aura. Gustav is surprised that he twisted it into a spiral and layered Sarmatia on top. Lee Chang-Sun smirks and tells Gustav it was his mistake to show him Sarmatia. He attacks, pushing Gustav back and forcing him to use both hands. Gustav loses and accepts defeat, thinking that with this skill and growth speed, Lee Chang-Sun might be the one to answer their unspoken prayers. Meanwhile, Henri, Victor, Mireille, and others arrive at the gate where Lee Chang-Sun entered the blood vessel. They wonder if he really went through there and look around for another way. Meanwhile, Nicholas is lost in thought. He thinks that a rookie like Lee Chang-Sun, who hasn't even been in the player world for a year, is showing high-ranker skills. There must be some secrets that others don't know about. He remembers that he hasn't seen Griezmann since they arrived at this station, and suspects Lee Chang-Sun is definitely a demonic human like Griezmann. Both of them disappeared at the same time, almost as if they planned it. Nicholas thinks they might be meeting beyond this river of fire, plotting something that could put them all in danger. Suddenly, Mireille starts to feel strange and moves toward the gate. She connects with the Tempest's threads, who begs her to save her. An aura begins to emit from Mireille. Lepargu stands in the corner watching all this and thinks something is definitely going to happen. If it were the shopkeepers at other stations, they would have kicked them out immediately, but he doesn't mind. He saw Lee Chang-Sun connecting to Raygarin with another eye he threw into the river of fire to observe Surtur's heart. He thinks it might be a good time to hold a shopkeepers meeting. If Lee Chang-Sun manages to open Raygarin properly and fully claim the title of Surtur's successor, he'll pave a path of roses for him. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-Sun keeps rushing through the gatekeepers one by one, gaining unique rewards from each. He reaches the 20th gatekeeper, Hatteras, who asks him to rest since the gatekeepers respect him as a warrior and want to face him at his peak. Lee Chang-Sun says he doesn't have time and will continue without resting. He attacks Hatteras, who calls him arrogant for thinking he can win without a break. Chang-Sun asks if he knows what ecstasy is and says he doesn't want to lose that feeling. Hatteras says hearing that makes him want to try harder, and notices that Chang-Sun has gained something from the continuous battles. Lee Chang-Sun smirks, thinking that when he's caught in the thrill of breaking through a wall, he can't afford to lose focus. Lee Chang-Sun makes it through the 30th gate and arrives at the 31st gate where he finds Griezmann waiting. Griezmann says he never thought they would meet in a place like this. Lee Chang-Sun notices the ominous black aura around Griezmann, filled with demonic energy. With that level of purity and amount, there's only one being Griezmann could be, the leader of all non-humans and heretics, the Demon King. On top of that, he carries the divine name, the first sorcerer of Samaria. Griezmann says he hasn't even finished the raid yet and doesn't want to reveal his identity. He asks the gatekeeper if he should get rid of Lee Chang-Sun since he's been seen, but the gatekeeper refuses. The gatekeeper tells the challenger, Simon Magus, Griezmann's true name, that he has successfully passed the 31st trial and must move on to the 32nd trial, or else he can arrange expulsion and try again next time. Simon looks at him and says he has no right to say that after getting beaten to death by him. He admits he doesn't seem to have a choice and tells Lee Chang-Sun they will talk more later. Lee Chang-Sun thinks he expected to meet someday, but never like this. He wonders why Griezmann is here, and if he's after Rhaegaran too. Suddenly the gatekeeper attacks Lee Chang-Sun, and he reminds himself to focus on the battle. He clears the 31st gate and enters the 32nd, where he meets Magnus again. Magnus calls out and asks if he can wait a moment. Lee Chang-Sun asks what he wants to say. Magnus tells him he does have something, but first asks if Lee is going after the core of Rhaegaran and the Levatine. Lee Chang-Sun asks if Magnus isn't after Levatine himself. Magnus says he isn't. Instead, he's after a collection of 15 verses, specifically, the human skin parchment containing those verses. He says these treasures are what he's been seeking all over the world for thousands of years. Magnus tells Lee Chang-Sun he can take Levatine or any other treasure he wants, but asks him to give those verses in exchange. He promises to provide any support Lee needs and proposes a deal. Lee Chang-Sun asks for more details. Magnus explains that the mission details say Rhaegaran has 36 fortresses, but there's a secret 37th room in the heart chamber where the treasures are stored, unknown even to past monarchs of Muspelheim. He doesn't think it's easy to reach that place alone, so he suggests they join forces. Lee Chang-Sun thinks even Thanatos didn't know about that room, so whatever is inside must be extraordinary, but the proposal is coming from Simon Magnus, a black mage whose true intentions are hard to guess, a demonic god who reached the rank of Demon King. Getting involved with him might not bring any good, but Lee Chang-Sun can't help being intrigued. He tells Magnus that he wants to know exactly what those verses are because he doesn't plan to partner with someone who's hiding something. Magnus warns him that if he reveals all the details, he won't have any choice but to join forces with him, and he can't tolerate Lee Chang-Sun running away after getting all the information. He even warns that losing his divine name won't save him from being killed. Magnus starts explaining and asks if Lee has heard of the first and last giant king, Besla. The Peter's key from Besla's tomb trembles at the mention of Besla, and Lee Chang-Sun wonders if there's a connection between them. He admits he doesn't know this deity named Besla, which shocks Magnus. He questions if Lee really came all this way without ever hearing of Besla. Lee Chang-Sun confirms he's unaware, but notes that since Magnus calls Besla the first and last king of the giants, it's clear she's no ordinary deity, and asks for more details. Magnus tells him Besla is the god of gods and king of kings who ruled over the three worlds of Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim before they split apart. He says Besla is one of the few beings in the universe to earn the title King of Gods. Magnus reveals he's seeking the remaining poem verses that hold her lingering power. He explains that at the universe's creation, a few shattered fragments became worlds. Muspelheim, home of the fire giants, Jotunheim, home of the frost giants, and Niflheim, where monsters and giants are intertwined. These three worlds were incomplete and tried to become whole by forcibly merging with other worlds and civilizations. The three worlds fought for dominance but eventually unified under one great being, Besla. Still, no matter how great a god is, their fall is inevitable. With Besla's death, the three worlds rapidly diminish and are forced to survive in a corner of the universe. Except for Niflheim, which has more than recovered from its losses, Muspelheim faces an apocalypse like the one happening now, and Jotunheim becomes a place with an unknown location. The rise and fall of these three worlds tied to Besla's fate show just how significant she was. Rumors say that the magic the former chief god of Asgard had in his youth all came from Besla. Lee Chang-Sun thinks back to his time with Cadmos and realizes that the rune magic he learned, which came from Odin, the chief god of Asgard, actually originated from Besla. Magnus continues, saying Besla was the only god-king who unified and commanded the giants, and he wants to obtain the verses holding her remaining power. He says that's enough information. Lee Chang-Sun figures Magnus must be confident he can kill him, because what he just revealed is huge. He recalls Magnus mentioning his fear that the Apostle Peter, now dead, might resurrect like his master at any moment, plus the fact that Magnus has long-standing grudges with some beings. Lee understands that Magnus wants Besla's verses to escape these threats and ascend to complete godhood and transcendence. He finds it interesting that Peter's key was buried in Besla's tomb, seeing no coincidence there. Lee Chang-Sun tells Magnus he understands his goal, but asks why he needs him. Magnus says this is his 24th attempt here, and each time he's stopped by two things: being a half-blood who hasn't awakened as a giant, and the final gatekeeper, the three-headed guardian Shin Mora. He says he knows her better than anyone and has a strategy to defeat her. After sharing this, Magnus laughs when Lee asks how he got there since there's only one passage from the first station to Rhaegaran. Magnus admits he just used a portal. They form a party and rush toward the last gate where they face Shinmura. She recognizes one face as familiar and the other as new. Before the trial begins, she says she will predict the challenger's fate. Lee Chang-Sun remembers the Emperor telling him to avoid being noticed by Shinmura's eyes. Shinmura finds it strange that Lee doesn't have any fate and asks if he knows he's died several times. Lee thinks about Shinmura's 3 faces that glimpse 3 types of fate. The left sees the past, the center the present, and the right the future. Every mortal with a soul goes through reincarnation and accumulates karma, and when they escape this cycle, they gain pieces of immortality or divinity. He wonders if she might have seen a past life, or the life before that since she can't see his current fate. Magnus attacks Shinmura, shouting he'll repay all the humiliation he suffered. Lee thinks he has to cut off her right face to stop her from seeing the future. Magnus declares a demonic zone, but Shinmura tells him his efforts are pointless because his defeat is already decided. Magnus glances at Lee and admits he thought Lee hadn't really become a giant, but to his surprise, he's become a complete giant. Lee Chang-Sun transforms into a giant of flames, and his title changes from Jigwee's demonic vessel to Jigwee's giant vessel.